The Eerie game descends. When every player was racking their brains trying to win the favor of the Eerie beings, I instead grabbed a whip and lashed the seductive body of the succubus before me, again and again. The succubus not only didn't get angry, she even told me to hit harder. Only because each player receives a talent when the game begins. The talent I received was to see through all the hidden information of the Eerie beings. And the hidden information of the succubus before me was her strong desire for pain. I couldn't help but start testing my ability. Excitement whip. Attacking the succubus would gain favor points. Grudge dagger. Can cause damage to Eerie beings. Rich guy system. Price, 3 dog heads. Not long after, I figured out my ability. Touching Eerie items allowed me to see hidden information. Before I could think carefully, a virtual panel popped up before my eyes. Welcome to the Eerie world. We have matched you with the initial dungeon Crimson apartment. After daybreak, the Eerie beings will awaken. Please hurry to familiarize yourself with the surroundings and understand the Eerie beings' information. This will increase your chances of survival. Room 404 has a total of 3 players. 3 Eerie beings. Interacting with each Eerie being will trigger different tasks. If players fail to complete them, they will face punishments of varying degrees. After walking out of the room, I saw 2 other players eating sticky food. Though it looked disgusting, the 2 ate very quickly. These 2 were veteran players who had survived for a long time. The male player Dong Chu never had good feelings toward new players, thinking new players were burdens. The female player Louis Tong believed in helping when possible. More people meant more strength. After brief communication, I learned. We 3 play the roles of children here. The other 3 Eerie beings play father, mother and grandmother. To live in this house and get food, we must unconditionally complete the tasks assigned by those 3 Eerie beings every day. Soon the weathered clock chimed. 6 in the morning. Meaning daybreak had come. The Eerie beings were awake. The 2 who were eating just a second ago, the next second were like soldiers hearing the assembly whistle. Quickly cleaned up the garbage on the table and rushed toward the bedroom corridor. When I followed, I smelled a stench of rot in the air. At the same time, a hoarse voice like torn vocal cords floated out from the pitch-black corridor. Is there a new child today? Come to father's room. Let father see how your body is. Hearing this, my mouth twitched. Seriously? The first words upon waking already singled me out. After hearing the Eerie father's voice, Dong Chu and Louis Tong's hearts both skipped a beat. According to Louis Tong's introduction, the house had a 4-bedroom, 1 living room layout. 3 rooms belonged to the Eerie beings. 1 room belonged to the players. Among them, the one with the fewest danger zones was the mother. She had an unusual love for children. No need to worry about relationship deterioration. But because of her extremely warped motherly love, she often triggered headache-inducing dangerous tasks. Next was the grandmother. Perhaps because Louis Tong had the talent of increasing favor, grandmother uniquely doted on her alone. Had no good feelings toward male players. The most dangerous zone was the father. Hot-tempered. Peculiar personality. Especially disgusted with his own children. Even deliberately picking bones from eggs. Most players had previously fallen to the Eerie father. Under the gazes of Dong Chu and Louis Tong, I reluctantly walked into the dim room. As soon as my front foot entered, the door behind me automatically shut tight. Before me was a ghost covered in steel nails, grown with horrifying, sickening tumors. Staring at me with a grinning mouth, he held a head in his hand and asked me with a smile, "Do you know who this is?" Looking at his nauseating face, I was silent for a moment. Then calmly said, "My brother or sister, perhaps." Father, somewhat surprised, threw the skull into my arms. "Quite smart. There are many more of your brothers and sisters here. Want to see them?" He stood up and lifted a cabinet. That cabinet was filled with over a dozen skulls, crawling with flies and maggots. The scene was extremely eye-shocking. "Do you know why they all stayed here?" Facing the Eerie father's mocking eyes, I said softly, "They made father angry. So you also know my temper is bad. I don't like disobedient, incompetent, and clumsy children. Like you. I called you for so long. Why did you only come in now? Cut off one of your ears. Learn your lesson next time." The Eerie father's face became ferocious and terrifying. His large hand reached for my small frame. My mouth twitched. How ridiculous is this? Just being a little slow. Entering the room counts as stepping on a landmine. How are players supposed to survive? I instinctively wanted to back away. But staring at the skull in my hand, my eyes suddenly changed. Then quickly steadied my mind, allowing that big hand to grab me. Finally, the big hand didn't harm me, but withdrew. Not seeing the effect of intimidation, the Eerie father's narrowed eyes became somewhat sinister. His crimson mouth corners pulled into an ugly laugh. "Just joking with you. Why no reaction?" Scared speechless. If I had dodged or shown panic just now, he would have really cut off one of my ears. And this was thanks to my word talent. I stared at the skull in my hand, only to see a red panel pop up on it. Congratulations player for touching the item. Triggering talent. Obtaining hidden information. Eerie type. Nightmare eater. Likes to use intimidation tactics to make players produce fear values. Feeding on this. The more fear values eaten, the more the player's mental awareness and body functions decrease severely. Fatal weakness. A grudge dagger that wounded him when he was alive. My eyes flickered. Where would this grudge dagger be? If I could get my hands on it. At least I'd have one more trump card for survival. I didn't think much. The priority now was to stay alive and leave the room. My leg has been hurting badly lately. Find a way to get a drug called blood pipa. Deliver it to the room before dark. Without the medicine I'll use you to relieve my pain. Useless children don't deserve to stay in this house. I don't know what blood pipa is. But anyone with a brain knows this isn't so simple. Understood. Father. I nodded. Then the door behind me opened a crack. Only then could I leave the room. Congratulations player for successfully accepting the mission. Find the item blood pipa by 6 p.m. Deliver to father's bedroom. Mission success will earn C-level reward. Mission failure. Will receive father's 30-minute non-life-threatening punishment. Hearing the punishment. My brows furrowed. Although it states the punishment won't be fatal. These punishments might be more painful than death. P.S. My name is Jian. There's no way to say there's no pressure, that would be a lie. As soon as he stepped out, the door to his mother's and grandmother's room opened as well, and Dongchu and Luitong followed him out. The moment they saw Ji Yen, they both looked surprised. You actually came out so fast? Did you lose any body parts? Ji Yen asked back, what body parts should I have lost? Luitong's delicate face was stunned, how did you do it? The first time Dongchu entered father's room, he lost a kidney. As soon as she said this, Dongchu's face turned black. Miss Lu, some things don't need to be mentioned if they don't have to be. Luitong didn't care about Dongchu's expression and continued speaking to herself. Father's ghost likes to make things difficult and scare players, but actually, there is a hidden set of rules in this apartment that restrains the ghosts. The ghosts can't hurt players recklessly, they can only punish them through mission failures. So, mental endurance is the key. Ji Yen nodded, got it. Thanks. As soon as missions were mentioned, Dongchu's face darkened. Damn it, I don't know what's wrong with that old woman today. She said her dentures are broken and wants me to get her a new pair. The mission was rated as A-level. A-level missions have a 50% mortality rate because dentures can only be found on the 5th floor. And in this apartment, the higher the floor, the more terrifying the residents. Dongchu had been slacking off for days, but the moment Ji Yen arrived, he hit the jackpot. He even suspected that this damn newbie brought bad luck and infected him. I'm fine, though. Mother's ghost has always had a good impression of me, so she just asked me to go downstairs and borrow a bottle of soy sauce. The system rated my mission as C-level. Luitong spoke while looking at Ji Yen, what about you? What mission did you get? Ji Yen rubbed his nose, I'm also fine, a C-level mission. That ghost asked me to find a medicine called blood pipa to heal its leg. But as soon as the words blood pipa were spoken, Ji Yen noticed both of their expressions turn strange. Blood pipa? Haha, I knew it. That ghost assigned this mission again. You won the jackpot. Dongchu laughed and walked away, but that smile sounded like he was gloating. Ji Yen frowned slightly, is this blood pipa hard to find? Luitong sighed softly, the blood pipa isn't hard to find. We all know where it is, in apartment 101. But before you, 4 players have been assigned this mission, and only one came back alive. The only one who returned looked like they had aged decades, with no flesh left on their body. They couldn't even say a few words before they died. Luitong's eyes were filled with pity, so, I suggest you think of another way. Apartment 101 is a monster that eats people. Ji Yen. Chapter 3, Mission begins, the ghost behind the door. Ji Yen had expected it wouldn't be easy. But after hearing Luitong's words, his expression still turned grim. What kind of ghostly creature lived in apartment 101? Good luck to you then. I hope I can still see you at dinner tonight. Luitong had never seen such an unlucky newbie before. Leaving behind a weak and powerless word of encouragement, she also left the room to complete her mission quickly. As a fellow player, giving a kind reminder was already the most she could do. If Ji Yen wanted to survive, he had to rely on himself. Ji Yen pondered for a moment before turning and leaving the room as well. No matter what, he still had to check out apartment 101. He couldn't just be scared off by a few words. Following the directions Luitong gave, Ji Yen quickly passed through the filthy hallway and soon reached the first floor of the apartment. In front of apartment 101's door, 2 players had been waiting for a while. Another newbie? The tank-top man, Kue, glanced at Ji Yen walking out of the hallway with some surprise. Clean clothes, clear eyes, definitely a newbie. The middle-parted haired man crossed his arms and yawned as he spoke. Ji Yan was speechless. Noticing that Ji Yan was new, the tank-top man and the middle-parted haired man exchanged glances with a silent understanding. They both knew exactly what to do with fresh meat like this. In the apartment, tricking new players into exploring the minefield had already become an unspoken rule among veteran players. Newbie, I've dealt with the tenant of room 101 a few times. If you want to stay alive, listen to me. I'm happy to guide new players. The man in the vest spoke up proactively. Then I'll be counting on you. Ji Yan nodded without showing any expression. He wasn't blind. The exchange of glances between the two naturally fell into his sight. In a twisted world like this, everyone was fighting to survive. Who had the time to help others for no reason? Ji Yan didn't even fully trust Louis Tong's words. And looking at how relaxed the two seemed, it appeared they didn't know just how dangerous room 101 was. Ji Yan's eyes flickered. With his advantage of knowing more, maybe he could use these two to test just how deep the waters of this room ran? Before the three of them even stepped inside, they were already harboring their own schemes. Creak. The door of room 101 slowly opened at that moment, revealing a man's head. He stared at Ji Yan and the other two, his gaze empty and lifeless. We're here to. The man in the vest took a step forward, just about to explain their purpose, when he was abruptly cut off. You're here for the mission. I know. Come in. Line up. After speaking, the man in white stepped aside, pulling the door open. Staring at the abyss-like darkness within, the three exchanged glances before mustering their courage and stepping inside. But just as Ji Yan was the last to step in, he suddenly felt a sharp pain at his waist. Looking down, he saw he had been injected with a needle. Watching the man in white expressionlessly withdraw the syringe, Ji Yan wanted to say something, but the next moment, dizziness overwhelmed him, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. No one knew how much time had passed. Ji Yan shivered from the bone-chilling cold. When he opened his eyes, he found himself inside a pitch-black room. Calling it a room was generous, it felt more like an icy prison. Dim, damp. Chains. Shackles. A metal table was covered with unspeakable instruments of torture. Ji Yan tried to move but realized his hands and feet were shackled. Turning his head, he saw the other two players restrained in the same way. And that man in white who had opened the door was now sitting on the filthy floor. He was eating some kind of sticky, mushy food from a plate while staring at them with a chilling gaze. What the hell is this? We're tenants. You're breaking the apartment rules. Do you know what happens if you do this? Hurry up and unlock these damn chains. The man in the vest and the middle-parted hair man rattled their chains, shouting at the man in white. Even as veteran players, they were stunned. This was the first time they'd encountered such a bizarre mission start. Step inside, get jabbed with a needle. Wake up, and they were already restrained. What kind of messed up game was this? The man in white said nothing. He just kept eating while watching them scream. Only Ji Yan remained silent, quickly scanning the surroundings. In a few corners, he spotted several shriveled-up skin puppets. No, those weren't puppets. They were corpses. Drained of all flesh and blood, leaving behind only a thin layer of skin wrapped around bones, looking weightless. Clearly, these were the previous players. Ji Yan's expression darkened. This was exactly as Louis Tong had described. After the vest man and middle-parted hair man had shouted enough, the man in white finally stopped eating and asked, "Are you done?" The two were about to speak again when the man in white suddenly stood up, pulled a brass knuckle from his pocket, and put it on. Then, without warning, he slammed it into the middle-parted hair man's head. Again and again. The spikes on the knuckles pierced through the skull, blood splattering. Bang, squelch, bang, squelch. In no time, the middle-parted hair man was nothing but a mangled mess, completely offline. The man in white turned to the vest man and asked, "Can you be quiet now?" The vest man's face was pale. He nodded frantically. The man in white wiped the blood off his face and sneered, "This is it? You see a little blood and you're scared? A little blood?" His brains were literally splattered. Ji Yan stared at the man in white, silently wondering, was this guy the master of room 101? But who would have thought? In the next second, the man said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Chung Fong, a player living in room 101. Both of them froze for a moment. This guy, who smashed a man's head open with brass knuckles without saying much, was actually a player too? Noticing Ji Yan and the tank-top man's shocked expressions, Chung Fong waved his hand with a helpless look. "Don't look at me like I'm some freak. I'm just a miserable worker too. Killing him, first, was to make you quiet down. Second, that ghost doesn't like skinny ones. No nutrition. I needed to filter out the defective goods." Hearing these two utterly bizarre reasons, the tank-top man instinctively glanced at Ji Yan, as if to say, "Isn't this one just as skinny?" Chung Fong also glanced at Ji Yen. He's quieter. Ji Yen. I'll keep it short. It's actually very simple. See that room behind me? Go in, come out, and your task is complete. The tank top man looked like he was being treated like a child. You think we're that easy to fool? Ji Yen finally spoke, going in is easy. Coming out, that won't be so easy, right? Chang Fong didn't bother hiding anything. He pointed to the shriveled corpses in the corner. If you can't come out, you'll end up like this. But don't worry. My job is to handle the bodies. If you don't make it, I'll try to give you a decent burial. The ghost inside, if you serve it well, not only can you walk out alive, but you'll also get the task item you want. As he spoke, the door behind him suddenly opened a crack. Cheng Fong immediately straightened up and ran toward the passage. Outside the door, he put on a flattering smile. Master, are you satisfied? From the pitch-black room came a voice, seductive yet lazy, defective goods. Keep filtering and sending them in until I'm satisfied. Understood. Right away. As he spoke, Cheng Fong dragged out another shriveled corpse from the room, carefully closed the door, and stacked the body in the corner. Cheng Fong turned to Ji Yen and the tank top man. See? That's what happens when you can't get out. And you two are really unlucky. That ghost's desire is unusually high today. I've already sent in 5, but it's still not satisfied. Next, both of you are going in. Who's first? F***CK. What kind of bullshit task is this? It's just walking into death. Let me go. I quit. At this point, the tank top man finally realized just how twisted this task was, and his emotions exploded. Quit? The moment you stepped through that door, the task was set. Once a task is set, there's no way out. Whatever happens to players during the task doesn't count as breaking the apartment rules. Cheng Fong wiped the blood off his hands and smirked. It's not necessarily over. There was a success case before. Though that guy was nearly sucked dry, at least he made it out alive. Unlike the tank top man, who was yelling and just thinking about running, Ji Yen asked in a low voice, so, what exactly is that thing inside? I don't know what kind of ghost it is. I only know that female ghost has an endless appetite. Men are not just her food, they're her needs. Isn't that just a succubus? Cold sweat trickled down the tank top man's face. Cheng Fong sneered. A succubus? Those little things just drain your kidneys. That one inside? It drains everything except your skin and bones. Chapter 4, How to Break the Situation. Stock up on food. Cheng Fong was about to say more, when suddenly, an eerie, impatient voice echoed through the room. Xiao Chang, your efficiency is getting worse. I'm considering replacing you. The moment he heard that, Cheng Fong, who had been joking just a second ago, instantly tensed up. Master. I'm sorry. I'll send one in right now. With that, he immediately grabbed the tank top man and dragged him toward the room. The tank top man struggled like an animal about to be slaughtered, but it was useless. In the end, Cheng Fong threw him inside. The door slammed shut, and everything went silent. Cheng Fong turned and walked toward Ji Yen. Don't blame me, we're all players, I just want to live too. When I first entered this instance, I was stuck living under the same roof as that female ghost. No one was more desperate than me. While chatting with Ji Yen, Cheng Fong moved the bodies of those dead players onto a cart, preparing to dispose of them. Ji Yen, but you're still alive now, aren't you? He couldn't help but be curious. Cheng Fong was also a man. Why didn't that female ghost target him? Was it just because someone had to handle the bodies, and that's why he was allowed to live this long? Anyone could do this job, it seemed a bit far-fetched. Maybe Cheng Fong knew some strategies for dealing with that female ghost, or perhaps he could find useful clues. I know what you're thinking. Cheng Fong immediately saw through Ji Yen's thoughts and waved his hand, saying, Don't fantasize. Living with that hungry female ghost, I've survived till now not because of any strategy. It's purely luck. Ji Yen was confused, luck? Cheng Fong suddenly laughed, and there was an inexplicable hint of pride in his smile. My talent is the most useless D-grade. You could say, in this instance, I have no privileges or advantages, but strangely, it works very well on that female ghost and even saved my life. This talent ability is special skill, and we're all men, so I don't need to explain further, right? Although my combat power is weak, my physical attributes are better than any other player. Do you know what 32 means? It could even apply for a Guinness World Record. Because of my special skill, that female ghost didn't squeeze the life out of me. Instead, she gave me the job of handling bodies and let me survive until now. Though I have to handle bodies and filter out players every day, it's still better than what many other players have in this apartment. This made Ji Yan fall silent. This talent ability really is all over the place. Special skill, has it been explained like this? But, I've never seen anyone so calm like you. The others who came in would have already wet themselves by now. Ji Yan shook his head, shouting and screaming is useless. Even if I die, I'll just be sent to the next instance. This is my first day here, and the foundation hasn't even been laid. Dying isn't a loss. Hey, you're quite clear-headed, huh? Don't worry, when it's your turn, I'll handle your body more gently. Looking at Ji Yan's defiant expression, Cheng Fong was a bit surprised and even admired him a little. Ji Yan ignored his words and looked at the variety of tools on the iron table. What are those? Tools for serving that female ghost. Don't be surprised, they're exactly what you think. When that female ghost gets in the mood, she plays in a way that is absolutely perverted. It will shatter your worldview. Actually, Ji Yan had already guessed what those tools were when he saw them on the table. Whips, iron chains, silver needles, those were normal. There were even tiger claws, electric batons, and other things that made his eyelids twitch. Just thinking about them made him shiver. But right now, Ji Yan saw hope in those tools. Have those been used? They were used on the previous unlucky guys. Don't you see they're still wet? Cheng Fong was still puzzled by Ji Yan's question, but the next second he saw Ji Yan grab the iron chain and carefully examine the tools one by one. What are you doing? He froze for a moment. Observing. Cheng Fong choked. He saw Ji Yan pick up one tool after another. Not only did he caress them carefully, but his eyes were also shining. There was even a hint of delight on his face. Cheng Fong shook his head, unable to help but comment, I thought that female ghost was perverted enough, but I didn't expect there to be someone more twisted. At this moment, Ji Yan was indeed excited inside. On those tools, he successfully triggered his talent ability omniscience. One hidden piece of information after another about that female ghost was continuously being analyzed. Hidden information meant there were certainly other strategies for dealing with that female ghost. As Ji Yan quickly scanned through the hidden information, his expression gradually became more intense. Squeak. At this moment, the door at the end of the corridor opened again. So it's over so quickly? Cheng Fong froze for a moment. It hadn't even been 5 minutes yet. He hurriedly put down the body in his hands and rushed toward the door. Just as he arrived, a withered body was thrown out. It was the guy in the vest. At this point, his body had shriveled to the point of being skin and bones, his skin wrinkled, but he was still alive. His eyes were dazed, and he croaked out in a hoarse voice, "Spare me, really, there's nothing left." At the same time, a trembling voice from the female ghost echoed from inside the room. "It's still far from enough. Keep sending them in, I need more nutrients." Cheng Fong's heart skipped a beat. What was wrong with this female ghost today? She had already been given 6, and not only was she not satisfied, she was even more greedy. He looked at the corner where only Ji Yan remained, and even he started to feel a sense of danger. Damn it! At this rate, she wouldn't even spare my old employee, would she? Just then, Ji Yan put down the tool in his hands and walked toward Cheng Fong. He said to Cheng Fong, "Send me in." Cheng Fong was a bit unaccustomed to seeing a player so proactive for the first time. "You're so eager, it's making me lose my touch. Are you really rushing to die in the next dungeon?" Ji Yan replied, "It's not necessarily a dead end. Just meet her needs, and it'll be fine." Cheng Fong kicked the man in the vest who was lying at his feet. "Ha! Didn't you see this big guy turn into a skin and bones bag in under 10 minutes? Where do you get your confidence with your small build? That's because you're weak. Did you just say I'm weak with my 32 centimeters? Facing Cheng Fong's reddening anger, Ji Yan didn't respond, pushed open the door, and entered the dark room. Through the vast hidden information he collected from his ghostly talent, Ji Yan had come up with a bold hypothesis. This hypothesis, if wrong, could turn him into ash. But to stay alive, he had to be daring. He decided to take a gamble. Bang! The door slammed shut, and the vision grew dim. The room was scattered with many tools, and some blood-stained ice picks and hammers could even be seen, making it look like the scene of the first murder at first glance. Ji Yan was scanning the surroundings when suddenly a violent force hit him. His body was thrown to the ground, and a strange smell filled his nostrils. A beautiful face appeared before him. How did they throw such trash in here? The female ghost, stroking Ji Yan's body, showed clear dissatisfaction on her pretty face. And in front of Ji Yan, as they touched intimately, more hidden information popped up. The seductive ghost loves to devour the essence of men's blood and flesh, which not only enhances her ghostly power but also helps maintain her appearance through the absorption of marrow. Men are her best skincare products. Congratulations! The seductive ghost you're facing is in a state of highest desire, yet remains unsatisfied. To survive, how will you break out of this deadlock? Looking at the teasing hidden message, Ji Yen thought, this F-grade talent is becoming more and more human-like. Pain shot through his body as the ghost's sharp nails pierced his skin. The seductive ghost was extremely disdainful of Ji Yen's small frame. Since there's no good stock left, I'll have to let little Chang come in. I suppose I'll have to make do with him, though I'm quite reluctant to part with Chang as a backup. The seductive ghost sighed, her eyes full of regret. Outside the room, Chang Fong, who had been eavesdropping, heard these words and immediately turned pale, feeling as if the sky had collapsed. Damn it! It really won't even spare my old employees. What's going on with this female ghost today? Her desires are like a bottomless pit. Ji Yen, with one hand hidden beneath him, suddenly spoke up, how would you know if I'm not up to it unless you try? You? I'm not worse than the one outside. I have a big treasure on me. Want to take a look? Upon hearing this, the seductive ghost's dazed eyes instinctively lowered. Really? I don't see anything. Who told you it's below? It's up top. As soon as she looked up, the hidden hand behind Ji Yen pulled out. Gripping a nail hammer tightly, he struck fiercely at the flawless face of the enchantress. In an instant, blood splattered. Chapter 5, Acquire the strange object, activate the enchantment. Like porcelain, the enchantress's cheek shattered, the sharp end of the hammer pierced through her face and embedded into the bone. Ji Yen didn't pause for a moment, pulling out the hammer and striking again and again at her face. Blood quickly spread across the floor. The horrifying sounds made the scene look as though a bloodthirsty murderer was mercilessly torturing an innocent girl. After striking a full 20 times, he finally stopped. Drip, drip. The hammer dripped with warm blood. Ji Yen panted, enduring the numb pain in his right hand. He looked at the enchantress lying on the ground, his expression tense. The tension, however, wasn't from worrying whether the enchantress was dead or alive. The tool in his hand was just an ordinary prop. For the strange being, it wouldn't cause any real harm. The hammer, though called a weapon, was actually a prop for the play between the enchantress and her prey. That shattered, blood-soaked head emitted scorching white smoke, and the enchantress slowly stood up, the horrific wound on her face visibly healing. Her eyes, full of unspoken meaning, looked at Ji Yen. Is this your big treasure? Ji Yen calmly nodded, yes. How does it feel? The enchantress lightly wiped the wound on her face with her fingertip, like a cracked porcelain, the cracks continuously emitting white smoke. Not bad, it's quite thrilling. I actually unexpectedly like this feeling. But, it's still far from enough. As soon as she finished speaking, the hammer was already swung at her face. It knocked her slender body over, and Ji Yen quickly grabbed a chainsaw from the table, pressing it down onto the enchantress. The chainsaw in his hand rose and fell, the terrifying sound of the chainsaw mixed with the sound of flesh tearing, forming a spine-chilling symphony. There was no mercy. From the hidden information gathered outside the room, Ji Yen had already guessed. This enchantress had a strong SM tendency. And she was the submissive one. Pain would make her extremely excited, stimulating her mental pleasure. And even she herself didn't realize this. She frequently enjoyed torturing and draining her prey, day by day, her mind gradually becoming numb, unable to satisfy herself anymore. No matter how perverted she was in dealing with her prey, it was never enough. Until now, Ji Yan's reverse treatment of her as prey had actually opened a new door to a different world for her. This move was bold, with an element of gambling. But at this moment, seeing the enchantress tortured, her body drenched in blood, yet her face flushed with intoxication, Ji Yan knew. He had gambled right. Outside the room, Chung Fong, who had been nervously thinking he was going to personally join the battle, looked confused. He crouched by the door. Listening to the horrifying sound of the chainsaw and the enchantress's shrill cries filled with risk and pleasure, he thought that Ji Yan was the one being tortured. He couldn't help but sweat coldly. Too brutal. I hope this brother's next dungeon doesn't have an enchantress. May his journey ahead be smooth. He even felt a bit grateful to Ji Yan. If not for him, he would probably be the one inside the room right now. Listening to the never-ending chainsaw sound, Chung Fong turned to find a bigger container, guessing that Ji Yan couldn't fully remove the body, and could only pick it up piece by piece. Inside the room, the bloody scene continued. Ji Yan struggled to swing the chainsaw in his hand, but after just 5 minutes, the saw teeth shattered, the chain broke, and the chainsaw was completely ruined. He frowned. So fragile? Looking at the enchantress's flushed, still unsatisfied expression, Ji Yan didn't dare slack off. He quickly groped for the scattered props around him, using whatever he could on her. Not knowing what he had grabbed, a message panel suddenly popped up in his vision. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have obtained the hidden strange object Satan's execution device, successfully triggering talent. Level, rare. Details, a self-proclaimed satanic psychopath killer. Once, it was used to execute 10 innocent women in a row, and then the killer disappeared. But the tool, stained with the blood of evil, remained behind. Hidden information. Accumulating 10 skull-crushing critical hits on the strange entity can fully activate the cursed object, with an additional curse effect, soul burning. The cursed object is an equipment item carried by players, with a wide variety of types, including damage, defense, survival, and support. It is classified into the following grades: common, rare, collectible, legendary, and epic. Some higher-level cursed objects are even more desirable than talents. Ji Yan paused for a moment. This F-class talent can even obtain the hidden information of cursed objects? He looked at the cursed object in his hand, a spiked hammer. Unlike other items, this hammer was very cold and gave off an eerie feeling when held. This is a killing tool that has taken the lives of 10 people. It's unimaginable how much resentment it has absorbed. Cursed objects can cause real damage to the strange entities, and he was worried whether using this would end up killing the enchantress. But worry aside, his movements were not weak. As the enchantress was about to wake from her intoxicated state, he swung his arm with all his strength and slammed the hammer onto her bright red face. The strike shattered half of her head. A huge wound cracked open, from which thick white smoke poured out, and the enchantress screamed in agony. Ji Yan's heart skipped a beat. Just as he thought the enchantress was about to rage in fury, her scream transformed into a high-pitched, satisfying sound. The corner of Ji Yan's mouth twitched. It seems he underestimated how twisted this female entity was. His worries were all for nothing. Realizing that the cursed object in his hand would not kill her, and actually had a great effect, Ji Yan fully let go and kept attacking. If 10 skull crushes would activate the enchantment attribute, then no one else would be more suitable than her. This was the perfect way to farm damage. So, after more than 10 minutes of bloody headshots, the floor and corners were completely dyed red. Covered in blood and brain matter, Ji Yan leaned against the wall, sitting down. The spiked hammer in his hand, after being tempered, had turned a bright crimson, successfully activating the enchantment effect. Ji Yan's eyes lit up. Now, with a cursed object in hand, he felt confident in the dungeon. At least he was no longer a soft target. As for the enchantress, she stood up once more, and Ji Yan was numb. He had shattered her skull 11 times, the last strike even coming with the soul-burning effect. The terrifying black flames directly burned away half of her head. If it were any other cursed entity, they would have turned to dust by now. But this enchantress actually reached a mental climax with the final enchanted critical strike, deeply satisfied. Ji Yan began to suspect that this enchantress might be a boss-level entity in this dungeon. Normally, who would use a cursed object to satisfy their own needs? Fortunately, after 11 consecutive skull-crushing hits, the enchantress's frantic desire faded away. She took off her tattered clothes, changed into a new set, and the beautiful face, now free of the red flush, was covered in a layer of frost, a stark contrast to the previous minute. Sitting on a chair, she crossed her proud long legs, lit a cigarette, and casually tossed a bag of something to him. "What is this?" "A little extra tip. Your service is great. I haven't felt this good in a long time." The enchantress exhaled smoke and said leisurely. Ji Yan's expression was strange. Why did it feel like he was being sold out? Chapter 6, Completing the Mission, Ingredients Explode. Under a strange sense of humiliation, Ji Yan opened the bag. Inside were some common rations. Bread, compressed biscuits, unknown dried meat. Although it was all rough food, in the world of the strange entities, this human food was already considered a luxury. This amount would be enough for Ji Yan to not worry about food for a week. "So, what do you need to borrow?" "Blood pipa." As soon as she heard the blood pipa, Megue immediately understood. "You are the child of that drunkard, 404. "Yes, my father is suffering from severe leg pain, so he asked me to come here to ask for medicine." "Who told you that is medicine?" "That wine-obsessed guy, always thinking about my little bit of alcohol, never expected he'd even use a desperate plan." Megue sneered coldly, deeply disgusted by the nightmare-eating demon. Ji Yan furrowed his brows in confusion. Why didn't he just say it directly? The task is compulsory. Whether the blood pipa is alcohol or medicine, the player must complete it. Why go through all this unnecessary thinking? Megue rested her chin and smiled, to prevent you from having other thoughts. He never thought you'd come back alive, because from the beginning, you were just a commodity. I made an agreement with that guy. As long as he sends a child here, I'll reward him with half a bottle of blood pipa. In other words, this is a single supply chain. Once 404 refreshes the player, the nightmare-eating demon will use the task to guide the player to 101, providing Megue with supplements. Not only does each get what they need, but the apartment rules are not violated. Ji Yan's expression darkened upon hearing this. So this is the real trap. Megue threw a bottle the size of soy sauce at him, and Ji Yan hurriedly caught it. "According to the deal, you should only give half a bottle. But today I'm in a good mood, I'll give you a full bottle, so you can take it back and finish the task." Ji Yan stared at the liquid in the bottle, dark red and sticky, looking very viscous. He couldn't help but wonder, what kind of alcohol is this that makes the nightmare-eating demon so eager? If you're curious, you can secretly take a sip, but whatever happens afterward, don't blame me. And you'll never guess what this wine is brewed from. Hearing Meigui's somewhat teasing voice, Ji Yan inexplicably shivered. He didn't dare to imagine, nor was he interested in thinking about it. He just wanted to finish the task honestly. It would be best if he could kill the nightmare-eating demon. Can I leave now? Ji Yan asked, fearing that this female demon would become obsessed with him and force him to stay, turning him into her permanent supply. Meigui indeed thought about it. But the game task is mandatory, and as an NPC, the demon can't control it. Defying it would lead to punishment. Go ahead. But I'm still quite curious, how did you figure out that I have this kind of tendency? Ji Yan coughed twice, forcing himself to lie, this kind of thing, no need to say it. Sometimes, you can just tell by a glance. Meigui smiled brilliantly and seductively, you look quite honest, but turns out you play even more perversely than me? To stay alive, whether pure-hearted boy or sadistic pervert, Ji Yan didn't care. It was just a game. The door behind him slowly opened. Just as Ji Yan turned around, Meigui's meaningful farewell sounded, little brother, see you next time. Ji Yan didn't respond, thinking to himself that only a fool would meet again. He turned and left the unsightly room. Seeing Ji Yan run out as if escaping, Meigui slowly extinguished her cigarette, raised her fair long leg. With that dead drunkard of a father, you can't escape. I've got you. Meigui licked the corner of her mouth with lingering intent, gently stroked the healed wound on her cheek, her eyes half closed, savoring the moment. The door opened, and Chang Feng, who was planning to clean up Ji Yan, came over with a cart. However, when he saw Ji Yan walking out, he was instantly dumbfounded. What the hell? Are you human or a demon? Ji Yan countered, do I look like a demon? Seeing Ji Yan's blood-soaked clothes, Chang Feng stood frozen in place, his brain crashing for a moment. You didn't kill that female demon, did you? No, that's impossible, you must have found some loophole. He clearly understood how terrifying that Meigui was. If she could be killed, so many players wouldn't have suffered under her hands. Ji Yan, I told you before, just serve that demon until she's satisfied. It seemed to prove Ji Yan's words, as Meigui's voice came from the room, little Chang, clean up the room. I'm going to sleep. Chang Feng quickly responded, and now, his gaze toward Ji Yan had completely changed. Every time desire faded, Charm would fall into a deep sleep, often sleeping for several days. During this time, it was also the most peaceful period for Chang Feng. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Ji Yan picked up the blood pipa and turned to leave. Chang Feng, however, grabbed Ji Yan, his eyes full of admiration, brother, don't rush off. Can you tell me what hidden strategy you found? How about this, I'll trade you 3 days worth of rations. 5 days. Sit down and let's talk slowly. For the player fixed at 101, Chang Feng faced the charm creature every day with anxiety. If he could find a way to defeat the charm creature, it would be a one-time solution. Ji Yan, of course, would not reveal the hard-earned method. Anything will lose its novelty. The charm creature might need to interact again next time, and if Chang Feng knew, this guy would rely on it. The charm creature's newly discovered method would soon become numb, and it would surely not work the next time. This was cutting off his own retreat. No strategy, just pure strength. I told you, a good weapon is useless, the firepower must be enough, otherwise, a 32cm gun is just decoration. With this sentence, Ji Yan turned and left, leaving Chang Feng with a comical expression, unsure whether to believe it or not. After leaving room 101, the task was finally completed. Ji Yan let out a long breath. This deadly first game task was finally completed with twists and turns. He didn't linger and turned to run upstairs. Soon, he returned to room 404. Lui Tong and Dong Chu hadn't returned yet, and Ji Yan directly walked into the room of the Nightmare Eater. Damn little brat, you haven't set off yet? As soon as the Nightmare Eater saw Ji Yan, his face immediately turned grim. He instinctively thought Ji Yan hadn't gone out yet. According to his private deal with the charm creature, if Ji Yan went to 101, he wouldn't come back alive. The only thing that would return to him would be the blood pipa sent by Chang Feng as ordered by the charm creature. Father, I've got the medicine. Ji Yan took off the blood pipa from his waist and placed it on the table. What did you say? The Nightmare Eater was first stunned, staring at the dark red liquid in the bottle. With just one glance, he was certain it was the charm creature's blood pipa. He looked at Ji Yan's unharmed body in disbelief, various guesses rising in his mind. How did this kid come back alive? How did you get it? That sister was very easy to talk to. I told her my father's leg was badly rotting and that he couldn't sleep at night. After hearing that, she was deeply moved and gave it to me. Hearing Ji Yan's lie, his face turned black instantly. That woman would be moved? This bullshit, he didn't believe it even if he died. But when he saw the blood pipa, his mind was occupied with it, and he didn't even think about how Ji Yen, this transaction item, survived. He twisted the wooden stopper open and greedily poured the liquid into his mouth. Soon, Ji Yen smelled a very unpleasant odor. The smell was fishy, intense. It smelled like alcohol but not quite alcohol. Why did it have such a strong temptation for the Nightmare Eater? Get out, don't be an eyesore here. The Nightmare Eater's eyes started to wander, full of intoxication, and he impatiently spat at Ji Yen. Even though Ji Yen had brought back a full bottle of blood pipa, there was still no change in his attitude. In his eyes, these players were here to serve him. They were more like slaves than children, and if he wasn't happy, he would just kill them and get a new batch. Ji Yen didn't say anything, turned, and left the room. As the door closed, he heard the Nightmare Eater's voice, full of both love and hatred. How did that woman make this blood? I've never drunk such a wonderful wine in my life. Ji Yen coughed. A chill ran through him. Damn. So the raw material was menstrual blood? The strange things in this world were really getting more and more outrageous. Chapter 7, The Mask of Strange Objects, The Light Out Rule. As soon as Ji Yen came out, the game broadcast sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the player for successfully obtaining the blood pipa, completing the C-level task. Task reward obtained, Scissorhands Mask. Level, Rare. Description: once, a man named Edward, in order to avenge the girl he loved. He put on the mask, and every time he killed someone, he would cut off the murderer's face and sew it onto the mask. Such undying love, isn't it? Ability: use of cursed object, increases perception by 5%. Ding! Talent triggered, gained hidden information about the cursed object. Hidden operation: let the mask suck the user's blood, which may carry hidden effects. Player can replace their identity with a creepy scissor-wielding murderer. Task summary: player still hasn't gained any favor from the father, keep going. Hidden information triggered again. Ji Yan's eyes flickered, this talent was simply too useful. It was like a gun in the hands of different people, others could only use it as a stick to stir the fire. But he used up all the bullets, turned it into a killing machine, and made full use of its value. Looking at it this way, even if Ji Yen obtained a low-level cursed object, could he still upgrade it indirectly through his talent in another form? As for the rating, Ji Yen didn't care. The nightmare-eating curse was like a cold-blooded snake. No matter how many times you please it, it would think it's deserved. Ji Yen never thought he would get any favor. Taking out the rewarded cursed object from the toolbar, it was a clown mask. The horrifying thing was that it was sewn with faces full of bloodstains, making one feel as if they were staring into the eyes of dead people. It was truly creepy. How do I make the mask absorb my blood? Ji Yen hesitated for a moment. He poked his finger into the mask's mouth. In the next moment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain. It was like being pierced by something sharp, but when he pulled his finger out, blood started to ooze from his fingertip. Looking at the mask, it seemed alive. The human skin on it wriggled like terrifying ghost faces, howling in agony. And at the edges of the mask, white bone spurs began to grow. The entire mask seemed to have been given life. Terrifying and strange. This should count as activation, right? Ji Yen wasn't sure. When he wanted to put it on and test its effect, a surprised voice came from behind. Did you not leave, or did you come back again? Ji Yen turned around and saw Dongchu with a smirk on his face. Dongchu wanted to tease him a bit more, but when he saw the human skin mask in Ji Yan's hand, his expression froze slightly. Ji Yen, with a blank face, put away the cursed object, didn't pay attention to Dongchu, and turned toward the living room. After being ignored several times, Dongchu furrowed his brows and became even more annoyed. In the living room, Luitong had also returned. Why did you come back? She saw Ji Yen and also thought he had failed the task and come back. Task completed, why wouldn't I come back? Ji Yen sat down and took out the course food he had gotten from the cursed object. The moment Luitong and Dongchu saw the course food, they believed it, but Room 101, known for being a death-level task, had only passed 3 hours. How had he completed it? Tearing open the compressed biscuits packaging, Ji Yen casually said, got lucky, that curse thing thought I looked nice and gave me half a bottle of blood pipa. The two exchanged a glance, unsure whether they believed it. But no matter what, Ji Yen was still alive and kicking, eating his food, so he had passed the level. When Dongchu heard got lucky, his entire face turned as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. Damn! Why don't I have this kind of luck? His task was to help the grandmother cursed being get a set of fake teeth. Following the task guide, he went to the 6th floor to search, but not only did he not find them, he almost got caught by the weird tenants on the 6th floor and turned into human specimens. In the end, the task failed, the grandmother cursed being blackened, and as punishment, she ripped out one of Dongchu's eyes. Not to mention that Ji Yen hadn't noticed, but this guy had turned into a one-eyed dragon. It looked kind of funny. Ji Yan didn't have any good feelings for this guy, didn't bother listening to his complaints, and continued eating his food. Louis Tong, having completed her task, also received her food for the day, but compared to what Ji Yan had, it was naturally much more humble. Only Dong Chu felt the worst. Not only did he not get food for the day, but his relationship with the weird grandmother had also worsened. The reason he has survived in the 404 cabin until now is because he gained quite a bit of favor from his grandmother, which kept him from being targeted by the Nightmare Devourer. The Nightmare Devourer's task level, although the player death rate is the highest, is the weakest among the 3 monsters in the cabin. Thus, under the protection of both the mother and grandmother monsters, the Nightmare Devourer didn't take action against Dong Chu and Louis Tong, but still watched them closely. Dong Chu, who had lost one eye, already felt a strong sense of crisis. Without food, Dong Chu could only take out the food left over from yesterday. Perhaps due to the influence of the eerie environment, the already sticky food was covered with a layer of black hair. After just a couple of bites, Dong Chu spat it out. Then, he turned his head and looked at the biscuit in Ji Yan's hand, his stomach protesting violently. He cleared his throat a couple of times. Just as he was about to speak, Ji Yan directly interrupted him. "Don't look at it. You're such an experienced player, how could you be interested in the coarse food in my hand?" Ji Yan looked back at him with the same look Dong Chu had given him earlier that morning. Dong Chu's face darkened. Louis Tong, who was standing nearby, almost couldn't hold back a laugh. "Give me a biscuit, and I can reveal information about your mother and grandmother monsters. 1 compressed biscuit in exchange for a life-saving clue, isn't this a good deal? You better think quickly, or I'll change my mind later." Dong Chu continued to lower his posture. He needed food, not just because he was hungry, but also for his condition tomorrow. The Eerie world is a game-like world, where players must consume nutritious food every day, otherwise, their physical attributes will significantly drop the next day. Without one eye, his vision had already declined, and his body couldn't afford any further deterioration. "Then change your mind, I'm not stopping you." Ji Yan ate the last piece of the biscuit. Dong Chu's mouth twitched, and he sneered, as expected, "You're a newbie. It's your first day and you don't even understand the importance of information gaps. You're lucky today, but that doesn't happen every day." Ji Yan took a sip of water and shrugged. "We'll talk about tomorrow's matters tomorrow. Do you think that if you know you'll die tomorrow, you should kill yourself today? Fine, if you want to act like a hero, I won't stop you. Just don't come asking me for help tomorrow. In this cabin, no one knows the 3 monsters better than me. It's getting dark. Lu, the beautiful lady, hurry back to your room before this unlucky guy infects you with his bad luck." After glancing at Louis Tong, Dong Chu turned and went back to his room. Louis Tong slightly furrowed her brows, but said nothing. It seemed she didn't like Dong Chu's attitude either. Ji Yan found it a bit funny. With the omniscience ability, he was never short of eerie information. Who knows, maybe one day Dong Chu would come begging him for help. He twisted the bottle cap and turned to Louis Tong. "This is the first time I've seen someone beg for food, then try to act like they're above everyone else. Is he always like this?" Louis Tong shook her head, helplessly saying, "He's always like this. He entered this instance 2 days before me, and in the 404 cabin, he has to dominate everyone. You'd better not offend him. After all, it's your first day here, and in terms of equipment and experience, you'll definitely be at a disadvantage." Ji Yan didn't say anything. He didn't like causing trouble, but if someone insisted on biting him, he wouldn't hold back. "This apartment will turn off the lights after 9 p.m. After the lights go out, no matter what you're doing, don't leave your room. After 12 a.m., you must be lying in bed." Subconsciously, I went to open the door and use the bathroom, and the next day when we woke up, the toilet was blocked by his skin fragments. Some people say that NPCs who refresh late at night can drop rare level equipment, but which fool would risk their life for it? After hearing Louis Tong's reminder, Ji Yan nodded. He wasn't interested in the apartment at night. The difficulty of daytime tasks had already been enough to wear him out. As Louis Tong returned to her room, Ji Yan handed her a piece of bread. Louis Tong was puzzled. Ji Yan only said, "Thank you." No matter what, Louis Tong had explained so much dungeon information to him, so he felt he couldn't owe her anything. Now that Louis Tong was in need, a piece of bread might not be much, but it was life-saving food. Louis Tong understood the meaning, smiled, and couldn't help but make a dig at Dong Chu. "So I said, instead of offending someone, it's better to help them casually. No harm, all gain." Chapter 8, Midnight Knock, Familiar Scent. Soon, the black night fell. The darkness, as thick as ink, seeped into room 404. According to Louis Tong, Ji Yan lay on the bed and fell asleep by midnight. Maybe it was because he was too tired, but as soon as Ji Yan lay down, he fell into a deep sleep. However, in the middle of the night, Ji Yan was awakened by a faint knocking sound. Someone was knocking on his door? Ji Yan. Ji Yan, are you asleep? If you hear me, open the door quickly. Don't sleep on the bed, the three strange ones are about to assign tasks. You need to get out quickly, if you don't receive a task, something big is going to happen. The voice was Louis Tong's, sounding very anxious and speaking in a lowered tone, as if fearing something. Ji Yan heard it, turned over, and continued sleeping. He didn't know what was outside the door, something that could even mimic the player's voice. But the temptation was too clumsy. Even if it was really Louis Tong outside, he wouldn't get up to open the door. After the lights went out, as long as players lay down obediently, no matter how strange the situation, they were powerless. The Louis Tong outside continued to urgently call for Ji Yan. After receiving no reply, the tone became more and more impatient, and the sound became sharp and unpleasant. Then came the sound of nails scraping against the door. Uncertain how much time passed, Ji Yan heard the sound of a door opening. Ji Yan opened his eyes. The sound seemed to come from next door, from Dong Chu's room. Why was he opening the door? He should know the danger level of the apartment late at night. Though confused, after the sound of the door opening, Ji Yan didn't hear anything abnormal anymore. He then fell back into a deep sleep. At 6 o'clock the next day, the living room clock struck. Ji Yan got up on time, and Louis Tong and Dong Chu were already sitting in the living room, waiting for today's task. Perhaps because of hunger, Dong Chu didn't look well, with heavy dark circles under his eyes and greasy, messy hair. Ji Yan glanced at him, and Dong Chu snorted coldly. What, do I have something written on my face? Louis Tong was in relatively good spirits and asked Ji Yan, how did it feel to sleep in the dungeon for the first time? Nothing weird happened last night, right? Ji Yan said, last night, I heard you calling me to come out, sounding as if the room was on fire. Louis Tong's face changed slightly when she heard this. These are all those Eerie tricks. They want you to open the door. They make sure you hear every sound. One night, I even heard my dead sister's cries for help. At that time, I was half asleep and almost went to open the door, thinking it was a dream. You weren't affected, were you? Ji Yan shrugged. I treated it like a lullaby and went back to sleep. Also, I heard the sound of a door opening next door. Ji Yan added, glancing at Dong Chu. Dong Chu didn't look pleased. Am I tired of living to open the door? Ji Yan didn't respond, but he could vaguely smell something strange on Dong Chu. This smell was somehow familiar. At that moment, the clock struck again, signaling that today's task distribution was about to begin. The three of them hurried into the passageway, looking toward the three strange rooms. First, the voice from Grandma's room called out, Good granddaughter, today I knitted you a sweater, you will definitely like it. Come in and show it to Grandma. The first to be called was Louis Tong. Hearing it was Grandma, she let out a sigh of relief. In this room, Grandma's favorability toward her was the highest. Upon hearing the keyword knitted sweater, she roughly guessed that today's task would likely be easy and could further improve her favorability. Next, a voice came from her mother's room, Xiaodong, I've been coughing badly today. Come in and help me see what's wrong. Dong Chu's expression softened a bit after hearing that. In this room, her mother had the least likelihood of becoming a blackened danger zone. Her performance was stable and not abstract, and she could mostly complete the task without trouble, ensuring that the food wouldn't be scarce. But when the two of them entered the strange rooms one after the other, only Ji Yan was left in the passage, and he suddenly had a bad premonition. It won't be again. Sure enough, the next second, the mocking laughter of the nightmare devourer echoed. Good son, come in, today Dad will continue to spoil only you. Damn, is it still this? Ji Yan cursed silently. This strange thing had really latched onto him? Wasn't it supposed to be randomly assigned? Was his luck really this bad? No choice, Ji Yan could only grit his teeth and enter that filthy room again. It seemed that after tasting the sweetness of a whole bottle of blood loquat yesterday, today the nightmare devourer's task was the same as yesterday. If the task was the same, then there was no difficulty. But when Ji Yan was leaving the room, the nightmare devourer tossed him a glass bottle, use this to fill up, and it must be full. Looking at the bottle in his hand, which was even bigger than yesterday's, Ji Yan furrowed his brows. This ghost thing is really insatiable. Next time, is it going to be a barrel? Ji Yan didn't stay any longer, replying briefly before turning to leave, but as he exited the room, he noticed a playful look in the nightmare devourer's eyes. This made Ji Yan feel a vague sense of unease. As he exited the room, the task panel immediately popped up. Ding! Congratulations player for triggering the daily task. Please go to room 101 to obtain the blood loquat personally brewed by the charmer ghost and fill the bottle in your hand. Task level, C. The task seems fine, so that means the nightmare devourer isn't playing any tricks. Ji Yan muttered to himself, carefully inspecting the bottle in his hand to make sure it was fine. After a moment, Louis Tong and Dong Chu also came out of their rooms. Both of their tasks were rated as D level. Dong Chu was responsible for finding cough medicine for his mother, while Louis Tong's task was even simpler, wearing the festive sweater her grandmother had knitted for her and getting the neighbor downstairs, the tailor, to make adjustments until it fit. In fact, this red sweater was also an ordinary ghost item, capable of withstanding 20 points of ghost damage. This left the other two speechless. Was this a difficult task, or a welfare task? As expected, once favorability increased, not only did the difficulty decrease, but sometimes welfare equipment popped up. But for some reason, that grandma ghost had an unusual fondness for female players, especially those like Louis Tong, who looked fair and delicate. Louis Tong happily stroked the sweater, thinking about Ji Yan's task. By the way, what's your task today? It was really unlucky, being assigned to the father's ghost room for 2 consecutive days. Same as yesterday, but with a larger quantity. Ji Yan raised the bottle in his hand. So you still have to go to room 101? Louis Tong paused for a moment. Didn't someone say yesterday that dog's head luck can be stepped on consecutively? What's there to worry about? Maybe today you'll perform even better and manage to tackle this difficult father ghost as well? Dong Chu sneered a couple of times before passing by Ji Yan to complete his task. But at that moment, Ji Yan's expression suddenly changed. As Dong Chu passed by him, the smell on him became even stronger and more familiar. Wasn't this the smell from the nightmare eating room? Nightmare eating had clearly singled him out for 2 days in a row. Dong Chu had no reason to interact with the former. Ji Yan suddenly remembered the sound of the door opening last night and the odd look in Nightmare Eating's eyes when he closed the door. His brows furrowed slightly. Don't mind it, that's just the way he speaks. Good luck today, don't give up. Seeing Ji Yan's strange expression, Louis Tong thought that his mindset had been affected, so she comforted him a bit, then went off to complete her task. After the two left, Ji Yan looked at the plain bottle of wine in his hand, pondered for a moment, and carefully felt every part of the bottle. Soon enough, his talent was triggered, and a hidden information panel popped up. Mystery object: the artist's wine bottle. Effect: any liquid poured into the bottle will turn into a narcotic with 90% sedative effect. Level: common. Description: an artist obsessed with exploring life, who often uses wine bottles filled with sedatives to intoxicate his prey, and those prey eventually become the so-called art under his knife. Isn't life so wonderful? Ji Yan furrowed his brows. This wine bottle was a mysterious object? Could this be Dong Chu's mystery object? Why did it end up in the hands of Nightmare Eating, only to be passed to him? The bottle only triggered this hidden information, but Ji Yan wasn't giving up. His sixth sense told him there was likely a secret within. In a place like the bizarre world, he couldn't afford to be careless. He wanted to enter Dong Chu's room to trigger more hidden information, but the door was locked tight. After thinking for a moment, Ji Yan suddenly looked at the doorknob of Nightmare Eating's room. If Dong Chu had entered this room last night, then... Ji Yan reached out and grasped the doorknob, and the next moment, a hidden information panel popped up. Chapter 9, Farewell, Phantom, the girl on the 7th floor. Last night, he opened the door, entered his father's room, and a man and a mystery made an unknown deal inside. Guess why this wine bottle mystery ended up with you. You've unknowingly fallen into a deadlock. Whether the task is completed or not, you will die. So, how will you break the deadlock? Looking at the triggered information panel, Ji Yan's face grew serious. Sure enough, Dong Chu was setting him up, all because of a small quarrel yesterday? Ji Yan felt this was unlikely. The guy probably used him to exchange something with Nightmare Eating. As for what kind of deadlock this was, Ji Yan had a rough idea. If he took this wine bottle and poured in blood pipa, the taste would certainly change, the task would fail, and Nightmare Eating could use that as a reason to deal with him. If he used another bottle, it would also violate the task rules, and Nightmare Eating could still find a way to trap him. No matter what, it was a failed task, indeed a deadlock. So how could he break the deadlock? Though the hidden information gave him a riddle, it also indirectly suggested there was a way to break the deadlock. Ji Yan pondered for a moment. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. No matter how he thought about it, there was only one way that seemed like a desperate gamble, and the risks were enormous. But before acting, he still needed to consult another original resident. Ji Yan picked up the wine bottle and left room 404. Soon, Ji Yan arrived at the first floor of the apartment and knocked on room 101's door. The door opened, and Chang Fong's head popped out. When he saw Ji Yan, he froze. Wait, how come it's you again? Buddy, are you addicted to running my charm task? Ji Yan, I can't help it. I don't want to come, but my body just can't take it. Chang Fong looked at his body and gave a big thumbs up. Impressive. He opened the door, and Ji Yan immediately walked in, took off his jacket, rolled up his sleeves, ready for a vigorous battle today. Chang Fong thought of the blood and skin fragments he saw while cleaning the room yesterday, and he broke out in a cold sweat. What kind of perversion is this game? Master, that person from yesterday has come looking for you again. Beside the door, Cheng Fong cautiously spoke up. Let him in quickly, I'm looking forward to when he will come next. A voice filled with enchanting delight echoed from within the room. Cheng Fong glanced back at Ji Yan, who straightforwardly picked up the killer's spiked hammer and entered the room. Soon, painful yet exhilarating sounds of suffering emerged from inside, and Cheng Fong shook his head, returning to the living room to continue munching on his bread. So brutal. Perhaps due to being trapped in a difficult situation, Ji Yan felt an inexplicable rage building inside him, unleashing all his frustration onto Mei Gui with the spiked hammer, more vicious than yesterday, yet making Mei Gui even more infatuated. About half an hour later. Exhausted, Ji Yan lay in a pool of blood on the floor, while every inch of Mei Gui's body bore horrific wounds as she slowly dressed her broken and battered form. Her enchanting face was filled with satisfaction after the pleasure, and she looked at Ji Yan in surprise. Today was even more fierce than yesterday. It seems your craving is even larger than mine. Should I help you switch places with that dead alcoholic? You little darling, you are much better than that guy's 32 centimeters. Mei Gui's delicate fingers caressed the spiked hammer covered in her hair and blood, lost in its attraction. Ignoring the threatening and predatory words that wouldn't pass inspection, Ji Yan said, Sister, everything needs a sense of novelty. Doing the same thing every day will eventually become boring. Ji Yan had no intention of stealing Cheng Fong's lifeline, nor was it necessary. Speaking of which, I have something I want to ask you. Seeing the timing was right, Ji Yan seized the opportunity to get to the point. After all this build-up, is this really the reason you came today? Go ahead. Mei Gui sat on the chair and casually pulled out a thin cigarette, casually uncovering Ji Yan's little thoughts. Ji Yan cleared his throat twice. I want to know, does my father have enemies in this apartment? Too many. You could say the entire apartment's tenants are his enemies. That alcoholic has offended everyone he could just to have a drink. But if we talk about who wants him dead the most, it would be the one in room 702 on the 7th floor. After all, the grudge of a wife killer is something that cannot be forgiven. Upon hearing this, Ji Yan's eyes brightened. Sure enough, more background information about that nightmarish being could be gathered from these original residents. With one hand supporting her chin, Mei Gui noticed the change in Ji Yan's expression and smiled teasingly. Are you thinking of using other tenants' knives to kill your alcoholic father? Don't even think about it. If he could be killed, he'd have died a million times by now. Can you guess why he still shrinks in room 404 and doesn't come out? It's precisely because of the apartment's rules that he has survived like a turtle until now. Hearing this, Ji Yan shook his head. Sister, you think too much. My father has done so much for me. How could I have such a vicious thought? I just asked out of curiosity, concerned for my father's safety. Saying this, Ji Yan took out an artist's liquor bottle and handed it over to her. Once she saw the liquor bottle, Mei Gui's pretty face turned cold. The dead alcoholic really is insatiable. After tasting sweetness yesterday, he came back today with an even bigger bottle. Does he really think I'm easy to bully? Ji Yan said, Sister, you don't have to fill it up. If you don't fill it, aren't you afraid it'll consume you? Mei Gui countered. Ji Yan was the first player to open the door to novelty for her, and she couldn't bear to end the game after just a couple of days. It's fine, I don't want to make things difficult for you. Ji Yan's words were not false. He knew that whether it was filled or not, it would all lead to death, no difference. But in Mei Gui's ears, it took on another meaning. Oh, you care so much about your sister? It's just that this sympathy-seeking tactic is too cliched. But I enjoy this old trick. Ji Yan. In the end, Mei Gui still filled her bottle with the blood liquor, and Ji Yan said nothing, fully aware that Mei Gui's attitude toward him was not one of affection. This female ghost just wants to live a bit longer, to better drain herself. As for Ji Yan's so-called way to break the deadlock, it's simple and brutal, just eliminate the nightmare-eating ghost. The Eerie game setting is that once a ghost is killed, the mission refreshes, and the original mission is voided. But not many players care about this setting. It's already hard to survive in the dungeon, and without enough equipment, who would risk their life trying to kill a ghost? But Ji Yan already had his arrow knocked, with no other choice. After all, he knew the nightmare-eating ghost's weakness. Based on the background information obtained from the interactive charming ghost, the knife that could kill the nightmare-eating ghost should be with the tenant of room 702. The tenant of room 702 wants to kill the nightmare-eating ghost, and Ji Yan wants the same. Their goals align, and getting this life-saving weapon shouldn't be hard. Coming out of the room, Ji Yan's clothes were covered in the charming ghost's blood. Ji Yan briefly greeted Cheng Fong, then grabbed the full bottle of blood pipa and quickly left room 101. Cheng Fong took the last bite of his snack and mumbled, Is this guy here to do a mission, or is he here to visit ghosts? Heh, maybe in a few days, he'll even have the female ghost figured out. Cheng Fong laughed and joked, but as he laughed, suddenly, the smile froze. His expression stiffened, and a wave of crisis hit him, causing him to break out in cold sweat. Damn! Ji Yan didn't know what Cheng Fong was thinking at this moment. Right now, his mind was full of thoughts about how to get rid of the nightmare-eating ghost. His steps never stopped as he went straight to the 7th floor of the apartment. According to the apartment's floor settings, the higher the floor, the looser the rules are for the ghost tenants. The tenants on the 7th floor don't even need a task. As long as a player accidentally enters their room, they can directly harm the player. The corridor on the 7th floor had no lights, littered with trash, and the walls were peeling like a no man's land. Ji Yan looked at the room numbers and walked through the hallway. Suddenly, he felt his hand become cold, like holding a block of dry ice. Looking down, he saw a girl in a worn-out dress, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere and grabbed his hand. The girl's emaciated body was covered in horrifying wounds, some of which were bleeding and eye-catching, clearly from a brutal beating. The little girl raised her bruised face, looking at Ji Yan with pleading eyes, pointing to the room behind her, her voice tearful and urgent. "Brother, please, save us, Daddy is drunk, he keeps beating Mommy, Mommy is about to be beaten to death. Please, don't go, okay?" Ji Yan frowned as he looked at the girl. "I might not be able to stop your dad." "It's okay, my dad is afraid of the neighbors seeing, if you go in, he definitely won't dare to beat Mommy anymore, please." The girl clutched Ji Yan's hand tightly, as if holding onto a lifeline, not letting go. Ji Yan hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Alright, lead the way, I'll help as much as I can." The girl's face lit up with joy, and she turned to lead the way. However, as soon as she let go, Ji Yan turned and ran in the opposite direction without hesitation. He tossed out a line. "What era is this? This kind of trick to deceive a 3-year-old, do you really think there will be fools who fall for it?" The little girl was stunned when she saw Ji Yan running away. Her expression froze for a moment, and the next second, her previously pitiful face turned into an extremely hideous and venomous one. Chapter 10, Digging Out the Ghost's Eyeballs, Speaking Method. The little girl was stunned. It was the first time she had seen such a player who reversed the trick. In the past, either the players were fooled stupidly or their faces were torn off. Who had ever seen this? She stood there, her originally tender face filled with black veins, and her hair flying wildly. But she was powerless. The apartment rules also imposed restrictions on the 7th floor. If players don't enter the rooms, the ghosts can't show their fangs. Ji Yan, running to the corner of the corridor, suddenly stopped. Because a message panel popped up in front of him again. Wraith Ghost, likes to peel off human skin. Dressed in its own appearance, undergoing changes to its face and body, it then confuses even more prey. It enjoys digging out human bones to suck on, the marrow makes its disguise skills even more exquisite. Weakness, it fears things of extreme cold. Hidden hint, its eyeballs can be used for multiple strange creatures' enhancements and are also favored by many weird beings as food. Isn't this a great opportunity delivered right to your door? This hidden hint doesn't contain riddles, it's simple and clear. This thing of extreme cold, you could guess what it is just by thinking with your backside. Nothing, absolutely nothing, could be colder than this bottle of blood pipa in my hand. After all, this is brewed from the blood beneath that female creature. Originally about to leave, Ji Yan paused after seeing this hidden message, then turned around and walked back. Fortune favors the bold. In this bizarre world, if you don't fight for opportunities, they'll never fall into your lap. The little girl, who was planning to return to her room and wait for the next prey, saw Ji Yan returning and was just as confused as before. "Sorry, I went to find something just now. I was worried your dad might use violence on me, so I grabbed a small hammer for self-defense." Ji Yan's smile was innocent as he held a seemingly ordinary claw hammer in his hand. The little girl paused. For a moment, she couldn't tell if Ji Yan was truly stupid or if he was still trying to trick her. Ji Yan urged, "Hurry up and take me there. Isn't your mom about to be killed?" "Okay. Brother, please don't run away this time. Stay close to me." The little girl grabbed Ji Yan's shoulder, her small hand exerting great strength, pulling him toward room 706. "Since I've come back on my own, I won't give you another chance to escape. Once you step over the doorframe, no one can save you." As the door got closer, the little girl's lips curled up, her smile becoming grotesque and blood-red. Step. She stepped over the doorframe. Then, another step. Ji Yan's foot followed, stepping over the doorframe, and in an instant, a mysterious force in the hallway vanished. That was the rule protecting Ji Yan's apartment as a player, now lifted. Once an outsider enters the room of the original resident, the rule conflicts and nullifies. This meant that the bizarre tenants could now deal with these intruders on their turf without hesitation. The small body swelled up, its thin skin tearing open, with thick blood and gore spraying out. It was like a golden cicada shedding its shell. Its limbs distorted and grew abnormally, and the grotesque creature immediately revealed its true form, eagerly wanting to feast. "Brother, don't worry about my parents for now. There's a worse problem in my stomach, and only you can help me." As the grotesque creature revealed its true form, it twisted its throat bone 360 degrees with a cracking sound, facing backward, as if it had already foreseen Ji Yan's terrified and broken face. However, it did not see Ji Yan's face. The first thing it saw was a bloody hammer coming straight at its face. "I'm hungry, so here, have a treat." Ji Yan took the initiative to strike. As the creature was revealing its true form, he directly interrupted its spell. With a crack, the grotesque creature's jaw shattered, blood and flesh splattering out of its mouth. Ah! The grotesque creature let out a strange cry, its head spinning, followed by a terrifying burning sensation in its jaw. You little brat, I'll suck every bone clean out of your body. Realizing it had been tricked, the grotesque creature furiously broke its defense, its body expanding to the height of a tall man, with limbs growing abnormally long like spider legs. Before it could retaliate, Ji Yan's second hammer was already coming down. Ji Yan knew that making threats was the most useless thing, and while wasting time talking, his fist was already smashing into its face. The second hammer landed on its head, releasing a large amount of white smoke, and a strong, nauseating stench filled the air. The grotesque creature screamed in pain, its skin, soaked in blood pipa, was like acid, corroding its flesh. What is this thing? The grotesque creature clutched its rotting face, making a high-pitched, terrified sound. Ji Yan did not respond. The index and middle fingers were brought together, and with precise force, they inserted into the other's eye socket. With a sharp pull of the arm, a stream of thick blood and plasma was dragged out. Holding the round eyeball, Ji Yan turned around and walked away. Damn rat, you think you can dig out my eye and just leave? Understanding Ji Yan's intention to return, the demon-like creature, clutching its rotting face, tried to chase after him, its defense reaching its peak. Ji Yan stepped 1 foot out of the doorframe and looked back at the demon-like creature chasing after him. He raised the whole bottle of blood lychee in his hand. The soul-piercing smell made Ji Yan's head spin. You lied to me, I lied to you, isn't that what this world is all about? The eagle wants to eat the little chicken, but ends up having one eye pecked out by the hen. It can only accept its bad luck. You can't be dumber than the eagle, right? If you want to chase me, I don't mind throwing this whole bottle of treasure at you. Dig out your eye, just as interest. You should praise me for being generous. The demon-like creature stopped its pursuit. Having lost an eye and ruined half of its face, it stared at Ji Yan, too terrified to approach. Ji Yan's words had little deterrent power. But the whole bottle of blood lychee in his hand was real. It had no idea what this thing was or how much harm it could cause itself. The demon-like creature could only watch helplessly as Ji Yan took its eye and walked straight away. Holding the slimy eyeball, Ji Yan found it could still turn, like a separate living creature. For now, Ji Yan didn't use the eyeball, it remained in his toolbar. His primary goal was still to head to room 702. Because the room number on the 7th floor had been scrambled, it took some effort for Ji Yan to find it. Just as he was about to knock on the door, it opened. Ji Yan blinked and walked inside. When he saw the environment in the room, his face stiffened slightly. The messy living room seemed to have been abandoned for a long time, which was not surprising. What was strange, however, were the corpses hanging on the balcony. They were shriveled, blackened, and withered, their toes dripping corpse oil, collected in a basin. 2 cats, one black and one white, sat there licking the corpse oil like goat milk. Ji Yan looked at the 2 cats and felt an inexplicable chill. They stared back at him, their golden vertical pupils narrowing. You smell like him. A voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Ji Yan turned sharply, and saw a head, purple-black and bloodshot, pierced by an axe at the forehead. His throat was suddenly squeezed. The figure leaned in and sniffed Ji Yan carefully, its eyes turning terrifying. You are the child of that dead drunkard from room 404. Heh, I don't know what your purpose is in coming to my room, but anyone who's the dead drunkard's child has to die. Ji Yan saw the axe in the person's forehead and froze for a moment before speaking. Wait. The person didn't give Ji Yan a chance to speak. As soon as they smelled the scent of an old enemy, their mind was filled with murderous intent. A dull pain surged in Ji Yan's chest. Looking down, the other's hand had actually pierced through his skin and was gripping his heart. That bastard's offspring's heart is as dark as his. As the other person yanked out Ji Yan's heart, Ji Yan pulled out a nail hammer and swung it at the axe in the other's forehead with a single blow. Clang! A sharp, metallic sound rang out as the person from room 702 released Ji Yan, clutching their head and screaming. Thick blood oozed from the wound in their forehead. Ji Yan clutched his chest, his mouth twitching. The sensation of his heart being squeezed was like a sudden heart attack, and for a moment, he almost thought he wouldn't survive. I know your grudge. Die. That bastard's offspring should all die. Die. Alright, then I'll change my way of speaking. Seeing that the other person wouldn't listen to a single word, Ji Yan chose to speak with the nail hammer, swinging it 3 times at the axe in the person's head. The horrific pain made the head of the person from room 702 almost explode. Cracks spread across their head, the pain causing their body to tremble violently. Soon, the murderous intent in their eyes faded, or rather, they were unable to speak anymore. They had no choice but to. The most effective way to reason is still to act directly, using words to waste no breath. Do you like this way of speaking? No, I don't. I'll continue. Ji Yan held the blood-dripping hammer, doing the most brutal things, yet spoke the kindest words. Chapter 11, The Axe in Hand, The Graceful Offer. The eyes of the 702 landlord were fierce yet filled with frustration. Ji Yan flicked the axe on his forehead with his fingertip and smiled, "Let me borrow your axe for a moment." Upon hearing that the axe was being borrowed, the other gritted his teeth and spoke, "Don't even think about it, this axe only kills my father, right?" "I know, that's who I'm going to kill." The 702 landlord was somewhat stunned. "Aren't you his child?" Ji Yan didn't hide anything, telling the whole story from start to finish. After hearing this, the other looked doubtful. After all, the axe on his head was a rare, mysterious item, one that many players had set their sights on, all trying to interact and find ways to get the equipment. Ji Yan had noticed this from the start. That axe was not just a rare item, it was in a damaged state, meaning it could be repaired, and its quality was far from its current condition. The 702 landlord was, in fact, a free NPC. Any player could interact with him. The axe on his head was a reward item. There were generally two ways to obtain a free NPC. The first was to forcibly take it, using brute strength to kill the NPC and seize the equipment. But a twisted fruit is never sweet. The axe obtained this way would be severely damaged, with a massive drop in quality. If one wanted to get the equipment in perfect condition, there was only the second way: interact, trigger the backstory, accept the task, complete the task, and make the NPC willingly give the equipment. That's why Ji Yan was so patient. Otherwise, if it were up to his character, he'd smash the other's head, grab the axe, and leave. The quality drop wasn't the main issue. The key was that the night-eating nightmare might not even be killed. "Can you tell me what kind of grievance you have with my father?" Ji Yan continued trying to interact. After all, without triggering the background story, the game task couldn't be triggered. "Heh, a good father and son, but how can I believe you?" The 702 landlord wiped the blood from his head, still refusing to reveal the backstory. Ji Yan suppressed his irritation, knowing time was limited and not wanting to waste too much of it. "I'll give you my heart, as a bargaining chip. You give me the axe, as a bet. When I bring that bastard's head to you, give my heart back." Ji Yan made a simple, straightforward, yet extremely crazy proposal. The 702 landlord squinted his eyes slightly. "You're betting your life with me? At least in this bet, I still have a chance to live." Ji Yan shrugged, speaking calmly and naturally. He knew that only by letting the other hold his life could there be any trust to speak of. The other person gave Ji Yan a deep look, suddenly stretched out a hand, stabbed into Ji Yan's chest, and then quickly pulled out. Without any blood spilling out, a beating heart was pulled out. The 702 landlord held Ji Yan's heart, noticing that the latter showed no resistance. He nodded. "Not bad, this kind of deal is fair. As long as you bring that bastard's head to me, I'll return your heart, and this axe will be yours." He placed the heart in a black box. Turning around, he sat in a chair, one hand gently stroking the rust-covered axe on his head. "That bastard, he used the axe on my head to chop off my wife's head, just because of a sip of wine. A guest had promised him that if he could find a woman's body, he'd get a bottle of rare grain liquor. That night, in the hallway, he set his sights on my wife. He knew I was looking for him, so he kept hiding in room 404, using the apartment rules to protect him." Ji Yan cleaned his ears, not feeling much about it. He had already known the backstory when the other had choked him earlier. It was just that without the other speaking it out loud, the task couldn't be triggered. Ji Yan, so, the only one who isn't restricted by the rules and can get close to him is me. He never thought that his slave-like child would actually think about killing him. When Ji Yan finished saying this sentence, the information panel immediately popped up. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have successfully triggered an open task, level A. You received the request from Resident 702, no time limit, kill the 404 Resident Nightmare Devourer. Level A. Killing the monster is A level. What would an S-level task be like, I wonder? Ji Yan thought to himself. Over there, recalling the most painful memory, Resident 702's emotions became more and more intense, until he finally burst into bitter tears. He still wanted to continue pouring out his pain to Ji Yan, but Ji Yan, who had triggered the task, was no longer interested in the background story. Just like in a game, what player would honestly sit through a stinky, long background story introduction? Those who don't skip it deserve a thumbs up. Resident 702 grabbed the knife handle with one hand and pulled out the rusted, cloth-wrapped machete. A large amount of blood splashed out from the wound on his forehead, and the terrifying pain made Resident 702's teeth clench so hard that they nearly shattered. To remember the revenge of his murdered wife, he drove the machete into his forehead, using the occasional pain to ensure that the hatred would not fade with time. Resident 702 handed over the machete, still wanting to babble on about the background story of his deceased wife. My name is Lu Nianqing. The reason I am called Nianqing is because... But Ji Yan grabbed the machete, turned, and walked away, leaving Lu Nianqing sitting on the chair, opening his mouth but finally falling into silence. Although he got the machete, it hadn't activated yet because it was part of the task. In short, this machete in Ji Yan's hands could only deal fatal damage to the task target, the Nightmare Devourer. Anywhere else, it was just a rusted useless knife that couldn't even cut through flesh. The knife was in hand, but killing the Nightmare Devourer would be difficult. After all, the monster wouldn't just sit there and wait for you to stab it. You have to stab its chest, the head won't work, only there can you kill it with one strike. If you give it a chance to react, you'll die horribly. So, you only have one chance. These were Lu Nianqing's exact words, and they increased Ji Yan's pressure. Ji Yan tightly gripped the machete in his hand, he needed to come up with a plan. Tonight, the 404 house was bound to be lively. Soon, Ji Yan returned to the 404 house. As soon as he entered the house, he sensed something was wrong. A strong smell of rotting corpses. A strange odor. Then, he saw Louis Tong busily moving around the dining table. Just as Ji Yan was about to speak, Louis Tong made a shush gesture and pointed toward the kitchen. Ji Yan looked over and through the glass floor-to-ceiling window, saw a blurry figure moving in the kitchen. The strange mother has left her room? Ji Yan froze for a moment. Strange residents rarely leave their rooms, and if they do, there are usually two possibilities. One is grace. To put it simply, it's a pure reward interaction. The strange being will actively engage in certain actions, and the player participates in the interaction, which can randomly drop various rewards. As for what rewards, how good they are, it all depends on the player's luck. Even if you mess it up, the strange being won't turn hostile, and the worst outcome is that you don't gain anything. This type of event usually only triggers when the player's favorability with the strange being reaches a certain level, and only one player can enjoy it. The second is punishment. As the two words suggest, it's the opposite of grace. When a player severely violates the house rules or lowers the strange being's favorability to the point of blackening, it will leave its room and punish specific players. Seeing the uncontrollable joy on Louis Tong's face, with joy written all over her, Ji Yan knew it was grace. Who knows what this girl has done to continuously increase the strange mother's favorability, triggering grace. The interaction method was having dinner with the strange mother. As for the rewards Louis Tong could get during the 20-minute dinner, it all depended on her own skills and luck. This welfare activity has nothing to do with other players, they can only watch and envy with wide eyes. So Ji Yan had no intention of paying attention, leaving the dining table on his own, taking out the coarse grains left from this morning, and eating them at the coffee table in the living room. His mind was completely filled with thoughts of killing the strange father. Even the biscuit in his mouth tasted bland and tasteless. Chapter 12, Task Failed, Strange Corruption. How's your task going? Seeing Ji Yan lost in thought, Louis Tong sat at the dining table and asked with a light concern. Not very smooth. Ji Yan raised the half bottle of blood loquat in his hand. Upon seeing this, Louis Tong's brows furrowed, and she comforted him, it's okay, there's still half a bottle left. Even with half the task completed, the punishment won't be too severe. Besides, that father's strange task is the hardest one. If tomorrow it's randomly assigned to mother or grandmother, just try your best to perform. The favorability with these two is easy to earn. You can't possibly have the strange father assigned to you 3 days in a row, right? Louis Tong smiled as she finished speaking, then suddenly covered her mouth. Maybe that will happen. After all, the person in front of her was already getting to the point of being utterly terrified. She wanted to say something to make it better, but Ji Yan glanced at her behind and mouthed, "Mother is coming out." The floor-to-ceiling window of the kitchen was pushed open, and to her surprise, the strange appearance of his mother had no signs of horror at all. Wearing a pink apron, with her hair tied in a simple ponytail, her face still carried grace, with a few tired crow's feet, giving off a typical image of a virtuous housewife. But Ji Yan knew, once she corrupted, the more normal-looking the strange, the more it would deliver a shocking contrast to the player. Louis Tong hurriedly straightened up, putting all her attention into the dinner interaction with Ji Yan's mother. The strange mother didn't interact with Ji Yan at all for now, so her favorability was 0, and he consciously did not let her draw his attention. This kind of welfare interaction for others had nothing to do with him, so there was no need to create any visual scene. Soon, Dong Chu came back. He saw the strange mother sitting at the dining table, his eyes widening, and then realizing that this was Louis Tong's blessing, he spat enviously, "Why does this damn luck never happen to me?" As one of the earliest veterans to arrive in 404, Louis Tong was now flourishing in this house, while he kept losing favorability with all 3 strange family members, his resentment growing stronger. He knew that if this continued, he would eventually have to log off. So he took some action. He noticed Ji Yan on the sofa. He also saw the half-filled bottle of blood loquat and smirked coldly, "Looks like someone's luck is already down today?" Ji Yan glanced at Dong Chu, shrugged, and smiled indifferently, "There's still half a bottle left, so it's not that bad." Half a bottle, even the strange father won't let you have a good outcome. That strange has no favorability toward players, and once it finds any flaw in you, it'll lead to an irreparable outcome. Is Louis Tong that woman filling you up with nonsense, and you actually believed it? Compared to that pretentious woman, I'm much more honest. Dong Chu forced a smile toward Ji Yan. Trust me, with this half bottle of blood loquat, you won't make it through tonight. Even if it was a full bottle, you wouldn't survive. How could this fool understand that from the beginning, this task was designed as a deadlock, one player, one strange? Ji Yan listened, not getting angry, nor arguing. Instead, he nodded seriously, agreeing with Dong Chu's words. Now that I think about it, you're right. Since the task has already failed, why should I submit it? I might as well hide and drag things out a little longer. After saying this, Ji Yan took the blood loquat and returned to his room, locking the door behind him. Dong Chu crossed his arms. He sneered and said, once the task time exceeds, it's directly judged as a failure. Task failure, strange corruption, the outcome will be even worse. Inside the room, Ji Yan listened to the mockery from outside the door, and he looked at the blood pipa in the bottle again. Because of the wine bottle, the blood pipa had completely spoiled. This had already doomed the mission to failure. But Ji Yan didn't understand one thing. Why did the nightmare-devouring demon choose to cooperate with Dong Chu to kill him? Logically, as long as he stayed alive, the nightmare-devouring demon could continue to taste the blood pipa. He had no reason to cut off this wine supply for himself. What temptation could be greater than the addiction to wine? Not thinking much about it, Ji Yan sat on the bed. He looked at the dense fog swirling outside, and the gradually darkening strange world. He rested his cheek in his hand and waited. He was waiting for the night to come, and also waiting for the nightmare-devouring demon to come after him for revenge after it turned dark. You said he didn't submit the mission? After finishing the Blessing Welfare event, Louis Tong walked over, surprised by Ji Yan's choice. Submit the mission? He would die faster if he did. But he doesn't know, if he doesn't submit the mission, Father Demon will be even angrier, and his methods will be more cruel. He thinks he can hide in his room and be fine. Tonight, he will know what despair really is. Dong Chu chewed on peanuts, his mouth full of gloating. But at least he got half a bottle of blood pipa. The punishment will be halved. He definitely won't die. Louis Tong furrowed her brow, feeling that Ji Yan wouldn't make such a stupid mistake. She looked at Dong Chu. Did you say something to him? I didn't say anything. As an experienced player, it's normal to remind him a few things, right? Dong Chu shrugged. Skipping the topic, how did your blessing event go? Did you get anything good? Nothing. Louis Tong coldly and perfunctorily replied, and returned to her room. She didn't understand. Why was Dong Chu so antagonistic toward the new players, even thinking of getting them offline? In this strange world, shouldn't people of the same kind stick together? Was it just because Ji Yan had argued with him yesterday? Louis Tong lost the last bit of her remaining goodwill toward this person. Even this nasty woman is starting to give me attitude. Does she really think that just because she got along with the other two demons, she can step on my face? One day, I'll get rid of you too. Dong Chu stared at the closed door of Louis Tong's room, his eyes flashing with cold light. He looked at Ji Yan's room, still puzzled. This kid didn't look that stupid. Did he really plan to just hide in his room and wait to die? At 9 p.m., deep into the night, the lights in the entire apartment went out, and the darkness swallowed every corner. It seemed like a silent night, but after the clock's hands past 12, a door deep in the corridor suddenly corroded quickly, and a strong smell of decay seeped through the crack in the door. Then, Father's room door slowly opened. The blackened nightmare-devouring demon, wrapped in black energy, with blood-red eyes. Where is my wine? Why hasn't it been delivered? The voice, containing a towering rage, echoed through the suite. Louis Tong and Dong Chu, each in their own rooms, heard it clearly. With their eyes closed, they could only pretend not to hear. They knew that Ji Yan was finished. At the same time, a message panel popped up in front of Ji Yan. Ding! The time for the mission you received has ended. Due to failure to submit the mission, the system has determined it as a failure. Warning! Because you failed to complete the task, you violated the rules, causing Father Demon to blacken. You are about to face punishment. Looking at the red warning panel, Ji Yan remained calm and silently closed the message panel. Then, he took out an item from the toolbar. Chapter 13, Mask of the Monster, Completing Patricide. Boom! The door was violently slammed open, the doorknob shattered, and parts scattered. Surrounded by towering fury, the nightmare-devouring demon had grown abnormally tall, its misshapen muscles squirming and swelling. I ask you, where is my wine? The blood-red gaze swept across the room, locking onto the wooden bed. But when the blanket was lifted, the bed was empty. The nightmare-devouring demon's mouth twitched, and with a cold smile, it said, Do you think you can escape? In fact, Ji Yan's actions were exactly what the demon wanted. From the very beginning, he never intended to let the former succeed in completing the task. Although through Ji Yan, he could occasionally get blood pipa from the 101 seductive demon to satisfy his alcohol cravings. But he still couldn't drink freely every day, but if he caught Ji Yan failing the mission and held the ladder tightly in his hands, he could negotiate with 101 seductive demon persistently, and perhaps blood pipa could be obtained through exploitation to achieve the freedom to drink as he pleased. This idea might not work. The seductive demon, when she goes mad, even nightmare-eating demons are afraid. But the nightmare-eating demon, who had already become addicted to blood pipa and had no resistance, had grown too lazy to think too much. Trying to force Ji Yan to fail the mission wasn't so easy. So, he made a deal with Dong Chu. Players could interfere with the task, but only by setting up a trap for Ji Yan through Dong Chu. What Dong Chu wanted was simple: food, and all the equipment on Ji Yan. With one eye blind and food scarce, he had to rely on himself to survive. Dong Chu's trait talent, surviving against all odds, could only be triggered when his favorability dropped to the freezing point and his survival environment became precarious. The talent would give Dong Chu certain privileges, allowing him to seize survival opportunities. And the privilege triggered this time was the ability to make a hidden trade with any family demon. At first glance, this talent seemed rather useless. Simply giving you a chance to survive when you're about to die, seeing if you can seize it. But if used correctly, it could still play a big role. Tonight, some people sleep comfortably, while others are desperately fleeing, TSK. With his hands behind his head, Dong Chu had a premonition that he would sleep unusually peacefully tonight. As long as he woke up tomorrow morning, he could slowly start reaping his results. The nightmare-eating demon couldn't smell Ji Yan's scent in the 404 house. Frowning, it looked towards the door. Could it be hiding in that woman's room? It first thought of 101 seductive demon. After all, that woman always went against it, so it wouldn't be impossible for her to dig Ji Yan over. Late-night apartments refresh many extremely dangerous demons. They are not the current residents of the apartment, but former native residents who were once driven out. These dangerous areas are filled with many risks and are prone to corruption. If Ji Yan got replaced by other demons, all the effort of the nightmare-eating demon would be in vain. In the living room, strange shadows flickered. They were all former residents of 404, but later, they had been conquered by players. Their identity settings had been changed, and they turned into night mode NPCs. Although they were no longer the owners of 404, they were not at all polite. Some were watching TV, some were drinking tea, and some were sneaking food in the kitchen. A bunch of eliminated useless trash, still treating this place like their home. The nightmare-eating demon wanted to leave and catch Ji Yan, but suddenly remembered its archenemy on the 7th floor. If it noticed that it left the 404 house, it would surely go crazy and chase after it. Its eyes turned dark. The craving for alcohol hit. It felt like 1,000 ants were gnawing at its body, making it tremble in discomfort. It turned around to return to the room and have a few drinks to calm down. But as it turned, it saw a messy-haired demon sitting in the corridor, holding a bottle of bright red wine, drunk out of its mind. When the cork was twisted off, the nightmare-eating demon immediately recognized what the wine was. Blood pipa. Where did this wine come from? The nightmare-eating demon asked, recognizing the bottle. It was the same eerie object that Dong Chu had. A little mouse got it off someone. Where's the mouse? It stole the wine and ran off. The drunk demon swayed the half bottle of blood pipa in its hand. What kind of wine is this brewed from? It's so strong, hee hee. The nightmare-eating demon's face became ferocious. It stared at the drunk demon. Damn, don't you know that's my prey? The drunk demon didn't respond, mumbling something while drunk. The nightmare-eating demon grabbed the wine bottle from its hand and started drinking it in big gulps, its alcohol craving going wild, and it couldn't care less about anything else. Drained the entire bottle without a single drop left, the nightmare eater let out a wild howl of pleasure. But his head was spinning heavily from the anesthesia. Tossing away the empty bottle, the nightmare eater staggered, his head swimming, stumbling toward his room. Yet after just 2 steps, the dizziness worsened. His own room blurred into multiple overlapping images, hazy and unclear. Lowering his head in a daze, he suddenly saw a rusted, blood-stained blade piercing straight through his chest. This blade, why does it look so familiar? In the next second, his pupils shrank, veins bulged. The murky drunkenness and numbing haze vanished in an instant. He jerked his head around, eyes locked onto the drunk inspector behind him, forcing out a twisted voice through his broken teeth. This knife, where did you get it? The eerie face of the drunk inspector no longer showed any intoxication. He smirked, half smiling, half not. An old friend of yours gave it to me. He asked me to deliver a message. His wife misses you dearly. As the hatchet drove deeper, blood spurted from the grotesque, tumor-like flesh, cracks spreading outward like a shattered mirror. At those words, the nightmare eater's thick, meaty face trembled violently, fear overtaking his expression. He clutched the hatchet with both hands. But the blade seemed welded to his chest, sinking deeper and deeper into his flesh. No, no. Who are you? Why are you helping that bastard 702? The drunk inspector didn't dare loosen his grip, not until the entire blade had plunged into the Nightmare Eater's body, ensuring his heart was pierced. He lifted his head, and under the Nightmare Eater's horrified gaze, his lips curled. Guess who I am? I'm your good-for-nothing slave son. As he spoke, the hatchet was yanked out in one swift motion. The Nightmare Eater staggered down the corridor, the gaping wound in his chest splitting wider and wider. From the living room to the kitchen, the eerie creatures lurking in the midnight shadows emerged, crowding the hallway entrance, watching the spectacle unfold, murmuring excitedly. Finally, the Nightmare Eater collapsed to the floor, his thick flesh visibly withering and drying up, his bulging eyes fixed on Ji Yan in death. Ji Yan stood motionless, gripping the hatchet tightly, his hands trembling ever so slightly. Not until he saw the corpse completely shrivel into a pile of dried flesh and blood did he breathe out. You killed him, you killed him. Why do you smell so delicious? The creatures behind him began closing in, drawn by the scent of something irresistible. A few of them sniffed the air, their noses twitching as they hovered over the drunk inspector. A sharp pain tore across his cheek. He reached up to touch it, his entire face was peeling away, layer by layer. Ji Yan's heart sank. The mad slasher mask, it's wearing off. He pushed his way through the tightening circle of creatures, forcing himself back to his room. Slamming the door shut, locking it firmly. Outside, the sounds of tearing and chewing echoed through the corridor as the midnight creatures devoured the Nightmare Eater. With this, even the dungeon boss should be dead for sure. Ji Yan sat before the mirror. The cursed mask's time was nearly up, and now his entire face was terrifying to look at. His features were splitting apart, revealing stark white bone underneath. At a glance, it seemed as if his skull would shatter into pieces. A searing pain seared through his face as the mask's jagged bone edges slowly withdrew from his flesh, blood soaking his neck. This had been his plan all along. Luring his father out of his room, then using the mad slasher mask to temporarily turn himself into one of the Eerie, masking his player identity and exploiting his father's drunken stupor for a fatal strike. Now, the twisted aura of the slasher was fading from his body, his human player scent returning. He carefully reached up and removed the mask. Thick, blackened blood dripped onto the table, and with a dull thud, the human skin mask landed in the corner. Ji Yan touched his unscathed face, finally exhaling in relief. I actually managed to kill the Nightmare Eater. This reckless, desperate gamble of his, even he, the murderer, found it surreal. Until the game panel popped up, confirming that he had indeed broken this deadlock. Ding! The player has killed the family entity 404, successfully unlocking a new achievement. Chapter 14, Reversed Clock, Reciprocity. Tip. The player has successfully killed the family entity, and the task will be recalibrated. You have unlocked a new achievement, Newbie Hunter. You received a title reward, Reversed Clock. Congratulations, the player has completed a hidden task. Status level +1, and your various attributes increase by 90 points. You have unlocked apartment privileges, Night Patrol Permit. Between midnight and 3 o'clock, wearing the work permit can prevent the hatred locking of night entities. In the late night apartment, more tasks and equipment are hidden, including the completion of the main storyline of the dungeon. Please explore actively. Tip. Because you killed the father, the favorability of grandmother and mother increased by 20 points. They think you are a grown-up and sensible child. What use is a failed father who drinks all day and is violent? His disappearance will make this family happier. Ji Yan's eyes widened slightly. Killing the family entity actually came with so many rewards? But upon careful thought, the risks involved also seemed to match the reward. He took out the newly acquired tool from the toolbar. This was a clock with its hour, minute, and second hands completely jumbled. It looked plain and seemed like it had been discarded for a long time. Ji Yan clicked to check the item information. Item background introduction. Every day before bedtime, mother would always tell the punctual little girl stories to help her sleep. Later, in order to see her mother earlier, she set the alarm clock ahead, but after that night, mother never appeared again. The background story was somewhat foggy, with a touch of creeping horror. Ji Yan was not very interested, but after seeing the item's effect, his eyes lit up. He looked up at the time in the room. It was 3:30 in the morning. The trouble of the nightmare entity was resolved. Then next, it's that guy Dong Chu's turn. He disliked holding grudges overnight, he preferred to settle scores immediately. As players living under the same roof, Ji Yan originally didn't want to tear his face apart with him, just a few hurtful words would suffice. But he underestimated the wickedness of human nature. Next, it was his turn to return the favor. That night, Dong Chu slept very soundly. In his dreams, he vaguely heard Ji Yan's screams and slept even more soundly. The next morning, the morning mist was hazy. The alarm clock rang, and Dong Chu woke up with great difficulty, turning off the piercing sound. He did not dare to waste time, quickly putting on his clothes and walking out of the room. In the living room, today he did not see Louis Tong. Instead, at the dining table, he saw a chubby figure devouring food. Father. Dong Chu was stunned. The entity of his father had actually come out of the room. The probability of this was rarer than the other two entities. He had a bad premonition. Could it be that something went wrong last night? He felt anxious as the nightmare entity squeezed out a word. Sit. Dong Chu sat down, feeling like he was sitting on pins and needles. The nightmare entity's face, full of terrifying bumps, turned towards him, then squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. As a father, it seems I haven't had breakfast with my child for a long time. Today I specifically woke up early. Out of 3 children, I value you the most. You are thoughtful and decisive. This is what a child of mine should be. The nightmare entity grinned, revealing a set of yellow teeth. He praised without holding back. In Dong Chu's eyes, this was as unbelievable as seeing the sun rise in the west. Did I hear that wrong? Wait, I wouldn't have gained favor from this entity and triggered grace, would I? He suddenly realized that the invitation to join breakfast was just a welfare event. He was both incredulous and excited. So this entity could be made favorable as well. In order to gain favor, he put aside his disgust and began to eat the food on the table. Father, last night my younger brother, how is he? Yuan Shirgui shoved a piece of meat covered in sauce into his mouth. What, you still don't recognize it? These dishes on the table, aren't they your dear little brother? Dong Chu froze for a moment, staring at the steaming bowls of meat on the table, his stomach churning, and he instinctively wanted to vomit. Yuan Shirgui furrowed his thick brows. What, are you going to puke after your father worked so hard to make you breakfast? Dong Chu's face turned as ugly as pig liver, covering his mouth with his hands. In the end, after a struggle in his mind, he still forced himself to swallow. It's fine, it's fine. After all, this is just a bizarre game, not the real world. Eating it is just eating it. It's no big deal. There's no such thing as moral decay or the loss of humanity. He comforted himself this way. But as he kept eating, he noticed something was off. He opened the information panel, but there was no response. Something's wrong. If Ji Yan really died, why didn't my talent trigger to loot his equipment? Staring at the silent toolbar, Dong Chu felt a wave of dizziness, shaking his head hard. When he looked up again, he noticed the originally bright sky outside the balcony was slowly darkening. In the blink of an eye, it had turned into night. He froze for a moment, then suddenly turned his head to look at the wall. The old-fashioned clock on the wall was still showing 3:30 a.m. What's going on? Wasn't the sky already bright? I clearly heard the alarm clock. He was stunned, then the next second, he realized something, his scalp going numb. He quickly rushed into the hallway, running toward his room. A strange child, wearing a diaper and with dull, gray skin, was crouching at his door, holding a headless doll. With eyes that had no white, black, and shiny, he stared at Dong Chu. Brother, my doll is gone again, can you help me find it? Dong Chu's heart stopped for a second. He dared not respond. He knew all too well that once he answered, he would have to accept the task. The late-night Eerie tasks had a nearly 99% death rate. He desperately knocked on the door of the room to the left, shouting for help. Louis Tong. Open the door, help me, don't sleep yet. Inside the room, Louis Tong heard it. He covered himself with the blanket, hands on his ears, muttering, so annoying, these Eerie things do the same trick every night. Dong Chu was sleeping well next door, how could he be outside? Brother, why aren't you responding to me? Please, help me find the doll's head. This is the birthday gift from Dad, he will beat me if he finds out. The Eerie child took a step closer. The voice was pleading, but the signs of corruption were becoming more obvious. Dong Chu stepped backward, eventually leaning against Ji Yan's room door. He paused, then tried knocking twice. Ji Yan? What? What made Dong Chu's pupils contract was the response from inside the room. He didn't die. He didn't die. You. He was speechless. Why didn't I die? Why don't you guess? A calm voice came from inside the room. Dong Chu reacted quickly. Right now, the issue wasn't why Ji Yan was alive or not. He hurriedly spoke, Ji Yan, don't take what I said earlier to heart. Actually, I was doing it for your own good, reminding you to be clever. I was teaching you how to survive in this dungeon. I never had the intention to harm you. Can you open the door now? The desire to survive made him lower his posture to the lowest. His mind was entirely focused on getting inside the room and staying alive. A cold laugh came from inside Ji Yan's room. Indeed, I should thank you. If it weren't for you trying so hard to set me up, I wouldn't have had the chance to kill that Eerie father, and I wouldn't have gotten so many rewards. So, as a return, the Eerie bottle of wine you gave me, I returned it to you in perfect condition. Dongchu opened his mouth. His face gradually turned pale. You know? So, you knew everything. Then it was you who lured me out of the room in the middle of the night? Dongchu's eyes were bloodshot. You raise a glass to me, I'll raise one back to you. It's just a matter of courtesy, what's wrong with that? Went to the next dungeon, learned the lesson, don't mess with what can't be messed with. Good night. Ji Yan yawned and returned to bed. Outside the door, Dongchu was roaring and cursing hysterically. Until the Eerie child behind him, not getting a response, completely turned dark. Those little hands held his neck. Brother, why aren't you responding to me? Your head is really good, can I press it on the doll's neck? In Dongchu's terrified gaze, before any response came, those little hands gently lifted, and the head was easily removed from the neck. Blood splattered, the decapitated body collapsed to the ground. The Eerie child hopped away, holding the head and doll, jumping and skipping until disappearing into the darkness. Tonight was quite a hassle. Thankfully, it was a full harvest, and got rid of that annoying fly. Hands behind his head, Ji Yan murmured as he closed his eyes and peacefully fell asleep. Chapter 15, First Meeting with Grandma, Sachet Mission. Morning. The clock struck, white mist lingering. With a creak, the door to Lu Yitong's room slowly opened. Seeing the bloodstains left in the hallway, she muttered, last night was really lively, I wonder which ghost, full of energy, kept knocking on my door. It was so noisy. She was angry. Not because of morning grumpiness, but because when players don't rest enough at night, their status values drop the next day. Even their spirits weaken, their minds become confused, which easily affects tasks. She walked towards the living room, ready to freshen up. But soon, she noticed something wrong. The hallway had shortened. Surviving in the dungeon for 22 days, she had walked this path countless times, every inch of this house already ingrained in muscle memory. There's no way she was mistaken. Why had the dormitory hallway gotten shorter? She turned her head, looking left and right. Suddenly her expression changed. The two rooms that were there before had disappeared. A 6-room, 1 living room suite had turned into a 4-room, 1 living room suite. The first thought that came to her was Ji Yan, but after carefully checking the 2 rooms that had disappeared, she found they belonged to Dongchu and the father ghost. She tilted her head, stunned. Coincidentally, at this moment, Ji Yan also opened the door and stepped out. Good morning, another energetic day. Ji Yan greeted briefly. Ji Yan, Dongchu, he. Ji Yan turned around with a slight smile, you heard too? That guy kept knocking on my door last night. I thought it was the sound of an eerie mimic. Now it turns out it really was him, can you believe it? An experienced player still making such a rookie mistake? Lu Yitong fell silent. She also knew Dongchu wouldn't make such a mistake, unless. Her eyes flickered for a moment, and Lu Yitong didn't ask any more questions. Indeed, no matter the environment, the struggle between people's hearts is always this terrifying. She didn't feel much sympathy for Dongchu. A person who is selfish, who wants everything to revolve around him, would be better off dead, lessening the ticking time bomb. With a long sigh of relief. But how did father die, the ghost? How did you do it? Lu Yitong couldn't help but ask. The father ghost's area was the most dangerous, and the task the most perilous. Yet, in just one night, the biggest threat to players was eliminated. At the dining table, Ji Yan swallowed a piece of wheat bread. Whether I killed him or not isn't really important. All I know is, with father's toxic presence gone from 404 house, it will feel much warmer and safer here. Don't you think so? This statement indirectly proved that he had done it, and it also carried another meaning. When someone does something beneficial to the group, there's no need to ask too much, just enjoy the good food quietly. Lu Yitong suddenly understood. She nodded, you're absolutely right. Indeed, not aligning with Dongchu back then, rejecting this newcomer, was the right choice. Dong is just a fool. After a simple breakfast, the call for the new day's tasks quickly came. Lu Yitong was still assigned her mother's task. She can now say that she is completely stress-free. Her mother's favorability towards her has accumulated to 70%. Once it surpasses 65%, it will trigger the blessing benefit. Even if she fails 1 or 2 tasks, it will only lower the favorability slightly, with no punishment. When the favorability reaches 100%, she will achieve the perfect strategy, achievement, and no longer need to go through the daily nerve-wracking tasks. The strange interactions will no longer carry the risk of corruption, and even when you provoke other strange residents, they will step in to protect you. At that point, the small house will truly be a safe haven. This is also the reason why Lu Yitong and Dongchu work hard every day to complete tasks and try to make the strange family happy. Without strategies, it's hard to stand firm in the instance. It's very much like a strategy simulation game. Don't worry, Grandma is much kinder than father. Although she doesn't have much affection for male players, she won't target you deliberately. Louis Tong reminded Ji Yen. She was afraid that Ji Yen might, out of impulse, end up taking out the strange grandma too. That would mean all the effort she put into interacting with strange grandma would go to waste. Rest assured. I also want to strategize. If we get rid of all the strange family members in the 404 house, that would be no different from our home being destroyed. Ji Yen understood what she meant. Was she treating him like a reckless thug who just kills anyone who doesn't agree with him? Without saying more, the two entered their respective strange family members' rooms. Grandma's room retained the style of the older generation, with many items bearing the marks of time, and the air was filled with the scent of knitted clothes and cotton. On the bed, Grandma was sitting, knitting a sweater, with a small mountain of knitted clothes beside her. For her, it seemed like she would never finish knitting these sweaters. Child, although this is our first meeting, you are much more pleasing than that noisy boy. Grandma lowered her eyelids and commented on Ji Yen. Ji Yen knew she was talking about Dong Chu, and that poor guy even after logging off had to be criticized. He couldn't handle relationships, and it was a miracle he lasted more than 20 days. I completely agree with Grandma. At the moment, it seemed that the strange grandma was indeed much easier to interact with, far better than that super masculine strange father. Here, help Grandma thread the needle, my eyesight isn't good. Strange grandma handed him the thread and needle. Ji Yen took it. His eyesight was still fine, and he successfully threaded the needle on the first try. I won't ask how you dealt with your father. If it weren't for me being unable to leave the room, that ungrateful bastard's head would have been crushed by now. Back then, several of my well-behaved granddaughters were taken by that beast to give as wine money to that fox at 101. You've done a great favor for Grandma. Grandma rasped as she spoke. Here, it's clear that there's no shortage of grudges between the strange beings in the 404 house, just like the players, they are just playing their respective roles. No wonder after killing the nightmare-eating strange, he gained 20% favorability from both Grandma and Mother. Do you want Grandma to love you even more? Grandma has 2 knots in her heart. If you resolve one, then in the apartment, no one, except the landlord, will be able to touch a single strand of your hair as long as they enter 404. Heart knots. Upon hearing this key word, Ji Yan's eyebrows raised. A small portion of the strange beings have heart knots, and once you help them untangle one, you'll automatically get 50% favorability. I wonder what heart knot Grandma has? Ji Yan tried asking. Strange Grandma asked, has your mother seen her? I've seen her once. Kill her. As long as she disappears from the 404 house, Grandma will only love you from now on. Grandma put down the sweater, narrowed her eyes, and smiled kindly. Ji Yan. I knew it wouldn't be that easy. Alright, I won't make it hard for you. Grandma casually threw a sachet to him and continued knitting the sweater. Take this sachet to room 605. Whether you accept it or not, it doesn't matter, just deliver it. When you come back, I'll personally knit you a sweater. I'll knit a sweater for a boy. You are the first one. Grandma lifted her kind-eyed face. This benefit, ordinary grandmas don't give to others, but it's for you because you did a great deed last night. Ji Yan was slightly taken aback. Looking at the fragrant sachet that was handed over. It was embroidered with peace year after year. So simple? Ji Yan couldn't help but smile. Wasn't this just a pure welfare task? Grandma had knitted a sweater, and Louis Tong had one in her hands too. Ji Yan had gathered information that it guaranteed rare quality. Wearing it gives 30% immunity to strange damage, truly a bulletproof vest. Don't worry, Grandma, I will definitely deliver it. Ji Yan took it. A simple errand like this, only a fool wouldn't accept. Grandma chuckled and continued to knit. After Ji Yan left the room, the fragrant sachet activated a talent, popping up a hidden information box. The sachet is one of the fundamental materials for building a floor. Grandma spent half a month's effort to sew it well, even losing 3 needles in the process. Guess why this broken and dilapidated apartment can stand firm in the strange world? Ji Yan glanced at the panel's content and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Building a floor. Does it mean the material for constructing the apartment building is this sachet? This hidden information was confusing. Ji Yan shook his head, not paying much attention to it. Simply put, just deliver it. What the sachet is for and where it came from has nothing to do with him. Just as he closed the information panel, Louis Tong from the opposite room also came out, holding an empty soy sauce bottle. Not again, is it another soy sauce fetching task? Does this mother really eat soy sauce? Seeing the bottle, Ji Yan couldn't help but complain. This is the benefit of high favorability. With the same task reward, while others braved dangers, barely completing, Louis Tong went downstairs for soy sauce and finished it. Who wouldn't feel envious seeing that? Louis Tong scratched her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Her mother's favoritism was indeed too obvious. She instantly changed the topic, asking, "What's your task today?" "The task panel hasn't popped up yet, and Grandma just gave me a sachet." Ji Yan held the peace sachet. But upon seeing the sachet, Louis Tong's pretty face turned a bit pale. Chapter 16 Main Character, Apartment Landlord. Ji Yan noticed something was off with Louis Tong's expression. "From the look on your face, is there something wrong with the sachet?" Louis Tong opened her mouth and finally said, "This sachet is related to the main storyline of the apartment." Main storyline task? Ji Yan's expression changed slightly, and finally, the task panel popped up. Ding! Player received Grandma's sachet, triggering an A-level task. Please deliver the sachet to room 605 to complete the task. Reminder, the task involves main storyline characters, and there is a certain probability of encountering uncontrollable danger. Please be cautious. Ji Yan frowned. That old lady said it was a simple and easy task, but in the end, it turned out to be an A-level task, and it involves the main storyline. Main storyline tasks are not only the most dangerous but also involve all the tenants of the apartment. Completing it means directly clearing the entire instance. However, if the task fails, it would mean offending all the strange tenants and facing endless bizarre troubles. There are too many examples of this. For instance, in a previous restaurant instance, a player attempted the main storyline and messed it up, causing all the ingredients in the restaurant to be ruined, leading to immeasurable losses and a dire consequence. Death would be a luxury. So usually, players who don't have sufficient gear and confidence avoid touching main storyline tasks like the plague. Even if they accidentally obtain some main storyline related item hints, they hurry to throw it away, fearing to get contaminated even a little. Did you anger the strange grandma? Louis Tong couldn't help but ask. Ji Yan replied, "From beginning to end, she has been praising me, my mouth corners haven't drooped. She even said she would personally knit me a sweater after giving me this sachet." Louis Tong was astonished and momentarily at a loss. Having interacted with Grandma many times, she also didn't understand why the first interaction would be so targeted at Ji Yan. Could it really come with a nature of hatred? It's just involvement, not entering the main line. I'm leaving, see you tonight. Ji Yan waved his hand. He had already taken down one of those creatures, so being involved in the main line shouldn't scare him from going out. Coming out of room 404, Ji Yan headed straight to the 7th floor. After all, his heart is still a bargaining chip in someone else's hands. He knocked on the door of room 702, which was still unlocked. Ji Yan pushed the door open and stepped into the living room, immediately seeing the owner of 702 lying on a rattan chair, eyes closed in relaxation. The two cats, one black and one white, lay peacefully in his arms, sleeping soundly. My father is dead, I know. Before Ji Yan finished his sentence, the owner of 702 interrupted, with that drunken old man dead, the stench of alcohol in the apartment has dissipated. I don't know how you did it, but you truly have guts. Your heart is in the box, take it back. And as for that machete, it's yours too. Ji Yan opened the box, and his heart remained alive and vibrant. Then, information about the 702 resident popped up in his view. Ding! Congratulations player, you have completed the wish task of the 702 resident, gaining resentful spirit 70% favorability. You will receive help from this peculiar resident and can make certain requests. 70% favorability? Ji Yan was stunned. Just from one task, he reached 70% favorability? Then he realized, this is a vengeful spirit, and its source of resentment is the grudge against a murdered wife. If the grudge is formed, gaining 70% favorability seems reasonable. I owe you a favor. If there are any troubles in the apartment, you can come find me. In this apartment, I still have quite a bit of weight. Lu Nianqing spoke slowly. A simple sentence, but to the player, it was the greatest reward. Gaining a peculiar resident as a backer, the player's chances of survival in the copy increased significantly. Ji Yan thought, how convenient. There is actually one thing I need help with. Lu Nianqing directly asked, who to deal with? Ji Yan. No need to deal with anyone for now, I just want to ask about this fragrance pouch, uncle, do you recognize it? Ji Yan took out the red fragrance pouch. Lu Nianqing's expression changed immediately, as if he had eaten a fly. Ji Yan asked, what happened? Lu Nianqing, I want to take back what I just said. This fragrance pouch is the landlord's item. If you want me to deal with the landlord, then you might as well just get rid of me. Ji Yan's expression grew serious. From the background introduction of the apartment copy, the landlord was likely the biggest boss of the copy. How could a weird grandmother have his things? Looking at the pouch in his hand, Ji Yan felt more and more like it was a hot potato, wishing he could throw it away on the spot. Don't worry, I have no grudge against the landlord. I mainly just want to ask where this fragrance pouch comes from. I only know that this is a personal item of the landlord. But some time ago, the pouch got damaged, so it was given to your grandmother to mend. Your grandmother gave it to you to return to the landlord? Lu Nianqing guessed the reason. Yes, Ji Yan nodded. Looking at it this way, just returning the mended fragrance pouch shouldn't pose any danger. Louis Tong and he were too sensitive. Upon hearing main line, they felt as if the sky was falling. When you deliver it, don't say too much. It's best to be silent the entire way. The landlord has a peculiar character and a bad temper. If he gets upset, the rent will go up. If the residents find out that the landlord raised the rent because of you, they'll tear you apart. I cannot protect you either, Lu Nianqing warned. Ji Yan's eyelids twitched. Such a big reaction just for a little rent increase? That so-called rent, even a little increase would drive residents mad, including me. Lu Nianqing leaned against the rattan chair, speaking slowly, with a sigh. This apartment is not for everyone. We, who can live here, have paid a heavy price, and that price is rent. What exactly the so-called rent was remained unspoken, so Ji Yan left room 702 and went to 605. He was not interested in the landlord or rent. The more he knows, the deeper he is involved in the main line. In the end, he could fall into an abyss from which he cannot climb out. He quickly knocked on the door of 605. The one who opened the door was a stooped old man. Ji Yan blinked his eyes. This is the landlord? He looks kind and gentle, but Lu Nianqing's words are full of fear towards the landlord. The old man, young man, is there something? I live in 404. My grandmother asked me to deliver this. The old man picked up the sachet. Ji Yan took out the sachet and handed it over. The strange old man glanced at it, shook his head. Take it back. That old woman didn't stitch it properly. Her needlework is getting worse and worse. Ji Yan remembered the strange grandmother's instructions. Whether to accept it or not is another matter. As long as it was delivered, that's enough. All right. Ji Yan only responded with one word, then turned to leave. He was just a messenger. Why care about so much? Wait. But as soon as he turned around, Ji Yan was called back. The strange old man stared at him. Did I say take it back and you really took it back? Saying that, he grabbed the sachet and carefully examined it for a moment, then praised, not bad. That old woman's hands are getting more skilled. Ji Yan twitched his mouth. Lu Nianqing wasn't wrong. This landlord old man really has some issues. One moment he's like this, the next moment like that. Could it be that he has a split personality? I'll take the sachet. Tell your grandmother, this month's rent is waived. Chapter 17, Announcement Task, Dungeon Big Boss. Seeing that the sachet was accepted, Ji Yan was planning to happily return and report back, ready to receive his task reward. But just as he turned around, he saw the landlord holding a notice, sticking it up at the end of the hallway. Curious, Ji Yan couldn't help but go over and glance at it. Important notice, a parasitic rat has appeared in the gutter behind the apartment building. In order to maintain a good living environment and protect the rights of the residents, we need to gather 7 residents to help remove it. Once the removal task is completed, all participants will receive a 50% rent discount for the month. Only 7 participants will be allowed, please take note. Ji Yan glanced at it and touched it. Immediately, a task panel popped up in his vision. Ding! You have triggered a self-selected task to help clear the rat in the gutter. Upon completion, you will receive 5% favorability from all the strange residents. And a randomly selected rare treasure chest, 50% chance of a rare level item, guaranteed to receive at least 1 rare level item. Tip, players can choose this task themselves. Once confirmed, it cannot be changed. Such generous rewards? Not to mention the half-price rent for the month. Just the 5% favorability from all residents and the treasure chest reward, this temptation is already comparable to an A+ level task. Ji Yan was slightly surprised. After the notice was posted, it immediately attracted many residents, but they were all player residents. Obviously, this notice did not concern the strange residents. After each player touched the notice, the task panel popped up, and they all stared wide-eyed. High rewards often come with high difficulty and high mortality. Many of them secretly felt that there must be a catch. But even so, a few players didn't think too much and accepted the task. They knew the dangers but still headed towards them. These players weren't stupid, they just had no choice. If the living conditions weren't so precarious, who would risk their lives for blood money? Ji Yan wasn't interested either. After removing the nightmare-eating monster, his survival conditions in room 404 were very decent. There was no need to take such risks. But then the hidden message that popped up stopped him in his tracks. Task hidden information, it is detected that talent fragments are present during this task. It is recommended that players participate actively. What are talent fragments? Ji Yan checked it out. He found that his omniscient and unsolvable talent could actually be upgraded, and the requirement was the so-called talent fragments. This bug talent can actually be upgraded? Ji Yan's face showed slight surprise. Then he began to carefully consider. Looking at the notice, there were already 6 participants, just one more needed. Whether it was curiosity or instinct, Ji Yan gritted his teeth and grabbed the last work badge attached to the notice. Taking off the work badge is equivalent to accepting the task and no longer able to withdraw. Although the omniscient talent is very overbearing, the conditions for activation are still too rigid. It can only be triggered by touching related items, which is somewhat harsh in a sense. Perhaps after leveling up, this flaw will be improved? At worst, if danger arises during the mission, just expose Lun Yanqing from 702, use him as a backup. After all, this strange being still owes me a favor. Not bro, you're going to this life-risking hard job too? When Ji Yan confirmed, the guy with the middle part couldn't help but say a word. He was already reaching for the work badge, but it was too late by 2 seconds. Ji Yan got there first. Why can't I accept it? Ji Yan retorted. Don't joke, look at your rosy face, healthy body, obviously your living environment is pretty good. Why are you taking on such a life-risking task? The middle part guy was really confused. In the dungeon, players' survival environment can generally be seen from their appearance. For example, if a player hasn't eaten for 1 to 3 days, their face will obviously look thin and pale, and if they haven't eaten for 3 to 7 days, they will not only be emaciated, but their body will also show corpse spots. Hunger, lack of sleep, etc., will cause players' status attributes to decrease. Players can check the most basic status values by getting close to each other. When the middle part guy opened Ji Yan's status values, they were all full. Wow, with such a good living environment, taking on a life-risking task to bring trouble to himself, what's wrong with this guy? Ji Yan then glanced behind him and said, isn't the one behind you in better condition than me? Behind him, a man with an explosive hairstyle also took off his work badge. He was dressed neatly, tall, and burly. Upon closer inspection, his clothes and accessories were actually strange props, and the knife hanging at his waist had a strong grudge, clearly a high-level item. This was like a high-level boss from a novice village appearing, decked out in god-level equipment and even with a mount. Ji Yan opened the other's public homepage information, and his expression changed. Player, Long Yuan. Dungeon survival time, 109 days. Dungeon progress, completed 1 main line, 12 strange tenants, eliminated 4. Equipment, not public. Status, 6 attributes full. Hexagon. This magnificent homepage stunned Ji Yan, not to mention the other players who were eyeing it. One by one, their eyes widened. Damn, this is a real big shot. Only a small number of veteran players quietly withdrew their gaze, their hearts shocked. This guy has been sleeping for so many days, and he actually came out today. Long Yuan took off his work badge, chewed gum, glanced around a few times, then turned and walked downstairs, completely indifferent to the astonished looks around him. After seeing the back of the other, the middle part guy turned to Ji Yan and said, that big shot is going for the mainline task, it's different from us. You haven't been alive for long, you don't even know Longshin, the longest surviving player in the Crimson apartment. This big shot already the apartment long ago, and the last mainline was refreshed by him. You must be wondering, if he's already completed the dungeon, why not go to the next one? Well, I didn't ask, and I don't want to ask. The middle part guy, obviously a fan of Long Yuan, was talking enthusiastically when Ji Yan interrupted with a wave of his hand and turned to leave. He wasn't interested in these so-called big shots. What's the point of understanding them? They're not going to give you a piece of meat. Coming down from the hallway, Ji Yan didn't return to room 404, but went directly to the first floor to meet up. Once the cleaning team is full, they'll set off immediately, and no matter if the task is completed before dark, they must return. At the hall at the apartment entrance, everyone had already gathered, and Ji Yan was the last to arrive. The 7-person team had 5 people with yellowish, emaciated faces. As the middle part guy said, most of the participants in this public task were on the edge of being eliminated, all hoping to grab a chance for survival with this task. Everyone was anxious at first. Outside the apartment, dense fog covered everything. No unknown danger can be predicted. But when they saw Long Yuan come down, everyone's face suddenly changed 180 degrees. Long Yuan is actually part of this task. Then this task of cleaning the gutter is as good as done. Although Long Yuan will certainly take the largest share of the credit, just being carried along means they will be satisfied to get a little bit. Facing the gazes around him, the tall Long Yuan did not look at anyone, wearing headphones, holding a book, chewing gum, and lost in his own world. This scene formed 2 extreme contrasts. The people around seemed like malnourished refugees from a slum, while Long Yuan seemed like someone coming on vacation from a rich district. Ji Yan took out a piece of wheat bread, stuffed it into his mouth, and stared at Long Yuan not far away, spitting out, "Why does he seem so pretentious?" As soon as he finished speaking, Long Yuan suddenly took off his headphones and looked over. Noticing that the other person was looking at him, Ji Yan was slightly stunned. No way, can he hear even with the headphones on? Chapter 18, Using Blood to Feed the Blade, Playing with the Human Heart. Seeing Long Yuan staring at him, Ji Yan swallowed the last bit of bread in his mouth and was about to speak when a voice came from behind. After we open the door, follow me, don't stray more than 10 steps. It's very foggy outside, if you get lost, don't even think about returning to the apartment. Behind them stood a strange figure wrapped in bandages, only a pair of bloodshot eyes visible, with a work badge hanging on his chest that read apartment manager. The bandaged figure didn't look kindly at Ji Yan and the others, even in his words, there was contempt and disgust for them, the outsiders. How big is that rat? Long Yuan, who had taken off his headphones, suddenly asked. Facing Long Yuan, the bandaged figure immediately changed his demeanor. Mr. Long, I didn't realize you were here, I didn't see you just now. How come I haven't seen you these past few days? Long Yuan yawned, sleeping. Mr. Long works day and night for the apartment, it's only right for you to rest well. The other players had varying expressions toward the bandaged figure's two-faced behavior. Some muttered curses about the dorm manager being like a lackey, while others were in awe of Long Yuan. After all, which player could make even the strange beings in this world flatter him? Long Yuan yawned again. You still haven't answered my question. The bandaged figure spoke. The rat was discovered yesterday, it's quite large, and it seems to have been parasitic for a while. The landlord old man hates these things the most. He posted a notice today, insisting that they be completely eradicated within the day. If Mr. Long participates, it shouldn't be hard to clear it out. Ji Yan, listening from the side, couldn't help but ponder. What exactly is the rat they are talking about? The bandaged figure took out a key and opened the apartment door. Woo woo! As soon as the door opened, the cold wind outside howled in, like millions of vengeful creatures screaming, sending shivers down their spines. Everyone trembled from the cold. The bandaged figure led the way and coldly said to Ji Yan and the others, stay behind, if anyone tries to escape, they'll have their legs chopped off and thrown into the thick fog. Those things in the fog, they eat anything. They like to eat bit by bit, and to keep the food fresh, they will intentionally avoid. In the ditch, biting an unknown corpse, the eyes were red and bloodshot. The female players almost fainted from fright. The male player, holding a cleaning tool, was trembling uncontrollably. No way, do these mutated rats really not eat people? Are there too many rats here? It's not that we have exterminated them, it's already good enough not to be treated as food. Although they were well prepared, seeing the scene still made the players break down. This drainage ditch was more than 20 meters long, filled with countless rats. I only take responsibility for leading the way. Clearing the rats is your job. Lifeless Bandage retreated to the back, with indifferent eyes, as if unrelated to the matter. The players trembled in the cold wind, their gazes all gathered on Long Yuan. In this moment, Long Yuan clearly became their only savior. Noticing their stares, Long Yuan's face was full of disgust. I took this task to advance the main storyline. I didn't come to save you useless people. The other players went silent upon hearing this. But Long Yuan did not move, and they didn't dare to either. Clearly, they all intended to just wait it out. Realizing this, Long Yuan changed the subject again. Unless you have something valuable on you? A thin, fair-skinned female player curled up there, but being able to come here already makes us worthless. Then, the female player looked at her own body, glancing at Long Yuan, or do you need something else? I can provide that. A woman? Ha, in this hellhole, the body is the cheapest thing. Long Yuan crossed his arms, shaking his head with a cold laugh. So, what do you actually want? A male player asked dully. Seeing that he had the upper hand, Long Yuan clapped his hands and stated his purpose, your blood still holds some value. He patted the knife at his waist. This kitchen knife needs to drink fresh human blood daily, it's not easy to maintain. As long as you take turns supplying blood for this knife for a day, I will finish this task for you. It's not too much blood, just about 1,000 milliliters. Upon hearing this, several faces turned pale immediately. 1,000 milliliters. For a strong person, losing 1,000 milliliters would already be unbearable. Not to mention these malnourished ones, some had already gone 3 days without food and showed signs of anemia. Isn't this just asking for their lives? At the back, Ji Yan looked at Long Yuan's smirk and slowly understood something. Human blood nourishes tools. Long Yuan had no good intentions from the start. Due to the rules, players were prohibited from conflicting with one another in the apartment, and since his knife needed fresh human blood to nourish it, he couldn't directly kill or force anyone. He can only use this task to indirectly pressure these players in dire straits to help him nourish his knife. Even advancing the main storyline might just be a secondary objective. Taking 1,000 milliliters of blood would be no different from a slow death. Ji Yan shook his head. These people were so naive, hoping for a savior in this bizarre world. Long Yuan had survived for more than 100 days, nearly clearing the instance. It was obvious he was no good guy. Time is running out. You have no way out, but I do. I have gained 60% favorability with the landlord. Even if I turn back now, I would lose at most a little favorability. Right? Long Yuan glanced back at Bandage. Bandage replied, as a distinguished guest of the apartment, Mr. Long's privilege is naturally permitted. The players exchanged looks of despair. Long Yuan spat out his chewing gum, with a playful glint in his eyes. Having survived for so long in this bizarre world, he was already savvy about human nature. Only Ji Yan remained silent. He turned to look at the countless rats, drew his axe, and approached. One rat with bloodshot eyes saw Ji Yan approaching. Not only did it not fear him, it bared its fangs as if ready to eat him. Without hesitation, Ji Yan stepped forward, raised the knife, and brought it down, stabbing through it, blood splattering. Ask for help? Ji Yan never asks for help. These rats were a disaster. It is impossible to just sweep them away. Since Long Yuan has a way to complete the task, there must be another method. As for what that method is, his talent will surely tell him the answer. Swinging the machete in his hand, he killed several rats in a row, and soon, when he killed the seventh one, Ji Yan's vision indeed popped up with a familiar hidden information panel. Chapter 19, The Strange Conspirat, Devouring the Apartment. They are like maggots attached to bones, troublesome and deadly. To drive them away, you need to solve the root cause. Once the source is gone, the plague of rats will dissipate. Source? Ji Yan was stunned for a moment. Indeed, just clearing them out is not going to work. But what is the source? Where is it? Ji Yan pondered as he gripped the machete again and continued killing. Forget it. Any questions, his talent would give him the answers. The other players saw Ji Yan stubbornly clearing the rat plague and shook their heads. Thousands of them, how could he clear them all? And he still had to finish before nightfall. There were only about 4 hours left. Simple-minded. Long Yuan sneered, but he noticed the machete in Ji Yan's hand. The cursed wife's machete from 702? How did this guy get it? Long Yuan's eyebrows raised. He had completed 70% of the tasks in the bloody apartment, the remaining 30% were tough nuts to crack. Among them was the task in 702. Back then, he spent 2 whole days trying to get it, but couldn't, so he didn't waste any more energy. But now, it seemed another player had obtained this cursed weapon. Long Yuan clicked on Ji Yan's main page. It was so simple, it could be described as empty, like a bare house. Game survival for 5 days? Long Yuan was stunned, then relieved. Looks like this newbie got lucky. That machete is mine now. Long Yuan smiled. Taking equipment from a rookie like this was just an everyday occurrence for him, with too many tricks up his sleeve. Over there, Ji Yan had no idea his machete was being targeted, as he caught and killed the mutated rats one by one. Almost every 5 rats, a hidden information panel popped up. Kid, stop wasting your effort, it's simply impossible. How about joining us for a 1000 milliliters blood draw? After we get the task food, maybe resting for a few days will let us recover. The other players said, but didn't even believe it themselves. Ji Yan seemed to hear nothing, focusing on killing the rats and getting the hidden information. Conspirat Strange, a type of plague spirit, brings with it the rat plague disaster. It has no fixed home in the strange world, and likes to reside in buildings full of deep resentment. By devouring the vengeful souls, it nourishes and expands the rat plague, strengthening itself. Got it. This must be the source spirit. Ji Yan's eyes lit up, and at that moment, he noticed that these mutated rats suddenly surged towards the back, as if something was attracting them. In his vision, he saw a figure crawling slowly out from under the filthy, muddy water drain. It was a figure that looked like a person, but was actually a spirit. After it crawled out, the surrounding mutated rats moved aside to make way for it, dragging a large amount of dirty water, and walked towards the corner of the apartment wall. It crouched down and began digging at something with both hands, then started eating greedily. And under its strange eating, the entire bloody apartment began to shake violently. The huge building was surrounded by pitch-black resentment, as if countless vengeful souls were wailing in agony. In just a few minutes, the conspirat had eaten a hole the size of a bowl at the corner of the wall. Once the hole appeared, the mutated rats scrambled to crawl inside. Delicious, so delicious. So tasty. I can't finish it, it's too delicious. The apartment building was about to collapse. The mutated rats that crawled in began gnawing on anything inside the apartment. Like termites, it seemed they wouldn't stop until they had hollowed out the whole apartment. With a single kick, the mutated rat was turned into a pile of flesh. The first to suffer was Mei Gue, who lived in apartment 101 on the first floor, her eyes full of disgust. Damn it! Not only is the rent for this apartment so expensive, they can't even solve basic sanitation problems. Such a hassle. Outside, Chung Fong was also crying out in despair. Damn! A huge rat! What the hell, why are there so many? Meiji spoke coldly to Chung Fong, don't let the rats into my room. If even one enters, you won't be staying here anymore. Cheng Fong felt wronged, silently cursing, "Why do I have to do all the dirty work? I must have been a sinner in my past life." As time passed, more and more residents in the apartment began to complain. The landlord cleaned the hallway, listening to the complaints, snorting coldly, and whispered outside the apartment, "Tell them to hurry up and get rid of the rat plague. If they can't get rid of it, don't bother coming back. This building never lacks tenants, especially not these poor outsiders who can't even pay rent." Bandaigwe received the landlord's message and passed it on to the cleaning team. The cleaning team, already under great pressure, finally compromised with Long Yuan upon hearing these words. "Brother Long, I'm willing to help feed the knife, please act quickly." "I'm willing too. If it's at least 1,000 milliliters, I can still survive. If we can't return to the apartment, it's certain death. I'd rather die from blood extraction than be eaten bit by the strange fog." Long Yuan showed no great reaction to their compromise and turned his gaze to Ji Yan not far away. "There's one more." The players hurriedly started persuading Ji Yan. Ji Yan shook off the blood on his hands and glanced at Long Yuan indifferently. "Why rely on him? This rat plague was brought by that Kanjingwai. If we solve that one, the plague will naturally dissipate. Over there, the Kanjingwai, gnawing on the apartment building, its once weak body was slowly swelling as it fed." Long Yuan unexpectedly smiled. "You actually know about Kanjingwai?" "Indeed, once the Kanjingwai dies, the rat plague will be gone. But this is like a question laid out before you. Everyone knows the answer is in the book, but how many can actually solve it?" Long Yuan rested his hands behind his head. "To kill a Kanjingwai, you need at least a rare quality weapon, and you have to understand its weaknesses. Of the few people here, who has such equipment, and who has the confidence?" The players fell silent. A female player whispered to Ji Yan, "Brother, for the sake of everyone, please compromise. Yeah, look at how good your condition is. A little blood loss won't kill you. We, who have been hungry for days, have no complaints. Hurry up and agree. If he leaves, we're all done for. Don't be the one rotten apple that spoils it for all of us." Driven by their survival instinct, the players took turns lecturing Ji Yan, some persuading, some pressuring. Ji Yan was about to speak when Long Yuan suddenly changed his tune. "I've changed my mind." He pointed at Ji Yan. "You, on top of the existing conditions, must add one more. That machete belongs to me." "Reason?" Ji Yan asked in return. "No reason, I just don't like you. If you agree, I'll save you all. If not, I'll leave right now." Long Yuan directed all the conflict at Ji Yan, pushing him to the forefront of the storm. In this situation, the other players were the most anxious. They would go mad trying to increase the pressure on Ji Yan. If Long Yuan left, Ji Yan would be the sole scapegoat. So, no matter how unreasonable Long Yuan's terms became, Ji Yan had no choice but to agree. Long Yuan had too many ways to manipulate people's hearts. Ji Yan could see through it too. This guy was targeting him purely because of the machete in his hand. He looked at the hidden information he had acquired, suddenly thinking of something. "What if you can't kill that Kanjingwei?" Ji Yan asked. "These disaster-type ghosts, I've killed no less than 10 of them in this dungeon." "What do you think?" "Ji Yan, there's always an exception." Long Yuan laughed in anger. "If I can't kill it, then this machete is yours. Deal." Seeing Ji Yan agree so readily, Long Yuan narrowed his eyes, puzzled about where Ji Yan's confidence came from. Could he have noticed something special about the Kanjingwei? Chapter 20, Grudges, Strange and Sensitive Interactions. With his thoughts now gathered, Long Yuan stopped wasting time, drew the machete from his waist, and walked straight towards the scene. When the other players saw this, joy was clearly visible on their faces. No one cared about this insignificant bet, they just wanted to survive. In the end, Ji Yan looked on indifferently, his eyes shining with an inscrutable brilliance. Over there, the Kanjing was still gnawing at the corner of the apartment wall, its body gradually transforming into a mountain of flesh, with a gaping wound as large as a basket, ripped open in the reinforced concrete. Strangely, fresh blood was seeping out from the concrete blocks it had torn away. It seemed that the vast, blood-red apartment was built with pieces of corpses mixed in. Stepping through the dirty water and trash, Long Yuan walked up to him and shouted at the Kanjing. The latter turned its head, and a cleaver had already swung down. The Kanjing's swollen head tumbled to the ground, and Long Yuan crushed it underfoot. Then he turned around, shaking the pus off the blade as he walked back. The entire process took less than half a minute. The players were left stunned. This was too simple and brutal, like hacking at a watermelon. Long Yuan fixed his gaze on Ji Yan, casual yet tinged with mockery. "Are you convinced you lost?" These strange creatures that did not relate to the instance had no backstory, nor would they harbor any grudges. Without these buff enhancements, they were purely creepy animals. Chopping off their heads meant instant death. What he had started to say was only meant to scare these newbies. Only by creating a more desperate environment could one's will to survive be magnified infinitely. But Ji Yan pointed behind him and revealed a smile. Why don't you take a look behind you? Long Yuan turned to glance behind him, and the next second, his expression froze. He saw that the severed neck of the Kanjing was gushing out large amounts of pitch-black blood, and in an instant, a new head grew back. Moreover, it became even more enraged, crazily destroying the apartment building. It hurts so much. As the hole grew larger, many rats scurried into the apartment building. Not dead? Long Yuan's face fell, and then he noticed that the cleaver in his hand was slowly being corroded by the blood. Immediately, a warning panel popped up. Ding! Your strange object butcher's cleaver is damaged, durability decreased by 30%, enchanted damage decreased by 55%. Warning! Your actions have caused losses to the apartment, and the residents are very unhappy with you. The favorability of 12 strange residents towards you decreased by 7%. After the two warning panels appeared, Long Yuan's face turned grim. Then, he understood and looked at the Kanjing. Damn it, this strange creature can't be a resident of the apartment, right? If this strange creature couldn't be killed, then it meant there was a grudge. With a grudge, it definitely involved the background story of the blood-red apartment instance. The troublesome thing about grudge creatures is that they are endlessly persistent, making them impossible to kill. Looking at his damaged cleaver, Long Yuan felt a pang of pain. He turned to the bandaged strange and asked in a low voice, "What is the connection between this strange and the apartment?" The bandaged strange was silent for a few seconds before slowly replying, "The original resident of the apartment was later expelled from the apartment." "Anything else?" "You need to ask the landlord, old sir." The interaction with the bandaged strange yielded only this one piece of information. What bad luck! Long Yuan sheathed the cleaver and said to the administrator, "Tell the landlord that I can't clear this plague. I'm quitting." The bandaged strange replied, "Because of your previous actions causing losses to the apartment, the landlord is very unhappy. He said, quitting is possible. Just pay 1 additional month's rent as compensation." Long Yuan, 1 month? He glanced at the Kanjing with an exceptionally ugly expression, ultimately agreeing. As an experienced player, he disliked dealing with grudge creatures the most. Often, it took a lot of effort to brush such creatures, consuming a fair amount of equipment. A troublesome job, indeed. Just with one shop, he had lost so much favor from the strange residents. Even if he truly eliminated it, the benefits wouldn't compensate for the losses. What he hated the most was making a losing deal. Had he known this task would be like this, he wouldn't have come. He overlooked a step. He forgot to interact with the landlord and took on the task without understanding more information. Sheathing the cleaver, Long Yuan turned around and was about to leave. When the players saw Long Yuan about to leave, they all panicked. "You promised, you can't leave. What will we do if you leave? If it really comes down to it, we can extend the time and use blood to keep your knife sharp." Long Yuan snorted coldly, impatiently speaking, "A dull knife loses quality. Why would I need your blood for it? Damn it, stepping out today and stepping right into a pile of dog shit." He turned around to leave, but was stopped by Ji Yan's voice. "What about our deal? You lost, didn't you?" Long Yuan looked at Ji Yan and smiled. "Fine, as long as you can make it back to the apartment alive, you can take this broken knife. You should first think about how to survive and get back to the dungeon." With that, Long Yuan disappeared into the mist. Ji Yan didn't argue, the debt could be settled later. For now, it was time to focus on the mission. After all this fuss, there were just over 2 hours left for the task. Ignoring the players whose faces were ashen, Ji Yan walked forward, reaching out to grab the chunk of a severed head that Long Yuan had hacked off. This was his little scheme. The unknown dangers on the bandage monster were too great, touching it would be too risky. So, he agreed to Long Yuan's condition, hoping the other party would trigger the traps for him. That way, he would have a chance to trigger his own talent and obtain more hidden information. From the very beginning, Ji Yan had known from the hidden information that this monster carried heavy grudges. To complete the mission with a single blow, there would be no chance for Long Yuan to unsheath his sword. At this moment, by touching the bandage monster, Ji Yan obtained more hidden information. Ding! Talent, all-knowing, successfully triggered, player has gained new hidden information. Bandage monster, former resident of Crimson Apartment, room 102, original name Huang Shang. Later, due to serious violations of apartment rules, was expelled and suffered gnawing from wandering spirits in the thick fog, leading to heavy grudges and returning to the apartment. Hint, grudges continue, restless spirits, undying. To break the situation, one must find the origin of the grudges. Ji Yan read the information, frowning. There was quite a bit of information. But it wasn't enough. He glanced at the swaying apartment building and then turned his head to look at the bandage monster, trying to continue interacting. However, the bandage monster seemed like a human NPC. Aside from saying it was once a resident of the apartment, later expelled, there was no further information to interact with. What a human NPC. Ji Yan shook his head. Since there was no information from other monsters, he could only try to gather from the original one. Ji Yan walked over, but after Long Yuan hacked at the bandage monster, the mutated rats became extremely agitated, not giving him any chance to approach. Huang Shang. Ji Yan could only shout his name from a distance. As a result, upon hearing his shout, the bandage monster became even more agitated, destroying walls and becoming more vicious. Warning. Your actions have caused further damage to the apartment, residents' favorability towards you has decreased, a total of 14 monsters now have hostility towards you. Ji Yan. The corner of his mouth twitched. Just shouting a name could provoke it? This bandage monster was like sensitive skin, you couldn't touch it, couldn't shout at it, and any stimulation just sped up the destruction of the apartment building. Is this task something humans can play? But then Ji Yan realized something. The lines of the bandage monster had changed. Chapter 21, Carve a Hole in the Wall, Life by Death. Room 102 is my home. Although I have forgotten many things, I still remember that inside room 102 is something very important to me. Let me in. Let me in. The bandage monster, Huang Shang, let out a hoarse voice. He desperately gnawed at the apartment walls, trying to get in, but his massive body was stuck. The sound was muffled, filled with pleading and unwillingness. Ji Yan's expression became pensive. It seemed that the source of the grudge was in room 102. To expel this monster, forceful methods wouldn't work. But what if they followed it, letting it find the source of the grudge? Ji Yan thought this method could work, at least it was better than force. He turned his head and looked at the players in the mist, waiting for death. Anyone want to help? Help with what? Even Dragon Essence can't kill this ghost, let alone us. The moment it gets agitated, it accelerates the destruction of the wall corner. There's no way to stop it. Ji Yan shook his head. Help him enter the apartment. He's stuck there right now. We need to chisel open an entrance for him. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Wait, aren't we here to clear out these rats? And now you want to help them invade the apartment? The bandaged ghost, watching everything closely, also stared at Ji Yan strangely. I know this is suicidal, but it's the only way to complete the mission. Time was running out. A helper would be best. But no one paid Ji Yan any attention. They all thought he was crazy. Seeing no one respond, Ji Yan shook his head, pulled out a nail hammer, and walked toward the wall, joining the Kanjing ghost in chiseling at the apartment's corner. The mutated rats beside the Kanjing ghost had been hostile toward Ji Yan, but upon seeing his actions, they all scattered. Ding! Player has triggered an incorrect game action, damaging the instance map, causing dissatisfaction among the Eerie tenants. A total of 12 tenants have developed malice toward you. The warning panel popped up again. Ji Yan ignored it. They already didn't like him. Malice? So what? He didn't care. Ji Yan gripped the Eerie nail hammer and swung it down with force again and again. Each chunk of the wall that broke off oozed fresh blood. Ji Yan's eyelids twitched. This apartment building hid a big secret. Maybe these bleeding walls were tied to the main storyline. He's completely lost it. Does he think he isn't dying fast enough? The players in the back watched, cold sweat pouring down their backs. Even the bandaged ghost couldn't bear to watch anymore. It spoke to Ji Yan. You're playing with fire. Ji Yan replied, I have my own way of expelling them. As long as the mission time isn't up, I can do whatever I want. If I fail, I'll accept any punishment. The bandaged ghost didn't stop him, because Ji Yan wasn't wrong. But it still sneered, destroying the apartment, angering the Eerie tenants, damaging the landlord's interests. When the mission time ends, I can't even imagine how terrifying your punishment will be. That's a problem for later. Right now, don't interrupt my work. Ji Yan shot back, making the bandaged ghost's eyes burn with anger as it let out a cold snort. Boom! Another chunk of the wall collapsed. There was no dust, only thick, sticky blood splattering onto the floor. It was broken through. Ji Yan's eyes flickered. No excitement, no fear, only tension. The hole widened, and the Kanjing ghost's massive body was no longer restricted. It easily slid into the apartment, with filthy water gushing into the first-floor hallway. The stench spread into every residence room on the first floor. It really got in. Ji Yan followed behind. Just as he stepped through the wall, he faintly heard a flood of Eerie tenants cursing from all directions. Get the hell out! Who the hell let this filthy thing into the apartment? Disgusting! Whose damn brat is this? Destroying the apartment walls was bad enough, but bringing in outside rats? It's that bastard from 404. That drunkard's kid. Like father, like son. Ding. Player has aided an intruding tenant in illegally entering the apartment. A total of 25 Eerie tenants now harbor malice toward you, with 7 of them reaching 75% malice. They will seek revenge after the mission ends. This mess just keeps getting bigger. Is there even a way to fix this anymore? Ji Yan listened to the curses echoing through the hallway. For a moment, he took a deep breath, sweat soaking his back. 6th floor. The old landlord puffed on his pipe, knowing full well what was happening on the 1st floor, but he didn't interfere. Muttering, he said, "That kid, is he trying to survive by courting death? He's got guts." 1st floor, room 102. Chung Fong flung out 2 dead rats, his face full of disgust. Did this instance get infected with the plague today? Looking up, he saw the gaping hole in the hallway wall and the filthy water seeping across the floor. Dragging the flesh mountain body, the filthy water flowed from the trickster. He shouted national essence, just about to dive back into the small room, but saw a familiar face. "Aren't you that Ji Yan? What are you doing there, patching a wall or expelling the plague?" Ji Yan glanced at Chung Fong and shook his head. "Neither. I helped break the wall, and I also helped let the trickster in." Chung Fong's mouth twitched, and the first thought in his mind was, how did he get into such a big mess? "No, if you don't want to live in this instance, don't harm us 1st floor players. I could have slacked off today, but these damn rats almost killed me." Ji Yan put away the hammer and wiped the dirt off his face. "I did this because I want to live." "You won't live a bit, brother. Now all the 1st floor residents want to tear you apart. Even that trickster in my room has lost her favor for you. Those rats ran in and chewed her treasure, now they're shouting to drain you dry." Ji Yan didn't mind. Chung Fong wanted to say something, suddenly shut his mouth, turned, and ran back to his small room, locking the door behind him. A foul smell rushed in. Ji Yan turned around, and the trickster with a severely swollen and hideous face approached him, staring at Ji Yan. "Why did you help me?" "Ji Yan, I enjoy helping others, no reason needed." The trickster didn't care about this far-fetched reason, turned to look down the corridor. "I have lost all memories of this apartment. Can you help me find my old small room? I know the landlord will soon come down to drive me away. As long as I do what I want to do, I will leave on my own." Indeed. This method works. Helping the vengeful trickster fulfill a wish doesn't require violent eviction, it would leave on its own, and those rats would naturally disperse. "I'll lead you." Ji Yan turned to guide the trickster. As soon as he turned the corner, he saw a familiar figure. It was Long Yuan, who had just returned to the apartment. Their eyes met. Long Yuan looked confused. "You, how come you're in the apartment?" Ji Yan didn't speak, but the trickster following behind him provided the answer. Long Yuan immediately understood. "How could you bring this trickster into the apartment? You're really tired of living, now even the deities can't save you." Ji Yan calmly replied, "The deities don't save me, I save myself. Move aside." Chapter 22, A Blood Wall, Background Story. Long Yuan squinted, unwilling to get involved, turned, and walked upstairs. Standing in front of the door to room 102, Ji Yan knocked. No one answered. Looking at the dust on the doorknob, Ji Yan realized this room was unoccupied. The trickster behind him stepped forward, grasping the doorknob, and directly opened the room. Creak. The environment inside the room surprised Ji Yan. Every inch was cleaned very well, even a vase, a key tray. The floor was polished to a shine. It was evident that someone lived here, but the outside door was covered in dust. As the trickster entered, dirty water splashed everywhere with every step, but the mutated rats did not follow in, they all gathered at the doorway. Back in his old home, the trickster was exceptionally excited, carefully inspecting and touching everything in the room. "Everything is the same, this is my old home, but where is it?" Ji Yan stood at the back, glancing at the clock on the wall. Less than an hour remains until the task ends. If the trickster doesn't leave the apartment with the plague within this hour, even without task punishment, those furious strange residents would probably tear him apart first. "Ah. I just finished cleaning, and you made it look like this. How did you get in?" Outside the balcony, a girl walked in. Seeing that she had cleaned the house spotless and in the blink of an eye, it was a stinking mess with dirty water splashing, it felt like the sky had collapsed. The drink in her hand fell to the ground. Ji Yan noticed that the person was a player. Dressed brightly, hair shiny, face plump, one hand holding a pot of delicious meat, even the drink that fell on the ground. It's all freshly squeezed juice. This abundant living condition made Ji Yan stop in his tracks. He thought his survival conditions were already better than those of other players. But this girl with dyed hair, now that was living. The girl saw the filthy, garbage-covered Kenjingui walking around inside the house, holding its pale face. What is this strange thing? How did it get in? Don't move, don't touch anything. It's all ruined, I'm done for. After finally matching to such a comfortable instance environment, the thought of being eliminated and sent to a more terrifying instance pushed her to the brink of collapse. Ji Yen looked at her. Are you the regular player of room 102? The girl didn't answer, her eyes full of hatred as she stared at Ji Yen. What did I do to offend you? Ji Yen understood what she meant and pointed at the Kanjingui. I completed the task, I had no choice. And that creature seems to be the original owner of this room 102. Bullshit, I've been living here, how could I not know who the owner of 102 is? $% hashtag. Ji Yen had no time to listen to the dyed hair girl's chatter. He reached out and touched any noticeable object in the room. It was like entering an information library, with endless hidden messages popping up, all of which Ji Yen took in. After quickly skimming through these hidden messages, his expression kept changing. In just 2 minutes, he finally unraveled the backstory between Kanjingui and room 102. So that's how it is. He raised his hand to interrupt the dyed hair girl's flow of words and asked, how long have you been surviving here? The dyed hair girl glared at Ji Yen fiercely, not saying a word. If you want to keep surviving in this instance, answer my question. Ji Yen's expression was serious. The dyed hair girl opened her mouth, but in the end, she could only reply helplessly, a month. Is there an invisible creature giving you daily tasks? Where is it? How do you know? The dyed hair girl widened her eyes. A month ago, she had been teleported from Blue Star to this instance and felt like the sky was falling. But gradually, she discovered that her survival environment was very safe and comfortable. She didn't need to face the various dangerous tasks like other players, all she needed to do was stay inside the house and clean up the room every day. Meticulously. Every corner of dust must be cleaned. Then she would get 3 high-quality meals a day and even some living supplies. And so, the dyed hair girl survived for a month. Compared to other players struggling for survival, she only needed to stay in room 102, act as a housekeeper, and the rest of the time was free. But today, her beautiful life was shattered by the intrusion of one person and one creature. Where is it? Take me there. The dyed hair girl turned and entered a dormitory, pointing towards a bloodstained wall in the distance. My daily task is taken from that wall. The task shows that as long as I clean the room well every day, I won't be expelled. Ji Yen looked at the bloodstained wall. At this moment, the Kanjingui, still wandering inside room 102, also entered the dormitory, and upon seeing the wall, it got agitated, its voice trembling. I remember now. I remember everything. Ji Yen said to the dyed hair girl, go out, don't disturb the father-daughter interaction. The dyed hair girl was stunned. Father-daughter? Once they finish interacting, you will be fine, and my task will be done. Ji Yen glanced at the blood continuously dripping from the wall, left the room, and closed the door. Outside the room, the dyed hair girl was still in a daze. Her head was full of question marks, and before she could speak, Ji Yen coughed, his throat dry, and asked first, do you have something to drink? I only clean up the things in this house, I don't have the right to use them. The dyed hair girl pouted. Ji Yen looked at her, then at the drink in her hand. The dyed hair girl hesitated, reluctantly handed it over, saying, don't drink it all at once, I saved this juice for 3 days. Ji Yen, however, drank a big gulp without hesitation. The girl with dyed hair gritted her teeth angrily, can you finally speak? Ji Yen wiped the corner of his mouth, let me tell you a story. Once upon a time, a father and daughter lived in an apartment. Later, because the father couldn't afford the rent, they were about to be kicked out by the landlord. But the environment outside the apartment was extremely dangerous, and being kicked out would mean certain death. The father came up with a way to make sure his daughter could live in the apartment forever. Can you guess what that way was? The girl with dyed hair paused, thinking of the bloody wall, and instantly shivered in fear. The father walled the girl into the wall? That's right. The father exploited a loophole in the apartment's rules. The walls of the apartment could never be moved. He fused the body with the apartment, making the landlord helpless. In fact, because of room 102, the apartment became a haunted house and couldn't be rented out anymore. The daughter, though unable to move, was still alive in the wall. After the father was kicked out, he was eroded by the dangerous environment outside, becoming something that was neither fully human nor ghost, and he lost most of his memory. But he still had one memory left. He remembered his home was in apartment 102, and there was someone very important to him there. He forgot who that important person was, but clinging to this obsession, he managed to survive like a walking corpse, becoming a vengeful spirit wandering the dangerous world. One day, he returned to the apartment, and the familiar memories were partly awakened. Then he went mad, trying every way to get inside the apartment. Ji Yen exhaled slightly. Looking at the stunned girl with dyed hair, he said, this is the background story of your room 102. A bit melodramatic. After hearing the backstory, the girl with dyed hair fell silent for a moment, before finally summarizing with one sentence. Whether it's melodramatic or not doesn't matter. The most important thing is that we can complete the task. Ji Yen kept an eye on the time, also listening for any sounds in the room, feeling a bit anxious. Fortunately, after about 10 minutes of interaction, the door slowly opened. The ghostly figure of Kanjingue came out, with a face covered by sticky black hair, like a water ghost staring, sending a chill down anyone who looked. The girl with dyed hair hid behind the squinted eyes in fear. Thank you. Seeing my daughter safely settle here, my final wish is fulfilled. I should leave now. I've caused you so much trouble. Kanjingue slowly spoke to Ji Yen, the obsession that had tormented him felt like a shackle that had finally broken. Ji Yen sighed in relief, but immediately began to worry about the huge hole that had been carved in the wall. What to do about that? Who would fill it? Kanjingue raised one hand, reached into his mouth, and pulled out a key from his throat, handing it to Ji Yen. If you get into trouble, use this key to open the door to room 801. The occupant there may not be easy to talk to, but should, maybe, out of our relationship, help you with some trouble. Kanjingue's tone was filled with uncertainty. But he knew Ji Yen had angered all the tenants by forcibly breaking through the wall to let him in. He'd caused a big mess, and he had to show some gratitude. The only way he could think of compensating was with this. Ji Yen twitched his mouth and bitterly laughed. Bro, don't say maybe you should. The tenants on the 8th floor are all tough characters. If your face doesn't work, this won't be a favor, it'll be pure revenge. Kanjingue rasped, I know how hard it is to survive in this apartment. I've done all I can. If you run into trouble, you can also come to this room. My daughter will help you. After saying all this, Kanjingue walked towards the door. The rats gathered at the doorway quickly scattered away. Ji Yen held the key in his hand. A game notification sound echoed in his mind. Congratulations, player, you've received a bonus task reward, key to room 801. Reminder, the tenants on the 8th floor have a complex backstory and strange personalities. Do you think the key in your hand is a blessing or a curse? How can the game hints be so hard to solve? Ji Yen held the key, feeling it exceptionally hot in his hands. Louis Tong had previously mentioned, and the notice had reported, that currently there are only 4 residents on the 8th floor. As the highest floor of the apartment building, the rent is double that of the other tenants. Many rules don't apply to that floor, and each resident has multiple background stories set up, triggering tasks that are at least A+ level. Each one is like a mini-boss in a dungeon. Ji Yen repeatedly squeezed the key, hoping to trigger his talent, but still no hidden information appeared, so he had to give up. Why are you still in a daze? Hurry up and go out. It's getting dark. I have to hurry and clean the room, said the girl with dyed hair, rolling up her sleeves to Ji Yen. Ji Yen snapped back to reality, apologized for the interruption to the girl with dyed hair, and quickly left the room. What kind of person is that? In the end, I got nothing, and now I have to help clean up the mess. The girl with dyed hair muttered, complaining out loud. But the one good thing was that she wasn't kicked out and could continue to lounge around in room 102, surviving on her own. But then she received a summons from the blood wall and hurried into the room. More blood seeped out from the blood wall, staining the already mottled wall, and the bloodstains wriggled, eventually forming 2 words, thank you. Over here, when Ji Yen returned to the corridor, the impish and crafty creature had already left, taking the intruding rats with it. But after all that commotion on the 1st floor, it was now in a terrible state. Dirty water and trash covered every corner, with a foul smell filling the air. It's left completely satisfied, but what about me? Staring at the huge mess in front of him, Ji Yen rubbed his head in frustration. Just as he said that, a wave of cold air hit from behind. Ji Yen's heart skipped a beat. He turned around, and the old landlord had already appeared behind him. As the boss of this dungeon, despite the old man's friendly appearance, there was always an indescribable pressure. It was like an abyss, being unable to see the bottom made it the scariest. Good news or bad news, which one do you want to hear? The landlord squinted, and his smile sent a chill down Ji Yen's spine. Ji Yen paused, good news? The good news is that those annoying rats are gone. You've completed the task. Ji Yen didn't look happy, what's the bad news? The bad news is, you used the worst possible method to complete the task. The benefits of the task can't make up for the wall that's been gouged open and the mess on the 1st floor. These words didn't make Ji Yan's face darken. He simply asked, so how do I make up for it? The old landlord smiled, you, a young guy who can barely afford rent by parasiting in room 404, how do you plan to make up for it? Ji Yen shook his head, if I can't fill this hole, old man, you won't waste time talking to me here. Those 1st floor tenants who hate me have already taken it out on me. It's you, old man, who stopped them. The old landlord shook his cigarette pipe, seemingly surprised, not bad, your brain works well? I'll give you a nighttime task. If you complete it, I won't pursue the hole in the wall and the mess on the 1st floor. Nighttime tasks. The death rate for those is twice that of daytime tasks. Ji Yen desperately tried to find an excuse, But isn't it a rule that all residents are supposed to rest at night? Why not change it to daytime? This task can't be completed during the day. You have a night patrol permit. You can't fool me, old man. You have two choices. The other one is that I'll throw you to those tenants to deal with. What do you think, young man? Facing the landlord's kind expression, Ji Yan's smile was more bitter than tears. Old man, do you think I have a choice? The old landlord patted Ji Yan's shoulder. Young man, I have high hopes for your abilities. We're all tenants of the apartment. To maintain a good environment, we should all contribute, right? Don't feel like you're in debt. If you do the task well, I'll personally give you a gift. The kinder the landlord seemed, the more uneasy Ji Yan felt. He simply asked, Old man, don't beat around the bush. How many people have done this late-night task? So far, there have been about 11. Any work? Young man, the way you ask. The landlord shook his head and smiled, then said, Not many. Ji Yan was mentally and physically exhausted. This life-threatening work just kept coming one after another. Was it that the heavens wanted to test if his fate was strong enough, or was someone pulling strings behind the scenes? If he remembered correctly, today's initial task was simply to deliver a sachet, then he could finish and relax for another day. But just because he glanced at the notice in the hallway, it turned into the current deep water and blazing fire situation. It really was like that saying, don't pick the flowers by the roadside. Be content, compared to the other unlucky ones, at least you're still alive. Ji Yan knew the landlord was referring to the other players who had taken on tasks and asked, what happened to them? The task failed, and they were used to patch up the wall. Chapter 24, Catching a Little Weakness, Grandma's Gift. So what exactly was the task? Ji Yan asked quietly. At 12 o'clock tonight, you'll know. Go rest after you return. As for these messes, I'll handle them. Normally, I wouldn't bother talking to you so much. Whoever made the mess, they'll be the one to fix it. But seeing you're smart and quick, I'll give you this opportunity. The old man stroked his beard and spoke slowly. That guy, Long Yuan, isn't very impressive. Why didn't the old man ask him? Ji Yan intentionally mentioned Long Yuan. You can't compare to him. That kid never made mistakes, and he doesn't owe any rent. Ji Yan suddenly understood, got it, he doesn't have anything to grab him by. I made a mess, and you caught me red-handed. The landlord said, you got it. Alright, go back, don't be a hindrance here. The landlord picked up his cigarette holder and stepped aside. Ji Yan didn't continue to chat, knowing that talking more with this dungeon boss might trigger some deadly task. As Ji Yan went upstairs, the landlord flicked the ash off his cigarette and shouted towards the corridor, get to work, hurry up, it's almost dark. In the corridor, as the voice echoed, the walls on both sides began to wriggle, revealing pairs of ghostly white eyeballs. Ji Yan went upstairs, and just confirmed that he had completed the announcement task when the game prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations, player, for completing the announcement task. You helped the apartment solve the rat plague in the gutter, creating a better living environment. All tenants' favorability toward you increased by 5%. Ding! Because the player completed the task incorrectly, all the tenants on the first floor collectively harbor 15% malice toward you. Announcement task rewards, the rent for your room, 404, will be halved for the next 7 days. You have received a rare purple treasure chest. Congratulations, player, you have collected a talent fragment. The talent upgrade progress is now 1/3. Keep going and continue collecting. Still need 2 more fragments? Ji Yan pursed his lips. He felt like he had been tricked. At the beginning, they hadn't explained this clearly, misleading him into thinking 1 fragment would upgrade. Is the system learning the cut one more time trick from? If he collects all 3 fragments, will there be another progress bar? Ji Yan shook his head, looking even more speechless at the fluctuating favorability scores. So he worked as a volunteer for the apartment all day, and no one even said thank you, and he offended quite a few tenants. Ji Yan really couldn't figure out, since his method of completing the task was wrong, what was the better way to do it. If he didn't let the trap spirits in, he couldn't resolve his obsession and make them leave on their own. Forcefully driving them away wouldn't work either. But looking at the task rewards, Ji Yan still felt somewhat balanced. He wasn't in a rush to open the treasure chest. He first returned to room 404 to report the task to Grandma. When he entered 404, he received a prompt. Congratulations, player. Because you reduced the rent for room 404 by half for 7 days, both mother and grandmother think you're a sensible, grown-up child. Their favorability toward you increased by 20%. Ji Yan's eyes flashed. In the living room, Louis Tong had returned early and was sitting at the dining table eating dinner. Seeing Ji Yan covered in filth, I almost didn't recognize him. I thought it was that creepy thing breaking in. But when I looked again, I couldn't help but be stunned. Weren't you just going to deliver a sachet? How did it end up like this? It's a long story. Just think of me as having fallen into a ditch. Ji Yan spoke helplessly. By the way, the first floor downstairs seems quite lively. I heard someone say that some idiot, for some unknown reason, actually broke through the apartment building and flooded the first floor corridor with dirty water, causing the strange tenant on the first floor to go absolutely mad. I bet that poor idiot must have met a terrible end. How could someone cause such a big mess? Ji Yan was too tired to explain. He took off his shirt and walked towards the bathroom. After cleaning the filth off his body, Ji Yan knocked on his grandmother's door and walked in. "Grandma, I delivered the sachet." The landlord accepted it. On the bed, his grandmother, wearing reading glasses, was knitting a sweater, looking kind and gentle. "Good, as long as you delivered it. But now you've gotten yourself into big trouble." His grandmother didn't look up but clearly understood Ji Yan's current situation. He had just crawled out of the pit created by the announcement task and now had fallen into another pit the landlord had dug. Ji Yan forced a smile, saying sarcastically, "Helping out with some volunteer work for the apartment is the least I could do. It's no trouble." Grandma chuckled softly and slowly spoke, "You're like a duck." "Ji Yan, huh? You're fully cooked, yet your mouth stays stubborn." Grandma put down the sweater she was knitting and looked up at Ji Yan. "That landlord is very smart. He never does a losing deal. Our building seems solid, standing firm in this world, but in reality, it's full of holes. He'll always find ways to make you outsiders fill those holes. The mess on the first floor, he helped clean it up for you. You thought you were lucky, but in truth, he gave you an even worse mess to deal with. You shouldn't have looked at that announcement." Ji Yan didn't say anything. There was no point in talking more now. "What kind of job did that old man give you?" "I don't know yet. I only know it's after midnight." When Grandma heard after midnight, she shook her head. "It's a terrible job." Clearly, she knew but didn't say. Ji Yan, understanding, didn't press for more details. "All right, here's something I knitted for you. What do you think?" Grandma handed over a sweater, a dark red high-neck cardigan that didn't look tacky. Ji Yan took it, and immediately, a hidden information box popped up. "Congratulations, player, you have obtained a cursed item, white silk curse sweater, which can resist 3 fatal cursed damage attacks and increase the player's mental value by 25%. Higher mental value gives stronger immunity to cursed assimilation. Hidden information, when the sweater is 95% damaged, a backlash effect will trigger, causing a burning effect." Backlash effect? Ji Yan's eyebrows twitched. Grandma continued, "This sweater has a special ingredient that I added myself. If you face danger at night, the sweater will protect you, but only for a short time. Within that time, you'll need to find a way to save yourself." Her words indirectly indicated that tonight's task would be quite dangerous. Grandma had purposely created a riddle. But what she didn't know was that this small riddle had been easily decoded by Ji Yan's talent omniscient understanding. "I got it. I'll leave now." Ji Yan accepted the additional gift from his grandmother and prepared to leave the room. Perhaps due to the growing affection, Grandma gave another reminder, "If you really can't escape trouble, try running back home. Once you're inside, I can help a little. But not much." "Thank you, Grandma." Ji Yan nodded and left the room. Ding. Player has completed today's task assigned by Grandma. The current affection with this character is 45%. Congratulations! You have triggered the grandparent affection. The cursed grandma has developed a protective instinct towards you. In the 404 cabin's vicinity, if danger or threat arises, Grandma will offer some protection for your actions. Please keep up the good work and develop more intimate relationships. Ding! You have received today's dinner from the cursed grandma. She personally made you a nutritious meal. Food is available in the kitchen. Is this the benefit of high favorability? Damn, I've been stuck in this dungeon for days before I could finally enjoy something like this. Mentioning that makes me so angry. It's all because of that damn nightmare-eating demon giving me a disastrous start. Even though that old drunkard father disappeared and logged off, I still want to drag him out and give him a good whipping. Chapter 25, Midnight Privileges, Rooftop Task. Walking into the living room, Louis Tong had already finished her meal. She was wiping her mouth with a napkin and asked Ji Yan, "What about your dinner?" "The kitchen." Ji Yan entered the kitchen, where a steaming clay pot sat on the stove. He lifted the lid, and white steam rose, with hot meat broth inside. Black chunks of meat rolled in the greasy broth. The smell was good, but the appearance made him uneasy. It looked a bit off-putting, hard to swallow. "Whatever, as long as it doesn't kill me." Ji Yan picked it up and walked out of the kitchen. Louis Tone looked at the pot of hot soup, her eyes widening slightly. "Want to drink some?" Ji Yan asked. No. This is your special dinner, I can't drink it. It'll affect the favorability of the creepy grandmother. But, how did you manage this? I completed 7 daily tasks for the creepy grandmother and she never personally made me dinner. This is your first day interacting with her. It's unbelievable. Ji Yan wasn't too surprised. He had reduced half the rent for the 404 house for 7 days, so treating himself to dinner made sense. But thinking of tonight's late-night unknown task, Ji Yan felt that the creepy grandmother was preparing a farewell meal for him. Ji Yan quickly dismissed that thought. That's too unlucky. Louis Tong refused, and Ji Yan didn't continue to invite her. He was starving and immediately began eating. The black meat, he had no idea what kind of meat it was. It was sour. It wasn't bad, and it seemed to have been cooked for a long time. It fell apart easily with a gentle bite. Ding! Tip for the player: due to consumption of the special nutritious meal, your body absorbs extra nutrition, and all stats are fully restored. Creepy power plus 1 point, creepy power plus 1 point. Seeing the green notification panel pop up, Ji Yan's expression changed. He immediately ate more, taking bigger bites. After the whirlwind of eating, he didn't even leave a drop of soup. Louis Tong sat beside him. Seems like you were really starving. Ji Yan wiped the corner of his mouth, feeling the surge of strength in his body. He spoke, the nutritious meal is about replenishing, whether it's tasty or not doesn't matter. At that moment, Louis Tong suddenly remembered something. She took a flashlight out of her pocket and handed it to Ji Yan. Here, take this. Ji Yan, what do I need this for? The creepy mother asked me to give it to you. Don't ask me, I don't know either. It's the first time I've seen someone get an equipment reward from her without even interacting with her. Louis Tong was astonished. You didn't even interact with the creepy mother, yet you still got equipment rewards from her? That's unbelievable. She couldn't believe it. Originally, Ji Yan had been cursed with bad luck, but it seemed after the creepy father logged off, his bad luck had turned into good fortune. She only said one thing: tonight, take it with you. If you get lost in the abyss and can't find your way home, open the flashlight. The path it illuminates will guide you back home. Louis Tong listened, confused. Ji Yan, on the other hand, was deep in thought. The creepy mother and the creepy grandmother had both warned him to be cautious tonight. How dangerous could this task be? He took the flashlight, and the information about the equipment appeared, but there was no hidden information. Congratulations, player, you have obtained the equipment, Ghostly Soul Flashlight. Ji Yan quickly glanced at it and threw it into his toolbox. Thinking about it, both the mother and the grandmother were taking good care of him. However, after considering that he killed the creepy father and reduced the rent, the twofold favorability boost triggered these protective rewards, which seemed quite reasonable. Soon, the sky darkened. The players working in the apartment all returned to their own rooms. Ji Yan lay on his bed, but no matter what, he couldn't fall asleep. It wasn't insomnia, but rather his energy was too abundant. Because of that pot of soup, all status values are now full. It is clear that Grandma had already planned this step long ago. If players lack sleep, their status will decline significantly, resulting in confusion, dizziness, and other issues, greatly affecting gameplay. Taking advantage of some free time, Ji Yan opened the tools bar and the unopened treasure chest. Opening blind boxes is always exciting. Clicking to claim, the items popped up before him. Successfully opened a collectible level purple treasure chest. Congratulations to the player for acquiring a cursed item, Coffin Nails X3. Collectible quality, single use. Description: nails that conceal blood-clothed vengeful spirits. Their worth is self-evident, no further explanation needed. That's it. Just 3 nails? Ji Yan looked at the 3 rusty nails, the length of his index finger, and examined them slightly. Although they looked like pure rusty iron nails picked up off the street, being rated as collectible quality meant they definitely had substantial lethality. However, such a big treasure chest produced only 3 single nails, which was somewhat disappointing and did not meet Ji Yan's expectations. One more cursed item means one more sense of security. Ji Yan is an ordinary person who cherishes life and fears death. Those bold moves for wealth are just done out of necessity. Continuing to rest in the room, Ji Yan gradually heard the strange sounds of NPCs refreshing at night from outside. As expected, the door was knocked on again, but Ji Yan ignored it. Until he heard the clock striking midnight, Ji Yan opened his eyes, got out of bed, and took out the night patrol certificate, wearing it on his chest. Ding! Cursed item activated, you have gained the privilege to go out at night. Before 3 a.m., you will be immune to all nocturnal eerie hatred. Tip: this is just immunity, please do not actively provoke. The door continued to be knocked on, and Ji Yan opened the door. Outside the door was a cursed being with no lower half, dragging a bloody, mangled waist, lifting its half-rotten face, just about to attack. In the next second, it seemed to have lost its focus, its expression turned blank. Then, it silently turned around and went to knock on the door of the neighbor, Luitong. Ji Yen blinked and turned back to walk towards the living room. In the living room at midnight, it was still bustling. The ominous blurry shadows drifted like homeless, aimless wandering souls and ghosts, roaming in every corner of room 404. Ji Yen, a human among them, felt all the hairs on his body stand up. But due to the badge on his chest, these nocturnal eerie beings seemed to be unable to see him, passing right by him. It's midnight, why hasn't the old man come yet? Just as Ji Yen was thinking this, the door was knocked on. In the next second, the nocturnal eerie beings in the living room scattered like startled mice. What scared them like that? Ji Yen mumbled, but he roughly guessed who was outside. Sure enough, when he opened the door, the old man wearing a white tang suit stood outside the corridor, one hand holding an old pipe, the other hand holding a birdcage. Inside, a parrot stared straight at Ji Yen. Is the old man taking the bird out at this time? What great enthusiasm! Ji Yen feigned a remark. But he was secretly complaining, who takes a bird out after midnight? That's just crazy. Smooth talker. Saying this, he handed over an old-fashioned key. Go do your work. This is the key to open the door to the rooftop. Ji Yen took the key, confused. What am I supposed to do? The water tank on the rooftop of the apartment has a problem. Recently, some tenants have reported that the tap water is dirty. You need to clean it up. As he spoke, the landlord's wrinkles relaxed, revealing a creepy smile. It's just that the water tank has some dirty stuff, you just need to clean it up. The task is very simple. The landlord patted Ji Yen on the shoulder. Though Ji Yen tried hard to believe him, both the smile and the undertones told him. This job is not simple, it could definitely cost him his life. Chapter 26, Zhong Ting's Affection, Psychic Connection. Old man, you better stop smiling. The more you laugh, the more I panic. Looking at the landlord's cancerous smile, Ji Yen couldn't help but speak. The sooner you finish, the sooner you can rest. When passing the 8th floor, don't linger, and don't run around. There are many places in this building that you, someone who's only been here a few days, shouldn't go to. Even if you wear that badge on your chest, it's just a decoration to some of the residents, useless. The landlord didn't say much more, giving a few final instructions before turning to leave. Ji Yen held the key and left the room, heading upstairs. At night, the apartment not only had a more terrifying atmosphere, but also many vague, eerie figures wandering in the hallways and stairwells. These nighttime strange NPCs, to be honest, could trigger some tasks, and if you completed them, they wouldn't make things difficult for you. Those with bad tempers wouldn't trigger tasks at all, and after just a few words, they would open their mouths and start eating you. Therefore, players without nighttime privileges wouldn't dare to come out at night even with 100 times the courage. Even those with privileges didn't dare to jump around recklessly. The privilege badge only works on most strange things, but a small number of terrifying strange beings don't care about these privileges. They are like overlooked virus Trojans, and no protective mechanism in the building can trap them. Ji Yen left room 404 and quickly ascended the stairs, not willing to stay on any floor longer than necessary. There were many eerie figures wandering the hallways, some even ignoring the privilege badge and interacting with Ji Yen. Ji Yen ignored them, only focused on reaching the rooftop. By the time he reached the 7th floor, the eerie figures were fewer, but all kinds of chilling sounds echoed around. When he reached the 8th floor, the hallway was pitch black, and he couldn't see either end. It was deathly silent and creepy. Thinking carefully, it seemed that he had connections on both the 7th and 8th floors. Not to mention the person on the 8th floor. Lu Nianqing on the 7th floor owed him a big favor, but he wasn't sure how much influence Lu had in the building. Ji Yen had already made up his mind. If he encountered any insurmountable danger on the rooftop, he would just rush to Lu Nianqing's room and throw the problem at him. But when he reached the rooftop, he found the door was already open. Who opened the door? Ji Yen looked at the unlocked door, unable to guess whether it was a player or a strange being. He pulled out a hammer, cautiously stepping out onto the rooftop. The apartment's top-floor rooftop was icy, with the cold wind howling, biting into the skin. A blood-red crescent moon hung high in the night sky. Ji Yen looked around, and the next second, he noticed a faint sound behind him. He spun around and grabbed a brick flying toward him. Looking up, he saw a girl with twin ponytails. Stunned, it's over, the ambush failed. Sister, let's run. Run? That's a player, not a strange being. The single ponytail girl grabbed her running sister, speaking irritably. Ji Yen crushed the brick in his hand and clapped his hands. Looking at the two girls, he realized they were identical twins, wearing the same clothes, and the only way to tell them apart was their hairstyles. You should be grateful I'm a player. If I were a strange being, you wouldn't have the chance to run. The single ponytail sister said helplessly, don't mind her, my sister is a bit simple-minded, she gets startled by everything. Ji Yen looked at the twin sisters and tried to ask, so, you were also tricked by the landlord to handle the clean the water tank task? The task is indeed that, but it didn't trigger from the landlord, it triggered from our strange family in room 705. The twin sister shook her head and spoke. They were players living in 705. Their strange family member was a ghost who died in the bathroom, pretending to be their brother. Because he drowned in the bathroom, he was always soaking in a water-filled bathtub, like a fish, unable to leave the bathtub, unable to leave the water. But in the past few days, because the water from the faucet had turned into thick black blood, the strange brother became more and more irritable and started to darken. The twin sisters wanted to continue living safely in 705, so they had to solve the water quality problem. They got the rooftop key from the landlord, but when they came up during the day, they found no issues with the water tank. So, they decided to check again at midnight, and that's when they met Ji Yen. Ji Yen suddenly understood. They both wore special privilege badges and had a night protection mechanism, which surprised Ji Yen slightly. These two sisters seemed like rookies at the game, yet they had privileges, and they were even residents of the 7th floor. After checking the two girls' profile information, Ji Yen was surprised to find that they had survived for 45 days. It seemed they were truly capable, and it was important not to judge by appearances. "How's your mission going? What did you find?" Ji Yen glanced at the square water tank made of cement and asked. "We didn't go over there. We didn't dare. It's too scary." The twin sister, Zhong Ting, hugged her head with both hands, her face red and full of fear. "Scary?" Ji Yen squinted his eyes. "What did you see?" Zhong Yi, the twin sister, covered her sister's mouth, clearly more clever. Her gaze toward Ji Yen was cautious. She spoke first, asking, "You said you're sent by the landlord. Do you have the rooftop key?" Ji Yen responded bluntly, tossing the key over. Upon seeing the key, Zhong Yi finally relaxed. She spoke, "We don't know what's in the water tank, we just heard it." "Heard it?" Before Zhong Yi could speak, her sister interrupted, "Our talent is telepathy. In the instance, my sister and I can not only communicate telepathically, but we can also hear strange voices during our missions. An A-rank talent. Impressive, right?" Her face was full of pride. Zhong Yi covered her face and knocked her sister's head lightly. "You little brat, I'm begging you, keep your mouth shut." She was frustrated and angry. Why did she have to reveal their talent so early? If it weren't for her sister covering for her, this foolish little sister would barely survive a single day in such a brutal instance. Ji Yen was slightly surprised when he heard this. Being able to hear strange voices? This talent was very useful. After surviving for so many days in the instance, it was finally nice to hear of a useful talent. Ji Yen thought for a moment. That meant the dirty water in the tank was most likely caused by the strange creature. What did that strange creature say? It said, "Heart voices," but we could hardly understand them. It sounded creepy, so we didn't dare to open the water tank. We thought we'd first discuss a plan, and then you showed up. Zhong Yi shook her head and said. Her sister crouched in the corner, covering her head with her hands, saying, "That creature is in pain. It even begged us for help." Before she finished speaking, her sister suddenly changed expression. She tightly covered her ears and screamed, "Ah, that creature is screaming again, it sounds so scary. So painful, I just want to block out that creature's voice, who will come save me?" Chapter 27, Playing Hide and Seek, Stepping onto the 8th floor. The younger sister covered her ears, and the sound from the creature in the water tank was like piercing static, stabbing into her eardrums, making her head feel like it would split. The older sister also had one hand on her forehead, but she didn't seem as pained. Although my sister and I have the same talent, she hears the heart voices much more strongly than I do. Ji Yen looked at the water tank covered in moss and asked, "What exactly did that creature say?" The younger sister covered her head and said, "It said it's so cold inside, it's suffocating, can't breathe. It's begging for help." Begging for help? So that creature is trapped inside. Who put it in there? Ji Yen thought for a moment. "You stay here. I'll push aside the cement slab and see if it will come out." With that, Ji Yen stood up and walked toward the water tank. Perhaps due to the strange old woman's black meat soup adding 100 points of ghost power, the thick cement slab, weighing hundreds of pounds, was easily pushed aside by Ji Yen as if it were wood. The cement slab created an opening about the length of 1.5 arms. The next second, a strong, foul odor and black smoke poured out from the water tank. Ji Yen stared at the dark water reservoir inside. Faintly, he saw a pair of ghostly white eyes, staring straight at Ji Yen. In the next moment, a hand with dark green skin, swollen and bubbling, stretched out and grabbed the edge. "Don't be nervous, I'm here to save you." Seeing that the other didn't attack immediately, Ji Yen tried to communicate. As long as he could get the strange thing out, the water pollution issue in the reservoir should be solved. However, as soon as Ji Yen spoke, the ghostly white eyes turned cold. "Get lost." In the next second, the dark hand suddenly reached for Ji Yen's neck. Already prepared, Ji Yan smashed his hammer onto the hand before it could touch him, and with a strong flick, a piece of rotten flesh was torn off. The strange creature inside quickly pulled its hand back. "What the hell, asking for help but not letting me save you?" Ji Yan frowned and complained, looking at the piece of rotten flesh. His sister Zhongyi spoke from behind, "That strange creature only allows its father to save it. No one else can." His younger sister Zhongting followed up, "It said this is a game of hide and seek. As long as daddy hasn't found it, the game isn't over and it hasn't lost yet." "Hide and seek? Which room does it live in?" The two sisters shook their heads. "It's already good that we can hear this much. It's been crying and wailing." Ji Yan's eyes flickered, and he suddenly thought of something as he picked up the rotten flesh. Immediately, the all-knowing and all-understanding ability triggered, and a hidden message popped up in front of him. "That day, Daddy played hide and seek with me. He said the game can't end unless he finds me. So I listened to him and ran out of room 804, hiding in the rooftop water reservoir. It's so cold, so stuffy. Why hasn't Daddy found me yet?" Ji Yan raised his eyebrows. Room 804, the resident on the 8th floor. A headache suddenly hit him. The residents on the 8th floor were all tough characters, and he really didn't want to deal with them at all. However, his own child hid in the rooftop water reservoir and still hasn't been found. Is it carelessness, or is he deliberately not looking? Not thinking too deeply, at least now he had a clear target for the clue. "Do you know where its father is?" The older sister Zhongyi, with sharp ears, heard Ji Yan's mumbling. Room 804. Ji Yan jumped down from the water reservoir and threw away the rotten flesh. "Do you want to follow me?" "How did you get this information?" The younger sister glanced at the disgusting rotten flesh and asked. "Everyone has some kind of talent, right? What is your talent?" "It looks really impressive." "Pretty useless, nothing to brag about." Ji Yan waved his hand, not revealing it. The younger sister instantly became angry, her face turning red. "It's not fair, I already told you." The older sister pulled the younger sister behind her and spoke. "You want to go to the 8th floor? But the residents on the 8th floor are. Why don't you guys go?" "I'll stay here and keep watch?" Ji Yan asked in return. The older sister smiled slightly. "You go ahead. Me and my sister will stay here. If we get any more information, we'll inform you when you come back." "No worries, I have connections on the 8th floor." Ji Yan patted the dust off his clothes. The older sister was slightly surprised. "You have connections with the residents on the 8th floor too? How are your relations? Life or death friendship, what do you think?" Waving his hand, Ji Yan left the rooftop. As soon as Ji Yan left, the younger sister tugged at the older sister's hand. "Sister, he's dealt with the strange residents on the 8th floor. Should we try to get in good with him?" The older sister shook her head. "Whatever he says, you believe it? Look at how stiff his smile is. He's just pretending. His homepage info has been up for less than 7 days. Is that even possible?" 8th floor. As soon as his foot stepped into this hallway, his vision was severely obstructed. It was eerily quiet, even the wandering night creatures seemed too afraid to enter this floor. Ji Yan took out the flashlight he had gotten from the strange mother's toolbox. The orange cold light cut through the pitch-black darkness. The 8th floor was exceptionally tidy, with no trash, no blood, and even a red carpet was laid on the floor. Following the doorplate numbers, Ji Yan quickly found room 804. At the door, there was a little boy squatting, wearing only a belly band. Playing with a dead little bird in his hand, he looked up and saw Ji Yan coming over with a flashlight. Holding up the dead bird, he asked with a grin, "Brother, this one is dead. What fun stuff do you have in your hands?" Ji Yan looked at the half-open door behind the strange boy and asked, "Are your parents home?" The boy grinned. He, "Give me something fun, and I'll tell you." Ji Yan hesitated. The only things he had on him were 3 coffin nails and an eyeball that he had taken from the 7th floor's strange things. While he was thinking, the half-open door creaked open. A white-haired woman in pajamas stepped out, picking up the child. She glanced at Ji Yan, her gaze as if looking at a filthy rat eating trash in a sewer. "Good son, you've forgotten what I told you again. Don't talk to those downstairs, they're all dirty. Your mom's treasure, so clean, don't let them contaminate you." Ji Yan. The strange boy wasn't happy. "Mom, I don't have any toys left to play with. This brother has a lot of fun things on him, I want them." The strange mother stopped, looking a little helpless. Ji Yan seized the opportunity and spoke. "Sister, I'm looking for you." The strange mother interrupted, slightly bending her proud figure, the v-neck of her shirt revealing large patches of pale skin. "You call me sister, you sure have a sweet mouth. Where do you live?" Ji Yan could only answer, "The 4th floor." "Oh, a guest from the 4th floor." The strange mother then asked, "First time on the 8th floor?" Ji Yan hesitated and nodded slightly. The strange mother let out a long "oh." her smile suddenly turning meaningful. So that means the 8th floor doesn't have any background connections? Ji Yan's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately sensed something was wrong. Before he could react, the strange mother's eyes, which had just curved into a smile, turned arrogant and cold, her hand already clutching Ji Yan's neck. It felt like death's scythe had hooked around his throat, and Ji Yan's whole body went cold and numb. The strange mother's scarlet tongue licked the corner of her mouth. What a fine body you have. You dare to come up to the 8th floor alone in the middle of the night, who gave you the courage? Chapter 28, A Nail for a Favor, Payback Time. As she spoke, the strange mother's delicate fingers landed on his chest, her bright nails like sharp surgical knives. As her nails scraped down, Ji Yan felt like his chest was being sliced open, blood flooding his vision. But he heard a ripping sound, and realized he wasn't hurt. Instead, his sweater had been torn open. Oh. This sweater looks familiar. You must be that old lady's grandson from 404. The strange mother looked at the threads hanging from her sharp nails, her red lips curving up in a smile. Mom! Quick, grab him, turn him into a toy, I want a new toy. The strange boy was unusually excited. Ji Yan ripped off the badge from his chest. This is the landlord's. Before he could finish his sentence, the badge was snatched away, crumpled into pieces. The strange mother's smile was filled with mockery. This thing is useful for the tenants downstairs, but to me, it's just a worthless piece of trash. You don't think having this will let you run around the apartment unchecked, do you? Ji Yan hadn't expected the 8th floor tenants to be so unreasonable. The nighttime privilege badge didn't work, and there was no need for a valid reason to act against the players. All it took was a mood. And something was wrong. The strange woman's eyes were full of murderous intent. It shouldn't be this intense just for talking to her child. If I've offended you, I'll leave now. Now you want to run? It's probably too late. How good do you think this sweater is? The strange mother's nails grew longer and sharper, moving through the air like bloodthirsty blades. It was knitted by my grandmother. If she knew it got ruined, she'd probably come to my sister and demand an explanation. Scaring me with that old lady doesn't work. Let her stand on this floor and see if she dares to speak up. What I mean is, can I trade this treasure for a life? Ji Yan took out the so-called treasure from his toolbar and handed it over, his eyes full of a desperate will to survive. Take a look? The hand that reached out opened, revealing a long, rust-covered nail in the palm. Before the other party could be confused, the nail was suddenly shot out, and Ji Yan put all his strength into it. With the aid of the strange force, it pierced through the opponent's throat and sank half an inch. Like it was activated, the coffin nail emitted black mist, as if it was glowing red, sizzling and burning the flesh. The strange mother let out a sharp, mournful scream. Ji Yan turned around and ran. The other side didn't intend to let him go, so he wouldn't show any mercy either. The strange child was frightened, the doll cried loudly. The strange mother's neck could not stop the thick black blood from flowing out. Her nails clutched the coffin nail, pulling it out forcefully. Shut up, if you cry again I'll tear your mouth apart. Go back to your room. The strange mother twisted her hideous face and glared at the strange child. The child was so scared that he stopped crying and fearfully crawled back into the room. Smelly rat, dare to play tricks on me? Can you run away? The strange mother crushed the coffin nail in her hand with great force, her hair rapidly growing and turning pale as snow. Her face completely lost its human form, and she shot out with terrifying speed. On the other side, Ji Yan held his mother's flashlight and quickly ran downstairs. He heard frantic shouting from the hallway and didn't dare to slow down. He ran down the 7th floor, without a hint of hesitation, running toward the end of the corridor. Bang! 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 The door of room 702 was knocked, and Ji Yan shouted, "Mr. Liu, open the door quickly." The door opened slightly. Lu Nianqing showed half of his face. I have a bad feeling. You knocking on my door at this hour probably means something bad is happening. Ji Yan was panting, let me in first. Help, some tenants are chasing me. You don't know, so many tenants die every month, most of them die while wandering at night. You don't sleep at night, you like to find excitement? Although he said that, Lu Nianqing still opened the door. Who did you provoke? I'll help you this time, after this, we're even. After closing the door, Lu Nianqing turned and looked at the disheveled Ji Yan. Ji Yan listened to the noise outside, hesitated for a moment, then slowly spoke, the tenants upstairs. When he heard the 8th floor, Lu Nianqing's face darkened. You said before, you won't help anyone except the landlord, but you'll help others. Lu Nianqing's mouth twitched, and he finally gritted his teeth and asked again, who did you provoke? I swear, I was just passing by, and that little demon's mother wanted to kill me, I'm as confused as you. Ji Yan tried to make himself sound as innocent as possible. That family on the 804? That family has terrible tempers. Lu Nianqing narrowed his eyes, that woman wouldn't suddenly want to kill you, you must have done something. As soon as he finished speaking, the door behind him visibly began to decay. Lu, hand over that boy. I'm not interested in causing trouble for you. Lu Nianqing fell silent for a moment, then spoke faintly. I don't understand what you're saying. Tell your child to stop playing marbles upstairs. It's so noisy at night. Outside, the strange mother's voice came in a low, sinister tone. What, are you going to protect that little mouse? You, a poor widow who can barely pay rent and can't even fill your own stomach, still want to be someone else's backer? That stinky little brat made a hole in my neck, you can't protect him. Crack, crack. The decaying gap in the door filled with white hair, extending around the floor, about to break through the door. Lu Nianqing rubbed his brow, very helpless. He asked Ji Yan, do you have the hatchet? I do. Let me borrow it. Ji Yan didn't waste words and took out the hatchet, handing it over. Lu Nianqing grabbed the hatchet and turned, stabbing directly at a spot on the door. A strange sound came from outside the door, and immediately, the white hair that had entered quickly retreated. When the hatchet was pulled back, a few drops of black blood were on the blade. Lu Nianqing threw it back to Ji Yan and then spoke to the door, stop yelling like a shrew outside. There's no one in my room. If the neighbors see and gossip, your sensitive husband will hear it and think I'm putting a hat on him. Outside, the strange mother's voice nearly ground her teeth. Lu Nianqing, you really want to stick your foot in? Take your time. I can't deal with you, but wait till my hot-tempered partner arrives. Let's see if you can still be tough. The noise outside gradually faded away. That decayed, rotten door unexpectedly restored itself to its original state in the blink of an eye. Lu Nianqing shook his head and turned to the table to pour himself a glass of water. Ji Yan didn't expect Lu Nianqing to really go head-to-head with the 8th floor resident, directly forcing him to leave. This favor still holds some weight. Mr. Lu, thank you. Lu Nianqing spoke indifferently. Now, we're square. How did you provoke that crazy white-haired woman? I don't care, and I'm not interested. Now leave. I need to rest. I want a drink before I leave. Ji Yan still wanted to stay for a bit, unsure if that person was waiting outside. Lu Nianqing shook his head. That's not possible. You can't stay for a second longer. Hurry up and leave. In such a hurry? Lu Nianqing stopped pretending. No nonsense, if you stay any longer, that woman's husband will be here soon. This door won't stop that madman. I've repaid the favor. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. Get out, quickly. Chapter 29, The Trick of Provoking, Killing to Seal the Mouth. 1 second Ji Yan was praising Lu Nianqing's kindness, and the next, he was ruthlessly kicked out of the apartment. That woman's husband is a stubborn, unreasonable man. The axe is yours, so the stab I made also counts as yours. If you want to survive, run back to 404. Maybe your 2 family members can save you, but it's probably hopeless. The landlord won't care before dawn. Good luck to you. The door slammed shut, leaving behind Lu Nianqing's few words scattered in the cold wind. Ji Yan patted the flashlight in his hand, the light flickering and buzzing. The axe that had wounded the strange mother's body, the few drops of blood on its tip, clung to it like glue, impossible to shake off. And it gave off a strong, fishy smell. Because he was holding the axe, the talent information panel triggered, and several lines of blood-red words appeared. The unremovable stench of blood will, in 10 minutes, attract the strange mother's husband. He is a dead-eyed demon, blind but incredibly fierce, and his sense of smell is extremely sharp. The road home is not a road to self-rescue, only by going higher will you find a way to survive. So, how should you save yourself? Perhaps it was due to completing a fragment of the talent that the omniscient understanding now triggered much more easily. And the hidden information obtained now even guided Ji Yan on how to survive. The talent is hinting that running back to 404 and relying on my strange family members won't save me. Not to mention whether grandmother and mother have enough favor to risk their lives for me. Dealing with the strange on the 4th floor against the strange on the 8th floor is already tough enough. Ji Yan looked at the axe in his hand and muttered to himself. Going higher is the way to survive. The talent is hinting that the head of 801 can save me? With only 10 minutes, Ji Yan couldn't afford to think too much. He turned and walked toward the hallway. You have to try everything. After all, I helped that strange spirit end its obsession. I can't harm myself, right? Back in the hallway, Ji Yan stopped in his tracks because the talent panel popped up again. There are eyes in the shadows, eyeing your axe greedily. He has set a trap in the hallway, and many players have fallen for it. Didn't you notice an extra step in the hallway? It looks like a trap, but it's more like a rare opportunity to get rid of the hot potato in your hand. Eyes in the shadows? A 6th level player in the game? Looking at the second unmistakable clue and the axe in his hand, Ji Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. He continued upward, unprepared, stepping on the extra step. The next second, the step cracked with a loud crack, and Ji Yan's right foot was sucked in by something invisible. Then, a pair of eyes opened beneath the step, and hands covered in corpse spots extended up from Ji Yan's feet. A hoarse voice rang out, "Kid! You walk so carelessly, you broke my leg, didn't you see? Tell me, how are you going to compensate?" Ji Yan's lips twitched. How is it possible that there are such scammers in this bizarre world? Old woman, what are you doing sticking your foot out in the corridor? The scammer didn't listen. What does it matter to you? Compensate. What treasures do you have on you? Show me, then I'll let you go. Ji Yan looked a little troubled. Those hands grew more audacious, and the next second, they reached for his crotch. You won't choose, so I'll choose for you. I'll take this treasure of yours. Instinctively, Ji Yan suddenly swung the machete in his hand, stabbing into the dark, strange scammer under his feet. The machete pierced, and then suddenly, it was as if it was magnetically attached and immediately slipped from his hand. The next second, the scammer slid like an eel, snatching the machete and quickly running away. Ji Yan froze for a moment, then shouted loudly, "Damn it, my knife!" After confirming the other person had stolen his knife, Ji Yan stopped shouting, sighed in relief, clapped his hands, and turned to continue going upstairs. On the other side, the scammer came out from the corridor, tore off a layer of black corpse skin, and crawled out as a blonde male player. He held the machete, his eyes full of excitement. "This knife, it's a treasure. Another night full of harvest." Then, he walked into a room. "Dragon brother, I just picked up a treasure, see how the quality is." Still in the middle of a nighttime mission, Long Yuan turned his head to look. "What is it?" Then he saw the machete, his face changed slightly. "This knife looks familiar, whose was it stolen from?" Just an idiot, scared him a bit, and he immediately dropped the knife. With this mindset, he's still daring to come out at night to do missions. The blonde guy laughed, handing over the knife, full of bragging. Long Yuan held it in his hand and immediately recognized it as the strange object in Ji Yan's possession, his brow furrowing deeply. "Dragon brother, do you know him?" the blonde guy asked, observing carefully. Long Yuan shook his head, studying the machete carefully. Looking at the food on the table, the blonde guy's mouth watered. Having survived 44 days in this instance, he relied on his B-level talent, Golden Cicada Shed Shell, to pretend to be a nighttime monster, scam and rob other players' equipment to survive. Some good equipment would be exchanged with Long Yuan for food. At this moment, the blonde guy was full of expectation, starving for 2 days. He relied on this to start eating meat. It can be exchanged for 3 pieces of bread. Deal. The blonde guy nodded without hesitation. But then, Long Yuan noticed the blood on the knife's tip. The blood could not be wiped off, and the stench was incredibly strong. Long Yuan's brow furrowed. Where did this blood come from? In the next moment, he realized something, his face changing, and threw the machete back to the blonde guy. "Take the knife and get out." The blonde guy, who was about to pick the bread, froze, holding the knife, and asked blankly, "What's wrong?" "A knife meant to risk my life, now used to harm me. 10 seconds, disappear from my house." Long Yuan's face was dark, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The blonde guy, scared stiff by Long Yuan, could only hold the machete and reluctantly turned around to leave. But as soon as he turned, he saw the door at the entrance slowly decaying. A severely rotten hand twisted the doorknob off. "I smell the knife that wounded my wife is here. No matter where you hide, it won't work." Outside the door, the dead-eyed strange man from room 804 had already blocked the doorway. Long Yuan cursed, "Damn it, this is really an undeserved disaster." Grabbing the blonde guy by the hair, he cursed, "Stupid thing, you got tricked by that kid and dragged me down. You're taking the blame for this." The terrified and confused blonde guy had no idea what was going on. On the other side, Ji Yan knew very well that losing the machete was just a delay tactic. The reason the strange mother had such murderous intent towards him was that she smelled the scent of the strange creature from the rooftop on him. By gathering information, he could roughly guess. At the time, this family of parents and daughter played the game, hiding the daughter in the water tank on the rooftop. Without a doubt, that cement slab was put there by the parents. They never intended to let their daughter survive. As for why they wanted to kill their daughter, that remains unknown for now. The goal is to make this family willingly take back their daughter from the water tank. It's a dead end. I might even be chased down to silence. My deceitful mother seems intent on killing me. It looks like she is hurt by my coffin nails, but in reality, she is hiding her cruel crimes against her daughter. Right now, there is only one person who can help me, the resident of room 801. Let's see if Huang Shang's face can help at all. Ji Yan held the mysterious key that Guai had given him, murmuring as he inserted the key into the lock of room 801. Chapter 30, The White Dress Ghost, All-Knowing Gossip. Click. The door lock turned, and the door creaked open slowly. Room 801 was terrifyingly cold, like stepping into an ice cave. Ji Yan shivered from the cold. "Hello, is anyone there?" He tried calling out, but there was no response. Ji Yan could only step into the living room and found a rocking chair, swaying gently, but no one was lying there. By the TV, an old radio played soothing music. An invisible ghost? Ji Yan's expression changed slightly as he shouted a few times towards the chair, but there was no reaction. In the next moment, he felt a strange warmth on his back, followed by a melodious yet chilling voice in his ear. Where did you get the key in your hand? The voice made the hairs on Ji Yan's body stand on end, his right hand uncontrollably opened, the key floating in midair. Immediately, Ji Yan's 5 fingers stretched painfully wider and wider. The intense pain made him break out in a cold sweat. You only have one chance to answer. Looking at his fingers, about to be broken, Ji Yan couldn't help but curse. Damn it, are all the ghosts on the 8th floor crazy? Each one acts immediately without even 2 words. His lips trembling, Ji Yan finally spoke, Huang Shang from 102 gave it to me. Oh, I see. But unfortunately, time's up. Click. With a synchronized sound of bones breaking, all 5 fingers bent backwards, the joints snapping. Looking at his completely deformed hand, Ji Yan gasped for breath, his mind went blank for a moment. Only one thought remained. My hand is ruined. However, this terrifying feeling lasted only a few seconds before Ji Yan's mind grew dazed. When he focused again, his right hand was intact and tightly holding that key. A woman's giggle filled his ears, just kidding. Look at how frightened you are, I bet you didn't get wet down there, right? Ji Yan wanted to curse her, but the words stuck in his throat. The chill next to him faded, and the chair continued to sway. Huang Shang, wasn't he kicked out of the apartment? How could he still give you a key? Ji Yan could only recount the whole thing again. After hearing this, the invisible ghost on the chair seemed to be hit by some strange joke, laughing uncontrollably. Break the wall? You're really bold. That old landlord must be furious, it's a miracle you're still alive and kicking. Ji Yan softly said, I'm not dead, I still have some value. Otherwise, I wouldn't be running around in a dangerous place like the 8th floor at night. The rocking chair continued to sway, the creaking sound sharp to the ears. So, what mess do you have? Ji Yan rubbed his nose, a little trouble. The family in 804 has some grudges. After saying this, the invisible ghost in the rocking chair appeared in Ji Yan's view, wearing a soft and pure white dress, long black hair flowing down, her face as flawless as white jade. Ji Yan was momentarily stunned. The beauty of the resident in room 801 was not any less than the alluring ghost on the 1st floor, just a tad too pale. 804? That family is quite fierce, especially that aunt, she's like a shrew. The little favor from Huang Shang was just because I borrowed a bit when I couldn't afford rent before. When I paid him back later, that guy even added interest, that's not even a favor. That key was just something I pawned to him, I forgot to get it back. The white dress ghost slightly raised her eyes and simply said. Upon hearing this, Ji Yan's hope dimmed a lot. Damn, this favor really is cheap. How could Huang Shang have the audacity to say he'd repay me? But, I have some conflict with her daughter. In the past, the relationships in the apartment were quite good, and I really liked that girl. It's just a shame that she ended up with such a tragic father, trapped in the wall by her own father, unable to go anywhere. Huang Shang thought that by leaving his daughter in the apartment, he was protecting her. Little did he know, this self-congratulatory sense of greatness was just torturing his daughter in a different way. Ji Yan listened without commenting. Back when he was at that wall, he could indeed feel the intense suffering of the strange being trapped inside the wall. Recalling the blood that seeped out when they chiseled the wall, he boldly guessed. Could it be that the entire Crimson apartment was built using strange flesh and blood? This might be the reason why the apartment stands firm in this eerie world. But Ji Yan didn't think further about it, it probably involved the main storyline, and he didn't want to get involved. So, Huang Shang's connections are useless. But for his daughter's sake, I can help you, but you need to agree to one condition. Ji Yan didn't rush to agree. What condition? I haven't figured it out yet, once I do, I'll contact you. Ji Yan thought for a moment, then decisively shook his head, then I'll handle it myself. Sorry for bothering you. He couldn't agree. The strange beings on the 8th floor, none of them were friendly. Tonight's task was already to fix the mess caused by the landlord's old man chiseling the wall. Now, agreeing to another strange being, to tear down the east wall and repair the west wall, it would never end. It's too late. That deadite strange being has already figured out your little trick of drawing it away and is heading upstairs. In 5 minutes, my door will be knocked on. So now, only I can save you. The white-dressed strange being rested her jade hand on her cheek, looking at Ji Yan with a half-smile. Ji Yan frowned, sharply sensing something. You've been secretly watching me? You've been wandering on the 8th floor for so long, and that ant screams so loudly, even if I were deaf, I would still hear it. The strange being in the rooftop water tank is their daughter. They also know their daughter is trapped inside, turned into a hideous vengeful strange being, but they won't rescue her. They even want to kill you people who are helping. Do you know why? Ji Yan, why? Their daughter, you see, is tainted by something unclean. You could think of it as a serious illness. If she stays in apartment 804, not only will they be expelled, but they'll also be infected by their daughter, turning into those inhuman, ghostly creatures. Moreover, that daughter isn't even their biological daughter, she's just a foster child. The parents came up with this brilliant plan: if they couldn't get rid of her, they would trick her into the water tank. Not only did it avoid the infection, but it also escaped the landlord's scrutiny and the apartment's rules. But they still underestimated their daughter's illness. She even managed to contaminate the apartment's water. So, once they know you came for their daughter, they'll do anything to kill you. 1. They're worried their innocent daughter might find out the truth, crawl out of the water tank, and continue haunting them. 2. They're afraid that the landlord, who can't even get to the rooftop, will find out that the cause of the water contamination is the two of them, and they will surely be expelled from the apartment. The white-dressed strange being gently stroked her black hair, turning her head to Ji Yan and asking, "Do you understand?" Ji Yan's face was filled with astonishment. Finally, he took a deep breath and asked in return, "How, do you know all of this so clearly? This little gossip? How could I not know? I love gossip the most. But I usually keep quiet, not wanting to cause trouble. Every household on the 8th floor has some juicy gossip." The white-dressed strange being giggled, and under the moonlight, her exquisite face made Ji Yan stare blankly. Thinking about how the other party stayed indoors but had already noticed every little movement between the 7th and 8th floors, Ji Yan couldn't help but feel a chill on his scalp. What kind of being was this strange entity? Ji Yan listened to the white-dressed strange being and frowned, speaking up, so, this task was impossible from the start. The white-dressed strange being got up from the lounge chair, her graceful figure bathed in the dim moonlight. Dreamy and eye-catching. Not necessarily. That pale and stunningly flawless face leaned close to Ji Yan's sight, her red lips curving up. "I have a way. But it's a bit harsh, a bit reckless. Let's see if you dare to do it." Seeing the malicious smile on the other person's cheek, Ji Yan said, "I've done plenty of reckless things. If it works, I'm in. Actually, it's simple. It's like holding the emperor hostage to command the lords. I know that couple. They'll explode. But you'll have to play the bad guy." Ji Yan's eyes flickered, and he immediately understood. Though it felt a bit forced, this was the only plan that seemed likely to work for now. "It's fine. I've been the bad guy before." Minutes later. The door in the hallway opened silently. The strange couple from 804 followed the scent and arrived here. In the dim hallway, two eerie figures scanned the room, then landed on the white-dressed female ghost lying on the lounge chair. "Miss, do you always like to stir up trouble?" Turning the pages of her book, Miss Bai smiled faintly. "I just like to watch the fun." "When did I ever stir things up?" The ghost mother's face was grotesque, the gash on her neck clearly visible. "That boy's scent is in your room. You've hidden him." The ghost father was exceptionally tall, his head wrapped in blood-soaked cloth, his eyes two bloody holes. "That boy hurt my wife, Miss Bai, stay out of this. We're neighbors on the same floor. Don't make things awkward. He's just an outsider, a mouse from outside. You wouldn't side with outsiders over your own people, would you?" The ghost couple was notorious for their arrogance in the Crimson apartment. But they still feared Miss Bai from 801. After all, this woman had come straight to the most dangerous room, 801, when she moved in. And she had been fine ever since. This showed that she was no easy target. If you don't believe me, go find him yourselves. But, as you know, my room in 801 has many tenants. You have a bad temper, but they have even worse tempers. Keep it down." Miss Bai turned a page in her book, not even looking up. The ghost couple looked uncomfortable. They feared 801, but in the end, they pushed ahead and entered the room to search. On the other side. To cover his scent, Ji Yan put on the scissor-hand human face mask, assuming the identity of a strange tenant. He directly approached room 804. Although the mask's effect only lasted about 10 minutes, it was enough for him to sneak in. The bone spikes of the human mask pierced his cheek, tightly sticking to his face as if it had grown there. The nauseating smell of blood still filled his nostrils, making him feel very uncomfortable. The door to room 804 was open. In the hallway, the eerie child was crouched, playing with two shriveled, coconut-sized heads. "Kid, how about I take you somewhere fun?" Ji Yan stared at the torn, bloodied face, trying to speak kindly. The eerie child looked up at Ji Yan's face, eyes full of stars. "Uncle, your face is so pretty. Can you take it off and put it on a little ball?" The child held up a shriveled head, his completely black eye sockets full of innocent wonder. "Come with me, and when we get there, I'll take it off for you." The child tilted his head. "I want it now." "Good boy, I'll take you to a place where there are plenty of these little balls." Ji Yan gently patted the round little head. Not gonna lie, aside from being creepy, the eerie child was kinda cute. Turns out, cuteness in childhood transcends species. But the next moment, Ji Yan dismissed that thought. The eerie child gripped Ji Yan's hand and grinned with a chilling smile. I don't want to go. Dad said not to trust anything strangers say. If I cry, Dad will come right away. When Dad comes, he'll help me peel your face off. Whatever I want, he'll give it to me. He loves me the most. Saying that, the eerie child opened his mouth and was about to cry loudly. Don't cry, Uncle is giving you this treasure, you will definitely like it. What is it? The mischievous child thought he had scared the other person, but in the next second, Ji Yan directly pulled out a hammer and swung it at the little mischievous child's head with all his strength. With one blow, the child didn't faint. Instead, he held his head and cried even louder. Ji Yan struck again with a heavy blow. Crying? The most annoying thing is a brat who cries. Cracks spread across the head, and with 2 more hits, the mischievous child collapsed into a deep sleep, and the game panel popped up. Player uses a cunning tool to deal damage to the mischievous child, losing 75 health points. Cunning tool, hammer, increases 20 points of resilience. Ji Yan put away the hammer. He couldn't strike anymore. If the mischievous child died, the plan would fall apart. Ji Yan grabbed the mischievous child and ran towards the corridor. But because the mischievous child was still crying out loud, the eerie couple in room 804 immediately became aware. They couldn't find Ji Yan in the room, so they quickly understood what was happening. They glared at Miss Bai, their terrifying aura seeming like it would tear her body apart. Bitch. Are you playing us together with that stinky rat? Miss Bai calmly flipped through her book, her mind immersed in it. She casually replied, I was reading in my own home. You barged in and even searched my room. You couldn't find anyone, yet you turn around and accuse me. Isn't it excessive? Shouldn't I be the one who's angry? Miss Bai closed the book, looked at the eerie couple, and her eyes, which had a tear mole, shimmered with a cold light. The eerie couple gritted their teeth but didn't dare to explode in anger. They could only leave quickly to find their precious son. On the rooftop. By the water reservoir, the twin sisters looked at Ji Yan, who had finally returned, and quickly asked, how did it go? Did the eerie parents come? Ji Yan shook his head, the parents didn't come, but I brought their child. In his hand, he was holding the unconscious mischievous child. The younger sister asked blankly, why did you bring their child here? The older sister's face changed, are you crazy? This will make them turn darker. Those are the tenants from the 8th floor. This is the most direct and effective way to get them up here. Ji Yan moved forward and pushed open the cement lid of the water reservoir. Inside, a pair of cold white eyes opened, filled with strong resentment. You still dare to come? Clearly, the mischievous child still held a grudge about the hammer strike earlier. Don't be angry. I brought a family member up for you, take a look at who it is. After saying that, Ji Yan threw the mischievous child into the reservoir and directly covered it with the cement lid. He jumped down, clapped his hands, and turned to the stunned twin sisters. Alright, the task is completed. The older sister was stunned. Wait, you just knocked the kid unconscious and threw him in to complete the task? Ji Yan looked at the time and said, don't worry, wait. Wait for what? Wait for the black and eerie couple from room 804 to come up and tear us apart. The twin sisters. Chapter 32, Siblings Meet, Refreshing the Eyes. Just kidding, don't take it seriously. Ji Yan waved his hand, leaned against the water reservoir, and said to the 2 sisters, just stay here and watch the show. The older sister, Zhong Yi, couldn't help but ask, did you hit the mischievous child on the forehead with that hammer? Yes. The apartment's rules don't work at night. What should we use to block the 2 black and eerie residents from the 8th floor? Ji Yan smiled without answering. You really are a madman. Sister, let's go. The older sister, Zhong Yi, pulled Zhong Ting and turned to leave. But as soon as they turned their heads, both sisters' faces changed dramatically. Their innate abilities were triggered, and they heard hysterical roars coming from the corridor. The black and eerie couple had already come upstairs. It's over. The older sister, Zhong Yi, had a pale face. The younger sister also heard it and grabbed her sister's wrist in fear. Sister, they are so fierce. Almost as soon as she finished speaking, the stainless steel door in the distance was burst open, and a thick eerie aura spread out. The black and eerie couple, with blood-red eyes, stepped onto the rooftop. The stainless steel door quickly oxidized, covered in rust, and the painted walls cracked and weathered rapidly. Old rat, you captured our child? Don't worry, that woman from room 801 can't save you either. Hand over our child, and we can make your death a little quicker. Compared to the twin sisters, whose faces were as pale as death, Ji Yan's face remained calm, his wildly beating heart barely under control. He knew that he was also taking a gamble. Now, it was all about whether the chemical reaction caused by throwing the strange child into the reservoir could meet his expectations. I haven't captured your child. I just took him to a fun place, and then, I let him be with his sister, who he had never met before, to play. As soon as Ji Yan finished speaking, the couple's eyes visibly reddened with fury, their corruption growing even more terrifying. The twin sisters and Ji Yan even saw a red warning panel pop up in front of them. Warning! Players' actions have caused the strange residents to corrupt by 90%, life-threatening danger is imminent, find a way to escape. The couple took steps forward, their corruption now resembling two terrifying nuclear-radiated creatures with no human features left. Ji Yan ignored the warning panel and leaned against the reservoir, suddenly feeling a sticky sensation on his back. Turning his head, he noticed black pus flowing down the walls of the reservoir. Looking up, he realized the reservoir seemed to be full, and large amounts of black, filthy water began to surge out. A pair of swollen black hands grabbed the cement cover and slowly crawled out a creature, its hair sticky and messy. It resembled a mutated spider, slowly crawling out, holding the still unconscious strange child in its hands. The strange couple stopped in their tracks, staring at the drowned creature above Ji Yan's head, their own daughter, whom they had killed. The once terrifying fury in their eyes gradually turned into terror. Ji Yan dared not move, letting the puddles of pus fall onto his head. His heart had never beaten so fast before. Because the creature above him was the most spine-chilling thing he had felt since entering this world. Dad, Mom, you're up? Shishi has been playing hide-and-seek seriously, but you guys took too long to find me. You don't know, it's so cold inside, it's all water. I curled up in the corner, hugging myself, waiting and waiting. I was both happy and scared. Happy because when you find me, you'll praise me for hiding so well. Scared because I was afraid you'd forget to come find me. A hand was placed on his shoulder, that hand felt like it was covered with scalding hot tar, black sticky liquid oozing from it, still steaming white steam. Ji Yan held his breath. His body instinctively tensed. But this brother told me, this is my younger brother. I didn't believe it, but I smelled your scent on this younger brother. Every corner smelled like you. But why, I didn't know about this younger brother? Where did he come from? The strange daughter's voice finally turned into a frantic scream. The sticky liquid on her body steamed, and Ji Yan's eardrums were pierced with pain. The strange parents looked at their daughter's terrifying eyes, not knowing how to speak for a moment. Their greatest fear had finally come true. They turned their gaze to the culprit, Ji Yan. I'll tear you apart, you damn rat. The mother of the strange creatures broke down completely, throwing herself at Ji Yan without any hesitation. But in an instant, she was grabbed by the strange daughter with one hand and pressed to the ground. The floor quickly caved in like mud, and the strange daughter's blackened face came closer. Mom, why are you angry? Is it because this brother was right? Is this really my younger brother? You abandoned me, gave all your love to the newborn younger brother, right? What did I do wrong? Why did you trick me into playing hide and seek? Why did you make me hide in that cold and dark little box? The strange daughter's hands caressed the strange mother's face, repeatedly murmuring, repeatedly asking. The strange mother no longer held back and screamed hysterically, you damned bastard, let my son go. Why do you deserve our love? Because of your cursed, ominous curse. The curse made us become something neither human nor ghost, and we almost got kicked out of the apartment. Do you think we picked you up from outside for nothing? It was for the rent, for meeting the family of three condition for apartment 804. You're just a worthless replacement for my son. If we had known about the curse from the start, we should have thrown you in the stinky ditch, letting the rats eat you clean. The Eerie mother vented, her words mixed with disgust, murderous intent, and curses. The Eerie daughter, however, grew calmer as she listened. Her small, dark hands gently stroked her mother's cheek. How could that be? Mom, you're just angry. You used to love me so much, your love is only for me. Everything you have is mine. As she spoke, her gentle fingers pierced her mother's eye sockets, crushing her eyeballs. Her hands, like red-hot irons, melted the skin, tearing apart the skull. With the Eerie mother's heartbreaking scream, she twisted the head, which split open like a grapefruit. The scream abruptly stopped. The Eerie daughter lowered her forehead, pressing her cheek against the torn head, feeling the blood flowing and the warmth it emitted. Mom, you're so warm. Cece hasn't been so close to Mom for so long. It's so cold inside there. You really are the best mom in the world. Watching the horrific and disgusting scene in front of him, Ji Yan felt like his eyes were being cleansed. Surviving all these days, he thought he had become immune to blood, disgust, and terror. But now, he just wanted to say he was overly confident. He could even clearly smell the temperature and scent of the brain matter. The Eerie daughter held the shattered pieces of her mother's head, her eyes filled with happiness. As for the twin sisters beside her, the younger sister had already fainted. The older sister was holding back the waves in her stomach, trying not to vomit. Over there, the Eerie father looked at his dead wife, his crazed daughter, his unconscious son, and their broken family. He didn't go mad. Instead, cold sweat poured from him as he turned, like a mad bull, charging left and right, recklessly rushing toward the hallway. Chapter 33, So-Called Rent, Building Materials. The Eerie father rushed into the hallway, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Ji Yin turned and saw that only the shredded body of the Eerie mother remained on the floor, and the Eerie daughter had vanished. What kind of Eerie daughter is this, so vicious? Ji Yin felt a chill down his back. For a moment, he felt like his head had been split open. Sister Zhongyi held her unconscious younger sister, her face drained of color. Is this your plan? Her eyes were filled with disbelief. This was too insane. It was practically suicidal. Ji Yen saw the look in her eyes, stood up, and forced a calm expression, wiping the slime off his shoulder. Yes. Although it's a bit off, everything is still under control. Sister Zhongyi glanced down. You should pat your legs first. You're shaking so much. Just sitting too long. Ji Yen coughed twice. He turned and jumped onto the water tank, turning on the flashlight and staring through the stone slab inside. After a moment, he replaced the stone slab. He jumped down and clapped his hands. With this, the water tank issue should be solved. Probably, by morning, the households with contaminated water will calm down. As for the family in 804, Sister Zhongyi hesitated to speak. The family of 3 will solve their own problems. Why should we, outsiders, interfere? I'm just being helpful, letting a pair of parents find their lost daughter. Sister Zhongyi really couldn't listen to Ji Yan's slick words anymore, so she simply shut up. After all, if the crazy mother hadn't acted faster, she would have torn him apart. But he still had the nerve to talk back like this. She couldn't help but admire him. Mission accomplished. If nothing else, I'll go report to the landlord. Ji Yan let out a sigh of relief. Tonight had been exhausting. The only thing he regretted was losing the machete. Footsteps were heard at the door. Ji Yan's foot crashed to a halt, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that strange father had come around to settle scores with him? Then, he saw the woman in the white dress from 801 walk out, a delicate face still wearing that out-of-place smile. How about my method? It's very effective, right? Ji Yen was a bit stunned because the crazy girl was currently nestled in her arms, either unconscious or asleep. What about her father and that troublesome kid? Ji Yen asked. The woman in the white dress said, that little girl tore them to shreds. What else could happen? Ji Yen looked at the sleeping Shishi. Although that girl's fate had nothing to do with him, he still asked, so what will happen to her? This girl has a good relationship with me. And she's quite pitiful. I'll just take her with me from now on. Although the rent will go up, who could blame me for being kind-hearted, unable to bear such a suffering child? The woman in the white dress gently stroked Shishi's smooth hair, her smile faint. But Ji Yen always sensed that the two sentences and that smile from the other party carried a hint of deception. Not wanting to pry, Ji Yen nodded, simply bidding farewell to the twin sisters before heading downstairs. Don't forget, you still owe me a favor. The woman in the white dress spoke lightly, her smile bright. My name is Su Xin, I live in 801. Whenever I decide, I will come looking for you. Ji Yen felt a headache coming on. This really seemed endless. Climbing out of one pit only to jump into another. Thinking carefully, it seemed he had still been played by this woman. Although it was his solution that delayed that pair of strange parents, he was the one acting and fighting desperately. If he died, she would lose nothing. If he escaped, he owed her a favor. The key was that he did not yet have a choice and couldn't go back on his word, even reasoning was impossible. Watching Ji Yen leave the rooftop, hesitating for words, Su Xin turned around, her beautiful eyes landing on the twin sisters. Her red lips curled up. Well done. Sister Zhongyi met her gaze and, after a moment, finally understood. You've got your eyes on him. You let us participate in the reservoir pollution just so we could connect with him. Su Xin smiled. Very clever. I suspect my sister has given all her intelligence to you. Sister Zhongyi didn't say anything. As long as the task was completed, she only cared about her sister. But she knew well. For the prey targeted by this owner of 801, escaping would be very difficult. Just didn't know what exactly she was focused on with this person named Ji Yen? What a unfortunate person. Zhongyi hugged her sister, murmuring softly. On the other side, Ji Yen arrived at the first floor of the apartment. In the lobby, the old landlord was reclining in a rattan chair, gently rocking, while beside him hung a birdcage, inside which a white-yellow parrot was staring at Ji Yen, mimicking human speech. Big fool. Big fool. The big fool is here. Ji Yan's face darkened slightly. He spoke to the landlord. Old man, the reservoir task has been resolved. The landlord, eyes closed, waved his old palm fan lightly. I knew I didn't mistake you, you work diligently and efficiently. Whether it's the drainage outside or the reservoir on the rooftop, your cleaning speed exceeded my expectations. Ji Yen smiled stiffly, thinking to himself, am I supposed to receive an award for being a cleaning model? But your method of handling things is still terrible. The landlord shook his head, giving a compliment followed by a dig. Ji Yan's expression grew darker. Internally grumbling, it's already a life and death task, just surviving is good enough, do I really need to care about being satisfactory? You shouldn't have anything to do with that woman from 801. That woman is full of trouble, once you get involved, it's very hard to shake off. The landlord said slowly, shaking his legs. Ji Yan knew he was referring to the favor. He opened his mouth but finally could only reply, take it one step at a time. Do you think she's really so kind-hearted to help you clean up those matters? The one who truly killed that family of 3 and 804 wasn't their daughter, but that woman. They should now be in her room 801. It's almost eaten up. Ji Yan was stunned for a moment. Eaten? 801 is the most dangerous room in the apartment. Did you think that room only has her as the occupant? Heh, such a naive little kid. That woman often borrows other people's knives to kill the tenants in the apartment, and then she sits back and enjoys the results, feeding herself with the original tenants of her room. This rent is how it came about. Ji Yan, upon hearing this, asked the question he had wanted to ask for a long time, what exactly is the rent for the apartment? All the strange tenants of the Scarlet apartment, in order not to be driven away, do everything they can to pay rent. But for Ji Yan, the player, this rent has always been a huge mystery. The landlord was silent for a moment before slowly speaking, when you were digging through the wall, didn't you see the walls that were soaked with blood? I saw it. That is the rent. Ji Yan was even more confused. The old landlord opened his eyes, his murky eyes glancing sideways at Ji Yan, paying the rent is to ensure that this building can stand firm in this world. And the flesh and blood of them are the best materials for the building's walls. If tenants want to live inside, they must pay rent. The more tenants there are, the stronger the building becomes. This continues in a cycle. Chapter 34, Strange Targeting, Grandma Appears. Ji Yan thought about the sachet his grandmother had given him before. How could that count as rent? That sachet, it's purely something very important to me, so I had that old lady sew it for me and considered it as rent for 3 days. That sachet isn't something just anyone can mend, only your grandmother has the sewing skill. The landlord sat up, patted his back, and picked up the birdcage, saying to Ji Yan, it's getting late, you should go rest. You must be quite tired tonight. By the way, quickly distance yourself from the woman in 801. You won't be able to handle it. Ji Yan smiled bitterly. He wanted to distance himself too, but this wasn't something that could be solved with just a few words. As the landlord's hunched figure disappeared into the hallway, Ji Yan's mind followed with the game's notification sound. Congratulations, player, for completing the landlord's assigned task, successfully clearing the source of the pollution in the reservoir. Reward, 5 days of ordinary food. Increase of 20 cursed power, and 220 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, player, for collecting a piece of talent fragment. You successfully solved the water quality pollution problem and maintained a good environment in the apartment, earning 5% favorability from 9 tenants. The landlord is very impressed with your ability, increasing favorability by 2%. 2%? After completing 2 tasks for the dungeon boss, I only got 2 points of favor. It seems that trying to win over this old man is harder than wooing the campus goddess. Ji Yan casually muttered, closing the information panel. But hearing that he had collected a talent fragment, Ji Yan felt that the effort tonight wasn't all in vain. It was now 3:30 a.m. After all this time, Ji Yan's excited state finally showed signs of fatigue, and he began to feel sleepy. Rubbing his eyes, Ji Yan didn't linger and went back to room 404 to rest. In the hallway, Ji Yan stepped on the stairs and briefly checked the information panel for tonight's gains. But soon, Ji Yan realized something was wrong. These stairs, why are they so long? He looked at the wall and realized that after walking for so long, he was still in the second-floor hallway. What the heck? Is this a ghost wall? Ji Yan immediately sensed something was wrong. He continued walking upstairs, but after passing the hallway corner, he found himself still on the second floor. Realizing that something strange was toying with him, Ji Yan helplessly spoke aloud in the hallway, which brother is it? I'm just trying to go upstairs, I didn't provoke you, did I? No response. Ji Yan's expression grew cold as he took out a second coffin nail. There's a limit to bullying. Just because I'm polite doesn't mean I'm a soft target. At this moment, a glass bottle rolled down from above in the hallway, tumbling down the stairs and finally shattering at Ji Yan's feet, with liquor spilling onto the floor. A fat man, wearing a short shirt, his hair greasy, looking scruffy as hell, squatted above, biting into a chicken leg, mumbling to Ji Yan, "You broke my delivery wine. Do you know how precious that wine was?" Ji Yan chuckled, rolling to my feet. It shattered itself. What does that have to do with me? The fat man's face, covered in thick layers of flesh, instantly turned cold. His eyes were filled with brutality. All I know is that my liquor is broken. And the bottle is right at your feet. Ji Yan narrowed his eyes. It was obvious the guy was targeting him, using an absurd excuse just to pick a fight. Once it was late at night in the apartment, the rules completely lost effect. The eerie beings could attack players freely. Even if a player wore a privilege badge on their chest, the entities could still find an excuse to start trouble. It was almost useless. Ji Yen shrugged. Since the guy was clearly coming for him, saying anything was pointless. Instead, he simply asked, "What do you want me to pay?" Even as he spoke, he tightened his grip on the coffin nail in his hand. There was no need for nonsense when dealing with these eerie beings. Just seize the opportunity and drive a nail in. Talking is talking, why are you holding that nail? Is this your attitude when apologizing? The fat man swallowed the food in his mouth and sneered coldly. The next second, the entire hallway shook violently, and the staircase slid like a chute. Ji Yen stumbled, and in that moment, his right hand was grabbed. The coffin nail in his palm fell straight into the eerie fat man's hand. Ji Yen was slammed against the wall. The eerie fat man squeezed the coffin nail, but the moment he did, it was like holding a scorching iron. He immediately let go. "Where did you get this nail? It's so fierce." The eerie fat man was shocked. If this nail stabbed him, he didn't even dare to imagine the consequences. Ji Yan's expression turned ice cold. Something was off. No matter how vicious other eerie beings were, they never specifically targeted him. But this guy, he wasn't even after benefits. He was just purely trying to take his life. With that collision, hidden information surfaced before Ji Yan's eyes. He glanced at it, his eyes narrowing slightly. "You're glaring at me? You broke my liquor, and you still dare to glare at me?" The eerie fat man's squinted eyes gleamed with cold light. One hand grabbed at Ji Yan's abdomen, but in the next second, it was bounced away by his sweater. With a ripping sound, the sweater tore a few inches. "This little rat's got quite a few treasures on him. But this sweater of yours, it's about to fall apart, isn't it?" The eerie fat man grinned, revealing yellow teeth, his eyes full of mockery. Both hands suddenly grabbed the sweater, yanking hard. Under the erosion of eerie power, the fabric kept tearing apart. In the end, it was completely shredded. The moment the sweater tore past 95% damage, its backlash effect was triggered. A bloody glow burst from the sweater, and the eerie fat man's hands were instantly burned. His flesh rotted, white smoke rising from his skin. Ji Yen had been waiting for this chance. One hand pulled out a hammer, while the other swiftly picked up the falling coffin nail. With a firm grip, he aimed at the retreating eerie fat man's forehead and slammed down with full force. Ding! A sharp metallic clash rang out. The coffin nail pierced straight through the eerie fat man's forehead. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the entire hallway. "I told you, being polite doesn't mean I'm a pushover. Didn't you want me to pay? Here's your compensation, this nail." Ji Yen raised the hammer again, ready to drive the coffin nail deeper into the eerie fat man's skull. But just as he lifted his arm, something coiled around his wrist. From within the hallway walls, a cement-covered eerie entity emerged and started dragging Ji Yen into the wall. As the cement eerie pulled him in, it sneered at the fat man. "Lu Feng, you actually almost got killed by a little brat. Aren't you ashamed? Kid, if you're wondering why we're messing with you, take your time reflecting on it over there. Think about who you pissed off." Half of Ji Yan's body was being pulled into the wall, the cement squeezing tightly around him. The eerie fat man on the ground clutched his cracked skull, too afraid to pull out the searing coffin nail. His bloodshot eyes glared at Ji Yen. "I'm going to crush this rat's skull." Ji Yan's face twitched, cursing under his breath. Just as the eerie fat man was about to pounce, a hunched figure appeared behind him. "Sai, if my grandson made a mistake, shouldn't you settle it with his family instead? Why trouble a child? He's still so young, he doesn't understand anything." Ji Yen was stunned. The chubby guy froze for a moment, instinctively turning his head away. In the next instant, a hand, thin as paper and covered in corpse spots, reached out and pressed a coffin nail. The coffin nail sank straight into the chubby guy's head. It was like a hot iron falling into foam. The chubby guy didn't even scream. His head cracked open, and his brain was melted into a puddle of blood by the coffin nail. The chubby body collapsed on the stairs. Chapter 35, Swallowing Unspoken Grievances, the Mother-in-Law and Daughter-in-Law Relationship. Looking at the head of the chubby guy, which had split open, Ji Yan's expression was bewildered. He turned to look at the hunchbacked grandmother and couldn't help but take a deep breath. How could Grandma be here? "Grandma, how are you here?" Grandma didn't answer. Her face, under a head of silver hair, looked so kind, her squinted eyes moving to the wall behind Ji Yan. The wall loosened, and Ji Yan's body, as if swallowed, was pushed out. The cement monster immediately chose to flee. Grandma chuckled, her hands, full of traces of age, pinching a silver needle. She lightly drew it on the wall, and the once solid wall was suddenly sliced open like cloth, with tiny transparent threads swirling around, pulling through the air. As the silver thread sank into the depths of the wall, the cement monster hiding inside was easily pulled out. It was a creature completely naked, covered in cement, now crouching on the ground, trembling as it looked at Grandma. "Lou, Granny, I didn't know this was your grandson. If I had known, I definitely wouldn't have touched your grandson. It was all Lou Fatty who encouraged me. Please let me go, and next time your grandson walks through the hallway, I will take good care of him." Grandma, however, chuckled hoarsely. "You knew this was my grandson, you just didn't expect me to come out. Someone else was giving you orders. You have only one chance to say who it is." Grandma's hands were clasped behind her hunched back, speaking softly, but it frightened the cement monster to the point of trembling like a grandson. Ji Yan suddenly spoke. "Grandma, you don't need to question him. I know who it is." "Good." Grandma didn't ask more. Her fingertips gently moved in the air. The cement monster, still begging for mercy, had a bloodline torn across its forehead, and the next moment, its entire body was peeled like orange skin. The skinless corpse rolled down the hallway. Grandma picked up the bloody skin and nodded slightly. "The quality is acceptable. I can use it to make a doll for my dear granddaughter." She then placed the bloody skin into a cloth bag hanging from her waist. Ji Yan, standing behind, watched with cold sweat dripping. "Wow, our grandma is too strong. No, why did Grandma come out of room 404? Logically, given the current affection level of less than halfway through, she shouldn't have come out just to save me. Grandma, why are you here?" Grandma tightened the cloth bag, holding it in her hand, looking at Ji Yan, and slowly smiled. "When you get old, you can't sleep at night, so I came out to get some fresh air. I was planning to go to the first floor to feed some stray cats, but didn't expect to run into my grandson being bullied." Ji Yan looked at the two eerie corpses, his face showing concern. "If they're dead, will it cause any trouble?" "These two are parasite monsters from the lodging apartments, squashing them won't affect anything." Lodging, Ji Yan had heard Louis Tong mention. These creatures didn't have their own homes, they could only stay in the corners of apartments like parasites, helping the landlord with rough work to pay for their tiny value. Their status was very low, even lower than many players. Normally, these lodging monsters only dared to scare players to steal their equipment, rarely threatening their lives, mostly afraid of the Eerie family behind them making a move. But these two monsters had attacked Ji Yan with the goal of killing him from the start. That was a bit suspicious. "Do you know who gave them orders?" the Eerie grandma asked. "Someone named Long Yuan." The hidden information that popped up earlier had already told Ji Yan the answer. Grandma let out an "oh" sound, her wrinkled face showing a slight change in expression. "Grandma knows him?" The 703-old Wang's family grandson, the entire family treated him like their precious heart and liver. "But the old woman, don't like that boy, he's too slick," the strange grandmother said slowly. This also meant that Long Yuan hadn't tried any tactics on his own grandmother. Although it was known that Long Yuan was behind it, the grandmother only said she didn't like him, without speaking up for Ji Yan or settling scores. Obviously, she didn't want to pick a fight with the strange presence on the 7th floor. Ji Yan thought this was normal. After all, the grandmother was just a strange presence living on the 4th floor, dealing with the strange presence on the 7th floor was probably too tough, it was already quite nice that she could save him. But Ji Yan was puzzled, just a few words with this guy, and he was going all out to kill him. This guy's mindset was no different from Dong Chu's. Ji Yan didn't want to suffer this silent loss, but considering this guy's max-level gear and experience, he gave up in the end. "Go rest, you've had enough of a tiring night. Tomorrow when that woman finds you, be careful, she has no good intentions." With that, the strange grandmother continued to go downstairs. Ji Yan knew she was referring to the strange mother, thinking this was an early warning about who had assigned the driver task for tomorrow. The relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is universally bad, no matter where you are in the world. He complained, then returned to room 404. On the other side, Long Yuan had returned to his own room. His face was also dark, and he stared at the broken firewood knife in his hand, his eyes full of hatred towards Ji Yan. To deal with the 804 strange father's trouble, he had been tossed around badly, and it had made him furious. "What a crafty little trick, I'll remember you, Ji Yan." In the morning, the white mist was hazy. Ji Yan woke up on time, having barely slept for 3 hours, and his condition was somewhat poor. When he walked out of the room, Louis Tone was already eating breakfast at the dining table. Even in the strange world, Louis Tone gave off the impression of being a punctual 996 office worker, on time for work, on time for rest, on time for waking up, completely zen. "Went out again last night? I can tell by your condition." Louis Tone had learned to ask and answer herself. Ji Yan was speechless. Louis Tone's gaze was like seeing a colleague who was caught up in work, but in fact, this whirlwind wasn't one he wanted to stir up. Just like what the grandmother said last night, when the time came, a call from his mother echoed through the room. "Your mother is the easiest to talk to among the 3 strange ones. Plus, she already has a good opinion of you, so. Louis Tone was still habitually trying to comfort Ji Yan, but halfway through, she realized that the living conditions of the other party were probably much better than hers, and she couldn't help but feel a bit bitter, so she stopped speaking. After knocking twice on the door, Ji Yan pushed it open and walked into the room. The room was tidy and gave off a peaceful feeling. His mother was leaning against the windowsill, staring at the gray world outside, then turned to look at Ji Yan, offering a gentle smile. "Did you use the flashlight I gave you last night?" Ji Yan nodded. "It was really dark upstairs. The flashlight was very helpful, thanks to you, Mom. Taking care of your child is only right, especially since you've done so much for this family." His mother had her hair pinned up, her face elegant and noble, her smile serene. "You killed the drunkard father of yours. I knew you were the most sensible one. If you go and kill your grandmother too, I'll only love you from now on." Ji Yan. These two women have the same lines. They both want to trick me into killing the other. Is it just because of the poor mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship, or is there some benefit if one of them dies? Grandmother is also pretty good to me. If it weren't for grandmother last night, I might have. Ji Yan didn't finish his sentence, but his mother chuckled twice, shook her head, and said, "Child, do you really think that old woman loves you so much? She wants to use your hands to kill me." Chapter 36, Bringing Gifts Upstairs, Meeting Su Xian again. The mother looked at Ji Yan with such tenderness, but her tone was so sharp and filled with murderous intent. "Child, if your mother and your grandmother could only live one, and the knife is in your hands, who would you stab?" Danger. Upon hearing this deadly question, Ji Yan immediately felt a headache coming on. But one must be smooth in their actions, speak appropriately to whoever is in front of them. Ji Yan pretended to struggle with a brief moment of thought and then seriously said, "If I really had no choice, I would undoubtedly save my mother." When his mother heard this, her smile grew even brighter. "So, my good son, you would mercilessly stab that old witch of a grandmother, right?" Ji Yan found it hard to speak, afraid of falling into some verbal trap or triggering a landmine, so he simply nodded in agreement. He quickly changed the subject. "Does mother have any plans for today?" "Mother is in a great mood. Just help me take this box upstairs." "That's a good friend of mine, remember to sweeten your words. She lives on the 8th floor. If you get along well with her, not many will dare to mess with you in this building." His mother smiled as she handed over an exquisite box. Clearly, this task from his mother was purely a benefit. Hearing the word sister and 8th floor, Ji Yan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He tried asking, "Could it be room 801? His mother showed a surprised expression. "Oh, have you met that sister? Isn't she very beautiful? You didn't get completely enchanted, did you?" Ji Yan forced a smile. "Don't say, she did indeed make me dizzy. Looking at the box in his hands, Ji Yan's expression looked as bad as if he had constipation. The landlord had told him to keep his distance from that woman, Su Xian, but now, that distance couldn't be kept at all. "What's inside this box?" "Just some skincare products. In this building, your mother and sister Su are the only good friends. Anything they have, they often share together." His mother rested her chin on her hand, giving Ji Yan a deep, meaningful smile. "My son is so charming. Maybe you could win her over and make her your wife, for me." Mother is really joking. Ji Yan chuckled along, but his smile was very dry. "Mother, I'll go take care of it now." Ji Yan didn't have the energy to continue the conversation, simply saying this before leaving the room. Watching Ji Yan leave the room, his eerie mother continued to gaze out at the dull, gray world outside. The smile at the corner of her mouth disappeared. After a moment, she coldly muttered to herself, "That woman met him first. Has she set her sights on my son?" After leaving the room, Ji Yan weighed the box in his hands. It was very light. But he felt uneasy. Is this really a coincidence? Could this be another trap designed for me? It wasn't surprising that he thought this way. The woman named Su Xian was the most scheming person he had ever met, full of tricks. He carefully touched the box with both hands. Sure enough, the hidden information panel popped up. Good friends? In this blood-soaked apartment building, where everything is built with blood and flesh, where is there such magical things as friendship? There's only filthy transactions. As for what kind of transaction, can you guess whether the thing in this box is really skincare products? Right, now it's starting to make sense. In this eerie world, there's no such thing as sisterly affection. Not even dogs would believe that. But Ji Yan still had an itchy feeling. Why more riddles? Does this talent feel uncomfortable unless it plays with riddles for a day? He thought that piecing together two pieces of talent fragments would eliminate this problem, but in the end, he still couldn't fix this bad habit. Meanwhile, his grandmother's room showed no signs of opening, and Louis Tone was still receiving tasks. Ji Yan didn't mind and left to complete his task. Soon, Ji Yan arrived on the 8th floor. In the hallway, Ji Yan encountered the previous bandaged Eerie figure, the landlord's assistant, and the apartment administrator. It was still wrapped in layers of blood-stained bandages, and at first glance, it looked like a walking mummy. It was standing in front of room 804, holding a report form. Then it closed the door and affixed a seal. The tenant of room 804, a family tragedy occurred. The drunken father killed his wife and son before choosing to hang himself. The adopted daughter was taken in by Miss Su from room 801. Ji Yan listened. He rubbed his nose and didn't say anything. Bandage Gue, however, noticed Ji Yan and closed the report. I didn't expect you really survived. The landlord mentioned you once. There aren't many guests who can earn praise from the old man. Ji Yan curled his lips, not considering it an honor. That old guy was also a sly one. What did he praise me for? He praised you as a child favored by the goddess of luck, always able to turn bad situations into good ones. He hopes this favor also falls on the apartment. The old man really knows how to praise. Ji Yan casually responded, then walked past Bandage Gue and knocked on the door of room 804. The door opened, but it wasn't Su Xian who answered, it was her twin sister, Zhong Yi, from last night. Why are you here? They both spoke at the same time. Zhong Yi paused, then said, today's task involves room 804. I'm here to interact. Ji Yan looked at her, what a coincidence, I'm here for the same reason today. What are the odds of such a coincidence? Ji Yan asked back, even a fool could see the clues. It seemed this twin sister wasn't as innocent and simple as she appeared. The words from last night, clearly some of them were lies. Zhong Yi stepped aside, avoiding eye contact and said, you should hurry with your task. She finished and slipped away. Ji Yan glanced around and walked into the room. Just like last night, Su Xian wasn't in the living room, only the faintly swaying nightgown could be seen. The difference was, there was a girl in white sitting on the couch. She was completely focused on the TV, but the screen showed only black and white static. She? Ji Yan instantly recognized this Eerie girl. She looked completely different from last night, when she was covered in dirty water and slime. Though this girl had indirectly saved him, thinking of how she had ripped off his mother's head, Ji Yan still felt his scalp tingle. She didn't turn her head, her mind completely immersed in the TV, muttering to herself, so tragic, they're all dead. It was unclear if she was talking about what was on the TV, or talking about herself. A sudden chill ran down Ji Yan's back. He turned his head and saw that familiar, beautiful face. But was it his imagination, or did Su Xian's body seem a bit transparent, a little unreal today? What, we just said goodbye last night, and now you're here to find me again? Could it be that you've fallen for your older sister? Su Xian's tall figure slightly leaned forward, a smile full of ambiguous meaning. Miss Su, my mother asked me to give this to you. Ji Yan handed over the delicate box, forcing out a stiff smile. Su Xian didn't take it. She asked Ji Yan, did your mother tell you what's inside? Ji Yan shook his head, no, and I don't really want to know. Help me open it, actually, I'm curious too. Your mother can be quite playful sometimes. She always sends me pranks to scare me. Su Xian motioned for him to open it. Ji Yan hesitated, then slowly opened the box. When he saw what was inside, Ji Yan's face froze for a moment. This. Chapter 37, Main Task, Apartment Thief. When the box opened, Ji Yan's face froze for a second, then he turned the box towards Su Xian. Inside the box was a set of exquisite cosmetics, bright red like blood. Look at you getting nervous. I almost thought there was something else inside. Su Xian smiled, picking up a lipstick and applying it to her cracked lips. Ji Yan remained silent, staring at the set of cosmetics, the faint, familiar smell of blood tickling his nose. Of course, whether it was exactly what he thought, Ji Yan didn't care. He just wanted to finish the task as quickly as possible. Since I've delivered the items, I won't disturb Miss Su any longer. Ji Yan made a move to leave. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Are you afraid I'll eat you? I made tea. Why don't you have a sip before you go? Su Xian closed the box and invited Ji Yan. No, my mother asked me to take care of something else. Maybe next time. Having completed the task, Ji Yan didn't want to be tied down by this woman. Staying too long meant trouble. But just as Ji Yan was about to leave, he found that the door wouldn't open no matter what he did. With a helpless sigh, Ji Yan turned around to look at the coffee table. A smiling face of Su Xian. About the favor you owe me, I've already thought about it. Recently, my house has often been burglarized, and some very important things have been stolen. I want you to help me catch the thief. Ji Yan forced a bitter smile, I'm not some great detective. If Miss Su can't do it, how can I? How could a mere thief steal from room 801, a haunted room, unless they were someone special? I actually think you could catch them. If anyone else from the apartment tried, I'd find it unreliable. But no one else has your courage. Last night, on the rooftop, under such dangerous conditions, you were so calm. Ji Yan didn't try to hide anymore. To be honest, Miss Su, that was just on the surface. I changed my pants as soon as I went back last night. Su Xian didn't respond. She just sipped her tea and watched Ji Yan. Ji Yan had no choice but to compromise. Alright, I'll do my best. The bedroom door opened. Ji Yan looked around the room, and everything seemed normal. What's missing? Did you not notice the two holes in the corner of the wall? Su Xian leaned against the door, her arms crossed. Ji Yan finally noticed the two holes above the bedside table. And from those two holes, blood was continuously dripping out. Did the thief dig 2 chunks of cement? Ji Yan acted surprised. But deep down, he knew clearly that the walls of the Crimson apartment were built from countless bloody flesh and bones. Breaking through those walls was the biggest taboo of the apartment rules. How could the thief manage to avoid punishment by the rules and calmly dig through them? Go take a look, see if you can find any clues? Su Xian didn't answer but raised her head, gesturing. Ji Yan moved forward and reached out to touch the 2 bloody holes in the wall. The moment he touched them, his expression changed. His ability, all-knowing and all-understanding, was like a radar hitting a wall, constantly triggering. Lines of hidden information in blood-red characters appeared before his eyes. A fire devoured 12 children, causing them to die in this room. Their charred flesh and blood were built into the wall, and the room, with its 12 natives, became the most haunted room in the Crimson apartment. Because no tenants dared to live here, the room remained closed until one day, a woman in a black skirt and holding a black umbrella moved into 801. The 12 children now had their teacher. A week ago, a thief broke into 801 and stole 2 children, causing cracks in the walls of the room. This is not an ordinary thief. He can ignore the landlord's surveillance and avoid punishment by the apartment rules. Hint. This side mission severely affects the main plot. Accepting the mission has an 80% chance of being tied to the main plot. Please carefully consider whether to accept. Seeing the final warning hidden in the information, Ji Yan's vision went dark. It's either good fortune or bad fortune, but he cannot escape this. This main task, in the end, cannot be avoided. Ji Yan was also shocked. What kind of thief was this, who could even defy the landlord and the apartment rules, openly digging through blood-soaked walls under everyone's noses? He continued reaching out to touch. Soon, another line of hidden information appeared. One of the children inside the wall saw the general features of the murderer. The figure was tall, and their body was covered in faces. There was a red string bell hanging from their waist, and as they walked, the bell made a harsh sound. The murderer pulled the brother and sister out of the wall and ate them. Then the teacher returned, and the murderer escaped through the window. Covered in faces? Ji Yan raised an eyebrow. Any clues? Su Xian noticed and asked. Ji Yan repeated the thief's features. Su Xian, there's no such disgusting tenant in the apartment. Then she added, but it's not impossible at night. At night, the apartment often sees strange and bizarre tenants. But a being who could break into room 801, defy the apartment rules, avoid the landlord's surveillance, and dig out the native flesh to eat, that's something she's never heard of before. Come over at midnight tonight. Come over for what? Ji Yan asked. Help me catch the thief. Su Xian's eyes gleamed with cold light. Sis, I've been working overtime for the past few days. My spirit's drained. I'm exhausted. Please let me go. Su Xian stared at Ji Yan, and Ji Yan's mouth twitched. He could only nod in agreement. Ding! Congratulations to the player for successfully triggering an A+ level task. Help tenant 801 recover lost items. Ji Yan rubbed his temples. The final favor turned into an A+ level task. Thinking about the crazy tasks he had been taking on for the past few days, like a horse in a race that couldn't stop, he couldn't help but sigh. This was completely the opposite of the peaceful existence he initially aimed for. And it was only getting further away. After leaving room 801, Ji Yan encountered the landlord again as he was heading downstairs. The old man was holding a stack of announcements again, starting to stick them up in the hallways on every floor. Another announcement task? Learning from the last time, Ji Yan didn't even think of joining in the excitement this time. He walked past the players who had gathered around the announcements and turned to head downstairs. But unexpectedly, this announcement task actually infiltrated the game panel. While still going downstairs, a prompt appeared in his line of sight. Urgent announcement. Complaints have been received. A large number of tenants have reported lost belongings recently. The landlord urges tenants to collectively capture the thief. Participants will receive substantial rewards. Ding! The player's instance has triggered an S-level task. All players may choose to participate. Task type, mainline. Standard completion, capture the thief. Perfect completion, capture the thief and help the tenants recover their lost belongings. Task reward: the current instance can be marked as a base, and players will receive a key to the exit door of the apartment. Warning: failure in the mainline task incurs no punishment, but the thief is extremely dangerous. Mainline task? Ji Yan's expression changed. That thief was actually the final boss of the newest mainline task? Now he understood why room 801 had triggered a side task, and why it was so closely tied to the mainline task. These two tasks had the same goal. This thief is quite powerful. Ji Yan took a deep breath. Eating through walls and flesh, then being designated as the latest mainline boss. What kind of monster was this? Ding. Player Long Yuan has accepted the mainline task. Current number of participants, 1/1. Ding. Player Yuan Xiao has accepted the mainline task. Current number of participants, 2 halves. Ding. Player. After the mainline task was announced, a continuous stream of players started to join in. As the only S-level task, the mainline task had the highest danger level. Normally, many players would be hoping to survive, let alone even consider the mainline task. But now, seeing players rushing to accept the mainline task, Ji Yan was surprised. Those who didn't know might think that the mainline task was a free reward. Among the players who joined the mainline task, Ji Yan saw the name of his sister, Luitong. This is getting more and more interesting. Ji Yan closed the pop-up window and returned to room 404. In the living room, Luitong had not gone out after receiving the strange family task. What's wrong? Did Grandma give you a very hard task today? Ji Yan noticed her bad expression. Luitong grabbed her messy hair, her face unusually showing a headache and distress. Grandma is in a bad mood. The 3 sets of knitted sweaters she made were stolen. They were 2 months of hard work. She asked me to find the stolen sweaters. The task is set to A+ level. This is so strange. I gained nearly 70% favor with Grandma, how could I still get an A+ level task? Luitong felt like she was about to collapse. Ji Yan listened and couldn't help but rub his forehead. First, he targeted Miss Su, and now the thief had stolen Grandma's sweaters. According to the announcement, many tenants had been affected. That thief seemed to be planning to rob the entire building. Ji Yan, I saw that you also participated in the mainline task. Grandma's task is closely related to the mainline task. If you join the mainline, it's like tying yourself to those players, and by catching the thief collectively, you'll definitely be able to recover Grandma's stolen sweaters, plus you'll get a share of the rewards from the mainline task. Luitong's understanding. It's the understanding that many players have thought of. No wonder, after the mainline task popped up, players actively participated. Of course, another reason is that the one leading the way is Long Yuan. After all, this guy was the one who completed the mainline task for the previous apartment dungeon. With him in the team, it's like taking a calming pill. But Ji Yan is very clear that this guy wouldn't let anyone ride on his coattails to get his own results. Others might be forced, but I guess this Long Yuan is after the task rewards, Ji Yan said. Luitong, who had survived in the dungeon for a while, naturally knew about this character Long Yuan. He did the mainline task last time just to get the apartment gate key. But unfortunately, in the end, the task was only judged as standard completion, and the reward was greatly reduced, including the gate key, which he didn't get. This time, he definitely wants to try again. Luitong cupped her fragrant cheeks with both hands and spoke to Ji Yan. Ji Yan, however, was puzzled. Getting the key is to go to the next dungeon. But the next dungeon is an unknown danger. He's living comfortably in the Crimson Apartment dungeon right now. Isn't going to a new unfamiliar dungeon just asking for trouble? Luitong shook her head, marking this dungeon makes it completely different in nature. It's like when we play a game and save our progress. If we die in a new level, we can return to the save point, and the progress we made in that level is retained, so we don't have to restart from the beginning. Marking is similar to this concept. If Long Yuan gets the mark, after he leaves this dungeon, if he dies in other dungeons, he can trigger a death save and return to the Crimson Apartment dungeon. And he will keep all his progress in the apartment. He can still enjoy the benefits brought by the tenant's favor. But I wonder how many times this mark can be used. Each mark creates 1 death save. Long Yuan definitely wants to challenge new dungeons. To continue expanding his dungeon territory. If he succeeds, in the future, he might even be able to jump back and forth between several dungeons. New dungeons mean new challenges, new horizons. No matter how patient a player is, no one wants to stay in the newbie village for their entire life. In this huge, bizarre world map, no one really wants to be a frog in the well for life. Some people want to uncover the fog and see the true face of this world, no matter how vast it is. Some others have not forgotten their original intentions, hoping to find a way back to Blue Star. When Ji Yan heard this, his eyes couldn't help but light up. It seems that this mainline task isn't entirely bad. In terms of rewards, it can be said to offer the greatest privilege. Then Ji Yan also opened the information panel and chose to participate in the main line. Wasn't your task to take something upstairs to your mother? There's no need to. Ji Yan interrupted, it's a long story. Anyway, we're now teammates on the same task. Louis Tong helplessly said, but right now, we have no clue about the main line. There are so many tenants in the apartment, catching the thief is like looking for a needle in a haystack. I hope the other players can push the main line forward. Seeing Louis Tong's attitude of just slacking off, Ji Yan took out a compressed biscuit, eating while saying, why place hope on others? We can push the main line forward ourselves. Louis Tong looked at Ji Yan, not joking, why do I feel like you're eyeing the rewards from that mainline task? Ji Yan, the rewards are secondary. I don't like leaving my fate in the hands of others. Then do you have any clues? At the moment, I can say no, but there's a direction for action. I'll go out tonight and have another look. He felt that continuing to interact with Miss Su from room 801 tonight would surely yield some results. Speaking of action, those players involved in the mainline in the chat box have already started to gather. They're probably exchanging clues and discussing strategies on how to catch that thief. Ji Yan, the more people there are, the more easily things get chaotic. Wait. Before Ji Yan could finish his sentence, Louis Tong interrupted, I think I should go and join them, see if I can help out. You over there, you take action first. I will let you know as soon as there's progress, keep it up. Louis Tong clearly had no intention of acting with Ji Yan. She always leaned towards the big team on Long Yuan's side. This is the choice of a normal person, and Ji Yan understood, nodding his head. After Louis Tong left, Ji Yan looked towards his grandmother's room, hesitated for a moment, and tossed the last bit of coarse grain into his mouth, knocking on his grandmother's door. Hearing his grandmother's response, Ji Yan gently pushed the door open. His grandmother had also fallen victim to that thief. Perhaps through interaction, he could uncover some useful clues? With the talent of omniscient and all-knowing, Ji Yan's biggest advantage was the hidden information that others did not have. This was also the confidence behind his choice to go solo on the main line. Chapter 38, Background of the Copy, the so-called rent. Ji Yan pushed the door open, and the room was in utter chaos, with knitted clothes scattered everywhere. His grandmother sat there, her aged body shrouded in a layer of black mist, her face looking extremely frightening. Warning! The unusual family member, grandmother, is currently in a semi-darkened state. To avoid unnecessary danger, please interact with caution. Once an unusual being darkens, any player's favorability will sharply decline. So even Louis Tong, his dearest granddaughter, did not have a good face and threw an A+ level task back at him. Facing the panel's warning, Ji Yan did not mind and picked up the sweater from the ground. Grandma, I heard from my sister that our home was robbed. His grandmother, covered in black stains, was twisting the silver needle in her hand, looking absent-minded. The thief stole a few of Grandma's most precious sweaters. Without those 3 sweaters, Grandma will be evicted from the apartment, and you will never see Grandma again. Ji Yan's face changed, is it that serious? Then he thought of something and tried to ask, are those 3 sweaters Grandma's rent? That's right, rent for the next 2 months. It's also Grandma's hard work from the past 3 months. His grandmother's hunched body trembled slightly. This was the first time Ji Yan saw such obvious tension and unease from unusual Grandma. Compared to last night, when he lightly dealt with 2 unusual beings in the corridor, it was like comparing 2 different horrors. What exactly did the misty world outside the apartment look like? Even unusual Grandma feared it like this. All unusual beings were trying to find ways to stay in the apartment, afraid of being evicted. Some sweaters could serve as rewards for players. Some sweaters, however, could be used as rent paid to the landlord. Ji Yan was still in the fog regarding rent. At first, he didn't want to dig too deep, worried about involving the main plot, but now that he had already accepted the main storyline task, Ji Yan had no more worries and asked. Unexpectedly, he really did interact and get answers. He saw unusual Grandma stand up, holding a silver needle, and cut a line on a spot of the wall. The wall tore like fabric, bleeding. The difference was that this time, what he saw inside the wall was a mass of flesh, writhing, covered in blood vessels and blue veins. Ji Yan's eyes widened. That flesh inside the wall showed a full life force. It looked like a heart beating violently. Neither your mother nor I are the original residents of 404, those trapped in the walls are. They decay little by little inside the walls every day, and as external residents, if we want to avoid being evicted, we must feed them to ensure the walls of the house do not crack or collapse. What we feed them is the rent. Listening to this, Ji Yan was still confused. He attempted to gently touch the flesh. His talent, omniscient and all-knowing, was activated as expected. Through the hidden information he obtained, Ji Yan was able to solve the last part of his doubts. Ding! The player interacted and triggered the talent, successfully obtaining the overall background information of the copy. A great fire once occurred in the apartment, and all 176 original residents perished in the flames. Their blood and flesh fused into the walls and floors. In the strange world, these flesh and blood filled with pain have become indestructible building materials. Although indestructible, the apartment in the strange world faces countless damages and destruction every day. New tenants are required to take on the responsibility of raising the original residents. They must repair the items left behind from the Great Fire, complete them, and deliver them to the landlord, who is responsible for sending them into the walls to feed the original residents. The items left behind by the fire can enhance the resentment of the original residents, which causes the flesh to grow, making the walls even stronger. So the so-called rent is actually the items left behind by the original residents' fire. Upon completing the copy information, Ji Yan suddenly understood. No wonder the rent is so strange. Some rooms have high rent, some rooms have low rent. Thinking carefully, room 801 really deserves to be the fiercest, the most expensive room. There are at least 10 original residents. For Miss Su to live in room 801 and feed the flesh of more than 10 original residents, she is no ordinary character. The 3 sweaters were the clothes of the original residents' 3 children. Without those clothes, the walls will start to crack little by little, and your grandmother will also be evicted from the apartment. Grandmother twisted the silver needles and slowly patched the wall, and the marks were invisible. She turned to look at Ji Yan. Grandson, you need to help Grandma catch the thief as soon as possible. While speaking, she took out a dark knitted sweater from under the table and handed it to Ji Yan. Your sweater from last night was broken, Grandma made you a new one. If you go out at night, wear it, don't catch a cold. Ji Yan's eyes immediately lit up when he heard this. He didn't expect that interacting with the blackened grandmother could lead to new equipment. This sweater could save his life at a critical moment. In his opinion, it was far more useful than those flashy pieces of equipment. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have obtained a strange item, grandmother's knitted sweater, quality, collectible. Effect, can resist 3 fatal injuries from ordinary strange forces, with a maximum toughness of 110 points of strange power. The higher the strange power damage, the greater the damage to the sweater. No backlash effect. Having received the benefit, Ji Yan naturally wanted to work hard. Does Grandma have any impression of the thief? Grandmother didn't answer. She sat back in the chair, lowered her eyelids, and shook her head. She repeatedly muttered, find the sweater, find the sweater. Seeing that no more information could be gathered, Ji Yan could only leave the room. It seems that the new tenants have no leads on the thief, and they can only wait for tonight. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have completed today's task. Delivered the gift to room 801. The strange mother's favorability towards you increased by 5%, and the residents of room 801 have increased by 10%. You have gained 30 points of strange power. It has been automatically added. You have obtained hidden information. The mother also fell victim to the mysterious thief and lost a necklace of the original residents. Worried about being evicted, she chose to make a gift exchange with the landlord of room 801. Sure enough, the mother wasn't spared. But unlike Grandma, the mother left herself a backup, which is Miss Su from room 801. It seems that if she can't pay the rent, Miss Su will help the mother. Ji Yan couldn't help but wonder what kind of treasure that set of cosmetics was. Could it really make Miss Su help the mother? Ji Yan shook his head, not wanting to dwell on such trivial matters. Now, the mysterious thief is like a walking special task. All the players want to catch him. If they catch him, it would be like helping half of the strange residents escape from deep waters and flames. A main storyline task, and it might just clear half of the apartment's progress. Not to mention the special privilege key. Ji Yan naturally wouldn't slack off. The night soon fell. Ji Yan put on the nighttime privilege badge and walked out of the room. As soon as he opened the door, Louis Tome from next door also opened her door. She also wore the night action privilege badge on her chest. When did you get this privilege? Ji Yan asked, slightly surprised. This badge had cost him quite a lot of effort. I participated in the announcement and joined the players to catch the mysterious thief. Did you not know that this privilege badge has already been assigned to everyone? Louis Tome retorted. Ji Yan felt embarrassed. Fine. He had only enjoyed this privilege for 2 days, and it had already become common knowledge. Do you also think the thief will appear tonight? It's not just me, the entire thief-catching team thinks so. First, the apartment's rules are ineffective at night, making it easier for the thief to move. Second, the time when the mysterious resident lost their belongings is mostly at night. So, it will definitely be lively tonight. Looking at Louis Tone's eager expression, Ji Yan reminded her, don't forget, the task mentioned that the mysterious thief is very dangerous. There are many players, but that doesn't mean the thief will be afraid. Ji Yan always felt that many players were blinded by the task rewards, thinking the thief was just a rat everyone wanted to catch. But this person was a proper main quest boss. They wouldn't be a soft target. Chapter 39, The Vital Nerve of the Theft, The Extreme Team. Inside the room, strange things roamed in the night. They wandered in every corner, like NPCs in a game that only move in a specific pattern. Ji Yen and Louis Tong stepped out of the guest room hallway, and several of the strange creatures approached, sniffing the scent on them. Finally, after sniffing the privilege badge, they scurried away, like a delicious meal suddenly marked as forbidden. After several nights of nighttime operations, Ji Yen had gotten used to it. But Louis Tong was greatly frightened. It was the first time she had seen the apartment after midnight. Looking at the strange creatures all over the room, the blood drained from her face. Don't panic, they won't bother you if you don't actively engage with them. Compared to Louis Tong, the night apartment felt more like Ji Yan's domain. When he first came to the Crimson apartment, this girl had explained the rules to him many times, so Ji Yan gave a few more tips, reminding her about some dangerous areas to avoid during the night operations. Louis Tong nodded, then asked, "Do you want to join the team gathering to catch the thief?" "No, you guys plan it yourselves. I'm going to the 8th floor." Ji Yan declined, not wanting to join, and who knows, Long Yuan might be in the group. That guy had become almost an enemy to him, and Ji Yan didn't want to waste time entangling with him. After Louis Tong left, Ji Yan didn't stay, quickly heading up to the 8th floor. As he stepped out of the hallway, he saw a bald-headed strange creature rushing towards him, constantly begging for mercy. The next second, a small hand grabbed its shoulder, and with a light tear, it was split in half. Thick blood sprayed against the wall corner. Looking at the person who had torn the bald-headed strange creature apart, it was none other than Cece. After tearing apart her mother on the rooftop, it seemed she had developed a liking for this sensation. Now, she was wearing an oversized white nightgown that dragged on the floor, and half of her body was covered in blood. In the dim light, paired with her emotionless little white face, it was extremely eerie. She looked at Ji Yan and asked, "Brother, are you here to find sister again?" Ji Yan raised his flashlight, forcing a dry smile. "Yeah, sister invited me tonight." Upon hearing this, Cece stepped aside and pointed to the door. "Sister is waiting for you." In the corridor, scattered bodies lay in pieces. The bloodiness was like a slaughterhouse. Ji Yan's mouth twitched. Wow, after her parents were sacrificed, this girl had become so ruthless that it seemed no one in the apartment could match her. He couldn't help but ask, "Cece, do you just tear them apart for fun?" Cece wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, then touched her fluffy hair. "Sister is in a bad mood. She said these things in the corridor were too noisy, so she asked me to come out and clean up." Saying this, she crouched down to inspect the torn bodies, making sure they were all dead. Looking at Cece, who obeyed Su Xan's every command, Ji Yan seriously suspected that woman had some kind of brainwashing technique for children. Entering room 801, Miss Su was still lying on that lounge chair. In the moonlight, her silhouette was hazy. Miss Su held a book, flipping through the pages. "It's quite lively tonight. I heard many footsteps downstairs. Ji Yan, that thief has targeted almost all the residents, and the landlord has posted a notice. Many residents plan to wait for the thief tonight." Miss Su smiled and asked, "Do you think the thief would dare come out with such a loud noise? If his brain hasn't been kicked by a donkey, he probably wouldn't dare. On the contrary, he will definitely appear tonight." Ji Yan was puzzled. Miss Su didn't explain clearly. She closed the book and said, "I won't go with you to catch the thief tonight. You go and follow those people. If you follow them, the thief will definitely show up. On the table, there is a gift I gave you. Remember, catching a thief is not about having more people or brute force, it needs brains." Ji Yan looked at the table, and there was only a big-headed doll. It looked messy, with many lines and rough craftsmanship. When Ji Yan held it, he heard a game prompt. "Congratulations, the player has obtained Screaming Doll, rare quality. Introduction, a doll that has witnessed blood and slaughter. When danger appears, it can scream to give a warning and cause some obstruction." Ji Yan tried to store it in the toolbar, but the doll itself crawled onto his shoulder. Both glowed strangely, looking quite eerie. Ji Yan didn't expect to get a spooky item from Miss Su. Though its effect seemed average, it was at least a rare quality. "Do you have something to do tonight?" Ji Yan asked in return. "I'm worried that the thief will come again tonight. So, I asked Cece to wait at the door. If those rats get close, she'll tear them apart directly." Ji Yan nodded without saying anything and turned to leave. Miss Su continued to remind him, "This thief must be caught quickly. If this drags on, it will steal more and more things. If this trend continues, this building will collapse soon and eventually cease to exist." Ji Yan's expression changed. "Is it that serious? Haven't you noticed that the thief is stealing either the rent or directly taking the flesh of the original residents?" Miss Su turned her head, her eyes revealing a cold light. "The thief's goal is to destroy this building." Upon hearing this, Ji Yan's expression became serious. Louis Tong once said that generally only tasks that seriously threaten the safety of the entire instance can be defined as the main storyline. At first, he was thinking, how could a thief stealing things be defined as the highest level S-class side mission? Now he understood. This thief is stealing the very lifeblood of the Crimson apartment. Once the Crimson apartment collapses, all the Eerie residents will be destroyed. The players will fall into an even more terrifying instance. After leaving room 801, Ji Yen inexplicably felt a huge pressure. He ran downstairs, and when he reached the 5th floor, he suddenly heard a loud noise coming from the corridor. He went over to check and found several players surrounding and killing 2 resident monsters. The leader of the team, a blonde man, wore sunglasses, a cigarette in his mouth, and a black pistol in his hand. Without a word, he shot and smashed the heads of the 2 monsters. The other party exuded murderous intent. When they saw Ji Yen, they aimed their gun at him, then tilted their heads and walked away with several players. Slaughtering monsters? This was the first time Ji Yen had seen such brutal players in the instance. The Eerie creatures at night are very violent, and this team treated them as prey to hunt. Ji Yen turned around and happened to run into Louis Tong. Louis Tong was surprised. Aren't you supposed to go to the 8th floor? Ji Yen, I just came down. Is it that lively downstairs? Louis Tong nodded. Now, many players are participating in the main storyline mission. To catch the thief, several different teams with varying philosophies were formed. You saw that team just now. The blonde man leading them is ranked 2nd in the apartment strategy, just after Long Yuan. He's very brutal. They got a piece of information about the thief. I heard that the thief's monsters have no hair. Then, they started the killing. They believe that as long as they kill all the hairless resident monsters in the apartment, the thief is definitely gone. Ji Yen couldn't help but laugh after hearing this, saying, "What a genius. That golden-haired guy is clearly a genius. After all, which normal person would wear sunglasses at night?" Chapter 40, The Mysterious Trick, Escape Means Death. What are you doing here? Where's your team? Ji Yen asked, looking at the flashlight the other person was holding. Our team got a clue too. We heard that the thief hums a nursery rhyme while acting, so we scattered to search. If anyone spots the thief, they will notify the group chat. Players who survive for more than 4 days can unlock the player chat panel. Ji Yen hadn't paid much attention before, but with this reminder, he realized that he had just activated the panel. As soon as the panel opened, he saw the chat group buzzing with activity. In just a moment, it had 99+ messages. Players involved in the main quest were sharing all the information they had about the thief. Some said the thief had no hair. Some said the thief was a deformed creature. Others said the thief emitted baby crying sounds. Each person had their own version and was very confident. The players had gotten these details through their own Eerie family members. For example, Ji Yen had learned from 801 that the thief's body was covered in human faces, and when walking, it made a harsh bell sound. But which one of these was the truth? Why did each household describe the thief's identity differently after it broke in? Could it be that there was more than one thief? Ji Yen pinched his chin, deep in thought. Louis Tong was also confused by the different information from the players in the chat. I'm getting more and more confused. Ji Yen closed the chat panel. Looking at too much of this stuff would only make him lose focus. Miss Su had told him to follow those people, so for now, he could only wander around these floors and see what was going on. But at that moment, the shrieking doll on his shoulder suddenly moved. It turned its head and stared in one direction. Louis Tong was surprised. Why is your doll moving? Is it a gift from your mom or grandma? Ji Yen followed the doll's gaze toward the corner of the hallway and said, "It's guiding us to somewhere." Following the doll's lead, Ji Yen turned the corner and entered a fire escape. Soon, they ran into the golden-haired man's 5-person team. The group seemed to have dragged out a strange family of 3 living in the apartment. The parents' heads were smashed, and only a strange girl was left, curled up in a corner with a blank expression. Facing the desecration of the parents' corpses by the golden-haired man's team, she seemed to have been shocked or numbed, showing no emotion, waiting for her fate. The golden-haired man wiped the black gun in his hand. After repeatedly shooting several strange creatures, the dark energy surrounding the gun grew more intense. Killing strange creatures feeds the gun. The strange gun in the golden-haired man's hand clearly increased in quality through killing strange creatures, just like the feeding a knife with blood technique used by Long Yuan. The barrel of the gun was pressed against the strange girl's head. After a few taps, the golden-haired man coldly provoked, "I killed your parents, you should be angry, you should hate us. Not act like a dead fish with no reaction." The stronger the hatred from the creatures killed by the strange gun, the more significant the absorption would be. Looking at the wooden-like strange girl, the golden-haired man frowned, clearly dissatisfied. He spoke to provoke her. The strange girl looked at her parents' broken heads and twitching bodies. There was no sadness or hatred, only confusion as she asked, "My parents and I just wanted to live, we didn't eat people or hurt anyone, why do you want to kill us?" "Little sister, killing pitiful creatures like you doesn't need a reason." The golden-haired man said expressionlessly, then was about to pull the trigger. Louis Tong suddenly spoke up, Huang Yan, that family of three doesn't have the thief's characteristics, what's the point of killing them? The golden-haired man, Huang Yan, looked up and sneered, is it okay to just find some fun? The player beside them teased, what nonsense, a saint in a chaotic world, can you still see sympathy for the strange? This is a dungeon, not Notre Dame de Paris. The few of them couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Louis Tong's face turned awkward as she glanced at Ji Yan beside her. However, Ji Yan's attention was entirely on the screaming doll on his shoulder. The doll was twisting its head 360 degrees. Then, it stared into the depth of the nearby passage, opened its mouth, and let out a shrill scream. The scream startled everyone present. What the hell is screaming like a ghost? You scared the life out of me. A few players cursed angrily. Ji Yan didn't speak, he heard a voice in his ear. A sharp, ethereal bell sound. He held his breath slightly. Suddenly, his mind flashed with the image of that mysterious thief. Huang Ran frowned, he too heard the bell sound, growing clearer and closer. Ding-a-ling, tap-tap. Ding-a-ling, tap-tap. Soon, at the end of the corridor, a tall black shadow slowly appeared, touching the ceiling. It was said to be a shadow, but upon closer inspection, the entire creature was covered in pitch-black worms, crawling all over its body, making it extremely unsettling to look at. What is this thing? The players on scene were stunned. They had never seen such a bizarre creature before. The creature was moving along the corridor wall as if searching for something, lifting its hand and carefully stroking the wall. The black worms on its palm densely covered the wall, burrowing into any tiny cracks. That's the creature, right? Could it be the thief we're looking for? A female player asked in a low voice, her tone inexplicably uneasy. Can't see the hair, can't confirm. Should we make a move? A few players discussed, but no one dared to approach, all of them just watching. They weren't fools. The more bizarre and strange a creature was, the higher the risk it posed. No one dared to take that bet. What are you afraid of? With Rangoon here, if it's really the thief, we'll be heroes. Don't forget, the thief is hated by everyone in the whole apartment. After angering so many residents, how could he act so arrogantly? There's always one daring fool. A tall player grabbed a brick and threw it. The brick hit the mysterious creature, but it passed right through it as if the creature had no physical form. The blackworm creature didn't react and continued stroking the wall. A few players were about to become bolder in their attempts when suddenly, the mysterious creature's back began to writhe. An old man's face emerged from the creature's back, staring at Ji Yan and the others, and it spoke, eliminate the worms. The twisted, hoarse voice fell, and the old face opened its mouth, emitting a high-frequency sound wave. Everyone's eardrums buzzed, their heads spun. In their sight, that human face grew even more terrifying, its hollow eyes staring directly at them, fear spreading like a flood in their hearts. The tall player at the forefront had his pupils shrink, and his sixth sense screamed at him, this creature was extremely dangerous. He turned around and ran. But before he could take more than a few steps, his head swelled like a water balloon, large and small lumps of flesh bulging out, and it exploded without warning. Blood splattered everywhere. The headless corpse collapsed to the floor. Everyone was dumbfounded. How did he die? They didn't see that creature make a move. Damn! Someone cursed and turned to run. The same fate awaited them, their heads felt like they were filled with a small bomb, exploding out of nowhere, and the blood sprayed all over a female player's face. The female player screamed, clutching her face, on the verge of collapse, ready to run. Don't move! Idiot woman, can't you tell? Turning around and running means you're dead, that creature only kills those who try to escape. The blonde-haired man couldn't watch any longer, scolding a few idiots. Inside the passage, the two headless corpses on the floor were still twitching slightly. The people present were like participants in a deadly game of red light, green light. Whoever moved would instantly have their head blown off. The female player, who had planned to run, froze at Huang Ran's scolding and dared not move. Ji Yan was also astonished. No need for interaction. Ignoring the apartment rules, directly killing players. Even not seeing how it kills. Where did this strange thing come from? Is it really a resident of the apartment? It seems that because no players ran away, the old man's strange face didn't continue to kill players. At this moment, a warning panel appeared in front of Ji Yan. Warning player. You are in contact with an S-rank task anomaly. This anomaly is a core NPC of the main task and poses a high danger. For your own safety, please quickly understand the behavior that causes the other party to hunt you. Ji Yan saw the prompt on the panel, and a layer of fine sweat appeared on his forehead. As expected, it was that mysterious thief. Just as Miss Su said, this mysterious thief didn't care how many players tried to catch it, still coming out openly tonight to continue stealing and digging through walls. At this moment, Huang Ran, Louis Tong, and the others also received the game's prompt, knowing that the strange one in front of them was the thief all the resident players had to catch. Their expressions seemed ridiculous. The thief was found. But how the hell do we catch it? At this moment, the old man's strange face made a higher frequency scream. Under the interference of this sound, the players on the scene felt dizzy. You should have all received the game's reminder. Huang Ran closed the game panel and reminded the other teammates, this means that this anomaly has its own hunting rules. As long as we follow them, it won't hunt us. As long as we don't run, it won't. Bang! However, before he could finish speaking, the female player in front of him who was standing still suddenly had her head explode. A bloody piece of scalp fell on his shoulder, still emitting heat. Huang Ran's eyes widened. What's going on? That woman didn't turn to run, she didn't even move, so why was she also hunted? Originally thinking they had figured out the rules and were temporarily safe, Huang Ran's face turned pale. Another player, seeing this, also showed panic. He looked at Huang Ran in a panic. Ran good, didn't you say it's fine as long as we don't run? Why did her head explode? Huang Ran said nothing, looking grimly at the old man's strange face. Behind him, Ji Yan also squinted his eyes. Louis Tong's delicate face turned pale, and she subconsciously spoke, why did Ji Yan? Ji Yan whispered, it's wrong. The rules for this anomaly's hunting are not about running. Then what is it? Louis Tong asked tremblingly. Ji Yan pondered. He stared at the old man's strange face, then said, I have a guess, but I can't be sure yet. How can we be sure? We'll know for sure once more people die. There were 8 players present, including Ji Yan and Louis Tong. Just 1 minute passed, and another player's head exploded, blood splattering. Then, 2 minutes later, another player died violently. A player collapsed, rolling and crawling away, and unsurprisingly, he exploded. The intense smell of blood in the passage made people suffocate and vomit. Move and die, stay still and still die. Make a sound and die, stay silent and still die. This is completely killing without any pattern, there's no way to safely avoid the slaughter. As time passed, more players mistakenly entered this passage, seeing the bloody scene and not understanding it first. When they realized something was wrong and tried to run, their heads exploded. Damn it, I knew I shouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. I worked so hard to get a family in this dungeon, and now all my efforts are wasted. Who the hell said that there's safety in numbers, that this thief only has the option to run? Players were collapsing one after another. Ignoring the other players wailing, Ji Yan turned to Huang Ran and said, I know the rules of the killing. Huang Ran's mouth twitched, so what if you know, why are you telling me? Because you have a gun. Ji Yan pointed at the old man's strange face, although I don't know the exact hunting rules, as long as we can make that face shut up, we should be able to temporarily solve the crisis. Should? Huang Ran looked over coldly. Ji Yan retorted, then how about you suggest a definite way? How would we know if we don't try? Right now, it's you who's in a hurry, because according to our positions, you'll definitely die before me. Huang Ran, how do you know I'll die first? Ji Yan smiled faintly, anyway, I know. Huang Ran's face darkened. Although he couldn't stand the other person's expression, the words weren't without reason. The scream of that strange face really made his head throb painfully. Tightening the strange gun in his hand, he raised it and shot at that strange face. The eerie bullet tore through the old face, letting out a painful scream. The thief's huge body trembled. In the next second, another old face grew back on his back, emitting a more torturous scream. The blond man held his head in agony and looked at Ji Yan, is this your damn solution? Ji Yan shrugged, I said from the start, it's just a guess. Worse still, it seemed that the stimulation of that bullet caused the black bugs on the thief's strange body to suddenly spread in a dense mass from the floor, crawling toward them. Seeing this, the last few players completely broke down. When the strange bugs crawled to the player's toes, the player jumped up like being electrocuted. Before they even landed, their head exploded, blood spraying everywhere. Then, the female player at the back screamed as she cried, completely broken. The immense fear crushed her mental defenses as she screamed, I don't want to be bitten by these disgusting bugs, As blood sprayed, the female player died violently, leaving only Ji Yan, Huang Ran, and Louis Tong in the entire blood-red corridor. The strange bugs crawled over the bodies and continued to spread toward them. Louis Tong trembled, desperately clutching the sweater her grandmother had knitted. Running would result in a headshot. Not running would leave her bones gnawed away by the strange bugs. There was no way to survive. Ji Yan suddenly pressed Louis Tong's shoulder and whispered, let those bugs crawl on you. No matter what happens, don't worry. Ha? Louis Tong was stunned. Ji Yan didn't explain further. The strange bugs first crawled onto Ji Yan, whose body was closest. Soon, as they entered his clothes, his flesh and blood were even eaten away, with fresh blood quickly flowing out. Louis Tong and Huang Ran widened their eyes. Even though his lower body was covered in blood, Ji Yan remained unaffected. He simply looked indifferently at the mangled part of his body. Ji Yan. Louis Tong covered her mouth, unable to help but cry out. Soon, the two of them noticed something strange. Despite the bloody and mangled body, Ji Yan still remained calm, as though he didn't feel pain. Ji Yan glanced at them. If you open your personal status, you'll know the answer. My current status shows my mental value is almost gone, but my health value is still full. This means what you're seeing is just an illusion. Ji Yan's words woke up the two of them. Looking at the strange bugs beginning to crawl into their pants' legs, Huang Ran frowned in confusion. So this isn't actual harm? Then all those headshot bodies on the floor are also illusions? Ji Yan shook his head. Those are real deaths. That strange face can only kill people through one hunting rule. The sound it makes affects the player's brain, causing various illusions, and these illusions lead players to break the hunting rule. Ji Yan continued. Huang Ran immediately realized, you mean, the hunting rule is fear? To be precise, when fear is amplified to a certain point, it triggers the headshot rule that forces death. That old strange face deliberately creates a sense of despair, making us feel that its hunting rule is unsolvable, thereby amplifying fear infinitely. In fact, its hunting rule is very simple. These strange bugs are just one of the ways to create fear in us. Ji Yan looked at his full health, turned his head to look at Lui Tong and Huang Ran, whose lower bodies were also mangled, but with Ji Yan's assurance, they were not panicking. Their fear did not continue to escalate, allowing those strange insects to devour. At this moment, the mysterious thief over there suddenly tore open a section of the wall, pulling in a large chunk of bloody flesh from inside, greedily stuffing it into its mouth. As the flesh was torn out, the wall was covered with cracks. This strange thing has started devouring the apartment again. After devouring a piece of the wall flesh, the mysterious thief did not continue, beginning to withdraw its hands and retract the strange insects, preparing to leave. Ji Yan watched the scene and knew that this opportunity should not be missed. Even if he couldn't catch this guy, he must obtain the hidden information. This thief seemed not to steal everything. But rather, it had a specific target. Why were the landlord and Miss Su helpless against the thief? They could only rely on the players to catch it? This made Ji Yan feel that there was hidden information behind it. His talent just happened to be a perfect match. Having seen through the hunting behavior, Ji Yan was not timid. When the thief was about to leave, the old man's strange face closed its mouth. Ji Yan quickly stepped forward, took out the last coffin nail, and the strange energy wrapped around it. Locking onto the target, the nail pierced the air and nailed it into the strange face. The terrifying burning caused the old man's strange face to scream, and its skin cracked. The thief paused for a moment, wanting to reach out and pull the nail out, but it dared not touch the coffin nail. In the end, it directly tore the old man's strange face off its body, throwing it into the corner, and turned to leave. Ji Yan watched it leave without doing anything further. After the thief left, the illusion was lifted, the terrifying strange insects disappeared, and Lui Tong and Huang Ran's bodies, which were originally covered in blood, returned to their original undamaged state. I thought this strange thing was so impressive, but in the end, it was just a scare. After the thief left, Huang Ran spat on the ground, feeling very frustrated and unwilling after being tossed around so miserably. He looked at Ji Yan. You're just going to let it run away? Ji Yan glanced at him. If you're so impressive, why don't you go chase it? I just thought highly of that strange thing. I never imagined its hunting rules were so simple. If I had known its killing rules from the start. No ifs. If it weren't for my reminder, your head would already be off your neck. Ji Yan mercilessly exposed him. For those who had no ability and talked tough afterward, he always couldn't be bothered to show any patience. And, you're mistaken about one thing. It left not because it was afraid we would escape, but because it got what it wanted. Ji Yan never believed that once the hunting rule was revealed, the thief would be powerless against them. That was just the killing method of the old man's strange face. Earlier information said that the thief was covered with strange faces, and it was very likely that each strange face had its own hunting rule. The thief might have never even glanced at them. That thief is the rat everyone wants to catch. We players can't deal with it, but we have the help of strange tenants. No matter how arrogant it is, can it still be more arrogant than all the tenants in the apartment? As long as it involves mainline players, they can get equipment and help from the strange tenants, which is the foundation of so many players' confidence. For example, that strange gun was given to Huang Ran as a reward for taking on the mainline task from the strange family. Not speaking well, Huang Ran snorted twice and turned to leave, probably to join other teams in continuing the pursuit. Ji Yan ignored him. After the old man's strange face left the body, it quickly withered, life flowing away. Ji Yan walked over and reached out to touch it. As expected, his talent triggered, and fortunately, the last coffin nail was not wasted. Everything needs to be replaced. I am simply eliminating what should be eliminated, for the sake of longer-term survival. What you should stop is not me, but you are digging your own grave. What does this mean? Ji Yan's face turned pale. It was obvious that this hidden information was the thief's own statement. The things that should be eliminated referred to the things it had stolen? But if no one stops it, then Stealing like this, the apartment will definitely collapse. How did it become digging one's own grave? Ji Yan didn't think that hiding information would be a fraud, it must have another meaning. What's with this face skin? Louis Tong asked from behind, looking at the completely wilted and rotting face skin in Ji Yan's hand. Throwing away the completely dead face skin, Ji Yan clapped his hands. Nothing, just looked strange, wanted to see what could be found. As soon as he finished speaking, the game's notification sound echoed in his mind. Warning! The main task boss has caused 13% damage to the apartment, the building has entered the early stages of collapse. When the apartment reaches 85% damage, there will be structural failure, the dungeon map will collapse, and all players will be eliminated and disconnected. Please stop the malicious destruction of the apartment's anomaly as soon as possible. Strategy tip: the anomaly tenant cannot be stopped, but equipment can be provided to limit or even kill it. Players can acquire equipment for the main task by interacting with the anomaly's family. Upon seeing this message, both Ji Yan and Louis Tong froze for a moment. Louis Tong excitedly shook Ji Yan's shoulder. There's actually a game strategy, now we have a way. But Ji Yan was surprised, this is the hardest main task. The game system casually gave out the solution, isn't it too easy? Previously, even accepting a C-level task didn't come with a game strategy prompt like this. There's nothing strange about this, maybe the difficulty is not in the hint, but in the interaction? And that thief anomaly is so terrifying, if no hints are given, players will have no hope at all. The main task is about the survival of the entire dungeon, the game system is probably afraid of it being gone, so it leans towards helping the players. Louis Tong looked at the headless bodies scattered on the ground, the psychological trauma still lingering in her mind. Just one face-off had caused so many players to disconnect. If the system didn't provide help, how would anyone play? Ji Yan closed the strategy hint panel and turned to open the chat panel. Sure enough, with the strategy hint, the group chat exploded. The remaining players no longer rushed around aimlessly, everyone now had direction. Interact with the anomaly's family, get equipment, and grind the main task. Their urgency wasn't just because of the dungeon's crisis, but also because of the huge rewards from the main task itself. Louis Tong grabbed Ji Yan, let's go back to 404. Go back for what? To get anomalies from the family. Now that we have some information about that thief anomaly, we'll definitely get more useful anomalies. Other players have already set off, we can't fall behind. Ji Yan thought for a moment, then turned to walk down the corridor, then let's go back to 404 first. As they descended, they could already see cracks appearing in many walls and ceilings, thick black blood flowing from the gaps in the walls. Just as the game system had said, the apartment was really collapsing little by little. And just as Miss Su had said, that thief anomaly was the lifeblood of the apartment. But Ji Yan always felt that this was too simple on the surface. This was the hardest S-level main task. When they returned to the house, Ji Yan entered his grandmother's room. Even the walls of her room were cracking, and his grandmother's hunched figure looked weathered. Did you catch the thief? The anomalous grandmother wiped her sweater, her murky eyes staring at Ji Yan. Ji Yan shook his head, Grandma, I ran into the thief. But it had a weapon, and our thief-catching team suffered many casualties. We were unarmed, and could only watch as it escaped. Ji Yan's explanation was straightforward. It was just shy of directly asking for equipment. Without equipment, they couldn't catch a single thief. After hearing this, Grandma didn't even think much. She opened a box, took out a silver needle the length of a finger, and handed it to Ji Yan. Take this. This is the embroidery needle I've kept for a long time. Many fabrics were cut and removed with it. I don't know what the thief looks like, nor do I know what abilities it has. But, as long as you use Grandma's embroidery needle to draw a line on it, it will definitely have some fear. Grandma closed the box and looked at Ji Yan with a gaze that seemed to entrust him with something for the future. Good grandson, Grandma has passed down her legacy to you. You must stand your ground and definitely stop that thing. Grandma really doesn't want to leave this apartment, nor does she want to see the day it collapses and perishes. I have lived here for too long, and too many hopes are left here. In the outside world, Grandma can't survive. Chapter 43, Legendary Quality, Encirclement and Hunt. Looking at the silver needle in his hand, Ji Yan saw the relevant information panel appear in his vision. Congratulations, player interaction complete, obtained the strange object, Grandma's embroidery needle, quality legendary. Strange object description, this is an embroidery needle filled with jealousy and hatred. The older sister had always been the favorite of her parents, until one day the younger brother came into the family, almost taking everything that belonged to her. She found that whenever the younger brother cried, her parents would always love him more. One night, she picked up an embroidery needle and sealed her brother's mouth. From then on, she never heard his cries again. It was wonderful. Hidden description, this is an embroidery needle that only kills strange creatures, not humans. When the embroidery needle draws 10 strange skins, it can be upgraded, its resilience increased, and it will grant the peel effect. So, this is the legendary quality strange object? Even the description is much more refined. For Ji Yen, who has never obtained such high-quality equipment, his eyes couldn't help but flicker. But he was even more confused. Just by interacting like this, he got his hands on a legendary quality embroidery needle. Where exactly is the difficulty in this main quest? When he left the room, Louis Tong had also gotten her equipment, her face full of excitement. The strange mother actually gave me a rare equipment. She was holding a dripping blood kitchen knife. This was the strange mother's main chef knife. Whenever there was a neighborhood dispute, the strange mother would always take this knife out and use it to resolve any conflicts, showing how much she cherished it. Originally, Louis Tong thought she would have to raise the favorability to 90% or more to obtain this equipment, but unexpectedly, she got it through a main quest. Ji Yen thought, in other words, the main quest has advanced the game progress. After all, if this quest can't be completed, these strange residents will cease to exist. At this life and death juncture, instead of hiding these treasures, it's better to take them all out. Louis Tong nodded, then remembered something. By the way, look at the chat group, a player just exposed the location of that thief creature. Ji Yen heard this and raised his hand to open the chat window. Indeed, there was a player in the chat window who exposed the whereabouts of the thief creature, but Ji Yen wasn't too surprised and said calmly, now that everyone knows the fatal weakness of the thief creature, everyone is rushing to hunt it down. How could someone still be so selfless and expose the thief creature's location in the group? Louis Tong raised an eyebrow. You mean, the location is fake? It might be real. The purpose of exposing it might be because they are not confident in capturing it. They are trying to find someone to waste the thief creature's energy. Ji Yen analyzed briefly. This kind of tactic in such a survival environment is obvious even if you think with your backside. Now, with deadly weapons in hand, and knowing the thief's fatal weakness, how could they still not be confident in killing that thief creature? Louis Tong was confused. Ji Yen countered, you have an iron spear, and you know that if you stab a tiger's heart, it will definitely die. But if you fight alone, do you have the confidence to kill it? Louis Tong suddenly understood. She slapped her own head, feeling like her intelligence was rapidly dropping at this critical moment. So, should we go? Go, just like the one who exposed the location in the group, hide in the shadows. Ji Yen closed the panel and spoke. The lobby on the first floor of the apartment building. The countless strange insects, like a black tide, spread outwards around the area, and the thief-like anomaly paused here, as if looking around. Then, facing the load-bearing wall, it stretched out both hands, its fingers like iron shovels, digging into a gap, tearing open the wall little by little. Blood plasma surged, and the flesh and blood wriggling inside the cement wall showed an undeniable vitality. The thief-like anomaly pondered for a moment, then began ruthlessly tearing open the flesh and blood, letting out silent screams from within the wall, stuffing the indigenous people's flesh into its mouth to devour. Warning! The main mission boss's current progress has caused 23% damage to the apartment dungeon. Players involved in the main mission, please quickly stop the malicious anomaly's destructive behavior. At this rate, the apartment dungeon might collapse before dawn. As they moved towards the exposed location, the dungeon's warning sounded once again. Louis Tong's delicate face showed obvious anxiety. Ji Yen remained calm. It won't help to be anxious. Think from another angle, the ones who should be anxious are the anomalies. If the apartment is destroyed, we players are just sent to the next dungeon. It's the anomalies who will face the sky falling and being homeless. Louis Tong smiled with a hint of mockery. She realized that this person could remain composed no matter what. Was this really his first time playing a game? Soon, they reached the first-floor lobby. As expected, the scene was already very lively. Some players had already started to encircle and kill the thief-like anomaly. When faced with the new wave of approaching players, the thief-like anomaly's back wriggled, revealing two terrifyingly strange faces, killing the nearby players. The scene was extremely bloody and brutal, with skin fragments and severed limbs scattered everywhere. Louis Tong figured it out. Every time the thief-like anomaly revealed a strange face, a new hunting rule was triggered, indiscriminately hunting the players. How terrifying was that? What was even more terrifying was, no one knew how many strange faces were on that anomaly. She couldn't help but take a deep breath and said to Ji Yen, you're right, even if we know the thief-like anomaly's weaknesses, it's still hard to kill it. Ji Yen said nothing, his eyes slightly narrowing as he stared ahead. In a hidden corner opposite them, he saw Long Yuan's familiar face. He was also secretly observing. It was probably him who had released the information about the thief-like anomaly's location. He had let the other players consume it while he waited for an opportunity in the dark. But the situation was not going as he had wished. The players in the lobby hadn't even reached the thief-like anomaly when they suddenly collapsed, let alone kill it. But soon, Ji Yen was proven wrong. A shrill scream suddenly echoed in the lobby. A sound like a gunshot, or a strange howl, followed by a bizarre bullet that pierced the thief-like anomaly's face, directly penetrating its body. The strange face fell to the ground, rapidly withering. The thief-like anomaly lowered its head, touching the hole torn open in its chest, and its fingers dug into its body, pulling out the bullet. The bullet was a fragment of a finger bone. It squeezed it for a moment, and it turned to powder. It turned its head, and the next bullet followed, shattering its second strange face. The thief-like anomaly staggered, and the strange insects covering its body fell off with its death. This scene shocked the players present. Ji Yan turned his head and saw the familiar Huang Ran, still holding the strange gun, but now wrapped in black gas, obviously upgraded in quality. It's useful. The thief-like anomaly has lost two strange faces and is clearly injured. This strange thing seems to be unable to deal with long-range damage from strange weapons? So, its hunting rules actually have a distance limitation? Damn! If you had said that earlier, I wouldn't have lacked long-range strange weapons. The staggered thief-like anomaly was clearly injured. This caused the players who were secretly observing to become excited, and they began using long-range attacks. Strangely, even in this situation, the thief-like anomaly still didn't escape. Continue tearing open the wall and gnawing at the flesh and blood inside the wall. More strange faces grew all over its body, and the faces howled, resisting the repeated attacks from the players. Louis Tong's delicate face slightly changed. It would rather stand there being attacked by a siege than stop destroying the apartment. Does it really hate the residents of the apartment this much? It would rather perish than retreat. Ji Yan remained silent. He looked at the faces that had been smashed off, still alive, and knew that his opportunity had come. Chapter 44, Doctor, Patient, and the Culprit. In the field, the thief monster suffered repeated attacks from the players. The twisted and horrifying faces on its body screamed and distorted. A large number of strange insects fell off the thief monster's body, but they still had no intention of escaping. Instead, they sped up the destruction of the wall, gnawing at the flesh and blood of the original residents embedded in the wall. Boom! A loud explosion rang out. Something hit the thief monster, its head exploded, and countless strange insects fell like raindrops. The players were shocked. They turned around and saw Long Yuan appear on the balcony of the second floor, holding a shotgun with smoke still rising from the barrel. It's that guy with the surname Long again. I knew this guy hadn't shown up yet. Turns out he was hiding. Seeing Long Yuan, Huang Ran's face turned dark first. As the second highest-ranked player in terms of progress, he had always been suppressed by Long Yuan and thus considered him the biggest competitor. The main boss's head is gone, it should be dead. Before a player could finish speaking, they saw the thief monster's head slowly repairing itself, and the strange faces on its body howled even more painfully. It seems that to kill this monster, we must smash all the faces on its body. Perhaps the goal had been achieved, or maybe it sensed danger, but at that moment, the thief monster stopped destroying and turned to leave the scene. It's trying to escape. Can it run? As long as it's in the apartment, it has nowhere to hide. The repeated attacks were obviously effective. The thief monster's aura rapidly shrank, meaning it could be injured and could die. The remaining players excitedly chased after it. Looking at the chasing players and then at the walls cracking and bleeding from all directions, Long Yuan's eyes narrowed, and the corner of his mouth curled into a faint smile. But then, his smile suddenly disappeared. He saw that in the lobby, there was still one player who hadn't followed the crowd to chase the thief monster. Stepping on the bloodstained floor, Ji Yan walked into the battlefield. In his sight were only those faces that had been smashed off and were on the brink of death. He crouched down and reached out to touch them one by one. As his talent was frequently triggered, Ji Yan obtained information that other players' drivers didn't have. My children have been polluted. I want to protect my children, let them grow up healthy. How pathetic the outsiders are, foolish and mocking. They only believe in what they see in front of them. They desperately dig a deep pit, tirelessly, thinking it is a refuge to escape disaster, but little do they know, it is a tomb that will bury them. Who will come to save us? Save our families. We have done our best, but we are getting weaker and weaker. In the end, we can only helplessly watch as everything ceases to exist. Gripping the strange face skin in his hand, Ji Yan's expression grew more solemn. He looked at the strange insects scattered in death and suddenly guessed something. Ji Yan, aren't we going to chase? Louis Tong asked. After all the strange faces withered and died, Ji Yan stood up. Looking at the dense cracks in the lobby on the first floor, with walls stuck together by thick blood, he walked over and reached out to touch the flesh and blood squeezing out from the wall. Then, his eyes sharpened. He said to Louis Tong, I'm going to the 8th floor. If you trust me, go back to 404. Don't participate in the main storyline anymore. Louis Tong was stunned and asked, did you find something? Ji Yan didn't answer. He turned and ran upstairs. He didn't have time to explain. Whether Louis Tong listened or not was her business. As a player under the same roof, the care he gave was already enough. Walking up the hallway, Ji Yan stopped on each floor, observing something, then continued to go upstairs. Soon, he reached the 8th floor. He knocked on the door of room 801. The door opened, and it was Shishi who answered. She still wore that plain white outfit, her face still showed a serious expression of deep depression. Sister said you would come. And, you came earlier than she guessed. Entering the room, Miss Sue was still lounging lazily on the chaise, reading a book in her hands. Aren't you supposed to be busy catching a thief right now? How come you still have the mood to come here? Miss Sue flipped through the pages of her book, lazily responding with a question. Ji Yan walked over, not in a hurry to explain, but asked back, Miss Sue, you clearly hated that native thief who dug into your space last night. Why do you now have such a nonchalant attitude? Miss Sue did not look at Ji Yan, smiling lightly as she spoke. What good does it do to be anxious? It's better to be open-minded. After all, if the real culprit destroying the apartment is not stopped, the final result is that all the residents will be doomed together. Thinking about it this way, having so many residents keeping me company isn't such a loss, is it? Ji Yan shook his head, saying, actually, you knew from the start that the thief would break into your 801 room. But you wouldn't stop it. Miss Sue closed her book, raising her beautiful eyes. Why? Because that multi-faced monster breaking into the room is not a thieving native, on the contrary, it is trying to save this house as much as it can. Or rather, the entire apartment. From the beginning, our goal has been misled. The real thief is not that multi-faced monster, but someone else. The apartment has suffered severe damage, with the monster constantly gnawing at the apartment's lifeblood, and polluting the walls with the native residents. The appearance of the multi-faced monster actually plays the role of a doctor. It tirelessly wanders in every corner of the apartment, tearing apart walls, ripping the flesh of the natives, taking away rent, but in reality, those are all the contaminated pathogens. If not removed, they will continually worsen the cracks in the walls and speed up the collapse of the apartment. Yet players and most of the residents were unaware. They all nailed the blame for the wall cracks and damage of the apartment onto the multi-faced monster. Ji Yan's face was dark. This creates a pessimistic situation. A doctor who is clearly trying to save patients is mistaken for a murderer by family members who see the knife in his hand and the blood on him, causing them to crazily beat and attack him. The patient thinks they are stopping the murderer while actually hurting the one they are trying to save. Little do they know, because of this interruption, they harmed the patient and possibly missed the best time for rescue. Ji Yan's expression was serious. In fact, through those hidden messages, he had guessed this aspect. But ultimately, it was just a guess. After the commotion in the first-floor lobby, he could be sure. More so, it was a sixth sense, everything had been too smooth. After listening to Ji Yan's words, Miss Sue threw the book aside, a hint of a smile appearing on her delicate face. Your analysis is quite astute. You really resemble a great detective. Then according to your reasoning, everything is correct. So, where is the real culprit gnawing at the lifeblood of the walls and pushing the apartment towards destruction? Ji Yan pondered for a moment. He asked back, I guess, the apartment has a basement, right? How did you know this apartment has a basement? Upon hearing Ji Yan's words, Miss Sue's beautiful eyes sparkled, her smile calm. I figured it out when I went from the first floor to the 8th floor. The cracks on the first floor are the largest, seeming like it could collapse at any time, and the higher the floor, the fewer the cracks. So it's not hard to guess that the real thief, the true culprit of the apartment's destruction, is in the basement. Or perhaps, it's beneath the apartment. The source of the apartment's collapse is most likely due to the foundation being gnawed away and destroyed. However, that multi-faced monster is terribly unlucky, its actions and unknown identity completely fitting the profile of the real culprit, and so it is treated as the thief everyone wants to catch. Ji Yan's words were speculative, but his tone was firm. If it weren't for the hidden information obtained from his talent, Ji Yan might have been misled, trying to kill the multi-faced monster and speeding up the apartment's downfall. Through the hidden information he had acquired, Ji Yan could guess that the strange faces on the multi-faced monster also came from the apartment's original inhabitants. It was just that, due to material aging or other reasons, they had been eliminated. That black insect monster was responsible for collecting these discarded faces of the original inhabitants, waiting for the apartment to face a crisis of destruction, then coming out to try its best to save the apartment building. But their help only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. To truly save the apartment, it still depends on the players. There is indeed a basement, but the key. Miss Sue picked up a cup of hot coffee from the table and threw 2 sugar cubes into it. The key is with the landlord? It is indeed with the landlord, but he won't participate in this crisis. He's been sleeping these days. Miss Sue took a sip of her coffee, responding carelessly. Ji Yan frowned. The apartment building is about to collapse, and as the landlord, he's actually sleeping? He found it absurd that the landlord, who seemed to be the biggest boss of the apartment instance, had no role in the main storyline? Miss Sue stirred her deep brown coffee with a spoon. This old man doesn't get involved in many things. His thinking is very old-fashioned. If the apartment really collapses, he would consider it fate and willingly go down with the apartment. Miss Sue's words woke Ji Yen up. The landlord, though seemingly the biggest boss of the apartment instance, was actually just a dull NPC under the instance rules. Ji Yen shook his head. There has to be a way. Since I can find the true culprit hiding beneath the apartment, this is definitely not a dead end. Miss Sue's eyes held a bit of approval. Not bad, your brain is sometimes quite sharp. There is a way to get to the basement, and besides the landlord, the original inhabitants also have a way. But, the original inhabitants are very hostile toward us outsiders. It's hard enough to communicate with them, let alone ask them to help you get to the basement. Miss Sue's words suddenly reminded Ji Yen. His eyes flashed. I suddenly thought of a special original inhabitant. Maybe she can help me. As he spoke, Ji Yen said goodbye to Miss Sue and was about to leave. Wait. I'll give you one more gift. I've placed my bet on you, don't disappoint me. Miss Sue stopped Ji Yen, lightly flicking her slender jade finger. 3 paper-cut little figures landed on Ji Yen. The paper people had life. They jumped in a row on his shoulder like the little people in Hans Christian Andersen's fairy tales, eventually burrowing into the roots of his hair. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have discovered the true hiding place of the main storyline's culprit and received the blessing reward from the 801 residents. Special Eerie item, paper-cut people. Quality, legendary. Eerie item description, in ancient legends, paper-cut people could house wandering souls. The elders liked to hang them by the windows. When souls resided in the paper people, they could guide their master in prayers and help avoid disasters. Hidden information, the 3 paper people each hold the special abilities of curse, blessing, and disaster avoidance. Another legendary equipment. Ji Yen's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected that even though Miss Sue wasn't his strange family member, she could still interact and drop a legendary item. He had to admit, the drop rate of this main storyline was incredibly high. Don't rush to laugh, my 3 paper people have bad tempers. I'm giving them to you, but you may not even be able to use them. Miss Sue said carelessly. Ji Yen nodded, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then exited room 801. Time was tight. Ji Yen went downstairs again and knocked on the door of room 102. It was the same room where he had helped Kan Jinggui enter before. If he remembered correctly, Kan Jinggui had said that if he had trouble, he could ask his daughter for help. Favors are like currency. As long as they remain, they still hold value, and sooner or later, there will be a time when they are needed. The door was opened by the dyed-haired girl. The moment she saw Ji Yen, her expression turned unpleasant. Why is it you again? What dirty things have you brought this time? Every time I see you, I have a bad feeling. Since she didn't need to leave for her daily tasks, the dyed-haired girl felt like she was cut off from the outside world. She thought she would always be at peace in room 102, little did she know, the apartment was facing a deadly disaster. I'm looking for your master. Ji Yen pushed the door open and entered, tired and weary, heading straight for the master's room at the end of the hall. Hey! At least take off your shoes. Where have you been? The soles are covered in red paint. Looking at the dirted floor, the dyed-haired girl's good mood immediately vanished. Inside the master's room, the blood wall was continuously oozing blood, forming a line of twisted words. I knew you would come. Sorry to disturb you, but I want to know how to get to the basement. Do you know the way? Ji Yen asked directly, cutting to the chase. The blood letters shifted. I know. But the basement used to be a forbidden place where the apartment kept severely violating residents. It's very dangerous. You are a benefactor to my father and me, I don't want to harm you. If you don't go, the building will collapse, and the result will be the same. Others have been misled and confused, only I know where the problem lies. This dangerous place can only be entered by me. Ji Yen's words carried a sense of desolation, as if he was saying, if I don't go to hell, who will? But in reality, he was just afraid that other players would steal the credit. It was certain that he wouldn't be the only one who had been misled. So he had to act quickly to seize the opportunity. The blood wall was still for a moment, and then the blood letters shifted again. Tear up the floor, I'll send you down. The apartment's rules cannot control what's below, so be careful. Upon hearing this, Ji Yen's eyes flickered. Then he took out his grandmother's embroidered needle and gently scratched the floor. The floor, like a thin piece of cloth, was easily torn open, and blood began to pour out in large quantities. The flesh and blood beneath the floor squirmed, and with the tearing, a dark staircase leading to the basement was forcibly opened. Ji Yen widened his eyes slightly. Now he finally understood why Miss Sue had said that the key to the basement, apart from the landlord, was only with the original residents. And it was difficult to get them to willingly give up the key. It turned out that the original residents opened the basement door by tearing apart their own flesh and blood. The so-called key was just a form of self-harm by the original residents. Chapter 46, The Underground Resident, Alone with the Cake. Looking at the blood-stained floor, Ji Yen couldn't help but hold his breath. He didn't expect the way to open the basement to be so bloody. He looked at the blood wall and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" The blood wall didn't respond. After a while, it gathered into a twisted word, pain. Ji Yan's eyes moved, but he had no choice but to hurry. He took out his mother's flashlight and began to walk down the basement stairs. At that moment, his hair started to itch. The 3 paper figures jumped out from the gaps in his hair. They bounced around like 3 jumping birds, surveying their surroundings. Ji Yan didn't know why the 3 paper figures jumped out, but it gave him a little more sense of safety. At this moment, a new panel popped up in his vision. Ding! Congratulations, the player has discovered a hidden new map area of the dungeon, Forbidden Basement. Map Area Introduction. This is a prison where residents who have seriously violated the apartment rules are kept. There are many unknown dangers. It is recommended that players do not enter without adequate equipment. Hint, hidden map area involves multiple core tasks and hides many high-quality items. So, the hidden map area. No wonder there isn't a single hint. Ji Yan muttered, and suddenly, the flashlight in his hand flickered erratically. He paused for a moment, surprised that even his mother's flashlight was useless here. Thinking carefully, he realized that descending recklessly was indeed bold, but it was driven by emergency. He had few means to save himself, almost none at all. I can only see what the 3 paper figures from Miss Su are worth. Although Ji Yan said this, he still felt that these 3 paper figures, not even the size of his palm, seemed unreliable. After a moment, he finished walking down the stairs leading to the underground. When the soles of his shoes touched the thick dust, Ji Yan knew he had entered a new area of the map. Through the flickering beam, Ji Yan saw the surrounding environment, a forbidden place, a prison that held sinful residents. In fact, it was a wine cellar that had been sealed for who knows how long. Everywhere were ceramic vats filled with wine. Ji Yan took a few steps, and suddenly the flashlight went out, the light beam disappeared. He thought the flashlight had malfunctioned, but the next second, he realized a hand was covering the flashlight. When he pulled the flashlight away, Ji Yan finally saw the other person. It was a disheveled old man, his figure crooked and hunchbacked, resembling a real-life goblin. He grinned and laughed. "I told you, sooner or later, some clear-headed people would discover that the source of the problem is in the basement." After he finished speaking, shadows crawled out from the hidden corners around. All were deformed and strange residents, their bodies unnaturally thin, looking like refugees fleeing from a famine. When they saw Ji Yan, they all broke into smiles. There is hope, the anxious hearts can finally relax. Our apartment is saved, it won't collapse. These strange residents who were imprisoned in the basement looked at Ji Yan as if they had seen hope, their joy indescribable. This wasn't the scene Ji Yan had imagined. Wasn't it said that the basement was extremely dangerous? Wasn't it said that the imprisoned strange residents were full of hostility? These imprisoned strange residents seemed to understand Ji Yan's thoughts, and they explained, "Although we have made some mistakes in the past and were imprisoned here. But we do not wish to see the apartment collapse and perish. After all, our families still live above. So we are all waiting for a resident who can come down and save this apartment." Ji Yan looked at the faces of these strange residents, noting that the 3 paper figures on him showed no signs of attacking. He asked, "So, who exactly is destroying the foundation of the apartment?" Just as the imprisoned strange residents were about to speak, footsteps came from the stairs behind. Ji Yan's expression darkened. He knew that another player had caught up with his progress. This was faster than he had anticipated. What made his face even less pleasant was that the player coming down was an old acquaintance. Holding an old oil lamp, using the orange light from the flame, Long Yuan saw Ji Yan's face, narrowing his eyes. Enemies meeting, particularly eye-catching. "We meet again," Ji Yan said with a forced smile. "If I remember correctly, you still owe me a bet. The bet was a kitchen knife, right?" Long Yuan smirked coldly. "I have something better to give you." As he spoke, he threw an object over. Upon closer inspection, it was actually his own firewood knife. Wasn't it taken by an unlucky fellow? How did it end up in this guy's hands? What a clever scheme. This firewood knife has troubled me greatly. I've been remembering what you did to me. Long Yuan's smile was filled with coldness. Ji Yan picked up the firewood knife. It was even more damaged, with a piece broken off. No wonder Long Yuan threw it back to him. He likely thought of it as scrap now, but to Ji Yan, as long as the talent of all-knowing and all-understanding was still there, this knife was a treasure of collectible quality. He had initially discarded the knife, which functioned as a tracker, to get rid of the father ghost of the 804 apartment. He never expected that after so many twists and turns, it would end up back in his hands. "You said I set you up. I don't know what it means. I only know that a scammer stole my axe, and somehow it ended up in your hands?" Ji Yan shook his head while putting away the axe. Long Yuan squinted, as if trying to determine the truth of Ji Yan's words, ultimately choosing to skip this topic. "How do you know about this basement?" Ji Yan retorted, "How did you find it?" The atmosphere fell into silence. Then Ji Yin smiled and said, everyone knows what's going on, so there's no need to waste words. If I am not mistaken, you knew from the start that the real culprit destroying the apartment was in the basement. But you didn't say anything, even deliberately misled others by posting the location of that multi-faced monster in the group to reduce competitors, leading all players to surround and attack it, deepening the players' misunderstanding. Am I right? When Ji Yen was in the lobby on the first floor, he noticed Long Yuan hiding in the shadows, and at that time he had a guess, and now seeing the other party appear in the basement confirmed his suspicion. Long Yuan smiled slightly. This game is originally about the smart ones getting the cake first. You should thank me. If it weren't for me, this basement wouldn't just have the two of us. Ji Yen didn't deny it. I really should thank you. In that case, rather than fighting to the death, why don't we join forces to complete this main mission? After all, we don't have much time left. Those foolish guys have already surrounded and killed that multi-faced monster. They will wake up soon. We can now devour this cake ourselves. Long Yuan took the lead to express his intentions, proactively being friendly. He really didn't want to waste more time or miss the opportunity. Ji Yen also agreed, as this was a crucial moment. Then he looked at the imprisoned strange residents. Do you know where the real culprit that is destroying the apartment is? We know, but that guy is fierce. Do you have the confidence? Before Ji Yen could speak, Long Yuan quickly cut in disdainfully, just lead the way, the rest is up to us. Chapter 47, The Black Coffin's Curse, Long Yuan's Talent. Led by the imprisoned strange residents, they entered the deepest part of the secret room. There were no pottery jars here, and the air was filled with a strange, sinister stench. At the end, there stood a towering ancient tree, which was not a tree but countless crimson flesh and blood piled up to form a bushy shape, with veins crawling like roots all over the basement ceiling and floor, countless distorted human faces covering its surface like leaves. Those faces were all moaning in pain. Even more horrifying was that on one side of the face tree, a thick black liquid could be seen, gnawing at most of the faces, leaving them riddled with holes like maggots. The scene before them burst with a grotesque, Cthulhu-like horror. It was disgusting yet curious. Ji Yen and Long Yuan felt a strong shock to their eyes. An elderly woman, with a twisted and withered face, trembled as she pointed at the flesh and blood tree. This is the foundation of the apartment copy. The faces covering the foundation are the bodies of the original residents. The landlord comes down periodically to check and feed them. They need to grow, and the blood and flesh penetrate the walls to strengthen the apartment. But now, as you can see, the foundation is riddled with holes, and the apartment is on the verge of collapse. Those black parasites live by gnawing on the foundation and have spread to an uncontrollable level. Upon closer inspection, those black substances were densely packed black maggots, writhing beneath the covering. Long Yuan felt his scalp tingle. If there were a player with a cleanliness obsession, they would probably die on the spot. You just watched, and did nothing? Ji Yen glanced at them. A balding old man croaked, we had no way. Those parasites are completely integrated with the foundation, removing them rashly would only accelerate its death. A short old man followed up, only by dealing with the source of these parasites can we save this apartment. It pointed to the back of the apartment's foundation. There, a decaying coffin was placed. Parasites were continuously emerging from the coffin's opening. That coffin is the culprit. We don't know where it came from, nor how the coffin lid opened. But if we close that coffin up again, surely we can stop the spread of these parasites. An eerie old lady raised her bloodied hands, but those coffin nails, we can't touch them at all, they're as hot as iron. So, we can only rely on you to seal the coffin. As they spoke of the source of the disease, Ji Yen and Long Yuan received prompts from the game panel. The game panel popped up. This meant they were on the right track. As long as they closed that black coffin tightly, this frustrating main quest would end. Long Yuan's eyes shone with fervor. Ji Yen, however, remained cautious. The more critical the moment, the less he dared to celebrate before it was complete. Under the guidance of the captives, Ji Yen and Long Yuan crossed those writhing veins and approached the coffin. They clearly saw that several coffin nails had been pried open and fallen to the ground. There were 4 in total. In Long Yuan's eyes, these 4 coffin nails were like 4 pieces of a naked cake. He looked at Ji Yen, 2 each, we split the rewards? Ji Yen shook his head, it can't be that simple. That coffin is so sinister, how could it let us close it up easily? Long Yuan, if we don't try, how will we know? If you're too scared, then I'll step into this danger zone first. Saying this, he strode forward, picked up 2 coffin nails from the ground, and approached the coffin. As the black lid slowly began to close, Long Yuan held 1 coffin nail in his hand. Before he could hammer it in, blood suddenly poured out of his 7 orifices. The next second, he collapsed onto the ground, his face a terror of death. Ji Yan's eyelids twitched. Did this guy just die like that? Why did he suddenly bleed from all orifices and die? Could that black coffin have some deadly radiation? In the next second, an even more shocking scene occurred before Ji Yan's eyes. The originally dead Long Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, revived, and climbed back up. He wiped away the blood from his mouth and nose and quickly retreated. He cursed, "Both the coffin and the nails are cursed, if you touch them, you die." Ji Yan's eyes flickered as he guessed something. "Is this your talent?" "My talent is an A-level talent Nirvana Rebirth, which triggers once when I accept a mission. So, in every mission, I have 2 lives. Also, after being reborn, it will tell me the reason for my last death." Long Yuan seriously answered Ji Yan's question unexpectedly. Wiping the blood off his palm, Long Yuan said to Ji Yan. Ji Yan looked at him with some doubt. "Isn't talent the most important trump card for players? You're just telling me like this?" "Long Yuan, we're on the same boat now, there's no need to hide anything. I've already stepped on one landmine, now it's your turn to perform." Long Yuan stared at Ji Yan. The problem before them was simple. They had to seal the coffin. But, both the coffin and the nails carried a deadly curse. It was like a box with life-saving medicine inside, but the outside was covered with tripwires. Touch it and you die. How to complete this task? Ji Yan pondered for a moment, then turned back to those glaring captive weird residents behind him. When encountering problems in the game, interact with NPCs. More or less, there will be some clues. Ji Yan stepped back and threw this problem to those captive weird residents. The bald old man, trembling, tore off a completely rotten piece of an old resident's face and smeared the thick black blood onto Ji Yan's hand. Using this blood can block the curses. When these weird residents touched him, Ji Yan's eyes moved. After blinking a few times, he showed an unexpected expression. "Is it really that simple?" Long Yuan leaned closer, also somewhat incredulous. "The problem is solved just by interacting a couple of times? Is this the solution? We won't harm you, and we want to save this building. One of you can try first." The eerie old woman said, tearing off a piece of flesh from a dead native and smearing the black blood on Long Yuan's hand. Looking at his hands covered in blood, Long Yuan volunteered again, picking up the coffin nails covered in curses. After a moment, he showed a look of surprise. "I'm fine, the curse really has been blocked." He walked over, grabbed Ji Yan's hand, and placed the coffin nail in Ji Yan's palm. "You try it?" As soon as Ji Yan shook hands with Long Yuan, his expression changed slightly. After a moment, he nodded calmly. "It really blocked the curse." "Then hurry up and seal the coffin." Picking up the other 3 coffin nails from the ground, Ji Yan and Long Yuan began to seal the black coffin. Behind them, the gathered Eerie residents watched nervously, but within that tension, there seemed to be something hidden. Ji Yan pulled out the hammer and struck the rusty coffin nails. But after only 2 strikes, he felt a wave of discomfort. When Ji Yan came to his senses, he found that blood was pouring from his nose and mouth. His pupils contracted. What's going on? Wasn't the curse blocked? Chapter 48, S-Class Talent, Li Dai Tao Jiang. Blood dripped onto the floor, and the dust wrapped the blood into glistening red beads. Ji Yan covered his nose and mouth, but he couldn't stop it. Blood continued to drip from his fingers. He looked at the black blood on his hands. Isn't the black blood supposed to block the curse? Why? Ji Yan suddenly turned around to look at the imprisoned Eerie residents. They were also staring at Ji Yan in shock, as if they didn't understand what was happening. Ji Yan's eyes and ears were also leaking blood. His body grew weak, and he staggered. Then, as if realizing something, he turned to look at Long Yuan, who was also sealing the coffin. He saw that Long Yuan had unknowingly wiped off the black blood he had smeared and let the curse fully invade his hands. Long Yuan looked at his darkened hands, then at Ji Yan's shrinking pupils, and forced a smile. "It seems I overestimated you. You're not as tricky as I thought. I'm even curious, how did you find this basement?" Ji Yan coughed up thick blood, his eyes coldly staring at Long Yuan's mocking smile. "Your talent isn't some Nirvana rebirth. I just made it up. Did you actually believe it?" Long Yuan's gaze was indifferent. "I, Long Yuan, have never shared cake with anyone. Just take it as my last warning before I send you out of this instance. In a strange game, the most terrifying thing is not the strange things, but always the human heart." As Long Yuan's words fell, Ji Yan sprayed a large amount of blood from his mouth and fell to the floor. Blood continuously poured out of his 7 orifices, until his life force was completely gone. A brat who couldn't survive for even 10 days, still thinks he can play me? Looking at Ji Yan, who had died, Long Yuan grabbed the 2 coffin nails from his hands and held all 4 nails, a cold smile spreading across his face. The Eerie residents behind them couldn't help but speak up. "What time is it, and you 2 are still killing each other?" Human greed is like this, it can never withstand temptation. No matter how grand the words are, as long as there's a chance, they'll ruthlessly kill each other. Long Yuan ignored their words and returned to the black coffin. "In the previous mainline, I fell into a pit. This time, I won't make the same mistake." He held the 4 coffin nails in his hands and began to seal them one by one on the coffin lid. 3 nails were sealed, and it was time for the last one. As Long Yuan aimed the coffin nail at the last hole, he suddenly felt a chill coming from behind him. He turned around suddenly, and what he saw was Ji Yan's horrifying face, with blood dripping from all 7 orifices. It was pasted onto the back of the former's neck. As soon as the paper man adhered, the character curse appeared. Warning! You have been cursed by the Eerie item, 3-word paperman, sin not. Curse effect: for the next 20 minutes, you will fall into absolute silence, losing all game actions, unable to walk or move, unable to open the toolbar, unable to use any equipment or talents. Curse? Long Yuan's face changed drastically. Wait, why isn't he dead? His body felt like it was filled with lead as Long Yuan collapsed to the ground, losing all ability to move. Just as the warning panel said, he couldn't open the toolbar or use equipment to save himself. He could only speak briefly and move his eyes. You clearly fell under the curse of the black coffin. Long Yuan widened his eyes, staring at Ji Yan, who was bouncing back to life. Ji Yan wiped the blood from his eyes, his shoulder shaking, and the second paper man jumped out from his shoulder. The paper man had the word avoid written on it. The paper man burned up, turning into a few wisps of ash. Disaster avoiding paper man effect: when the host suffers a fatal injury, it can transfer the calamity of bloodshed, blocking one deathly disaster. Seeing these two paper men, Long Yuan's eye twitched. 3-word paper man. This is the legendary Eerie item from Room 801, why is it with you? Ji Yan brushed off the dust from his hand, raising an eyebrow. I didn't expect you to recognize it? Long Yuan's face became as ugly as if he had swallowed a fly. How could he not recognize it? Miss Su Xian from Room 801 had always been the target he tried so hard to court, and she had the 3-word paper man in her hands. Unfortunately, no matter how much he interacted with her or helped her complete daily tasks, he never managed to get his hands on this Eerie item. Now, seeing this set of legendary, quality Eerie items in Ji Yan's hands, he suddenly felt the humiliation of a goddess he had pursued for so long being easily taken by someone else in just a few days. Shame, confusion, anger, various emotions welled up. I haven't put this paper man in the toolbar. I've been waiting for you to stab me in the back, so the paper man could trigger automatically. Long Yuan's eyes were as cold as stagnant water. You knew from the start what I was going to do? Ji Yan's gaze was indifferent, but the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Let me tell you an even more unbearable secret. Not only did I know what you were going to do, I also knew your true talent. Li Dai Tao Jiang, S-level talent, its activation method is by touching other players, turning them into a scapegoat, then within 10 minutes, any damage you take can be transferred to the scapegoat, but only up to 2 targets. After the talent ends, the cooldown is 60 minutes. Am I right? When Ji Yan perfectly recited Long Yuan's talent, Long Yuan's brain went blank. Then came the horror, the fear. Why could he say his talent? The S-level talent had always been Long Yuan's deepest secret, not a word of it had ever been revealed. You? What is your talent? Long Yuan thought of something. Ji Yan smiled slightly. Guess? He was able to analyze Long Yuan's talent because Long Yuan gave him the chance. When Long Yuan handed him the coffin nail, he made a gesture of holding his hand. Although Long Yuan acted naturally and reasonably, this gesture still seemed too deliberate in Ji Yan's eyes. Then, his omniscience triggered so smoothly, analyzing Long Yuan's talent word by word. Long Yuan deliberately shook hands, also in order to trigger his own talent, making Ji Yan his second scapegoat. But he never expected that the trap he set to make Ji Yan die would instead become a trap to harm himself. He never expected that Ji Yan's talent was an even more overpowered bug F level, more unbelievable than his S-level talent. Miss Su's 3-word paper man has a gold content worthy of legendary quality. Ji Yan brushed off the dust from his body. He was very satisfied with his fake death performance. After all, even an old schemer like Long Yuan had been tricked into a daze. At the back, those strange tenants who had watched the plot twist after plot twist were getting impatient, urging continuously. Time is really running out. How long are you two going to keep scheming against each other? If we don't seal the coffin now, this entire apartment will really collapse. Facing the urging of the strange tenants, Ji Yan nodded and replied, Indeed, time is running out. Saying that, he took out a hammer, picked up the last sealing nail on the ground, and walked toward the black coffin. Long Yuan could only watch, roaring in unwillingness and anger. Ji Yan. Then, under the gaze of many, Ji Yan raised the hammer in his hand. But the next moment, both he and the strange tenants were stunned. Ji Yan was not sealing the coffin, instead, he was prying the sealing nails out again. He was opening the coffin. Chapter 49, Prizing Open the Black Coffin, Main Storyline Easter Egg. Creak. Ji Yan's arm jerked as he pried out the first nail, followed by the second one. His movements were very swift. The strange tenants behind him screamed when they saw this, Are you crazy? We told you to seal the coffin, not open it. Even Long Yuan, lying on the ground, was stunned, his numb lips trembling as he muttered, Are you going to destroy this instance? Ji Yan remained silent, only continuing to pry out the nails. There were a total of 12 sealing nails on the entire black coffin, and in the blink of an eye, he had pried out 7 of them. As the coffin mouth grew wider, more and more parasitic insects crawled out, covering the flesh tree of the native human inside. The imprisoned strange tenants could no longer hold themselves back, showing terrifying murderous intent. They crazily lunged at Ji Yan, and Ji Yan had been waiting for this moment. He pinched the last paperman tightly between his fingertips piercing the skin and letting blood seep into the paperman. Congratulations, player, you have used 3-character paperman blessing. For 5 minutes, you gain the lucky protection status, making you immune to all malicious damage from strange tenants in the instance. The paperman was pasted on the back of his neck. The strange, blood vein-covered hands reached out, but as soon as they touched Ji Yan, they were scorched just like the ceiling nails, letting out a miserable scream. Ji Yan continued to pry out 2 more ceiling nails. If you release what's inside the coffin, this apartment is really going to be doomed. The strange tenants were almost bursting with rage. The true destroyer of this apartment's foundation isn't those parasitic insects. On the contrary, those black parasitic insects are trying their best to heal the decaying foundation. The true culprit is not the black coffin, nor a single strange tenant, but you guys, who in order to confuse us in the basement, have made this environment seem like you are the victims. The black coffin is just a scapegoat you use to cover up the true culprit. When Ji Yan touched the native humans who had been gnawed on, he sensed something was wrong. In the hidden information, they were wailing in fear. But the source of their fear wasn't the black coffin, it was the strange tenants disguised as downtrodden innocents. The game had given a reminder from the start, saying the strange tenants in the basement were full of malice, but when they arrived, their reactions were completely different. This could only mean one thing: these strange tenants were hiding something. At this moment, looking at the terrifying faces filled with fear and murderous intent after being exposed, Ji Yan knew he had guessed correctly. So, sealing the coffin is a dead end. It will only accelerate the collapse and destruction of the apartment. You guys are so afraid of this black coffin, so I'll open it and see what happens. He didn't know what was inside the black coffin, but since it appeared in the main storyline, it must have its purpose. Those strange tenants were doing everything they could to tempt the player into sealing the coffin, which meant the black coffin was on the player's side. When faced with uncertainty and pressing time, Ji Yan trusted his intuition and sixth sense. With a swift tug, the last sealing nail flew out. Black parasitic insects surged out like a flood. Ji Yan took several steps back, and then in his line of sight, he saw a pair of hands covered in the marks of time reaching out from the coffin's edge. A dark, shadowy figure slowly crawled out from within the coffin. In the back, those Eerie residents saw the scene and fell into complete despair, hurriedly fleeing. Ji Yan and the immobile Long Yuan looked at the dark and shadowy figure. A jolt of fear surged in their hearts, overshadowed by great terror. The black haze slowly receded. As they got a clear look at the figure, Ji Yan's eyes widened. Old man? How are you in the coffin? With silver hair, the landlord yawned and rubbed his back, still a bit dazed. From the coffin, the old landlord seemed slightly grumpy, his tone icy. I didn't have much time to rest and you little brat woke me up. Ji Yan's mind went blank. Wasn't it said that the landlord wouldn't interfere in the main storyline? How did he suddenly appear in the coffin in the basement? Ding! Congratulations player for completing a hidden operation, successfully waking up the sub-boss landlord and pulling him into the main task. You will now receive the landlord's help. The game's prompt made Ji Yan's eyes flicker. So this is how the main storyline works. No wonder the apartment sub-story was almost over. The landlord was quiet because he was set up as a hidden NPC, left here as an Easter egg. No wonder those Eerie residents were so wary. If they had sealed the black coffin, it would have been digging their own graves. Old man, I'm afraid this isn't the time to sleep. There's an urgent situation in the apartment that requires your help, Ji Yan hurriedly said. The landlord shook the ash off his old pipe and snorted. As long as the apartment doesn't collapse, nothing is more important than my sleep. Ji Yan forced a stiff smile. Guess what? The apartment is really collapsing. The landlord locked eyes with Ji Yan. The hollowed-out eye sockets made one's spine chill. After a few seconds of silence, the landlord finally noticed another figure lying on the ground. What are you doing here too? Long Yuan. Next, the landlord raised his head, finally realizing something was off with the apartment. In the next moment, his head turned, and he saw the flesh and blood tree with human faces over there, and the walls continually splitting, the collapsing flesh and cement. Ji Yan and Long Yuan suddenly felt inexplicably anxious. When they looked up, they found the landlord's aura had become extraordinarily terrifying, black veins crawling all over him. After all, he was the boss of the story, and this darkened presence was suffocating. I just took a short nap, and you've turned the apartment into this? Ji Yan shifted the blame. Old man, your eyes are sharp. You should know who did this. No wonder those guys were so well behaved this time. After being locked up for so long, it turns out they were brewing something. The old landlord handed Ji Yan the old pipe. Hold this for a moment, I'll be back soon. After saying that, the old man clasped his hands behind his back and vanished into the darkness. Soon, the entire basement shook violently, and all sorts of spine-chilling sounds echoed in their ears. About 2 minutes later, the old landlord returned, carrying a bunch of dark, tangled objects. Upon closer inspection, they were heads with hair standing on end. Even so, they were still alive, constantly pleading for mercy. Ignoring the terrified heads, the darkened landlord tossed them all into the black coffin and closed its lid. The troublemakers are all here. The landlord looked at the wrecked basement and the deeply wounded foundation of the original residence, helplessly saying, however, this time the apartment has cracked really badly. I don't know if it can be repaired. Ji Yen questioned, why did these residents locked in the basement do this? Just to burn the apartment with them? The landlord snatched back the old pipe from Ji Yen. These guys seriously violated the apartment rules, that's why they were locked in the basement. In this place, staying locked up for too long only increases their grievances. I had planned to use them as fertilizer to nourish the apartment, but I didn't expect these guys to pull this stunt. The landlord spoke helplessly, his tone filled with a hint of sigh. Ji Yen simply nodded. These backstories on main tasks. He was not interested, simply skipping over it, just a pure transition to move the story forward. The culprit was dealt with, so next, the main storyline should be considered finished, right? Chapter 50, completing the main storyline, a bet. You guys go ahead, I will take care of the follow-up here. This place is not meant for you to be here, but since you are here to protect the apartment, I won't hold it against you. The landlord, an old man, pinched a pinch of tobacco, stuffed it into his pipe, and said lightly, waving his hand to dismiss them. Ji Yen glanced at Long Yuan on the ground, nodded, and turned to leave. Looks like this time, that little guy stole all your spotlight? The landlord, puffing on his pipe, said casually. Long Yuan's face darkened. Old man, I didn't expect that little trickster to be so cunning. Is it others who are cunning, or is it that you can't outsmart others' cunning? In this apartment, being cunning is not an insult. If any tenant isn't cunning, they would have been thrown out long ago. The old landlord shook his head, his tone mocking without mercy. Long Yuan's face looked like he had swallowed a fly. He couldn't figure out how the other person had predicted every trap in advance. It was as if they had gotten the script beforehand, making it unsolvable. At that moment, Ji Yen had already hurried out of the basement. The stuffy air suddenly turned fresh and comfortable. The bloodstains on the floor, Ji Yen turned around and thanked the blood wall. The blood wall slowly revealed a line of blood letters. How did it go? It went fairly smoothly. The culprit who destroyed the apartment has been cleared. Ji Yen hadn't expected that the main storyline would be wrapped up by the landlord in the end. But Ji Yen could guess that there must be other ways to complete it. He had just accidentally triggered the hidden completion method. After all, the game panel had also said that the landlord was just an Easter egg, appearing in the main storyline. In the end, it was all thanks to the all-knowing and all-understanding cheat ability. Otherwise, in this trap within a trap, Ji Yen wouldn't have known when to step on a mine, dying countless times. Before, Ji Yen had only used this ability sparingly. Now, he could finally see how overpowered this ability was. Ding! The main storyline has officially ended. The culprit who destroyed the apartment has been eliminated, successfully resolving the dungeon crisis. The following are the performance ratings, punishments, and rewards for all players involved in the main storyline. Third-class performance, discovered the true source of the destruction, located in the apartment's underground foundation. Second-class performance, discovered the way to the apartment's basement. First-class performance, exposed the underground trap set by the fake tenants. Special-class performance, discovered the hidden Easter egg and completed the main storyline. This rating, the highest-performing player, Ji Yen, scored a total of 95 points. Corresponding performance rewards have been allocated and sent to each player's personal inbox. Warning! The following players made erroneous actions and maliciously harmed the apartment's friendly NPCs, facing varying degrees of punishment. The announcement of the main storyline's completion rang in every player's ears. Ji Yen received his rewards the moment it was released. He opened the reward package. There were only 2 rewards, the apartment's main door key, and a repair gemstone. Apartment key, first-class dungeon privilege. Holding the key allows players to open the door, proceed to the next dungeon, and mark the current dungeon as a save point. Repair gemstone, can repair any cursed item with a legendary quality or lower. The rewards weren't many, but they were of great value. The most obvious change was that Ji Yen's personal information panel upgraded, expanding his toolbar and inventory, and improving the game analysis. Moreover, it added 300 points of cursed power, and all his status values increased. Talent prompt, congratulations! You've acquired the final piece of the talent shard, and it has been automatically combined. Your F-rank talent all-knowing and all-understanding has been upgraded, the trigger method has been optimized, now it triggers by staring. Each gaze consumes 100 points of mental state. Triggering the talent method, from touch to vision? Ji Yan's eyes lit up. Clearly, this optimization is very well done. In previous tasks, Ji Yen had been at a disadvantage because he couldn't trigger omniscience in time. Now that this flaw was fixed, this talent could be said to be nearly perfect. Ji Yen then checked the rewards of the other players. Huang Ran and Long Yuan both had rewards, but they were greatly reduced. The most unfortunate were the players who attacked the faceless ghosts. The severity of the punishment they faced depended on the extent of the damage. The most tragic was the player who delivered the final blow to the faceless ghost, who received the permanent punishment of being locked in the basement. All the punished players were collapsing. Who could have guessed that the faceless ghost was the biggest bomb in the entire main storyline? Ji Yen briefly checked. Then, he opened his strategy panel. Because of this main storyline, his strategy progress surpassed Long Yuan, jumping straight to first place. Saving the apartment crisis once directly increased all the ghost residents' favorability towards Ji Yen by more than 40%. Main story really is the main story. Completing a main story directly saves others months of hard work, like being beasts of burden. He figured it out. The reason Long Yuan was leading so far ahead of the other players was because he had completed the previous main storyline. Thinking about it, that guy's S-level talent is indeed powerful. Being able to find someone to take the fall and analyze information. But unfortunately, his talent is a bug-level one that doesn't make sense. In room 404. Louis Tong also received the announcement that the main storyline task was completed. Upon hearing about the punishment, her back couldn't help but chill. Fortunately, she chose to believe Ji Yan's words in the end and didn't follow the crowd to hunt the faceless ghosts. Otherwise, her name would be on the punishment list now. How did he do it? Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but widen. Ji Yen didn't return to 404 immediately. Instead, he went to room 801. Inside the room, Miss Su was still leisurely enjoying herself. Holding a watermelon, she enjoyed the breeze from the balcony. Although it was a bizarre game, when it came to her, it was like a different scene altogether. You're stronger than I expected. You even found the landlord to solve the problem in the end. Miss Su seemed to see through everything and immediately mentioned the hidden egg, the landlord. Looking at Miss Su, who seemed to know everything, Ji Yen was in a daze. Sometimes, he really wondered if the boss of this dungeon was not the landlord but Miss Su herself, the real hidden big boss. Miss Su, is there anything you don't know? Ji Yen couldn't help but ask. Miss Su smiled brightly and answered in a way that didn't respond to his question. How about those 3 paper people I gave you? If it weren't for Miss Su's 3 paper people, I would have definitely been doomed. So, I came to thank you first thing. Ji Yan's response was sincere, the gratitude was heartfelt. The other person wasn't his strange family member. And according to the 20% favorability strategy, she had given him a legendary level item. From the game's perspective, this was like a bug. From a real-world perspective, this didn't make sense either. Miss Su seemed to sense Ji Yan's confusion, and with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, she said, "Don't be too quick to thank me. I'm not some good-hearted person, nor do I think it's fun. Those 3 paper people are my biggest treasure in room 801. Countless people have coveted them, trying every way to get them, including that Long Yuan. The reason I gave them to you, well, that's my bet." Chapter 51, The Blood-Colored Paper People, A New Dungeon. A bet? Ji Yen was puzzled. Miss Su's bet seemed to imply that giving him the 3 paper people was in exchange for something more valuable from him? But he was penniless. What treasure did he have? Miss Su was clearly an NPC of the dungeon, yet every time they talked, Ji Yen felt like she wasn't some stiff NPC but a player with flesh and blood. "You got the key to the apartment store, where are you going next?" Miss Su asked. Ji Yen shook his head, "I don't know. The world outside is so big, it's always worth seeing. Once the main storyline of this instance is completed, it's considered a standard ending." He is different from the small group of conservative players who believe the outside world is dangerous and are content to stay in one instance, like birds in a cage. Without passing through those seemingly dangerous unknown mists, how can one truly understand this world and know if there's a way back to the original Blue Star? In Ji Yan's eyes, staying in one instance equals slow death. There used to be many residents who, upon receiving the key, left this apartment. They were like people behind walls, longing to see the outside world. Once they left, they never came back. "If you're going to leave the apartment, let me give you a gift, a small farewell present," Miss Su said as she handed over a small makeup box. Opening the box, there was still a paper person. But the paper person was soaked in blood, its entire body drenched in red. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have obtained the hidden reward of the instance, Crimson Paper Doll. Quality? Description: legend has it that when a person's life path is filled with endless disasters and bloodshed, a crimson paper doll will appear. It will guide the host out of countless bloody and disastrous paths, showing the only way to survival. Will you be that person marked by bloodshed? Easter egg description: this reward is the blessing from the Scarlet Apartment instance's specific NPC. Detailed abilities need to be unlocked in a new instance. Stay tuned. Specific NPC? What kind of identity is this, and what role do they play in the instance? Ji Yan wondered, and became even more curious about Miss Su's identity. He held the small paper figure in his hand, no larger than the size of his palm. By staring at it, he triggered his talent. It's a joke. With the omniscience, bug talent, trying to reveal hidden Easter eggs is just unnecessary. But the next second, he was slapped in the face. Talent analysis, hint. This reward is a special Eerie object, and its effects vary in different instances. It cannot be precisely explained. Ji Yan suddenly understood. It wasn't that the talent couldn't analyze it, but that it couldn't be located. The crimson paper doll was like a flammable item, capable of having different chemical reactions in different instances. But this also indirectly gave Ji Yan an important piece of information. The crimson paper doll is compatible with any instance. Blessing reward, specific NPC, how many more settings in this instance are unknown to players? Ji Yan couldn't help but wonder. After a few simple exchanges, he left room 801. As he was leaving, Miss Su smiled and said, "The next time we meet, you will know my true identity." These words made Ji Yan have multiple guesses. Next time we meet. Does she think I'll return to the Scarlet apartment? Or could it be that Miss Su, the specific NPC in this instance, can leave the fixed instance and travel between different instances, playing different roles? Ji Yan didn't dwell on it too much. These matters in the future didn't need to be focused on. Back in room 404. Although the lost items of the Eerie family's mother and grandmother hadn't been found, and the daily tasks failed, the side quest tasks had been refreshed due to the completion of the main storyline. The next day. The apartment seemed to have been processed overnight and renovated, the cracks almost completely disappearing. It was clear that the number of players had noticeably decreased. One main quest directly eliminated most of the idle players who were just going through the motions. When the number of players in an instance is reduced to a certain low point, a forced matching mechanism is triggered. So, on the other side, on Blue Star, the next morning, a few more unlucky people appeared, who just a second ago were peacefully sleeping, and the next second, they were tragically sent to the Eerie world. The same was true for room 404. Because of Dong Chu's elimination, a new player arrived in the early morning to replace his identity. The new player appeared in the living room, with the same expression as Ji Yan did on his first day. From blankness to shock, and then from shock to despair. Ji Yan didn't pay much attention to the new player. Receiving new players seemed like a task that Louis Tome, the experienced player, had taken on. After a day's transition, Ji Yan stopped dragging his feet and finished the progress of this dungeon. The first floor lobby. The apartment manager, Bandage Ghost, stood at the door, watching Ji Yan. "I can't understand. Everyone else is eager to move into the apartment, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Ji Yan shrugged, "The walls. Everyone, being in a different environment, always yearns for and longs for the unknown. The outside world is far more cruel and dirty than you think. You'll regret this decision to leave the safe haven soon." Bandage Ghost's words were either sarcastic or sincerely a warning to Ji Yan. Ji Yan scratched his ear and threw the apartment key to the other party. "That's my business. My grandma and mother didn't worry about me like you do. Open the door." Bandage Ghost shook his head, took the key, and opened the apartment door. The door opened, and the thick fog outside cut off all vision, as if to signal that once Ji Yan left the apartment, he would enter any unknown dungeon. Suddenly, Bandage Ghost had 4 paper boxes in his hands. He turned to Ji Yan and said, "Pick one." "What's this?" Ji Yan raised an eyebrow. Every resident leaving has to pick one, as an escorting charm, a good omen. Although the other party said so, Ji Yan was sure. The dungeon wouldn't set up these meaningless things for no reason. Ji Yan casually picked one and opened the paper box. Inside the box was a small, exquisite knife stained with blood, looking strange and chilling. "Ha!" Seeing the small knife, Bandage Ghost suddenly let out a strange laugh. "What a good omen." He stepped aside and made a gesture as if bidding farewell. "You may go." Ji Yan didn't think too much and stepped out, walking through the apartment door. The next moment, the thick fog swallowed his figure. Another foolish bird wanting to fly out of the cage. Thinking that leaving the apartment means flying out of the cage, but little do they know, this world itself is a gigantic cage. Bandage Ghost murmured as he slowly closed the apartment door. When the thick fog cut off his vision, Ji Yan felt himself in a separate space. Unable to distinguish directions, unable to see the road under his feet, Ji Yan just kept walking forward. He didn't know how long he had been walking, when suddenly the game's notification sound rang loudly in his mind. Ding! Player Ji Yan has successfully cleared the dungeon, Crimson Apartment, beginning to rematch the second dungeon for the player. Based on the wish selected at the end of the last dungeon, the system has successfully matched the player with the related dungeon, Undead Hospital. After the voice finished, Ji Yan suddenly realized. Damn! So those last 4 paper boxes were for selecting the dungeon. That blood-stained exquisite knife, isn't that the surgeon's scalpel? Chapter 52, Undead Hospital, the Caesarean Interview. When the new dungeon was successfully matched, Ji Yan instantly felt an intense sense of weightlessness. The ground beneath him seemed to collapse, falling into an abyss. His senses were lost, and his brain forcibly shut down. When Ji Yan opened his eyes, the world before him was dark. It seemed like he was in a cramped space, struggling to breathe. Not knowing. These things are alive. No, it should be said that the entire narrow space is alive. Even the walls are bulging and wriggling. Warning! Your breathing is weakening, all your functions are rapidly declining, your consciousness is becoming blurry, and your limbs are gradually losing strength. Please find a way to escape the current predicament as soon as possible, or you will die and be logged out. As the warning panel popped up, Ji Yan's breathing became more difficult, and he could even clearly feel his bones being crushed and about to break, his chest cavity ready to burst. In his blurry vision, he saw wriggling things, coiling around his body and limbs like pythons strangling their prey. They gave him no chance to resist. At the same time, it seemed like a massive amount of water was flooding into the space, submerging his mouth and nose. This made Ji Yan gradually lose the last bit of breath he had. In the dim space, all the living creatures were desperately trying to kill him. The intense sense of death filled Ji Yan with despair and a strong sense of unwillingness. Damn it! What the hell is this place? Am I really going to be killed and eliminated right after entering the dungeon, thrown back to the Crimson apartment? That would be a joke. At the critical moment, his talent, all-knowing and all-understanding, was triggered, and hidden information popped up in his vision. Your existence has brought it immense pain. You are linked by flesh and blood, but due to the cruel elimination environment, only one of you can survive. It wants to eat you in this way, and if you want to survive, you must eat it. At this moment, you are weak and exhausted, and you need to consume a large amount of nutrients. Aren't everything you see right now nourishing supplements? Look at how they wriggle, full of vitality, how delicious they are. The information from his talent made Ji Yan's eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Eat. Eat all the living creatures in front of him? He didn't even know what these things were. At that moment, his scalp itched. A dark red light shot out from his hairline, and it was the blood-colored paper man left by Miss Sue. It flashed with a dazzling blood-red light in Ji Yan's vision. The words greed, anger, and ignorance appeared on the paperman in turn, finally stopping at the word greed. Then, the blood-colored paperman passed through the squeezing space and stuck to Ji Yan's forehead. In an instant, Ji Yan's eyes turned red. A wild and intense desire forcibly entered his mind, quickly occupying Ji Yan's last thought. At this moment, his convulsing limbs, with madness in his eyes, had only one thought in his mind. Hungry. So hungry. Why am I so hungry? I want to eat anything, as long as it can fill my stomach. His convulsing limbs, under the terrifying thought of greed, burst forth with a strange power, forcibly pushing away the surrounding wriggling creatures. His palms pierced through the living creatures and walls, tearing them apart like cotton. Whatever he grabbed, Ji Yan desperately shoved it into his mouth. Tear, chew, swallow. Ji Yan was like a starved beast with red eyes, a heartless eating machine, repeatedly performing these 3 actions. The living creatures were torn apart, emitting a thick, choking smell, but this only stimulated his taste buds and appetite, making Ji Yan eat frantically in the confined space, as if crushing everything in his path. Once the wriggling creatures were consumed, he ate the tendrils that were wrapping around his body. After that, he tore away the soft layers of the walls. The hunger was like a bottomless pit, completely occupying his brain. As he continued eating, Ji Yan felt his strength growing stronger, making his feeding even more frantic. Soon, the low gurgling sound became shallower. Faintly, he heard painful cries. It sounded like a sheep's bleating? Ji Yan didn't spare another second thinking about these meaningless things. Right now, nothing was more painful than hunger. Nothing was more enjoyable than eating this spiritual substance. With the terrifying way of eating, the space grew bigger, and Ji Yan soon saw light within the walls. That was the exit. Outside, there must be even more delicious things, right? Ji Yan's face was filled with excited madness as he charged towards the fate light without a care for anything else. SSSHH, splash. Who? In the last moment before losing consciousness, Ji Yan broke free from the confined, narrow space. A sea of blood red covered his vision. The blood-colored paper figure immediately detached from his forehead. That endless hunger vanished, and Ji Yan's frantic mind slowly began to regain clarity. His mouth was full of blood, and even pieces of meat hung from the corners of his lips. Accompanied by intense nausea and physical discomfort, Ji Yan turned his head to vomit, gagging as if he wanted to empty his stomach completely. Exhausted, he lay on the floor covered in water stains, blood, and unidentifiable sticky fluids, gasping for air. After a moment, he finally crawled up weakly, scanning the unfamiliar environment. This was a filthy, messy hospital room. On the bed lay a bloody animal corpse, a female sheep, its belly violently torn open, its organs and intestines eaten to near nothing. Looking at himself, covered in blood and slime, Ji Yan understood the scene before him in just a few seconds. It turned out that the cramped, narrow space was the womb of the sheep. The liquid that had submerged him was amniotic fluid, and the squirming creatures and tentacles were the bloody organs and intestines. He had crawled out of the sheep's stomach in a frenzied eating fashion? The game's announcement sound followed immediately. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have passed the first interview stage, breaking free from the cocoon and rebirth. You have successfully become a medical student at the hospital and earned internship qualifications. Stage introduction. Isn't life magnificent? In order for the weak fetus to come out smoothly, the mother feeds the fetus with her own blood and flesh through pressure and stimulation, giving it the strength to break free. Such selfless love. Listening to the game's announcement, Ji Yan's vision darkened, and the countless question marks in his mind finally found a specific answer. Goddamn, selfless love. No one had expected that this new dungeon would be so dark and grotesque right from the start. It didn't even give the players a chance to familiarize themselves with the environment or understand the rules of the dungeon. It began with a life and death challenge. And why did the player emerge from a sheep's belly? What terrified Ji Yan even more was that there were more beds in the room. On the other beds were other pregnant animals, not just sheep, but also pigs and snakes. They were like mutated beings, as if exposed to nuclear radiation, their bodies abnormally large. Their bulging bellies squirmed as they let out sharp, painful cries. Clearly, inside them were also unborn players. Soon, the pig's belly was successfully torn open. A snake also laid eggs before dying, and they hatched successfully. The two newborn players, just like Ji Yan, had successfully passed the breaking free from the cocoon and rebirth stage. In the dimly lit, alcohol-scented hospital room, the three players, all covered in slime and blood, stared at each other in silence, as the atmosphere hung heavy. Each of them quickly digested what had just happened. Until a voice broke the silence. Congratulations to the three of you, you are the only ones to survive and be born in this delivery room. From now on, you will work in the hospital as medical students. The voice came from behind. Ji Yan then realized that there had been an NPC sitting in the corner of the room the entire time. The NPC wore a nurse's uniform, a bloody, filthy outfit that clung to her curvy body. What was horrifying was that her head was wrapped in blood-soaked bandages, with only a pair of cold eyes exposed. Welcome to the undead hospital. Looking at the image that resembled the ghostly nurse from the movie Silent Hill, Ji Yan suddenly spoke. You said only the three of us were born alive? But aren't there still? There were still two beds with pigs and sheep, both of them were screaming in pain, the players inside their bellies were about to be born. They've been eliminated. As soon as the words fell, the Eerie nurse suddenly had a scalpel in her hand, and in the blink of an eye, she was beside the bed. She swiftly moved to the bed where a player was still struggling inside the mother pig's womb, ready to tear it open. Turning around, the belly of the ewe on the other bed was torn open, and the player inside successfully performed a cesarean. Damn, I finally got out. The player, freshly born, was still covered in mucus and cursing. But before they could rejoice, the next second, a scalpel pierced their head, and they died on the bed, their wide eyes filled with confusion. According to the hospital's rules, only one intern is allowed for pigs, sheep, and snakes. They've already lost this cesarean competition. The Eerie nurse wiped the bloodied scalpel clean, speaking in a calm tone. The three of them couldn't help but twitch their lips when they heard this. In the corner, they saw piles of animal corpses, all of them pigs, sheep, and snakes. The bloated bellies were about to burst, the animals dying in immense pain, their death scenes horrifying. And inside, were players who had suffocated to death in the womb, eliminated from the game. This scene was like the cruel law of nature. A gazelle giving birth to a lamb must learn to stand and run as fast as possible, or it would be eaten by the lions. If it weren't for luck, the ones getting stabbed in the belly would be the three of them. These players hadn't even seen what the dungeon looked like before they were stabbed to death and eliminated. Truly unlucky. You performed this cesarean excellently, successfully giving birth to yourselves. Especially you. The Eerie nurse held up the report sheet and specifically pointed at Ji Yan. The weakest one in the fetus, you should have been eliminated first, but you absorbed nutrition by eating the mother's body and broke free. Although it sounded like praise, Ji Yan didn't want to remember what happened inside the womb. Another wave of intense nausea surged in his stomach. The culprit was still the blood-colored paper figure in his hair. Ji Yan still didn't understand the exact abilities of this strange object. It didn't even need to stay in the toolbar, hiding in his hair, it could come out whenever it wanted. The other two players looked at Ji Yan with a monstrous gaze. Seeing the remnants of flesh on the corner of his mouth, they subconsciously took a half step back. Their eyes looked like they were staring at some kind of monster. Now you are officially medical students. The counter over there has your medical kits and uniforms. After you collect them, head to your respective operating rooms and meet your medical mentors. The Eerie nurse put the scalpel back into his pocket, looking like a heartless worker. Before leaving, he reminded them, don't run around. There are many places in the hospital you cannot go. If you see wandering patients, don't interact with them. You never know what diseases they might have. After the Eerie nurse left, the still atmosphere in the ward seemed to ease. The player who had come out of the pig's belly, wearing an oversized hoodie, with fat on his face, cursed as he spoke, this kind of weird dungeon start, this is the first time I've seen it. I actually crawled out of a pig? He wiped the blood off his body, feeling very disturbed. The female player who had hatched from the snake egg seemed to have much better endurance. She stood up first, walked to the counter, and grabbed a white coat. This is too much for you to handle? Compared to the last dungeon where I crawled out from a pile of corpses, this is child's play. With that, the female player, in front of Ji Yen and the fat man, took off her pants and shirt, revealing her impressive figure. Under the two pairs of naked eyes, she changed into the medical uniform. After being confronted by a woman, the fat man was about to snap back, but when he saw the countless scars crawling over the female player's curvaceous body, he swallowed the harsh words. Time was limited, and Ji Yen and the fat man quickly put on their white coats. The clothes emitted a foul odor, and wearing them felt like being covered in bugs, itchy and uncomfortable. After putting on the white coats, undefined cursed_hospital_translation. The background of this instance and the hospital rules popped up in front of my eyes like a game panel. Instance background: this is a cursed hospital. All the patients are treated and watched over by 12 ghostly doctors, each representing a different zodiac animal. They maintain order in the hospital, yet they also compete and fight against each other. Instance Rule 1: at any time, there are only 12 players in the hospital. Once a player is eliminated, the corresponding zodiac doctor will give birth to a new player, who will become a medical student. Instance Rule 2: always pay attention to whether the ghostly doctor is satisfied with your internship performance. If your rating falls below 20, it will deem you unfit for the job and eat you, then cultivate a new medical student. Instance Rule 3: you are all infected with a disease. Only the ghostly doctors have the medicine to cure you. You must complete tasks every day to get the medicine from them. Only 12 players? So that means, since I came out of a pig's belly, my zodiac doctor is a pig? After quickly familiarizing himself with the basic rules of the instance, the fat man looked stunned. According to the instance setting, the reason we had the chance to be born and enter this instance is because the previous batch of players from pig, sheep, and snake were all eliminated. In simple terms, there are only 3 of us newbie players in this instance now. And according to the rules, this instance does not allow teamwork. Every player is in competition with each other. The female player tied up her hair and murmured softly, analyzing the current situation. Ji Yen remained silent, deep in thought. Clearly, Undead Hospital was much more complex in design than Crimson Apartment. Right now, he only understood the basic framework. Compared to all the miscellaneous information about the instance, Ji Yen was more concerned about one thing. What kind of disease were the players infected with? He looked at his own body. There was no discomfort or any visible symptoms. Since it's a competition, I won't waste time chatting with you guys. I'll hurry and get my task first. Farewell. The fat man didn't say another word. He grabbed a medical kit and left the ward. The female player glanced at Ji Yen, then also took her medical kit and left. When Ji Yen picked up the last medical kit, a prompt popped up, ding. You have received your medical kit. Please proceed to operating room 102 in a ward to interact with your attending doctor and receive your task. Ji Yen walked out of the ward, taking in the environment of Undead Hospital. Unlike the lifeless gloom of Crimson Apartment, the atmosphere of Undead Hospital was much more deathly silent. The empty corridors were not as dirty or messy as the apartment, but the dim lighting and the hoarse voice from the speakers created an even more terrifying atmosphere. Very soon, Ji Yen arrived at operating room 102 in a ward. In the empty corridor, Ji Yen was the only one sitting on a bench, waiting for the operating room door to open. During this time, many medical staff passed by. Their faces were invisible, their figures blurry, as if they were floating. Ji Yen was like a discarded stone on the roadside, completely ignored by them. Friend, are you a doctor? Can you save me? I'm in so much pain. I'm also a patient in this hospital. Please save me. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Ji Yen turned around, his expression slightly changing. On the wall behind him hung an oil painting. But the portrait inside the painting was actually a living human face. At this moment, that face was twisted in agony, struggling desperately to escape from the painting. But its flesh seemed to be fused with the frame. As it pulled, the veins under its skin tore apart, and thick, sticky blood gushed down from the bottom of the frame. Chapter 54, Mental Medication, Zodiac Prayer. I was pranked by other patients and sewn into this painting. It hurts so much. Please, doctor, save me. The face in the painting wept bitterly, its features twisted in pain, begging Ji Yan for help. Ji Yan asked back, how can I save you? It's very simple. Just take me down from the wall. I can free myself after that. Seeing the face in the painting cry tears of joy, Ji Yan's expression remained calm. Sorry. I am only responsible for treating my patients. The face pleaded several times, but there was no result. Soon, it showed a terrifying, horrifying appearance. Doctors are all hypocrites, pretending to be benevolent, while in reality, they are cold-blooded beasts. If it weren't for you dog doctors, how would I be here? Just because you explored your so-called medical achievements, you took everything valuable from me, leaving only my face, and you didn't even spare that, sewing it here for you to use as an oil painting. Damn you, all of you should die. The oil painting shook violently, with bright red dye flowing from the bottom of the frame. The painted face tore through the sutures, the flesh and blood vessels growing with the frame tore apart, spraying fresh blood. It looked like it was about to swallow Ji Yan whole. Ji Yan's eyelids twitched. Subconsciously, he was about to take out the hammer. But in the next second, a hand wearing a bloodstained sterile glove grabbed the terrifying painted face. With a piercing scream, it was forcefully ripped out of the frame. Ji Yan quickly turned around and saw a tall figure, a doctor in a white coat, who had somehow appeared behind him. The terrifying thing was that the person had a human body but a sheep's head. The horns spiraled, and the face was covered in sutures, horrifying and bizarre. At that moment, the sheep-headed doctor, like crumpling paper, twisted the strange face skin into a ball. Like garbage, he casually tossed it into the trash can beside him. The nurse said you ate the mother body and perfectly passed the C-section interview. Shaking the blood off his hands, the sheep-headed doctor stared with his protruding black eyeballs. I am your medical tutor, responsible for your performance during your internship. Didn't the nurse tell you not to mess with the hospital's public property? I didn't touch it, it started talking to me on its own. Recalling the words full of hatred from the painted face, Ji Yan couldn't help but ask, that painted face, did it say it was once a patient of the hospital? You misheard. That was just a regular piece of paper, it's broken, it needs to be replaced with a new one. And this is not something you should be concerned about. The sheep-headed doctor's eyeballs showed no emotion. He handed a report form to Ji Yan. You just passed the interview, but here you're still an intern. To be regular, you have to pass my test. You only have 2 days of internship. Ji Yan asked nonchalantly, what happens if I fail to pass the internship and become regular? The sheep-headed doctor's face looked like it didn't belong to him. With no expression, I will have the obstetrics nurse breed new interns. I mean, what will happen to me? According to hospital rules, if the strange doctor gives the player's internship performance a score below 20, they will eat the player. But eating was heavily quoted, clearly implying something else. The sheep-headed doctor's cracked and blackened mouth curled into a stiff smile. You wouldn't want to know. A patient in A22 today, the condition is a bit out of control. You are responsible for consulting and treating. I will closely monitor your performance. That patient, besides us, has 2 other teams of doctors taking over. They will also have their students handle it. In this hospital, patients are like scarce goods. Doctors are competitive merchants, you must do whatever it takes to treat first. If there's a chance, try to use a medical accident to kill their medical students. Don't disappoint me, if you perform well, I will give you a surprise gift. The sheep-headed doctor pinned a sheep's head badge on Ji Yan's chest and with his bloodied hand, patted his shoulder twice. Before 6 p.m., return here. I will wait for you here. Watching the sheep-headed doctor walk away, Ji Yan's face grew slightly darker, the familiar pressure looming over him. Once again, this cruel competitive relationship. Ding. Player has successfully triggered the task, go to A22 ward and provide initial treatment to the patient. Task hint, the patient has a certain level of danger, the condition is moderate, please treat cautiously. Strange doctor hint, each Zodiac strange doctor has their own wish, comma. The game offers different privileges to players, who must progress through the dungeon story to collect wish fragments and strengthen their in-game privileges. Standard completion, soothe the patient's condition. Excellent completion, effectively treat the patient's condition. Perfect completion, cure the patient's condition. Mental drugs, while in the hospital, players are constantly infected, and can only stay awake by taking medicine daily. If the medicine is not taken for a long time, the player will eventually be fully infected and become one of them. Mental drugs? Become one of them? Ji Yan's expression slightly tightened. He looked at his own body, but he could not find any abnormal symptoms. He opened the game progress panel. The first stage of the dungeon progress is complete the internship period and be promoted to a full doctor. The second stage of the dungeon is not yet unlocked. Clearly, the story of this dungeon is not short. And there is also an untriggered main quest. Ji Yan shook his head, not in the mood to focus on these long-term matters. What mattered now was passing the internship period. He picked up the medical box and was ready to go to the A22 ward, but as he turned around, Ji Yan froze for a moment. Just as he turned, he saw his head turn into a sheep's head on the glass of the surgery door. And that sheep's head had black fur, looking eerie and terrifying. But when he looked at the glass again, it was clearly his own face. If this were in the real world, it would probably be considered a hallucination and ignored. But this is a strange game, where anything that seems wrong could be part of the dungeon's design. Could this be the so-called infection? Touching his face, Ji Yan shook his head and dismissed the thought, quickly heading to the A building. The A building had a strange layout, with many of its walls made of concrete, and a long corridor with only 3 or 4 rooms. It seemed the rest had been filled with cement. When he reached the A22 ward, 2 figures were already standing by the door. One was a burly man in a vest, wearing an internship badge with an ox's head emblem. The other was a cute girl with double ponytails, wearing an internship badge with a chicken's head emblem. Clearly, these were the other 2 doctors assigned to treat the patient in A22. Ox and chicken? Their appearances matched their roles in this peculiar zodiac medical game. Ji Yan thought to himself. The ox represents strength, the chicken represents timidity and weakness, and the 2 players seem to match their roles perfectly. Thinking further, in the C-section ward, the pig and snake players also seemed to fit their roles. One was round-faced and carefree, the other sharp-eyed and quiet. Was this pure coincidence, or was the dungeon intentionally arranged this way? Thinking of this, Ji Yan couldn't help but wonder, what traits did he share with a sheep? There are many symbolic meanings associated with sheep. Peace, kindness, gentleness, resilience. It all seemed positive. But Ji Yan did not consider himself a goody two-shoes or a saint, and none of these qualities seemed to fit him. Aries? The last Aries player was just eaten by his own sheep-headed form. I didn't expect that. Less than 2 days later, a new intern was already being cultivated. The ox-headed player saw Ji Yan and openly laughed, showing no shame. It's not surprising, after all, the sheep-headed medical players have the highest death rate among the 12 zodiac signs. As if cursed, none of them survive past the position of full doctor. The chicken-headed player mumbled softly, her eyes on Ji Yan as if she were looking at a doomed person. Ji Yan naturally heard the conversation, his expression slightly changing. The last Aries player was eaten by his own medical mentor? Chapter 55, Mind Connection, the Flesh Mountain Ward. Sheep players have the highest death rate among the 12 zodiac players. Your sheep-headed medical practitioner likes to consume their own interns. I've only been in this dungeon for 22 days, and I've already seen 4 sheep-headed players eliminated. You're the 5th. Aries represents purity. But the sheep-headed medical practitioner doesn't tolerate any impurity in their interns. Impurity represents infection. If you haven't taken the spiritual drugs from their hands, the infection will overflow from your body. If it sees traces of infection on you, it will think you're a failure, and as for what happens next, haha. For the long explanation from the ox-head player, Ji Yan didn't believe a word of it. In this dungeon, the 12 players are in a competitive relationship. Killing any of the Zodiac's interns will earn you generous rewards. Where do so many kind-hearted people come from to waste time talking to you? Ji Yan thought to himself, when suddenly a voice sounded in his mind. Be careful of the ox-head player, he's likely to trip you up in the hospital room. Ji Yan froze for a moment, then looked at the hen-head player. This girl can communicate with players' inner voices? The hen-head player stood with her hands in her pockets, quietly watching Ji Yan. My talent is telepathy. I can designate one player and have a 5-minute telepathic conversation. Ox and sheep are opposing zodiac signs. Killing you will earn him generous rewards from the ox-head sinister doctor. Violence is prohibited in the hospital during the day, but the treatment process in the rooms is not restricted, so be careful. Ji Yan looked at her, and tried to respond with his inner voice, you waste one use of talent, just to kindly remind me? The hen-head player heard the sarcasm in his tone, I know you don't believe me. I remind you because I have my own interests. My zodiac wish is kindness. As long as I help another player with actions or words, I will earn performance points from the medical mentor. Right now, my position is attending doctor, and I need 15% more performance points to be promoted to chief doctor. Otherwise, do you really think I'm the Virgin Mary? In the hospital dungeon, player positions are only 3 levels, intern, attending, and chief. To get promoted, players can only earn performance points from their respective zodiac mentors. Seeing the hen-head player pout, Ji Yan didn't respond anymore, unsure if he believed her or not. He pointed to the door of room A22, the ward is open. With a creak, the door opened slightly. Alright, enough chatting. Let's get to work. I heard that the player in A22 is always a tough nut to crack, let's see how deep the water is? The ox-head and hen-head players took their medical kits and walked in. Ji Yan followed closely behind. As soon as they entered the room, their vision was first pitch dark, then the room's environment slowly appeared. Upon seeing the room's environment, Ji Yan's face immediately froze. It wasn't the imagined setting of a hospital bed with various medical instruments nearby. The entire room was dominated by a huge mound of flesh, occupying 2/3 of the space. Sticky, disgusting brown liquid, like fat, filled every corner of the room. It wasn't just a visual shock, the sticky feeling underfoot made one's scalp tingle. Is this a hospital room? Ji Yan was somewhat stunned. The fatty liquid had swallowed the bed and desk, and a strange smell filled the air. Even the ox and hen players were shocked by the scene in front of them. The hen-head player almost vomited. Damn! I heard at 22 was disgusting, but I didn't expect it to be this. The ox-head player suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Because the huge mound of flesh suddenly twitched. Then a piercing scream echoed through the ward. My eyeliner pencil. My eyeliner pencil is missing. Doctor, can you help me find it? Eyeliner pencil? The female hen player raised her eyebrows, sensitive to the mention. Yes, I woke up early this morning and spent 3 hours doing makeup, but in the end, I realized my eyeliner pencil was missing. How am I supposed to meet people like this? I have a date, and he cares most about my appearance and body. When a woman dresses up beautifully, it gives the man a sense of superiority. I can't let him lose face. Doctor, hurry and help me find it, please. The voice was full of urgency, as if one could imagine a heavily made-up woman, with nails done, holding her face, collapsing. But the three of them looked around the room, with every corner flooded by that brown fatty mass. The corners of his mouth twitched. In this kind of environment, finding an eyeliner pencil isn't like looking for a needle in a haystack? Helpless, the three of them could only brace themselves, roll up their sleeves, and stick their hands into the fat masses that seemed to be moving. Ji Yan grabbed these things, and he was very sure that this was the fat accumulated in the skin layer's fat deposits. He looked at the loose pile of meat, its surface covered with lumps like lymphatic flesh and black hairs, with a rumbling sound echoing from within. Obviously, this was the body of that patient. While searching, Ji Yan rummaged under the fat and found several white coats, shoes, watches, and even an empty medical box. This showed that many players had previously encountered misfortune in this room. Why were only the clothes left? Where did the people go? Not only Ji Yan found these items, but the bull player and chicken player also rummaged through, their faces not looking too good. How many players had perished here? This was just the patient with a moderate condition. What danger could the severe case pose? Perhaps it was the intuition of women, but in the end, the chicken player found the makeup box and took out the eyeliner pencil from inside. Her face showed excitement. Eyeliner pencil, I found it. The bull player's face darkened, and he spat, "TCH, this damn chicken really has good luck. Now we can only wait for her to apply the eyeliner to the patient, soothe their emotions, and see if we can figure out the exact condition and treat it effectively. After all, there are 3 ways to pass this task, and soothing emotions is the lowest tier way to pass." Really? Hurry, give it to me. Doctor sister, my hands aren't convenient, can you help me apply the eyeliner? The huge mound of flesh shook violently, and the fat masses all over the floor were pressed into the corners. The patient made another request. To better soothe the patient's emotions, the chicken player reluctantly agreed. Women who liked to dress up had no trouble with the task of applying eyeliner. But when looking at that pile of flesh, the chicken player couldn't shake the bad premonition in her heart. She hesitated and spoke, "But, where is your face?" Just as she finished speaking, the layers of sagging flesh shook, and then a piece of skin, like a huge door, fell down from the ceiling, revealing a face as large as a football goal, dangling in front of Ji Yan and the others. The moment the 3 of them saw it, they held their breath. What kind of face was this? The whole face skin was severely deformed, covered with lumps, a thick layer of white foundation was applied over it, and the features drooped like cheese, constantly hanging, about to fall off the face and turn into pus on the ground. The chicken player stared at this face, and for a moment, didn't know how to apply the eyeliner. Sister, you must be careful when applying it. My eyes have undergone surgery, fixed by the best cosmetic surgeons. It cost me a lot of money. You can do it, right? The drooping eyelids lifted, and the deep-set eyes, staring at the chicken player, were pitch black. Then, she saw the chicken player's face. The pale, rosy, flawless face. In an instant, the patient's eyes turned malicious. What kind of look is that? Are you laughing at me? You're doing it on purpose, deliberately treating me, trying to humiliate me in front of all the men. Why are you all so vicious? Just because heaven gave you a beautiful face and an innate sense of superiority? You will never humiliate me like this again. Just seeing the chicken player for a few seconds, the patient's mood intensified, showing signs of becoming corrupted. Wait, I didn't. As soon as she noticed the patient's malicious intentions, the chicken player's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly explained. But halfway through, she felt extremely uncomfortable. Looking down, her delicate skin seemed to have lost all moisture, becoming wrinkled and ugly. When she touched her face with her hands, it was covered with rough folds. How ugly! Look at your face, it's as hideous as an old witch who's dying of illness. You don't have the right to laugh at me. At least, the flaws on my face can be covered with makeup. He. After replacing the face of the chicken player, the patient's emotions turned calm, and the traces of corruption disappeared. Ding! Congratulations to the chicken player of the Zodiac, successfully calming the patient's emotions. You have completed the task in Ward A22 with standard performance. Although the task was completed, the chicken player at this moment was covering her face, her body filled with collapse, desperately trying to hide her murderous gaze. Chapter 56, Sensitive Words, Mental Trauma. The standard task was completed. But the chicken player seemed to have had 50 years of her lifespan drained, becoming a small, trembling old woman. Her body was covered in dark spots and wrinkles, something far more painful than death for a woman who loved beauty. But the chicken player at least had been through a dungeon as an experienced player. She did not collapse, nor scream. Instead, she desperately hid the murderous intent in her eyes, and when she looked up, she even concealed all the negative emotions on her face, replacing them with a smile. Little sister, you're already prettier than me, I'm jealous and can't stop it. How could I laugh at you? That would be foolish, wouldn't it? Beside her, the ox player and Ji Yen stood speechless. This woman, don't be fooled by her appearance, she's actually mentally strong. Really? I misunderstood my sister. Then, Dr. Sister, please continue applying my eyeshadow. The whole cheesy face drooped, and the face-sized eyeball dropped in front of the chicken player. The chicken player held the eyeshadow brush, her eyes slightly trembling, not just because of how to apply eyeshadow on such a big eye, but because the eyeball seemed to have been injected with many drugs, about to fall out of the eye socket at any moment. In the white of the eye, she clearly saw many worm-like microorganisms wriggling inside. Gurgle, gurgle. At that moment, the patient's massive body tilted, and the folds of flesh split open, with the brown-yellow fatty tissue inside spilling out like jelly. Then, a meat tumor as large as a basket began to bulge out from within. One after another, the skin broke apart, and as the fat spilled out, those tumors popped out like flower buds. Moreover, these tumors were still wriggling, like animal embryos. More pimples are growing, I hate these things the most, they look so ugly. You guys quickly help me get rid of these pimples. As soon as she saw these tumors, the patient screamed. Her already terrifying face now showed obvious fear. Knowing that it was her time to perform, the ox player spoke first, don't worry, leave it to me. Just sit quietly, I'll clean it up for you. He opened the medical kit, took out tools, and prepared to cut off these tumors. However, before he could act, the wriggling tumors suddenly burst one by one, spraying greenish-yellow pus everywhere. The ox player was sprayed on half of his body and almost vomited. Even though he was experienced, he couldn't withstand such a disgusting scene. After the pus-filled sacs exploded, the flesh quickly withered, and inside the wounds, a large number of parasitic maggots poured out. It's hard to imagine how many microorganisms were parasitizing in this patient's mountain of flesh. The ox player was already on the edge of collapse. When he saw the densely wriggling microorganisms in the pus, he completely broke down and muttered, "Damn, is this a patient or a monster? Can it be any more disgusting?" This sentence was clearly heard by the bizarre patient. For some reason, her emotional reaction was extremely strong. Her eyeball, ready to fall off at any moment, stared at the ox player, monster, monster. Why does even the doctor call me a monster? I tried so hard to become the way you like me, injecting medicine over and over again, using thick makeup to cover up, just so you could look at me, give me some respect and treat me like a normal person. But no matter what I do, you still treat me with so much hatred. Am I born to die, to hide in the darkness, to never see the light? Watching the patient, whose corruption was growing even worse. The bull player's face instantly turned pale. Damn, stepped on a landmine. He was about to explain when a deformed hand suddenly reached out and grabbed his body. The nails, painted with nail polish, scraped across his back, leaving a shallow wound between the flesh and skin layers. Then another deformed hand reached out, grabbing a chunk of brownish-black fatty tissue and forcibly stuffing it into the bull player's body, tossing it aside. The bull player only felt an unbearable itch on his back. When he got up, his body was swollen, covered in countless pus-filled boils, and in just a moment, he had turned into an ugly monster. He touched his face, his voice trembling violently. What have you done to me? The Eerie patient grinned, revealing a mouth full of red moss. I just wanted you, doctor, to experience this feeling too. Not bad, right? Looking at the bull player's miserable state, the chicken player, with makeup on, felt a sense of balance and continued focusing on her makeup task. Hospital Guideline 5, during working hours, players are guaranteed absolute life safety. Eerie patients may not cause harm without reason, but only to life safety. Ji Yen recalled this guideline. But then he looked at the two players, the chicken and the bull. One had the fat sucked away and aged decades in an instant. The other had fat stuffed into their body and became covered in boils. He felt that this was more agonizing than just killing them directly. From this, it could be seen that patients in A22 were extremely sensitive to their appearance. Any insult to their appearance, even a glance, could cause them to blacken. The chicken player, just for being prettier, had already been triggered to break down, showing how sensitive they were. So what exactly is this patient's illness? How do we treat it? Do we need to help her turn this monster back into a normal person? If that's the treatment, then it's a terminal illness with no possibility of cure. Although he hadn't been directly affected yet, Ji Yan clearly felt the pressure. He looked up and stared at the patient's features, which seemed to be melting like cheese. The mental energy was consumed, triggering his talent, omniscient and omniscient. He obtained the hidden information about the patient before him. My name is Lu Yen. I once had a man I loved deeply, unable to extricate myself. Because I feared losing him, I tried my best to satisfy his every need. He liked double eyelids, so I had surgery on my eyelids. He disliked my body not being slim enough, so I had a large amount of fat extracted. Gradually, I began to fall in love with this feeling. I longed to become a perfect woman, correcting every flaw on my body with surgery. For parts that couldn't be fixed, I used makeup tools to cover them. However, because of the backlash from the cosmetic surgery drugs, my body developed even more flaws, and I had to continue using more medical techniques to cover up and fill them. In the end, my body couldn't bear it anymore. What I experienced was no longer the spotlight but countless terrified and disgusted gazes. Even the person I loved the most called me a monster. But didn't I become this way because of him? It's okay, it's okay. As long as there's enough fat to fill me, and enough makeup to cover me, everything that belonged to me will come back. Surely there will be a great doctor who will save my decaying body. The hidden information disappeared, and Ji Yan's brain felt dizzy, his body suddenly feeling weak. The upgraded talent entry, although easier to trigger and no longer filled with riddles, still consumed 100 mental points, which had a significant impact. With this level of mental consumption, he wouldn't be able to trigger it many times in a single day and would need enough rest and physical recovery. In other words, this A22 patient's illness was not physical but a severe psychological trauma. No wonder she was so sensitive to the word monster. The person she once loved had said it to her personally. One could imagine how deeply it hurt the Eerie patient. The bull player, acting on instinct, muttered a single sentence. Directly collided with misfortune. Now that the source of the illness is clear, Ji Yan's treatment direction, at least, has a path. However, the information is still insufficient. More hidden information needs to be triggered to figure out where her true illness lies. Why are you staring at me? Your gaze is the same as theirs, or are you also wanting to stuff some fat into your body? The patient suddenly cast a glance at Ji Yan, her naked gaze seemingly provoking Ji Yan's sensitivity and inferiority toward her ugly figure. In an instant, her eyes turned cold, and that deformed hand reached out directly. Chapter 57, Killing Manipulation, Death Disco. As a doctor, what you look like is not my concern. To me, you are just a patient. You are ill, I treat you, it's that simple. Her body was grabbed by the deformed hand like a figurine. Ji Yan's expression darkened, but her tone remained calm. The bizarre patient had long grown tired of this perfunctory speech, scoffing. Every doctor uses this set of lines. If you really became like me, you would crumble more than anyone. I am truly ill, every corner of my body is sick. So, doctor, can you turn me back into the initially delicate skin and slender figure? You cannot, you are all talk, a bunch of quacks. The grotesque female patient dragged her mountainous body, her face melting away due to drug reactions, shoved it in front of Ji Yan with fierce malice. But unexpectedly, Ji Yan nodded, I can. Not only the powerful players but even the bizarre patient paused for a moment. What? Ji Yan remained calm, nodding again, I said I can. Good. If you can't do it, I will drain the fat from your body to fill my rotten skin. It's unclear whether she held onto a glimmer of hope or sought an excuse to drain Ji Yan, but the bizarre patient's deformed hand released Ji Yan. The other player, covered in ugly abscesses, cast a sullen look at Ji Yan and spat, wasting time. Whether dead early or late, it's all death. Ji Yan's medical box was the most basic practice kit, containing only a few surgical tools and simple anesthetics. To reshape that massive lump of flesh, piled high with fat and bumps, back into a slim figure? Is this even possible? The other player also stepped back. She had already received her standard quest completion reward and felt satisfied. Ready to exit the ward and report back. However, inexplicable curiosity still drove her to see how Ji Yan would escape this predicament. She concluded that Ji Yan's agreement was merely a stall. But what would follow the stall? No one knew what Ji Yan was thinking. She opened her medical box and pretended to fiddle around for a long time, then took out a scalpel. I will perform a small surgery first. The bizarre patient replied, "You can do whatever you want, I just want results." Hearing this, Ji Yan drew the scalpel across her lower abdomen. However, the lowest quality scalpel just tore through a piece of flesh before being corroded to metal crumbs by the pus inside. "Doctor, if your scalpel is this terrible, how do you expect to perform surgery on me?" The bizarre patient's eyes mocked her. Ji Yan looked at the scalpel that had corroded down to just the handle, slightly helpless. "It's okay, if the scalpel is gone, I'll just switch to another tool." Throwing away the scalpel, she flipped her palm and revealed a delicate silver needle. This was the embroidery needle rewarded by the bizarre grandmother in the last scenario. Pinching the embroidery needle, as tiny as chopsticks, it instantly tore a massive opening. As the skin ripped, the accumulated fat gushed out without a hint of blood. Ji Yan silently watched the scene. And then? What's the next step? The bizarre patient stared tightly at Ji Yan, no longer mocking but with icy eyes. Ji Yan hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. "This is your heart's illness. No matter what your body turns into, you will always feel dissatisfied." Upon hearing this, the strange patient was not the least bit surprised. Immediately, she grabbed Ji Yan's body, her voice shrill. "After all this time, you're just like those quack doctors. Either you say I have a mental illness, or you sweet-talk me with all sorts of flattering words, the same ugly human nature that repeats itself for 1,000 years. Pinched in her palm, Ji Yan's expression remained as calm as water. "Then let me try a different way of speaking. Right now, you're not even a monster, you're just a complete freak. To keep the one you love, you turned into their favorite image, forcing yourself to fix all your physical flaws, taking all sorts of medicine, and in the end, not only did you fail to keep your lover, but you became a disgusting old witch that everyone despises. Nowadays, I've seen plenty of clowns, but this is the first time I've seen a Harley Quinn." Ji Yan's tone suddenly shifted. When life was threatened, instead of using the sweet words and flattery like the cow player and chicken player, to calm the patient's emotions, he did the opposite. The words he spoke were like sharp swords, ruthlessly tearing open the other's old scars. The other two players even thought they had misheard. Their eyes were as wide as quail eggs. This guy knows he's done for, so he decided to just give up and indulge in his final moments of satisfaction? This kid is truly crazy. Does he think the patient won't kill him just because there's a daytime safety mechanism? When the patient truly breaks and goes dark, they don't care about your safety rules. After all, violating hospital rules just means the patient gets a little punishment. What did you just say? As expected, the strange patient first froze in place, but the next moment, her entire face became grotesque under the darkening expression. She didn't know how Ji Yan knew about her past. But at this moment, the terrifying killing intent made her too lazy to think about that. Feeling the pressure of death closing in on her body, Ji Yan still maintained his sharp words filled with personal attacks. "You thought you could still salvage things by keeping the man you loved beside you? Every day you filled your body with fat, used heavy makeup to cover the decaying body caused by the medicine, then hoped that one day, some miraculous doctor would turn you back into your original self? Don't think about it. It's not possible. This body will haunt you forever. You'll never be able to escape from words like monster, ugly, and disgusting. Shut up. Shut your mouth. I'm going to chew you up and spit you out, you." The strange patient screamed, but instead of tearing Ji Yan into pieces, she covered her melting face and cried out in despair. Ji Yan, who had been released, didn't escape. Instead, he took steps forward, getting closer. His mouth continued to mercilessly attack, each sentence tearing at the scars, each word stabbing at the heart. The cow player and chicken player were completely dumbfounded. What? Why is he still chasing and insulting her? No, stop talking. I told you to stop talking. I don't want to hear it. The strange patient tore at her ears, trying to block out any sound, but it was all in vain. As her mental defenses broke down, her emotions surged to a boiling point. He actually managed to escape the tiger's mouth in this way? Chicken player had never seen a player break the strange patient's defense like this. This is useless. Don't forget, our original mission was to soothe the patient's emotions. This kid is making the patient collapse, making her condition worse. If the patient doesn't kill him, the sheep-headed doctor will definitely do it after the mission fails. The sheep-headed doctor cannot tolerate any mistakes from his interns. Ji Yan's actions might even make him so angry that his mouth could twist. He will certainly devour Ji Yan and raise a new one. Chicken player fell silent. She always felt that Ji Yan wasn't unaware of this. If he's not running away, what's his purpose in continuously insulting and attacking the patient? Chapter 58, Toxic Tongue Treatment, Twisted Affection. Ji Yan swore that his sharp tongue had never been as cutting and vicious as today, especially in this strange game. To the outsiders, Ji Yan had already 1 foot in the gates of death. But on the contrary, Ji Yan was trying to survive. The hidden information obtained through omniscient understanding also included the second half. The real reason Lu Yan was sent to the death hospital wasn't due to her body, which had decayed and collapsed from excessive cosmetic surgery drugs. It was because she suffered from severe Stockholm Syndrome, and it was a rare and extreme case. In other words, it was a severe mental illness. It causes a person to develop a twisted dependency on those who inflict severe malicious harm, gradually becoming submissive, yielding, and even eventually falling in love with them. Ji Yan had seen many similar cases back on Blue Star. Girls who were kidnapped and imprisoned, after long periods of abuse and humiliation, fell in love with their captors, and even pleaded for their release when arrested by the police. In reality, there are many people who suffer from mild forms of this mental illness. For example, many wives who suffer from domestic violence, while crying, still rely on their abusers, and the more violent the behavior, the deeper the love. Lu Yan had severe Stockholm Syndrome, but what made it unique was that her admiration and dependence stemmed from the denial of the most sensitive topic. Simply put, it was Pua. When someone is emotionally harmed by Pua to a certain extent, leading to self-doubt and eventual acceptance, this mental illness will slip in and magnify infinitely. This is why Lu Yan was so deeply and crazily in love with her boyfriend. It was also due to Pua. Previous players had all focused on treating her disgusting exterior. To soothe her emotions, they indulged her with words, acknowledging her, which only worsened her condition, making her more sensitive and prone to breaking down. So, Ji Yan decided to take a risky approach and fully implement his sharp tongue. Either he would die horribly, or he would successfully treat the patient. Seeing Lu Yan clutching his face like her cheese, first threatening with ferocious killing intent, then pleading desperately, and finally talking to herself, Ji Yan knew his Pua treatment method was working. He took a few steps back and turned to look at the cow player and chicken player. He found that these two were staring at him as if he were a dead person. Suddenly, Ji Yan felt his whole body being restrained. He was once again gripped like a little figurine by those twisted hands. I can already imagine how tragic his end will be. The chicken player shook his head. Ji Yan looked at Lu Yan's completely ruined face. Her bloated eyeballs no longer held the killing intent but instead were filled with pleading and helplessness. Doctor, you were right. I'm beyond saving. So, should I, like a rat, hide in a corner and rot away in isolation? Lu Yan trembled as she looked at Ji Yan, hoping for a bit of verbal comfort. Ji Yan's expression remained cold. That's right. You should rot away in that filthy corner, left to decay in solitude. But you still have one last bit of value to me, as my patient. If you die, I can't complete my task. So, you should drain your last bit of value. As for what happens after that, I don't care. Ji Yan understood the twisted mentality of patients with Stockholm Syndrome. No matter how low their self-esteem, there could be no consolation. It was essential to mentally them completely. After Ji Yan's humiliating treatment, Lu Yan no longer broke down or felt inferior. Instead, it was like hitting rock bottom, and her emotions became strangely calm. The corners of her mouth twisted into a bizarre smile. Yes, Dr. Yang, I should drain my last bit of value for you. Ji Yan felt a slight jolt in his heart. Because Lu Yan's gaze towards him was very strange. It was creepy and unsettling. It was a twisted look of admiration. She released Ji Yan, speaking with a submissive admiration. From now on, I live for Dr. Yang. The meaning of my life is for Dr. Yang's achievements. Ding. Congratulations, player, for successfully calming a 22 patient's emotions and effectively treating the patient's condition, completing the task excellently. You have completed 78% of the strategy for patient A22. The patient has developed affection for you. Keep up the good work. In the hospital dungeon, completing strategies on any NPC will significantly aid your dungeon progress. Ji Yan heard the game's prompt. His face showed no joy or sorrow. He had long expected this result. His PUA-style therapy had only two outcomes. Either a tragic death or affection. No matter what, the latter was better than the former. But what if the chemical reaction caused by being entangled in such twisted, pathological affection is good or bad? The experienced players and the new players were both utterly stunned. Because they were doing the same mission together, they could hear Ji Yan's mission updates. No way. Did he just humiliate the patient so thoroughly, escape disaster, and even effectively treat them? Could it be, this patient is a masochist? The seasoned player wiped the pus-filled sores on his body, muttering in disbelief. The new player, although speechless, was also shocked. Is this even a disease? If they had known that a good old dose of humiliation would have completed the mission excellently, they wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state, looking like this. But the opportunity was already lost. After receiving effective treatment, the mission time ended, and the three of them were forcefully sent out of the room. As Ji Yan exited, Lu Yan stared at the melted face and said to him, Dr. Yang, you are the most pure and flawless doctor I have ever seen. I will always watch you, from every corner, and I won't allow anything filthy to come near you. Lu Yan's tone was no longer sharp or violent. It was like a fierce bird that had been tamed, gentle and submissive. In that soft tone, there was even a hint of the shyness of a girl in love for the first time, but facing that face, Ji Yan couldn't shake the feeling of goosebumps. No response. Having completed the mission, Ji Yan just wanted to leave the hospital room as quickly as possible, unwilling to stay even a second longer. After Ji Yan left, Lu Yan's body, piled with excess flesh, trembled. She carefully sniffed her deformed hands, still lingering with Ji Yan's scent, and let out a captivated laugh. But the laughter, compressed under thick layers of fat, sounded harsh and unpleasant. Dr. Yang, such a perfect and charming man. Outside the hospital room. Because the new player received the standard clearance reward, the punishment was lifted, and the wrinkles all over his body slowly bounced back to their original state. The seasoned player got nothing, and was unlucky, his strong body still covered in pus-filled sores, worsening instead. The two of them stared at Ji Yan, their gazes seeming to want to strip him bare. Before they could inquire, Ji Yan spoke first, cutting off their words before they could reach their throats. Don't ask me, I'm just as confused as you. I was just trying to vent my frustration. Who knew what kind of chemical reaction it would cause? With that, Ji Yan turned and walked away. In this dungeon, players were all from opposing factions. Ji Yan wouldn't engage in unnecessary communication with any player, avoiding unwanted trouble. Watching Ji Yan's retreating figure, the new player touched his smooth skin that had bounced back, and asked casually, "Do you believe it?" "I believe, of course. That guy was just here for his first day in the dungeon, he didn't even understand the rules, how could it not be pure luck?" The seasoned player scratched at his pus-filled sores, his tone impatient. Even so, the way he looked at Ji Yan's back held an ambiguous glint in his eyes. At exactly 6 in the evening, Ji Yan returned to the front of the operating room and filled out the report sheet regarding patient A22's condition. "Your performance exceeded my expectations." Just as he finished writing, he heard the familiar voice. Looking up, the strange sheep-headed doctor appeared out of thin air, standing right in front of him. Still wearing that blood-stained white coat, the terrifying ram's head seemed to have suffered something, and there were even more sutures, ready to split open at any moment. Chapter 59, A True Wish, Lies in Sheepskin. "You're too kind, Professor. This is my report sheet." Ignoring the horrifying ram's head, Ji Yan handed the report sheet over. The strange sheep-headed doctor took it, quickly scanning the condition information on the paper. Patient, Lu Yan. Condition, Stockholm Syndrome, special case. Current treatment plan, psychological therapy, emotional soothing, further steps to be determined. The report is fine, but the treatment plan is completely wrong. The strange doctor with the ram's head glanced at the report, giving a simple evaluation. Completely wrong? Ji Yan was puzzled. Completely wrong means a complete denial. Shouldn't the treatment start with psychological therapy, soothing the condition first? The strange ram-headed doctor didn't explain, handing over a key. "This is your reward for today." Ji Yan took the key, his fingers brushing over the rust on it. "Just a key? Is that it? What happened to the promised mental medicine, the hearty dinner, and so on?" "Everything has been prepared in your room." The strange ram-headed doctor seemed to hear Ji Yan's thoughts. "The hospital lights out at 9 p.m., and rest starts at midnight. According to the hospital rules, if you quietly sleep after midnight, nothing will happen, but don't sleep too deeply. Pay special attention to the two players from the Zodiac. Because their wishes really like to come out at night, especially to maliciously target us rams. You have 3 senior brothers and sisters, all of whom were eaten during the night." The usually silent ram-headed doctor rarely explained so much about the nighttime details to Ji Yan. Through the chicken player, Ji Yan understood that wishes referred to the symbolic characteristics represented by the different zodiac animals. Wishes grant players certain privileges, progress in strategy, special rewards, etc. Which 2 zodiac animals could travel at night? Ji Yan's mind flashed through several zodiac animals. At this moment, the ram-headed doctor, staring at Ji Yan, suddenly raised his palm, which was covered with white fur. In the next instant, a surgical knife appeared in the palm, swiftly aimed at Ji Yan's throat. Ji Yan couldn't even react. He thought he was about to have his throat slit, but the delicate tip of the knife merely pierced a tiny opening beneath his throat bone. A small, shrimp-like black thread was pulled out with a light flick. "You've been in too much contact with the A22 patient, and something dirty has parasitized you. This insect will slowly eat your flesh and blood and multiply." Ji Yan was horrified. He covered the small blood opening on his neck. The tiny cut felt like a silver needle dropping, almost no pain at all. How delicate must the force be to do that? Putting away the surgical knife, the ram-headed doctor left with one last reminder. Don't leave the room at night, even though there are no restrictions. But at night, the hospital is full of unclean things, and I can't stand my intern being polluted. If the pollution is too heavy, no matter how outstanding or full of potential you are, I will give up on you. Ji Yan watched the ram-headed doctor's departing figure, repeatedly squeezing the key in his hand. Then, the talent information panel popped up. Ding! You have triggered omniscience and clarity by touching it, consuming 30 points of mental state. You have obtained the right to stay in room 444, which is equipped with dinner and mental medicine. The room looks empty, yet seems eerily lively. You must rest quickly to absorb the mental medicine, otherwise, once the infection symptoms appear, you will feel quite uncomfortable. Touching still triggers the talent, and the mental state consumed is less than half of that used by staring. Ji Yan thought to himself, this talent is quite humane. After consuming his mental state continuously, he now felt hungrier and more exhausted, his brain muddled. He must eat something quickly. Check the hidden information. That strange ram-headed doctor didn't give me a strange room, did he? Just the number 444 doesn't seem lucky. Although he had received the mental medicine, Ji Yan inexplicably wanted to see what would happen when his infection symptoms appeared. Of course, this suicidal thought was just a playful idea. Without lingering further, Ji Yan headed to his accommodation according to the building number on the hospital ward plaque. The hospital has 4 buildings: the A building, inpatient building, B building, outpatient building, C building, emergency building, and D building, dormitory building. The dormitory building is where players stay. Ji Yan is currently an intern, only allowed to roam around the inpatient building and dormitory building. Outpatient and emergency rooms are off limits, they belong to an unlocked dungeon section, which can only be accessed once promoted to the position of head of department or director. Undoubtedly, the map is much larger than the Scarlet apartment. Thinking carefully about the days of survival in the apartment, it was like a large-scale palace drama. Ignoring the gloomy environment, Ji Yan quickly found room 444. Once inside, the room was extremely simple, everything in plain sight. On the desk was a simple dinner. However, there were no so-called mental drugs. Where are the drugs? Did they forget to put them in? Ji Yan froze for a moment, searched the room thoroughly, and was certain that there was only the dinner. Or perhaps, the mental drugs had already been mixed into the dinner, or maybe the dinner itself was the treatment medicine? Having no results, Ji Yan could only guess this way. Because his talent had been triggered continuously, and he was already starving, Ji Yan opened the lunchbox and began to devour the food. There was no so-called civilized eating, it was all about hunger and respect for the food. Although it was all vegetarian and without much oil, the harsh environment still made the food exceptionally delicious. At this moment, the delayed game task finally echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have emotionally comforted patient A22 and effectively treated them, excellently completed the task, advancing the storyline of the first stage of the dungeon. The deceitful doctor is quite satisfied with your performance, you've gained 15%, and because of your sincere report, you've achieved, wish, honesty, adding 5%, cumulative 20% progress. You have received a task reward, excellent medical kit, rare quality. You have made progress in the of the medical mentor, receiving the rewards, live parchment, special reward, no quality, otherworldly scalpel, collection quality. You've completed 78% of the progress for patient A22, their affection has grown to admiration, and you've received the patient's token of affection, grease perfume, rare quality. There are 3 rewards, but the live parchment, this special cursed object, was undoubtedly the most attractive to Ji Yan. After all, Ji Yan had already experienced the domineering nature of special cursed objects in the blood paper doll. He first clicked to analyze this cursed object. Live parchment, cursed object introduction. In ancient legends, primitive tribes would cut off the skins of sheep they offered, believing that the sheep would carry the divine truth, and the parchment could make prophecies come true. Cursed object detailed explanation. Within the permitted scope, the player writes lies on the parchment and convinces the target to believe them, and the lie will be transformed into a reality through a special privilege. Lies becoming truth? Ji Yan took a deep breath. Damn! No wonder it's a special cursed object, it can even use game privileges like this. Compared to the abstract, blood paper doll, this parchment is much more practical. It seemed like Ji Yan's grumbling was heard, as a sharp pain hit his scalp, and the blood-red paper doll from the seam of his hair directly yanked a handful of his hair out, causing him to quickly shut his mouth. But soon, Ji Yan discovered a blind spot. My wish is honesty. But why am I rewarded with a parchment that encourages me to lie? If I use this cursed object, I will definitely lie, but once I lie, I will go against honesty, and it will definitely anger the cursed doctor. The contradiction here is huge. Is it a hidden Easter egg, or is it a bug? Ji Yan continued eating his meal while muttering to himself, but he certainly didn't believe this was a bug. Clearly, the hospital dungeon hides many secrets. Chapter 60, Mental Treatment, Female Cursed Servant. After reading the lie parchment, Ji Yan turned his attention to another cursed object, otherworldly scalpel. It was a surgical scalpel with a handle made of sheepskin, finely crafted, but what confused Ji Yan was this scalpel had no blade. A scalpel without a blade? That's like a gun without bullets, it can only be used for carrying bricks, right? Only after checking the cursed object's detailed explanation did Ji Yan understand why there was no blade. It was a knife that didn't kill. What can a knife that doesn't kill be used for? Naturally, it belongs in a place like the hospital, a place that saves lives. After quickly glancing at the upgraded medical kit and the grease perfume, Ji Yan closed the toolbar panel. Unexpectedly, Lu Yan, this patient, also triggered a reward. Her gift, in Ji Yan's eyes, was particularly hot to the touch. It gave off the vibe of a token of love, something that, once taken, would lead to deeper entanglement. After dinner, Ji Yan's mental state recovered a lot. Seeing that the wall clock was almost at dusk, Ji Yan took off his white coat, stained with disgusting filth, ready to take a good bath and lie down. The white coat was hung over the back of a chair. The sound of running water could be heard from the bathroom. The funnel area was piled with messy hair, and a piece of scalp seemed to have been left behind by the previous guest. Like most people, when Ji Yan washed his hair, the foam got into his eyes, and he always felt like someone was watching him from behind, a pair of dark hands appearing out of nowhere, slowly reaching for the back of his head. But the sheep-headed mysterious doctor had said that the mysterious ones are forbidden from entering players' rooms. This is the 7th rule of the hospital. Therefore, Ji Yan ignored the psychological fear suggestion. After washing his hair, he started to wash off the filth from his body. By coincidence, the soap slipped from his hand and landed in the corner. Ji Yan's mouth twitched slightly. He always felt like this scene was a bit. He bent over to pick it up, feeling as though someone was behind him. And this feeling was very strong. The next moment, he smelled a strange odor and suddenly turned around. He saw, at some point, a creepy face covered in rotting cement skin appear in the corner of the wall, with a pair of rotten, decayed hands reaching toward his lower body. It grinned at Ji Yan and said, "Doctor, I." Before it could finish, a sharp hammer had already smashed into its face. The hammer had crushed its skull, thick blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. The creature screamed, holding its head, and Ji Yan's face darkened. He didn't expect that picking up soap in the bathroom would trigger such a creepy event in this mysterious game. Wasn't it said that the mysterious ones are forbidden from entering players' rooms? As the hammer was about to strike again, the creature quickly waved its hands and begged for mercy. "Dr. Sheep. I didn't mean to hurt you. I wouldn't dare even if I had 100 lives. I just saw the soap fall and wanted to help pick it up. How did you get in here?" "I've been in the bathroom the whole time. My body is embedded in the wall, I can't go anywhere else." "An indigenous?" Ji Yan raised his eyebrows. Yes, I'm responsible for serving every doctor who stays here. That's my job." "Serve? Help pick up soap?" Ji Yan found this concept quite abstract. The bathroom creature spoke up to explain, "Of course not, I'm responsible for bathing you." Before it could finish, Ji Yan had already left the bathroom. No one could bathe with such a creature watching over them. But just as he stepped out, Ji Yan felt something unusual happening to his body. He saw gray hair growing on the back of his hand, and his skin was becoming rough. When he touched his face, black hair was also growing all over it, and the pain above his forehead was unbearable. He turned to look at the mirror. In the mirror, he was slowly transforming into the mysterious sheep-headed creature. What's going on? Didn't I have dinner? Could it be that the mysterious sheep doctor didn't prepare any mental medication for himself? Ji Yan watched as he slowly transformed into the sheep-headed creature. He had no idea what would happen once the transformation was complete. But the intense sense of unease told him that nothing good would come of it. Ji Yan tried to open the medical kit, but his last bit of consciousness was swallowed up, and he completely fainted. This is bad. After Ji Yan fainted, he lay motionless on the floor, and soon, the whole room became lively. The walls writhed as creepy cement faces emerged, the bedspread began seeping with blood, and strange shadows appeared from all directions. They seemed to have found the perfect prey and moved closer and closer to Ji Yan on the floor. It was unclear how long had passed, but Ji Yan slowly regained consciousness. His heavy eyelids slowly lifted, and his entire body inexplicably itched. Open your eyes, and you find yourself lying on the bed, the blanket slightly bulging. You feel something sticky touching your lower body, and Ji Yan quickly wakes up, lifting a corner of the blanket, only to see a decayed female ghost, half of her face rotting away, hiding underneath, smiling at him. "You're awake." And it's not just one. One after another, the faces of female ghosts crowd inside the blanket, pressing against his lower body. With his scalp tingling, Ji Yan pulls off the blanket and pulls out a hammer, swinging it immediately. However, it's not just inside the blanket. The flyers, pillows, and the bedside table are all hiding ghosts. "Dr. Yang, we didn't harm you. When we saw you fainted from the infection, we placed you in bed and treated you." These ghosts explained in a hurry. Ji Yan then realized the infection on his body had been cured. Looking at these strange original residents of room 444, Ji Yan suddenly understood. These ghosts were the so-called spiritual medicine. No wonder the talent panel said room 444 was unusually lively. It turns out that besides him, the whole room was filled with ghosts accompanying him in his daily routine. "Dr. Yang, there's still a bit of infection on your lower body that hasn't been fully cleared. Just lie down, close your eyes, and we will take care of it for you. The female ghost, with her eyes gouged out, spoke with resentment and grievance. She had been struck by Ji Yan, her skull caved in, but she still remained respectful. She seemed very afraid that Ji Yan would refuse treatment. Doctor, please lie down, we'll finish this quickly. Yes, this is our task. If we don't do it well, we'll be punished by the medical mentor. Close your eyes, you won't feel any discomfort, and in fact, it will be a bit comfortable, relieving some pressure. Ji Yan. No, the more he listens, the more something feels off. But Ji Yan still accepted the final treatment. These female ghosts had no malice, and seeing that the infection had not completely cleared, they knew there would be trouble. Lying in bed, closing his eyes, he accepted the female ghost's filthy cleansing. About 5 minutes later, the treatment was over. To be honest, there was a strange sense of comfort. The pressure didn't feel so heavy anymore. Thank you, our treatment is finished. The treatment time was a bit long because the bathroom doctor's bath treatment was too short. Clearly, the soap ghost in the bathroom was also part of the treatment, but Ji Yan had run off midway, interrupting the treatment. Seeing these ghosts, who had clearly helped him with the treatment, constantly thanking him, Ji Yan felt a little embarrassed. Are you afraid of my medical mentor? Ji Yan asked. If we don't treat your infection properly, we'll lose our value. In this hospital, whether it's the medical staff or the patients, once you lose your value, you'll be sent to the morgue. Halfway through, the female ghost hurriedly shut up, not daring to speak further. It seemed to be a terrifying forbidden place, one that could not even be mentioned. These female ghosts wore very ragged medical uniforms. They were the lowest-ranking caregivers, representing their humble status and position. Dr. Yang, we won't disturb your rest. You sleep well, we won't make a sound to affect your rest. The female ghosts gradually returned to their accommodation, some burrowing back into the walls, others crawling under the bed, and some hiding in the closet. Ji Yan didn't want these female ghosts to leave so quickly. Clearly, these caregiver NPCs had many secrets about the dungeon, and continuing the interaction might uncover useful information. But before Ji Yan could speak, a crisp knock came from the door. Then, a creepy hoarse voice slowly drifted in from outside the door. Excuse me, is anyone in the room? Excuse me, is anyone in the room? The voice sounded hoarse, like an old phlegm stuck in the throat. Ji Yan glanced at the door, but didn't respond. At this time, who would have the time to knock on the door? The trick of ghosts knocking had already been overused in the last apartment dungeon. Ji Yan lay down, covered himself with the blanket, and went straight to sleep. But the ghost outside the door persisted, knocking steadily, without hurry, with a very regular pattern. This knocking sound makes people restless, irritable, and unable to sleep. Ji Yan frowned tightly. Where did this ghost come from? Logically, it shouldn't be targeting players for no reason. The female ghost that had crawled back under the bed suddenly poked out her bloody head again and made a shushing gesture at Ji Yan. Dr. Yang, do not respond, and do not open the door. Otherwise, that knocking ghost will immediately break in. You just need to stay quiet and sleep. No matter what happens outside, it won't affect you. Before you, the Dr. Yang who lived here would be harassed by the knocking ghost every night. We've all gotten used to it. The other female ghosts hiding in the corner also spoke up. They had already grown accustomed to it. But the words of these ghostly nurses made Ji Yan raise an eyebrow. According to them, this knocking ghost specifically targeted goat players, and that wasn't a coincidence. He turned over and stared at the door. Even with a door between them, his talent, omniscience and understanding, was triggered. Among the 12 zodiac signs, the goat has 3 natural enemies. But the one with the greatest malice toward the goat is the dog. Dog players gain the wishing privilege at night, which makes it easier for them to carry out tasks in the midnight hospital. Dog players will always find ways to use their nighttime advantage to harass or even hunt goat players. This allows them to gain progress and rewards from the medical mentor's strategy. An eye for an eye. Then, as a goat, how should you fight back? Ji Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. Clearly, this knocking ghost was lured here by a dog player. Even if Ji Yan didn't trigger the door-breaking rule, having this knocking continue all night would ruin his sleep, weaken his mental state, and affect the next day's mission. The method wasn't sophisticated. But it was definitely disgusting. If he fought back, or even hunted down the dog player, wouldn't that significantly advance his progress in conquering the goat-head ghost doctor? Ji Yan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Right now, the last thing he lacked was eerie artifacts to disgust people. A knocking ghost? That was nothing. At this moment, because the knocking continued, the door began to corrode little by little. Outside, the hoarse voice grew more frantic. Is anyone there? Is anyone really there? Doctor, my head hurts so much it feels like there are so many bugs inside, please help me? Ji Yan ignored the shaky door and was just thinking about how to deal with the knocking ghost when suddenly his scalp itched. The blood-colored paper figure, which had been hiding in his hair, suddenly jumped out. The blood-colored paper figure hopped onto the quilt, moving its limbs like a tiny person, gesturing vividly at Ji Yan. For some reason, Ji Yan felt like he could roughly understand what it was trying to say. You can help me deal with the knocking ghost outside? But I have to go out? The blood-colored paper figure nodded. What do I have to go out for? Ji Yan was puzzled. What was this blood-colored paper figure planning? The blood-colored paper figure gestured animatedly, something good. After finishing its gestures, the words greed, wrath, and obsession appeared on the blood-colored paper figure's body once again, finally stopping at the word obsession. Then, its blood-red color turned black, and it darted toward the door. Ji Yan's eyes flickered. He had always been curious about the abilities of the blood-colored paper figure. So far, it seemed that its eerie powers came from the words greed, wrath, obsession. He had seen greed before, it was simply hunger. But this hunger was extremely strange. Ji Yan had realized that anything the paper figure ate wouldn't cause harm or discomfort to its own body. It could even convert what it ate into ghostly power for itself. That time, Ji Yan had even received a game panel notification saying his ghost power had increased by a full 150 points. So what kind of eerie ability was obsession this time? The moment the blood-colored paper figure dashed outside, the knocking suddenly stopped. Outside the door, the knocking ghost's neck was suddenly stuck with the blood-colored paper figure, and it became like a wooden stake, completely motionless. Its mind, which had been filled with malicious intent toward room 444, was now. He was forcibly modified, and then, he numbly turned around, slowly disappearing in a certain direction. Inside a certain equipment room. The dog player was dressed in a neat white lab coat, with a chief physician badge hanging from his chest. Indicating that he had passed the internship period, the first phase of the copy was finished, and was now in the second phase. While searching for the required medical equipment, the dog player mumbled, I have to say, it's all thanks to those unlucky bastards born under the sheep zodiac, one after another delivering achievements to me, otherwise, my copy progress wouldn't be this fast. Tonight, I'll send that unlucky bastard a knock-knock oddity as a greeting gift. Tomorrow night, I'll send a drowning oddity, slowly devouring that guy's mind, and when he's about to collapse, I'll slowly deal with the little lamb. Waving the sharp scalpel in his hand, a playful smile curled at the corner of the dog player's mouth. But the next second, the door behind him was knocked. Old bull, you're too slow. The dog player responded, as the dog and ox zodiac signs had a complementary relationship, so both sides naturally built the simplest alliance. During the day in room A22, the information about Ji Yan was revealed by the ox player to the dog player. There was no response from the ox player outside the door. In an instant, the dog player sensed something was wrong. One of his privileges, Wish odd sense of smell, allowed him to precisely acquire the information of an oddity through the residual scent. Knock-knock oddity? Shouldn't it be entangling the sheep player? Could it be that the sheep player stepped on a trap and was already killed by the knock-knock oddity? This thought was quickly dismissed by the dog player, because he smelled a strong malice emanating from the knock-knock oddity outside the door. Someone is in the room. Someone. I heard a response. He. Because the dog player had responded, the knock-knock oddity outside triggered the door-breaking privilege. The flimsy wooden door was torn open like paper, the broken door handle fell to the floor, and the bent figure of the knock-knock oddity, exuding malice, slowly stepped into the room. The dog player's eyes turned cold, and he cursed under his breath. On the other side, Ji Yan had just gotten out of bed. The blood-colored paper figure slithered back through the door crack, the word fool disappeared, and it turned back into the blood-red form. Where did you take the knock-knock oddity? Ji Yan asked, stunned. The blood-colored paper figure gestured. You threw the knock-knock oddity back to the dog player? TSK, that's impressive. Ji Yan's eyes sparkled, and he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. It was strange, though, the blood-colored paper figure had no facial features, yet Ji Yan could still see its proud expression after receiving the praise. So what do you want me to do next? Ji Yan asked. After all, it was Miss Sue's farewell gift, so the blood-colored paper figure probably wouldn't harm him. Although the sheep-head oddity doctor had warned him not to go out at night and to sleep obediently. As long as he didn't get involved with anything dirty, it would allow him. Moreover, the game copy had mentioned that the undead hospital at midnight would refresh many good things, offering them to players who liked to take risks for wealth. The Midnight Hospital was full of secrets and unknowns, and if Ji Yan said he wasn't curious, it would be a lie. Chapter 62, Hidden Map, Vase Patient. Dr. Sheep, are you going out? Don't make any rash decisions. It's easy to break the rules when an intern walks around the hospital at night, especially during the sensitive internship period. If your medical mentor catches you, you're done. Seeing Ji Yan getting out of bed, the caretaker female oddities hiding in every corner of the room popped out again. They desperately tried to persuade him, like a mother worrying about a rebellious child. The blood-colored paper figure jumped ahead and intimidated them. Although it was only the size of a palm, it had a terrifying presence for these caretaker female oddities. They shrank their necks and stopped shouting. "I'm just going out for a bit to blow off some steam, I'll be right back." Ji Yan dropped the sentence, then put on his white lab coat and hung the sheephead badge, walking out of the room. The undead hospital at midnight appeared even more silent and eerie. The empty and cold corridors echoed with the occasional sound of crisp footsteps. There was still the sound of marbles rolling, but no sign of anyone. "Where are we going?" Ji Yan asked. The blood-red paper man did not respond, just rushed forward, leading Ji Yan. Through a long corridor, they finally arrived in front of a tightly shut iron door. Although there was no lock, a warning panel popped up before Ji Yan's eyes. "Player alert! You have unlocked the hidden map section of the dungeon, Morgue. This map contains a large number of dangerous NPCs. Please carefully consider whether to enter." Morgue? The Eerie nurse had just mentioned this place, and now Ji Yan had found it. According to their words, medical staff who had lost their value and patients who were abandoned for treatment were all sent to the morgue. A garbage disposal station, like in a game dungeon. Even in the real world, this place was terrifying, let alone in a horror game. Why was the blood-red paper man in such a hurry to come here? To be safe, whenever entering a dangerous place, Ji Yan would always take out the Edward's human skin mask from the previous dungeon to cover his player scent. The bone spikes of the skin mask pierced into his flesh, stitching onto Ji Yan's face. Ji Yan opened the door, and the blood-red paper man immediately darted back into his hair. Behind the door was not a passage, but an elevator. A monster dressed in a medical uniform was guarding the elevator. It was called a monster because every part of its body was covered in stitches, and none of its body parts matched. As if pieces of men, women, young, and old had been cut apart and randomly stitched together. The creature saw Ji Yan and showed no suspicion, instead staring at the ram head emblem on his chest, speaking like an old acquaintance. "Dr. Ram, why are you back? Wasn't your surgery shift over for the night?" Ji Yan paused. "I forgot something." The elevator guardian did not question him, nodded, opened the elevator door, and pressed the button for B2, then handed Ji Yan a key. "Dr. Ram, good work." Ji Yan's expression remained calm as he stepped into the elevator. As the elevator slowly descended, Ji Yan let out a breath and looked at the key in his hand. There was only a single number on it, 8. 8 according to the zodiac order, Ram is ranked 8th, looks like all 12 zodiac signs have their own territory in the morgue. That gatekeeper clearly mistook me for another Dr. Ram. I'm only wearing an intern doctor's uniform. I shouldn't be mistaken for a ramhead doctor. Could there be another intern? But the dungeon rules clearly stated that each medical mentor is only assigned one intern, and at any time, there are only 12 players in the dungeon. Ji Yan couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Ding! The elevator reached B2, breaking Ji Yan's train of thought. The elevator doors opened, revealing a corridor stretching into the darkness. Rooms lined both sides, each marked only by a number. 1 to 12, corresponding to the 12 zodiac numbers. Ji Yan quickly stood in front of room 8 and inserted the key. A soft click signaled the door unlocking. The blood-red paper man shot out from his hair, looking thrilled, like an excited child about to enter an amusement park. Ji Yan's curiosity was piqued. Every dungeon contained hidden Easter eggs and rewards. He had a feeling that stepping out tonight would bring unexpected gains. The door swung open, and an icy chill hit him. It was no different from a real-world morgue, with cold stretchers lined up, each covered with a white cloth. But to Ji Yan, such a scene had long lost its horror. It was as bland as a bowl of clear soup. The moment he entered, the blood-red paper man freed itself. It darted excitedly toward one of the corpses, rubbing against it as if reunited with a long-lost loved one. As if that corpse was its real father, and Ji Yan was just a lowly adoptive parent. Why is this corpse making the blood-red paper man so excited? Ji Yan was baffled. The blood-red paper man was a reward from the previous apartment dungeon. According to the horror game's logic, each dungeon was an independent entity with no connections to others. The blood-colored paper man in the apartment shouldn't have a storyline setting in the hospital instance. Lifting the white cloth off the body, the corpse is terrifying, but not because of its appearance, but because the body is incredibly shriveled, as though all its organs have been hollowed out. But there are no signs of any cuts on the body. The blood-colored paper man is still constantly getting closer, sticking, completely ignoring the presence of Ji Yan, the real master. This left Ji Yan speechless. He thought the blood-colored paper man would lead him to find some hidden surprise or reward, but instead, it was just staring at this guy getting intimate with a cold, lifeless body? Doctor Yan. Suddenly, a voice came through, and Ji Yan turned his head to look, his eye twitching involuntarily. On a nearby counter, several vases were placed. What was horrifying was that the fruit in the vases was a head, a vivid and lifelike head. Through the transparent glass, Ji Yan could see that there was no body below the head, but instead, a tangle of densely packed roots. These roots were wrapped around the organs, each one beating with life, using the movements of the roots to deliver nutrients to the head. The vase is growing a person. A human chimera? The thought immediately crossed Ji Yan's mind. Dr. Yang, my surgery schedule, is it set yet? What about mine, Dr. Yang? Are you almost here? We're all waiting to go home, we've been waiting so long. These vase patients spoke one after another, asking eagerly, their eyes full of pleading and longing. It seemed that the organs from those corpses had been transplanted into these vases, but what was the purpose of this surgery? Could it be, like the oil painting scene at the door of the operating room, simply meant to serve as an ornament, adding character to the hospital instance? At that moment, a sound came from outside the room. Ji Yan turned to look at the blood-colored paper man. We should go. The blood-colored paper man jumped onto the corpse, tearing itself in half from the middle. Half of it burrowed into the body, and the other half sprang back to Ji Yan's arm. Ji Yan was stunned. What are you doing? The remaining half of the blood-colored paper man still gestured energetically. Done, let's go. Ji Yan couldn't help but ask, so, why did you stuff your other half into the body? The blood-colored paper man gestured. Cause and effect. Tonight, bury the cause here, and you'll understand how sweet the fruit will be later. Ji Yan didn't understand what the blood-colored paper man meant. What cause and effect could this corpse have? The blood-colored paper man didn't explain, and after burrowing into Ji Yan's hairline, it logged off. Ji Yan glanced at the shriveled corpse, then decided to leave the morgue for now. After closing the door, the noisy voices of the vase patients suddenly stopped, and as soon as Ji Yan turned around, he found himself face to face with a terrifying face. The person had the head of a black-furred sheep and was wearing the same intern uniform as Ji Yan. Ji Yan recognized the features of the person's attire and realized that the elevator monster must have mistaken him for this person. Why are you still in the morgue? Didn't today's surgeries finish? The black sheep intern spoke in a raspy voice, its bloodshot black eyes glaring eerily at Ji Yan. Ji Yan coughed twice and spoke calmly. I came back to get something. Let's go. Everyone is done for the day, we should leave too, the medical supervisor will be doing the night round soon. The black sheep intern turned and seemed ready to lead Ji Yan somewhere. Ji Yan's mind was completely focused on escaping the morgue, so he followed behind the black sheep intern. After walking down the hallway, they reached the elevator. In the narrow elevator, Ji Yan stood behind the black sheep intern. He looked at the intern's uniform. This is the player's exclusive outfit. That means this black sheep monster was a player who was eliminated, one of the sheep zodiac players. After being eliminated, their bodies became puppets, working as NPCs in the underground morgue, responsible for handling the corpses of patients and medical staff. Ji Yan remembered the black fur that had grown on his arms and face when he was infected. Thinking that this might also be my final destination, I couldn't help but feel a bit of fear. While thinking this, I felt a slight stinging sensation on my face. I touched it with my fingers, and they were covered in blood. Ji Yan froze for a moment, quickly realizing that the Edward's face mask was about to fail. A faint scent of blood filled the elevator. Cold sweat began to trickle down Ji Yan's back as he looked at the slow-moving floor numbers of the elevator, then at the strange black sheep creature with its back turned to him. There's something wrong with the smell. The black sheep creature suddenly spoke, and before Ji Yan could respond, it turned around violently and slammed him against the elevator wall. You are not one of us. You are a white sheep. How did you find this place? You can't leave, you must be infected and become one of us. The black sheep creature's face twisted into a grotesque expression, and as the words fell, a sharp scalpel was plunged into Ji Yan's chest. But Ji Yan was faster. The embroidery needle he had already gripped in his palm was the first to strike. At that moment, the legendary quality of the embroidery needle revealed itself. Silver light flashed, and the scalpel broke like plastic. The black sheep creature's chest was also torn open. The wound rapidly spread, and the black sheep's body seemed to tear apart like cloth, with its internal organs pouring out, spilling onto the bloody floor, like a cow or sheep being gutted on a butcher's table. Thick, foul-smelling blood spilled out, like the stinking water from a rotten ditch. Ji Yan took a deep breath, not expecting the black sheep creature to notice something was wrong and immediately lash out, but luckily, he had predicted it in advance. Ding dong! At that moment, the elevator doors opened. The stitched-up monster guarding the elevator doors froze as it saw the bloody scene inside the elevator. Ji Yan tightly gripped the embroidery needle hidden under his sleeve. Dr. Sheep, why are you performing surgery in the elevator? It's so dirty, the nurse will have a hard time cleaning it. The elevator monster seemed not at all surprised, as if this was a common occurrence, though it spoke with mild annoyance. Ji Yan paused slightly, then feigned calmness as he replied coldly, it's their business. After speaking, he quickly left the morgue map area. As he exited, his heartbeat still hadn't calmed down when he received a prompt from the game panel. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have successfully unlocked the morgue map segment and obtained the Zodiac mainline information. Since the dungeon opened, a total of 18 sheep players have died without exception, all eliminated. Guess why? It seems like a dead end. No matter how much the sheep players struggle, they all inevitably get infected in the position of chief physician and are sent to the morgue to be dealt with. No player has ever cleared the second stage dungeon plot. It's as if they're all stuck at a death checkpoint, with no hope of clearing it. Sheep represents holiness and kindness? That was a lie from the beginning. Will you become the 19th unlucky player to be infected and die? If not, then how will you save yourself? Ding! Player entered the morgue, successfully killed one black sheep creature, and received the night reward, infected plasma X1. Mainline? Ji Yen didn't expect that hidden maps also had mainline information. After browsing the mainline information, his face turned pale. The information indicated that after becoming a chief physician, there was a death checkpoint in the second stage of the dungeon plot, which had killed all players. According to the dungeon setup, completing 30% of the sheephead doctor strategy would finish the first stage, promoting the player from intern doctor to chief physician. Completing 70% would finish the second stage, promoting the player from chief physician to director of medicine. But between 30% and 70%, the sheephead doctor triggered some kind of task checkpoint, causing a 100% death rate? Ji Yen couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. It felt like being told you had late-stage cancer, and your only option was chemotherapy while waiting for death. Tonight, although he gained nothing from jumping around with the blood-colored paper figures, one piece of mainline information was more important than any reward. Ji Yen took out the reward, a bottle of infected plasma. He glanced at the description. This is a bottle of infected blood plasma. It can be deadly to you, but it can also save your life. The information is confusing. Even the talent, all-knowing and all-understanding, cannot retrieve any hidden information. Ji Yen had no choice but to give up. Anyway, the death checkpoint is a task after becoming official. The priority now is to get through the internship period first. Rubbing his brows, it was getting late, and Ji Yen was ready to return to his room and rest. But as he turned around, Ji Yen felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, his shirt was already soaked with blood. He lifted his shirt, and to his shock, found a bloody hole in the middle of his chest. Was it from the surgical knife of that black sheep in the elevator? At that moment, the situation was urgent, and adrenaline had surged, causing Ji Yen to completely miss it. Warning! You have been injured by a contaminated surgical knife, causing infection. Please find a serum injection within 30 minutes, or the infection will spread throughout your body and require a medical tutor for surgery. Tip: this infection is physical and cannot be healed through mental treatment. This is the risk of going out at night, even a small wound carries a deadly infection. Ji Yen furrowed his brows. The wound avoided the vital parts, so it wasn't fatal. The infection wouldn't be deadly either. But what's deadly is the sheep-headed strange doctor. It had already warned Ji Yen during the day not to leave his room late at night. If infected, it wouldn't be treated but directly considered a failure of the internship, leading to the cultivation of a new intern. So, Ji Yen could only rely on himself to solve the infection problem. Talent, all-knowing and all-understanding, successfully triggered. Room 104 on the first floor contains a hidden reward serum. However, apart from the serum, there are other surprises there. Other surprises? Ji Yen raised an eyebrow, referring to other hidden rewards besides the serum? Saying it is one thing, but the entry talent is indeed reliable, always helping him find a way out in critical moments. The wound on his chest had stopped bleeding, but the flesh around the wound was visibly turning black and rotting bit by bit. Without hesitation, Ji Yen went directly from the hallway to the first floor of the dormitory. Room 104 looked like a storage room, with dust all over the door. Just as Ji Yen was about to push the door open, a single eye appeared from behind the door, its pupil vertical, sending a shiver down his spine. What are you doing? Ji Yen paused and then replied, I came to borrow something. The person's gaze fell on Ji Yen's infected wound on his chest and immediately understood, serum? Yes, you. Ji Yen hadn't finished his sentence when the door slammed shut with a bang, giving him the cold shoulder and leaving behind a frosty remark, no borrowing, go away. Ji Yen was bewildered but vaguely sensed the other party's hostility. There must be a reason, right? You sheep carry a foul stench, it disgusts me to look at you. So, get lost. Chapter 64, Rodent Players, Trust No One. Ji Yen looked at the tightly closed door, his eyes narrowing. He wondered whether he should take out a nail hammer and forcibly break the door. But just then, the closed door suddenly opened, and the eye inside slowly spoke again. However, we can make a deal. If I remember correctly, you sheep have a treasure. Ji Yen, what treasure? A surgical knife without a blade, I know you have it. The golden pupils of the person clearly revealed a hint of greed. They were after the surgical knife from the other side, but how did they know about his strange item reward? Ji Yan didn't rush to agree. How do I trust you? Just as he finished speaking, the door slowly opened, and the figure hidden behind the door was that of a hunchbacked old lady, leaning on a cane, with a name tag hanging on her chest, dormitory manager. Ji Yan's expression shifted slightly. There had been an introduction to this NPC in the game panel earlier, and she had great privileges, managing the entire dormitory building, almost like the landlord of the Scarlet apartment. It could be said that most of the tasks involving the dormitory building had to be triggered through her. This storage room, everything hidden inside is my treasure. If you want the serum, fine, but it's an equal exchange. The dormitory manager, the strange old lady, turned around, her body looking shaky. She returned to the room, where shelves filled with goods were stacked with boxes of all sizes. It was quite messy. Ji Yan followed inside, looked around, and felt something was off, unable to stop staring at the old dorm manager sitting on the chair. You don't have much time, and neither do I. Make your decision quickly. The old woman urged, showing impatience. Ji Yan remained silent for a moment, then showed a distressed expression. Grandma, that scalpel is very important to me. No matter how important, is it more important than your life? Look at the infection on your chest. In 10 minutes, this deal won't matter. By tomorrow morning, you'll only be waiting for death. The old woman spoke calmly, neither rushing nor slowing, manipulating Ji Yan. Ji Yan frowned, his expression changing unpredictably. After a while, he made up his mind, revealing a look of heartache, as if he were cutting his own flesh. Old lady, I need to see the serum first. The old woman snorted coldly. The fact that I'm willing to trade with you is already your greatest privilege. Don't bargain with me. Helpless, Ji Yan could only take out the crossroad scalpel. Like all scalpel knives, the only difference was that both sides were flat, without a blade. Hand it over. As the dorm manager, I don't break my word. If there's no trust, I wouldn't be in this position. The old woman instructed. Ji Yan stepped forward, handing it over. When those hands, covered with corpse marks and emaciated, reached out to take it, Ji Yan suddenly lunged forward, pressing his whole body onto hers, the scalpel in his hand instantly turning into a sewing needle, piercing through her throat, slicing from her throat bone straight to her abdomen. Little lamb, how dare you? The old woman roared with anger. She quickly stepped back, but her skin had already been cut open, and there was no blood, no messy organs pouring out. It was as if the skin was only wrapping a skeleton. Ji Yan changed his expression. Stop pretending. You are not the dorm manager, you are just wearing her skin, pretending to be her. You want to use her authority and intimidation to swindle me out of something? Nice plan. Ji Yan spoke flatly. As soon as he entered, Ji Yan had started to suspect. If this is a room storing treasures, why is it so messy? The traces around looked clearly like it had just been looted. More importantly, if this is the dorm manager, how come there's not a single system notification? And this suspicion, when Ji Yan activated his talent to trigger hidden information, got an answer. At this moment, the little bit of shriveled skin, originally a hunched, bloated body, gradually became thinner. Then, from inside, another figure slowly crawled out, shedding a large amount of rotten skin and mucus, resembling a snake shedding its skin. The person stood up, a slender and fiery woman with a stunning face. She wore a rat head badge on her chest, and the rat player, with her interest waning, spat out in boredom. Which idiot said that sheep players are dumb and easy to fool? I spent so much effort using the wish privilege to disguise as the dorm manager's skin, and now it's ruined. Ji Yan didn't care about her words, his expression indifferent. Where's the serum? The rat player snorted lightly. Can't you find it yourself? Ji Yan shook his head. If you know about the serum, it means there's no need to search. It's already on you. The rat player propped her chin, her face showing a hazy beauty under the moonlight. Pretty smart. But since I found it first, it's mine. If you want it, you can only buy it. That needle just now was quite good. Ji Yan narrowed his eyes, not speaking. His fingers gradually tightened around the sewing needle. While he was thinking about a free purchase of the serum from the rat player's hands, she suddenly waved her hand with a playful smile. All right, just kidding. You look like you want to eat me. Then, she raised her slender hand, reaching into her snow-white collar. From between her proud cleavage, she took out a small bottle and tossed it over. Here, take it. Ji Yan instinctively caught the glass bottle. It still had some residual warmth and a faint fragrance. Ding! Congratulations, player, you've obtained the free refresh item, Infection Serum. The free refreshing strange item is a strange item obtained not through tasks, but from specific times and places. Ji Yan's eyes widened in shock. Did they just give this to me? He felt a sense of caution, his fingers rubbing the glass bottle in his hand. The talent wasn't triggered, meaning the serum wasn't tampered with. So what exactly is she after? A sudden act of kindness? Looking at me because I'm handsome? Both seem too far-fetched. Noticing Ji Yan's wary gaze, the mouse player understood his thoughts and tied her messy hair into a single ponytail. Stop guessing randomly, I certainly have my own purpose. It's simply to help you survive a little longer in this instance. In the zodiac alignment, the sheep and mouse get along. The longer you sheep players survive in the instance, the more it helps my progress and zodiac wishes. With a sigh, she continued, by the way, your last sheep player was promoted to attending physician and survived into the second stage of the instance story. If he developed steadily and didn't waste time, getting promoted to chief physician and entering the third stage of the story would have been almost certain. But in the end, he unfortunately got infected and was bitten to death by a sheep doctor, ending up in the morgue. Looking back, I've witnessed your sheep players cycle through 4 of them, and keep in mind, I've only survived in this instance for just over 30 days. An average of less than 10 days, and one gets eliminated. Among the 12 zodiacs, your sheep players are the shortest lived. It's like being cursed. It's quite unlucky for us mouse players to ally with you sheep. The mouse player pouted her red lips, jokingly complaining. Though she had a cold and stunning face, she was quite talkative, and her way of speaking and tone didn't match that face. It created a huge contrast. Hearing this, Ji Yan's eyes flickered. Although the other party spoke convincingly. But are mice and sheep really compatible allies? According to the instance prompts, players can find out which zodiac players are their enemies and which are allies by interacting with their respective medical mentors. Ji Yan had asked a similar question before, but the responses from the sheep doctor were cold and terse. We are sheep on the cutting board, anyone can take a bite. We have no allies, everyone is an enemy. Therefore, don't trust anyone among the 11 zodiacs. Chapter 65, The Elder with Asthma, Playing the Connections Game. What other information do you know? Ji Yan casually asked further. Mice, among the 12 zodiacs, tend to be cunning by nature. But regardless of how much truth mixed into her words, it was still information. Survival time in the instance not exceeding 10 days suggests that the sheep players are stuck at the second stage of the story, likely at that fatal checkpoint described in the main narrative. The mouse player might reveal some details. I'm not sure. I only know the first 4 of you, after becoming attending physicians, were all inevitably infected and eliminated. The mouse player shook her head. Ji Yan did not ask further and injected the serum into the syringe, piercing it into the chest where he was infected. Soon, the flesh that had rotted from the infection visibly began to recover its color. Ding! You have used the serum to effectively heal the infected area and prevented the spread of infection. Your condition is gradually improving. Isn't that how games work? Quick results, simple operations, no need to discuss details or logic. After moving his muscles, Ji Yan glanced at his personal status information to confirm there were no abnormalities. Thinking that the other party had survived long enough, making her an experienced player, Ji Yan seized the opportunity to inquire about more information regarding other zodiacs, which zodiac player is currently progressing the fastest in the instance. The mouse player replied without hesitation, of course, it's the zodiac dragon. That guy was already chief physician, and had begun the third stage of the instance story before I entered. It is said that in the later part of the third stage story, he will be targeting the hospital's director, who is the biggest boss in this instance. I have seen a dragon zodiac player once, hiss. Ji Yan could tell from her face that she was quite shocked, raising an eyebrow and asking, what happened? You could say, that guy didn't have any human traits left at all, his whole body was covered in purple and gold scales, and that face, at that moment, it was a mental blow to me. The mouse player looked unwilling to recall the memory. Ji Yan's eyes flickered as he continued chatting casually, but seeing that it was already close to 4 a.m., he ended the small talk and prepared to return to room 444. Before I go, I'll remind you, be extra cautious of the dog players in this instance, they are opposites to your sheep. Before she could finish, Ji Yan interrupted, I've already given them a heads up. A heads up? The mouse player was slightly stunned. Well, I guess it counts as a heads up, I returned the favor, but I'm not sure if they're satisfied? Ji Yan wasn't sure, after all, it was the bloody paper man who handled this task. He turned to walk towards the door, but as he grasped the doorknob, his hand felt sticky. Looking down, he saw a puddle of blood and phlegm on it, though he didn't know when it appeared. From the crack of the door, 2 hoarse coughs echoed from the outside. Cough, cough. In that instant, Ji Yan caught a familiar scent, a malicious, eerie stench of decay. Then, the door shook violently, as if something was trying to break through. Close the door. The mouse player hurried over and slammed the door shut. However, the cough had already started echoing inside the room. The mouse player's face turned slightly pale. Damn, we're too late. We've been targeted by an Eerie. Without her saying it, Ji Yan had already smelled it, the air, once fresh, now thick and foul-smelling. This was an invisible Eerie? Asthma Eerie, if I remember correctly, this is patient I-13. Normally, the Eerie patients in the hospital ward should rest at night in their rooms, so why would this one come to our dormitory building? The mouse player's expression was not good, clearly aware of how dangerous these types of Eerie's were. Ji Yen, however, had a guess. Patients wouldn't come to the dorm on their own. But what if a doctor gave instructions? Her words woke the mouse player, who realized, it's the black dog. A 13, I was in charge of this patient after I became a permanent staff member. At the time, there was a dog Zodiac player competing for this patient, but in the end, I only completed 20% of the task, while that guy got incredibly lucky and completed 80%. In the hospital instance, once a doctor surpasses 70% completion with a patient, they usually receive a reward, which is often a bizarre form of help from the patient's Eerie side. At that time, a 13 gave the dog player a stick of sandalwood incense. If he needed help, he would light the incense, burn it to 1/3, and the asthma Eerie patient would appear. The mouse player hadn't expected the dog player to use the sandalwood incense here. The reason for bringing the asthma Eerie here was obvious. That sandalwood is the black dog's treasure, something he kept as a last-ditch life-saving card. He shouldn't have used it against you. The mouse player tried to open the door, but it was as if the door was glued shut. Every time she pulled, thick blood and phlegm leaked from the door crack. It means someone has breached the defense. To get revenge, they've pulled out their trump card. Ji Yen roughly guessed that the bloody paper man had controlled the knocking Eerie, and made the dog player's situation pretty miserable. Thinking about it, it was kind of funny. The other side had targeted him, Ji Yen had just returned the favor, and yet they broke through his defenses. Wasn't it like, I'm going to beat you, and it's only right for me to suffer in silence, but if you strike back, I'll fight you to the death. Too annoying. At this moment, every minute, the hoarse cough echoed in the room. Ji Yen quickly realized that his own throat started itching too, like 1,000 ants crawling in his throat. Clearly, the asthma Eerie was using the cough to spread the bacteria in the air, infecting their bodies. Ji Yen couldn't help but cough twice. The mouse player hurriedly spoke, you can't cough. The more you cough, the stronger the itching gets, and the worse the lung infection becomes. Ji Yen could see the discomfort on the mouse player's face. She was desperately trying to endure the itch in her throat. Severe infection, and then? Ji Yen asked back, feeling something strange in his chest, his lungs churning, as if something was trying to break out. The mouse player wiped small beads of sweat from her forehead. The strange patient's cough didn't release bacteria, but its eggs. Breathing will allow the eggs to parasitize inside, coughing will make the eggs grow rapidly. At this point, the mouse player recalled a bad memory. At that time, I saw those infected patients with my own eyes. They coughed violently, but what came out wasn't blood or phlegm, it was embryo mucus. In the end, I saw the patient's throat swell up to the size of their head, their mouth stretching open like a snake's, and a strange baby, the size of a football, crawled out of their mouth. Ji Yen twitched his lips when he heard this. The mouse player would rather bite her hand until it bled than cough. She would rather die than let a baby crawl out of her throat. This way of dying was just too disgusting. Ji Yen instinctively coughed twice, as if confirming that what was said was true, coughing up a puddle of transparent mucus. Doctor, I feel so bad, I can't breathe from coughing, do you have any medicine? Please save me. In the room, a wheezing strange sound could be heard. It seemed like a cry for help from Ji Yen, but in reality, it was just a random line it threw out to him. I have medicine. How about you show yourself first, and I'll take a look at you? Ji Yen responded, but the wheezing strange continued repeating its lines, as if it couldn't hear him, coughing more frequently and violently. This old bastard. Ji Yen's expression darkened slightly. Old man, do you remember me? At this moment, the mouse player suddenly spoke. You are the mouse doctor who came with the dog doctor that day, why are you here too? Seeing that the other person had responded to her, the mouse player smiled and glanced at Ji Yen before speaking, Old man, you were looking for Dr. Yang. I just happened to pass by. Could you? The air grew still for a moment before the strange wheezing voice slowly echoed, all right. Mouse doctor, you can leave. I'm only looking for Dr. Yang, after all, the medicine is with him. Hearing this, the mouse player secretly sighed in relief. It seemed that her 20% favorability with the strange patient was still useful. She looked at Ji Yen, her expression not one of embarrassment, the trouble is looking for you. Though we're allies by the Zodiac, you have to understand, in this strange instance, allies are as fragile as paper. You have to rely on yourself to survive this. Ji Yen glanced at her, I'm not stopping you from leaving. The mouse player was slightly stunned and couldn't help but ask, how do you plan to deal with this? With this setup, in less than 10 minutes, the strange baby in your lungs will fully form and force its way out. Ji Yen pressed his hand to his chest and coughed lightly, that black dog has his own patient with connections. Coincidentally, I do too. If this wheezing old man insists on messing with me, then let my patient have a deep conversation with him. As his words finished, a small brown bottle appeared in Ji Yan's hand. He twisted off the cork, and a strange fragrance quickly spread throughout the room. Chapter 66, Cut open your chest and dig out your throat. Looking at the open small bottle, the brown-yellow oil quickly evaporating, Ji Yan's throat squirmed, his expression constantly changing. He hadn't expected that the oil fragrance that had felt so hot in his hands a few hours ago would be used so quickly. But with the current trouble, Ji Yan could only think of calling a 22-patient Lu Yan to help. From his experience with the Crimson Apartment instance, Ji Yan knew that when entangled by the strange, most of the time you could only escape by using another strange entity. He had also built nearly 80% favorability with Lu Yan. He just wasn't sure if Lu Yan could handle this wheezing old man. By dang. Another 2 coughs, and Ji Yan clearly felt something squirming inside his lungs. This sensation was incredibly uncomfortable. Ji Yan turned his head and spat out a large amount of mucus. The mouse player, with 20% favorability with the wheezing patient, had already relieved the itching in her throat. She watched the evaporating oil fragrance and didn't feel optimistic about Ji Yan's situation. Asthma demon, though a moderate patient, is extremely dangerous. Ordinary patients cannot handle it. Your patient, I'm afraid. Ji Yan covered his chest, breathing quickly. My patient may not necessarily be a soft persimmon. The rat player was about to speak when Xiao Rong suddenly turned pale. Ji Yan felt his shoulders sink, a chill ran down his back, and the wheezing old man's voice and coughing continued in his ears. From the rat player's perspective, a terrifyingly deformed old man was barely visible, crouching on Ji Yan's back. Perhaps sensing something wrong with the oily fragrance, the asthma demon sped up the infection. Ji Yan's face darkened. Just as he was about to take a hammer from his toolbar, he suddenly felt something sticky drip on his face. Wiping his fingers, he found a disgusting, brown-yellow sticky liquid. But Ji Yan recognized at once that it was oil. The rat player also had corpse oil dripping on her. When she looked up, her pupils contracted. The entire ceiling seemed to be melting, and a large amount of corpse oil dripped down. Then, a huge face slowly appeared from above. Dr. Yan. I couldn't sleep all night. I had a feeling you would ask me to come find you late at night, and sure enough, the feeling came true. The rat player was so frightened she collapsed to the ground. It's not her fault, it's just that the face on the ceiling was too terrifying. The entire face looked like cheese, with features that seemed to melt at any moment. Ji Yan was also startled. He didn't expect Zhang Yan to make such an entrance, with her entire face coming straight from the ceiling into his view. At this moment, the walls of the entire room had a layer of oil seeping through, and the shelves collapsed, as if the storage room had turned into a cream room. Ji Yan painfully covered his chest and said, Lu Yan, I'm not looking for you two. Before Ji Yan could finish, he heard Lu Yan's soft voice, Dr. Yang, you look uncomfortable. Also, who is the old man on your back? Why does he keep lying on you? Ji Yan couldn't see the asthma demon old man, but he could clearly hear the old man's heavy breathing and coughing in his ears. Enduring the pain in his throat and lungs, Ji Yan struggled to lift his head, gritting his teeth. A few words won't explain it. You need to find a way to stop the old man on my back from coughing. If he keeps coughing, I'll die. This is not a request, it's an order, no matter what method you use. Ji Yan knew that he couldn't be weak and beg Lu Yan. Her twisted mentality only responded to force and humiliation. Sure enough, hearing that cold command, Lu Yan didn't get angry but instead laughed and simply replied with one word, okay. The next moment, Ji Yan felt the chilling sensation on his back disappear. When he looked up, he saw a deformed hand reaching down from the darkness. Then, the sharp, furious roar of the asthma demon echoed, where did this freaky girl come from? Mind your own business, or I'll deal with you too. Next, a piercing roar and the chilling sound of body collisions came from the darkness on the ceiling. The two demon patients were fighting, but Ji Yan couldn't care less. He felt like his chest was about to explode. Although the asthma old man didn't continue to worsen the infection, the demonic embryo inside his lungs had already formed, and it seemed ready to force its way out of his mouth. Thinking about how his mouth and head might be torn apart, Ji Yan felt a chill down his spine. The rat player came over, took a quick look, and furrowed her brow. The embryo is formed. You need to kill it before it comes out. Because of the Chinese zodiac compatibility, I can interact with my medical mentor to perform open surgery on you, but that would mean you owe a favor to the rat demon doctor and trigger a mandatory task from it. Ji Yan spat out a large mouthful of mucus. Breathing heavily, he said, I don't like owing favors. He got into trouble over favors in the Scarlet Apartment, and one thing led to another, causing endless problems. I can perform the open surgery myself. The rat player seemed to have heard something absurd. The moment the scalpel cuts open your chest, blood spurted out, and your life would flow away completely in less than a minute. Your medical kit is only of excellent, rare, quality, and it doesn't even have any hemostatic medicine, blood replenishing potions, or sutures. Stop pretending, only Dr. Goye can save you now. Ji Yan shook his head, I really don't have a good medical kit. But I have a special surgical knife. No matter how special, it's still just a surgical knife. The mouse player had just finished speaking when he saw a scalpel without a blade appear in Ji Yan's hand. Ji Yan undid his chest medical uniform and made a cut at the collarbone area. It had no blade, yet it easily made a cut. And there was no blood flowing. Instead, they clearly saw the organs under the ribs pulsing and a mass of black stuff wriggling in the lungs. The mouse player's eyes widened. The other shore scalpel, a knife that doesn't kill, only saves life. Any living thing cut by it will retain its original vitality, even decapitations or heart extractions. Miss Mouse, could you do me a favor? Ji Yan looked at her. The mouse player's delicate face showed a moment of confusion. At this moment, a loud noise came from the ceiling in the dark, where two patients were locked in combat. It seemed like the result was coming. Ji Yan raised his eyes. He didn't know Lu Yan's exact combat strength, but he thought that having her deal with the asthma freak would give him some time to escape. But what made Ji Yan's heart plummet was the voice of the asthma freak coming down from above. "Heh, freaky girl." Immediately, an old face, full of ruin, appeared from the darkness, staring fixedly at Ji Yan. When despair spread in his heart, the asthma freak was left with only a head, which rolled to the floor. A deformed hand reached into the neck, pulled out the throat bones and trachea cleanly, and blood splattered all over the place. Fatty oil churned, Lu Yan's body, like a mountain of meat, emerged from the darkness. Her bloated, giant face pressed close to Ji Yan and the mouse player. In her hand, she held a bloody pile of shredded flesh and offered it up. Lu Yan smiled, as if seeking praise from Ji Yan, full of admiration and respect. "Dr. Yang, do you think this is good? I stopped this old man from coughing for you, and now." Lu Yan smiled and nodded. I took out his entire throat, so he'll never cough again." Ji Yan. Mouse Player. Chapter 67, Open Surgery, A Quick Greeting. "No way, this is way too brutal." The mouse player covered her mouth, eyes wide in shock. Ji Yan also didn't expect Lu Yan to be so fierce. In just the blink of an eye, she had torn off the asthma freak's head. He suddenly remembered that there had been a hint before that Lu Yan was transferred from the severe ward to the moderate ward and was a genuine emergency patient. According to the dungeon settings, the most dangerous map area was the emergency floor, where the patients were almost all extremely brutal and hard to deal with weirdos. Thinking about it now, it seemed to make sense. Lu Yan's bloated, deformed body moved closer, staring at Ji Yan's open chest, casually tossing away the bloody mass of flesh she had in her hand. She looked at Ji Yan's open-hearted chest and oddly showed a hint of shyness. "Dr. Yang, you have something dirty inside you." Ji Yan wiped the cold sweat off his face. "I know. So, I need Dr. Mouse to help me with a simple removal surgery." "Dr. Mouse, you won't refuse, right?" Before the mouse player could say anything, she saw Lu Yan's face, full of a deadly threat, slowly approaching. "Dr. Mouse, please. Your life is tied to Dr. Yang's. If Dr. Yang dies, you'll have to die with him. You should understand what I mean, right?" Looking at that kind smile, the mouse player felt an overwhelming pressure and could only grit her teeth and agree. She took the other shore scalpel and looked at the blood-red interior that had been cut open, performing what was called surgery. The parasitic weird baby inside was about to open its eyes and crawl out, but the moment it opened its eyes, a hand wearing sterilized gloves pulled it out. The weird baby was about to get mad, but just let a deformed hand squeeze it, like Lu Yan popping a pimple, and crush the head. The root of the disease cleared. Ji Yan's chest, cut open, was being stitched back together slowly by the needle and thread taken from his medical kit by the mouse player. When the thread was cut, it was miraculous to see the stitched needle and thread disappear, the flesh and blood healing back, with no scars left behind. A crude surgery was absurdly completed like this. The mouse player felt a pang of pain. The seamless stitch was a strange object she had always been reluctant to use. As long as the flesh was stitched, it could heal perfectly, even torn organs could be stitched together, and vitality would return. Now, it was wasted on a stranger, so effortlessly. Touching his chest, Ji Yan noticed the mouse player's heartache and comforted her. "You said it yourself, we're allies. The longer I live, the more it will help you in the game. Think of it as an investment." The mouse player. Lu Yan leaned forward, her massive body crowding the narrow storage room. She gazed at Ji Yan, then looked towards the door. "Dr. Yang, there are eyes outside staring at you. Should I help you deal with them?" She sensed that those eyes also had strong hostility toward Ji Yan. The mouse player raised an eyebrow and spoke. "It's the black dog. He has a zodiac privilege at night, and his sense of smell is extremely sharp. Any hostile strange being near him will be detected. Besides, that black dog is sneaky and cautious. If you want revenge, it might be a bit difficult." Lu Yan frowned at the words, her cold gaze locked on the mouse player. "As long as Dr. Yang wants, I can send his head to you in 5 minutes." The mouse player could tell Lu Yan was trying hard to show her worth in front of Ji Yan, constantly fawning over him. She couldn't help but be secretly surprised. Had this A22 patient been conquered by Ji Yan, or had he been Ed? "It's too licking, isn't it?" Ji Yan instead asked about something unrelated. "What is the wish of the zodiac dog?" The mouse player thought for a moment. Loyalty. The more loyal he is to the dog's strange doctor, the stronger his wish privilege becomes. A wish and a wish privilege are very different things. A wish is some kind of trait displayed between the player and the Zodiac medical master. Only the stronger the wish, the stronger the wish privilege one can obtain. For example, Ji Yan's wish is sincerity. But his wish privilege is like sheep's parchment. Only if he is more sincere toward the sheep strange doctor can the privilege of the sheep parchment be enhanced. However, to use the sheep parchment, he has to lie, which contradicts sincerity, making Ji Yan puzzled for a long time. Loyalty. Ji Yan's eyes flickered, suddenly coming up with a heart-wrenching method of revenge. Then, if the dog doctor finds out that his medical student is disloyal, or even betrays him, what will happen? The mouse player shook her head, unless that black dog has lost his mind. Betrayal equals death. How could he jump into the fire himself? Ji Yan revealed a meaningful smile. He won't jump in by himself. But I'll give him a little push. The mouse player looked at Ji Yan in confusion. Ji Yan said nothing more and buttoned up his white coat. Lu Yan looked at Ji Yan's charming smile, her deformed hands cradling her enormous face, her eyes full of infatuation and longing. So bad. I really like it. In an inconspicuous room. The dog player suddenly turned his head. He saw the sandalwood incense he had lit, still burning, but strangely extinguished, rising into a few wisps of blue smoke. This made his pupils contract into pinpoints. His tone was full of disbelief. Impossible, that's the A13 patient. That little white lamb just arrived on the first day of the dungeon. What kind of method could he use to kill that asthma strange? He had seen the horror of the asthma strange. It couldn't be captured by the naked eye. Once the target heard the coughing sound, they were already sentenced to death. He didn't even know what the strange looked like. He racked his brain but couldn't figure out how Ji Yan could escape such a death trap. He covered his blinded eye, which was still oozing endlessly from the inside. He solved the knocking mystery, but in return, he had one of his eyeballs ripped out. The dog player also didn't understand how Ji Yan used some trick to turn the knocker's hatred toward him, his master. Knocker's asthma trick. After losing 2 of his trump cards in a row, the black dog gradually began to sweat. His previously burning rage for revenge was extinguished. He started to see that this new little lamb was completely different from the previous timid ones. This one had thorns, a ruthless character. Forget it. Just consider it as me taking a silent loss. Damn it, thinking about it makes me feel so unwilling. When he sensed that there was no malicious aura around, the dog player got up, preparing to return to his resting room. However, when he opened the door, he found a shadow quietly standing outside. You. Before the black dog could react, a flash of cold light was aimed straight at his throat. He quickly stepped back, but his throat was still slashed open. Tightly covering the blood spurting from his throat, the black dog stared at the figure. Who are you? Sheep. The moonlight poured down, illuminating half of Ji Yan's face. The black dog held his breath, every hair on his body standing up, staring at Ji Yan at the door like facing a great enemy. Wiping the blood from the black dog off his hands, Ji Yan smiled gently. Don't be nervous. I just came to say hello. After all, you've helped me twice tonight, we should meet. The black dog's gaze darkened, one hand quietly hidden behind his back. White sheep. You've made me blind in one eye, now we're even. If you really want to break things apart, I can guarantee, I will drag you down with me. Ji Yan didn't care whether the black dog's harsh words were true or not, only faintly smiling and saying, this scalpel, I got it from the morgue. According to the panel's information, it's heavily contaminated. As long as it injures a player, within half an hour, the infection will spread throughout the body, growing black wool all over, with horns on the head, turning into a mindless black sheep monster. The dog player couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Haha, who would believe such ghost stories? If you're going to lie, at least make it reasonable. If I were infected, how would my panel have no warning at all? This kind of scare tactics for children, you really came up with that? Ji Yan didn't seem the least bit awkward. Instead, he smiled with deep meaning. Not all devices have warnings. Do you think I believe it? The dog player sneered. Whether you believe it or not, 10 minutes later, you'll have your answer. What you should worry about now is, when your medical mentor sees you, a dog, growing wool and horns, what will happen? With that said, Ji Yan put away the scalpel and turned to leave. The dog player was stunned. Just left like that? Chapter 68, The Lie Becomes True, The Mouse's Theft. Step. Listening to the footsteps fading away, the dog player confirmed that Ji Yan had indeed left just like that, but he still couldn't believe it. Did he really leave just like that? Or was it? He touched the wound on his throat. The scalpel had only made a shallow cut, not touching the trachea. Looking at the blood on his finger, the dog player showed a hint of fear on his face. But the next second, he vigorously shook his head, denying this absurd thought. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He must be trying to scare me. It's his first day in this instance. How could he unlock the morgue map block and have such a ridiculous scalpel? I've never even heard of it. He checked his personal status panel. All stats were completely normal. This further confirmed that Ji Yan's words were false. This is just a child's scare tactic. The dog player chuckled and hummed, casually bandaging his throat wound before returning to his resting room. But on the way back, he subconsciously touched his throat wound, strangely feeling a little itchy. 20 minutes later. Lying in bed, the dog player tossed and turned, feeling very uncomfortable all over his body. Gradually, he grew increasingly uneasy and anxious. Suddenly, he sat up and quickly rushed to the mirror. Tear open the collar and check the wound. The mouth is already scabbed over, but the dog player feels even more uneasy. He repeatedly checks the status panel, finding nothing unusual, but why does he feel so terrible? Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there's a knock at the door. The dog player, alert, does not open it, but the doorknob turns by itself and slowly opens. At the door stands a tall, dark figure dressed in a blood-stained white coat, with a head like a black-furred hound, hands in pockets, looking at his medical student with a face devoid of sorrow or joy. The task for you tonight, you haven't reported yet. Suddenly, the dog player remembers, tonight he triggered a late-night task from the dog quirky doctor, and the task is to successfully influence the personal state of the sheep player. He grits his teeth and reports the situation honestly. He does not dare to embellish, for he knows well what the dog quirky doctor is most sensitive about: loyalty. After the report, a layer of black fog visibly appears on the dog quirky doctor's face, his eyes icy cold. Your performance tonight is very poor. The dog player dares not respond, lowering his head, not daring to breathe. But the next second, he sees hair sprouting from the back of his hand. His pupils constrict, and he quickly covers the back of his hand, but soon he breaks down and finds that the other hand is also covered in black hair. It itches on his face, and his head feels swollen and painful. Wait, no. How can this be real? He touches the rough fuzz on his face and feels the hard bone lump on his head. As the dog player panics to the extreme, he hears the dog quirky doctor's voice, filled with chilling coldness. Explain to me. Why is there wool from the zodiac sheep growing on you, and what about the horns on your head? The dog player looks up and sees the doctor's terrifying face, with lips curling up, exposing crimson gums. Teacher, I don't know, I know nothing. It's the ram's surgical knife causing this. I absolutely did not betray you. This is the ram's trap. Teacher, you can't fall into that dead ram's trap. The dog player pleads, his voice mixed with roars, as horrifying black wool grows all over him, with the skin of his forehead breaking open, sharp horns erupting from his head. The dog quirky doctor looks at his medical student. His eyes grow colder and colder. He shakes his head, looking both helpless and regretful. I can see that this is a ram's trap. But this is not the ram's trap, it is the black ram's trap. Whether you are loyal or if you have betrayed is no longer important, you have already been infected. And I do not need infected students, they will tarnish the surgical knife. The infected zodiac will ultimately be sent to the morgue. The dog player steps back, as in his constricting pupils, the dog quirky doctor's paw, covered in black fur, looms larger and larger. Warning! Zodiac dog S quirky doctor has serious doubts about your loyalty. Wish, it believes you have been severely infected. Ding! You have been sent to the morgue, becoming one of the selfless cadaver teachers. You have died and logged out. In room 444, Ji Yan opens the scroll of lies. On the tattered scroll, there is a line of bloodied words. Those are Ji Yan's lies. A common surgical knife disguised as a seriously contaminated surgical knife through lies. The dog player's throat wound is just an ordinary wound. But under Ji Yan's enticing language and expressions, if the dog player's heart is not steadfast, gradually sinking into the trap of temptation, then the lie becomes true. Privilege activates, as the lie describes, growing weird woolen horns. So that is a lie. And it is also the truth. Ji Yan feels that triggering this privilege isn't hard at all. Human hearts are suspicious. When a lie is true enough, even if you firmly believe it's fake, as time passes, you will begin to doubt yourself. For example, when you see the phrase "you have laryngitis," you will feel your throat itch, wanting to cough, and all this is psychological suggestion. And the scroll will turn this psychological suggestion into real existence. Upon further consideration, Ji Yan feels this wish privilege is very domineering. If there were no restrictions, if it were to be used freely, Ji Yan felt he could walk sideways in this scenario. Ding! Congratulations, Zodiac Sheep Player, you used the wish privilege and successfully eliminated the Zodiac Dog Player. The Sheep Trick Doctor is very satisfied with your performance, advancing the strategy by 20%. Because the Zodiac Sheep and Dog are in a conflicting relationship, you receive an extra reward. Your internship period is reduced from 3 days to 2 days. Just complete one more day of internship to pass the first stage plot and transition from intern to attending doctor. You have received a strategy reward, Sheep Trick Doctor's Torn Mask. The game announcement sounded. Ji Yan let out a slight sigh of relief. That black dog tried numerous schemes but failed, while he only needed one strike to be fatal. Eliminating Zodiac players not only provided strategic benefits, but also rewards and plot progression. No wonder all 12 players devised ways to eliminate each other. Compared to simply going through the plot, this hunting method indeed worked much better. Dr. Sheep, day is breaking. You should rest, you have surgery tomorrow. In the room, the nurses hiding in the darkness cautiously spoke. They really resembled a worried mother. It's time to rest. Ji Yan simply stretched, and according to the hospital scenario setting, players only needed 2 to 3 hours of rest to fully recover. That's why so many Zodiac players come out late at night to carry out missions. Closing the prompt panel, Ji Yan glanced at the accumulated quirky item in the toolbar and prepared to hurriedly go to sleep. However, with that glance, Ji Yan found that his dead wife's machete and Wraith's eyeball had inexplicably vanished from his toolbar. Wait, where are my quirky items? In shock, Ji Yan suddenly heard a game prompt in his mind. Alarm! You frequently interacted with the Zodiac mouse player, who used the wish privilege, cunning theft and successfully randomly stole from your toolbar. Ji Yan. Chapter 69, with principle and interest, a new patient. Tisk, really can't guard against it. Is this the so-called mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole is behind? Although Ji Yan didn't fully believe the mouse player's words at first and remained skeptical, he never expected her to silently steal from his toolbar. This was outrageous, right? She could even open another player's game toolbar and steal quirky items. Thinking about it, he turned to consider his lying sheepskin scroll seemed even more outrageous, so he didn't react too much. He didn't feel bad over the eyeball, but the machete was a good item. Though it was defective, if repaired, it might even level up to legendary quality. Cunning, stealing really fits this Zodiac's characteristics. Remembering the innocent and dull face that the mouse player disguised, Ji Yan had to admit that there were only 12 players in this scenario, yet each one was more cunning than the next, all playing mind games. He also pulled out a note from his pocket that the mouse player had snuck in at some point. It had only 4 simple words on it: "Thank you for the gift." Heh, quite proud, huh? She better hope we don't meet again. Otherwise, stealing things is going to come with both principle and interest. Closing the toolbar, Ji Yan shook his head and smiled, then climbed into bed to rest. There's a gain and a loss. He viewed this matter lightly. On the other side, in the resting room, the mouse player was counting tonight's spoils, quite a few scattered items. She was holding the broken machete and a constantly rotating eyeball. This little sheep has quite a few treasures. It's such a shame that I only peeled off 2 items, I really don't know how many treasures there are. She packed them happily, feeling that tonight's sleep would be sweet. I worked hard on surgery for him, and I'm mindful to use the flawless medical needle and thread on him. Taking a little interest is not too much, right? The mouse player thought this way and fell asleep peacefully. The next morning, the dim white mist seeped through the windowsill, landing on the blood-stained bed covers. Ji Yan, who had only slept for 2 hours, woke up on time, washed up briefly, and put on his white coat. In the daytime, room 444 was cold and quiet, far from the lively, crowded atmosphere of last night's room full of caregivers. By day, neither under the bed nor in the wardrobe were there any of those strange caregivers, clearly NPCs that only appeared at night. As Ji Yan stepped out the door, he immediately noticed the strange sheep doctor already standing at the door. Its long figure, even in the daylight, gave a chilling, oppressive feeling that struck deep into the soul. Compared to yesterday, the white coat on it was more stained with blood, and the hair on its head looked even whiter. Its eyes, bulging out of the eye sockets, stared at Ji Yan with a terrifying intensity, making him nervously laugh and say, "Good morning, teacher. You left the room in the middle of the night." Before Ji Yan could speak, the strange sheep doctor interrupted as if it could read his mind. "You went to a very, very unclean place. You are covered in the smell of corpses." The sheep doctor's gaze was sharp and piercing, as one of its hands lifted and pressed against Ji Yan's head. Ji Yan involuntarily broke out in a cold sweat, but fortunately, the sheep doctor's cold tone softened soon after. "You should be thankful. You weren't infected. Don't go there again. That place underground is full of infection sources. I've warned you before. If you get infected, you'll fail the evaluation, and I'll start training a new intern." Ji Yan nodded vigorously. But his keen mind noticed that the sheep doctor was anxious. It was nervous about him going to the morgue, or perhaps even afraid. What could be down there that even the Zodiac sheep doctor was afraid of? However, you killed the Zodiac dog's intern, and for that, I am very pleased. That dog has always been my mortal enemy. Its student is dead, and that will definitely hurt it badly. The sheep doctor's lips curled into a gruesome smile, exposing bloody teeth and gums. The smile was as chilling as it was horrifying. The image was so disturbing that Ji Yan didn't dare to look directly and could only nod in agreement. "Today, you will treat a special patient. The sheep doctor handed him a report sheet, and Ji Yan glanced at it. Patient A44, condition, critical, transferred from the emergency building to the inpatient building due to improvement in condition. Another transfer from the emergency building, still a critical patient. Seeing the glaring words on the patient's report, Ji Yan thought to himself that this was definitely a death buff maxed out. The internship period was about to end, but it seemed the sheep doctor was determined to make sure he wouldn't survive. This patient is very important to the hospital. Recently, their condition has been worsening. It's possible, maybe, that the condition could spiral out of control, but if you're careful, it should be fine. When Ji Yan heard this, he felt uneasy. If the sheep doctor's maybe came out of its mouth, this patient must be extremely dangerous. There will be another player treating with you. The one who passed the C-section interview with you that day, the Zodiac one, is not in conflict with a sheep, nor are they hostile. However, don't let it steal the spotlight. Even though it's the last day of your internship, you need to present me with a satisfactory answer. After saying this, the sheep doctor turned and left. The one who passed the C-section with him, was it the pig or the snake? With this question in mind, Ji Yan took the report sheet and headed to the task location. A few minutes later, he arrived at the inpatient building, room A44. There was a figure standing outside the room. But it wasn't another Zodiac player. It was a strange nurse, wearing a yellowing, blood-soaked nurse's uniform, with a curvaceous body and a head wrapped in gauze. The image was eerily similar to the nurses from Silent Hill. "Dr. Sheep, your treatment should begin. The patient has been waiting for you for a long time," said the Eerie nurse, her voice coming from under the gauze-wrapped head. "Where's the other doctor?" Ji Yan looked around but saw only himself and the strange nurse. Dr. Pig has already entered the room. Upon hearing that the other doctor went in first, Ji Yan wasn't worried about losing the opportunity. He knew that the patient in A44 would definitely be more troublesome than Lu Yan in A22, and he hoped that the pig would help him uncover some potential traps. After the Eerie nurse opened the door, Ji Yan entered the patient's room. The dimness of the room disappeared. The environment inside the ward was unexpectedly normal. There was no nauseating chaos. No bloody horror. On the contrary, everything was neat and bright, all items were arranged in an orderly manner. By the window seat sat a woman in a luxurious black dress, with long hair like a black waterfall, her face beautiful, her features delicate and flawless. At this moment, she was gazing out the window, her eyes hollow and lifeless. Ji Yan looked around. Besides the patient, he didn't see any pig players. Where are they? At this moment, the female patient by the window slowly turned her head and looked at Ji Yan, slowly speaking, "The pig just left. The sheep has arrived." Ji Yan touched his nose, interacting in the usual manner. "Hello, I'm the doctor responsible for treating you, Dr. Sheep. Where did the other doctor go?" In response to Ji Yan's inquiry, the female patient lifted her head and looked at the empty ceiling. She softly spoke, "Dr. Pig? My child doesn't like this doctor. He's already in their stomachs. Dr. Sheep, don't mind these meaningless things, please start your treatment." The female patient's glassy black eyes stared at Ji Yan, without sadness, without joy, without any emotional shine. Chapter 70, Mental Delusions? Gu Meng's self-account. Don't mind these meaningless things. Ji Yan's lips twitched. He looked at the empty ceiling, feeling uneasy in his heart while also guessing the illness of the patient in front of him. Mental delusion? Split personality? If the child she mentioned was something she imagined, then where did the pig player go? The room was fully visible. How could such a big player just disappear? Ji Yan found a chair, sat down, took out the report sheet, and forced a description as he asked, "Can you tell me in detail, is it you or your child whose condition is the problem?" The female patient picked up an oil pen and began drawing something on a board, her eyes filled with a sickly pity and melancholy. "Just call me Gu Meng. My child has no problem. It's just accompanying me to the hospital, afraid that I, as a mother, would be too lonely." The paintbrush, soaked in dye, colored the drawing paper, and the colorful stains smeared the white hospital gown. "My illness is simple, it's a heart illness. A heart illness turned into a disease. I've been trapped in one thing and can't get out, so I've been receiving treatment." Gu Meng's narrow eyes glanced at Ji Yan. "The reason my condition worsened today is that I dreamed of the heart illness again last night, so I lost control." Ji Yan pretended to write on the report sheet, raising an eyebrow and unconsciously asking, "How did you lose control?" While drawing, Gu Meng spoke with an apologetic tone, "The caregiver and the nurse who were taking care of me. I tore them apart and fed them to my child. They were both fine, it was just that I couldn't control my emotions." Ji Yan. At this point, Gu Meng's tone changed, becoming cold, "But this is also their own fault. They shouldn't have repeatedly brushed me off, causing my condition to worsen. My lover died in this hospital, but they refused to let me see my dead lover. Such a simple request, they either tried to deceive me with another body or delayed and avoided me in every possible way. You can't believe it, I haven't slept a single night. Every time I close my eyes, I see my lover, begging me to come see him for the last time. At this point, her paintbrush turned into powder. The coldness on her face flashed away, replaced by a gentle smile as she spoke to Ji Yan. Dr. Sheep, you're a good doctor. Can you take me to see my lover? As long as you take me to the morgue, you don't need to worry about anything else. Once I see my lover's body, my heart will settle, and your task will be completed. This is a win-win situation, isn't it? Ji Yan listened, falling silent for a while. The morgue was a hidden map section he unlocked last night. Using the treatment privilege, taking a patient to the morgue wouldn't be a violation. However, if just taking her to see her lover completed the task, how could so many players have been tricked into death? According to Dr. Sheep's words, patient A44, just the Zodiac player alone, would. Half of the treatments had been taken over, and without exception, all ended in failure. In fact, quite a few players died tragically and went offline. Just like pig players. There is definitely a deadly minefield here. At this moment, Ji Yan suddenly felt a warmth above her head, and then, something sticky slid down her face. Immediately, she heard Gu Meng scold, "Little Gu Meng, Dr. Yang hasn't rejected you yet. Pull your tongue back." Ji Yan's scalp tingled. Wait, it's not a mental delusion. The ceiling above her head really had an invisible, eerie presence. And it was licking her with its tongue. Gu Meng's words were essentially giving Ji Yan a choice: either take her to the morgue, find her lover, and resolve the mental demon tormenting her, or, like the pig players, be swallowed by the invisible child. Miss Gu, if finding your lover can help with your condition, I will naturally do everything I can to help. Ji Yan smiled, her smile dry. Really? Thank you, Dr. Yang. I just hope you won't be like those doctors who brush me off with other patients. Gu Meng's face showed surprise, but still had doubts. This made Ji Yan find the point of confusion. Why would those players rather find a body to brush her off than let Gu Meng meet her lover? Was her lover some forbidden NPC that players couldn't touch, and Gu Meng treated it as a trick, leading to the players being blackened, killed, and eliminated? Dr. Yang, come, let me show you our family of 3. This is the family portrait I drew. In a better mood, Gu Meng tore off the drawing paper and handed it to Ji Yan. Looking at the paper, Ji Yan's eyes uncontrollably twitched. In the drawing, Gu Meng was sitting elegantly and magnificently in a chair. Leaning beside her was a tall man in a suit, but his face had no features. Above them hung a monster that looked like a spider, with extremely long limbs, a completely ruined face, and a bloody mouth still holding a corpse. Dr. Yang, what do you think? Gu Meng leaned over, her face full of a sweet smile. The drawing is really good. Through the paper, I can feel how happy your family of 3 is. Ji Yan's praise seemed to come from the bottom of her heart. Dr. Yang, you're much better than those cold, stiff doctors. At least your mouth is sweet. So, I hope you won't lie to me like them. You would never lie to me, right? The more expectation Gu Meng had, the more Ji Yan smelled the scent of death. When Gu Meng took back the drawing paper, Ji Yan seized the opportunity to make eye contact with her. The 4 eyes met, not in a flirtatious way, but to trigger the talent. Ding! Omniscience and understanding has been triggered. The player consumes 25% of their mental state, and gains hidden information. My name is Gu Meng, and in my life, there was someone who loved me very much, but one day he fell ill, was sent to this hospital, and mysteriously died. The doctors and nurses always try to find ways to prevent me from seeing my dead lover, and they keep saying that I'm sick. What secret are they hiding? Where has my lover gone? Did he really die? Ji Yan withdrew her gaze, her head spinning. Gu Meng asked in confusion, Dr. Yang, what's wrong with you? Nothing, maybe I was too tired from working overtime last night. Ji Yan responded perfunctorily, quickly analyzing the hidden information she had gained. The hidden information was written from the Eerie patient's perspective in a self-narrative. The reason Gu Meng desperately wanted to see her lover was because she believed he hadn't died. It was the necromantic hospital that hid an unknown secret from her, and had been trying to stop and delay her, causing her mental condition to worsen and become more uncontrollable. In other words, Gu Meng's condition really was a mental illness? No. This definitely wasn't so simple. This hidden information seemed to explain the reason, but in reality, it was still vague. Dr. Yang, why are you still dazed? You should take me to the morgue. Gu Meng's pale, charming face leaned closer, looking impatient. Dressed in pure white hospital clothes, drenched in blaring dye. Ji Yan came back to his senses and nodded. But he discovered something strange about the dye on Gu Meng's palette. The dye was actually made from skin tissue. This dye. These dyes were made by the doctors who treated me. I must say, dyes made from corpses are much more vibrant and shiny, aren't they? Gu Meng held the palette with a very satisfied smile. Ji Yan remained silent. He simply stared at those dyes, and then he successfully triggered his talent again. The second time he triggered omniscience and understanding, the hidden information he obtained was a first-person account from the player's perspective. The content of the information was completely different from Gu Meng's account. Chapter 71, Another Deadlock, A Split in the Mind? I am a pig, the bizarre patient in room A44, completely incurable. I originally thought she really was just troubled by her heart, and if I found the lover she mentioned, the mission would be complete, but in the end, I realized how naive I was. I am a monkey, the bizarre patient in A44, it's not heart trouble, it's severe delusions. I am a dog, do not take the bizarre patient from A44 to the morgue, her lover is not there at all, everything is just her own imagination, even that invisible bizarre son does not exist, it's merely her hallucination. I am an ox, the patient in A44 is incurable, this is a deadlock. If you don't take her to the morgue, it's death. If you take her to the morgue, you won't find her imagined lover either, it's also death. Haha, you can go play with yourself. Having received the accounts from the players who previously treated Gu Meng and were eliminated, Ji Yan finally found the answer to his doubts. A deadlock. Another deadlock. He had already forgotten how many times he had heard these two words. Ironically, every time this seemingly deadlocked situation arose, Ji Yan always managed to find a way out. But this time, Ji Yan wasn't sure if he would be so lucky. He quickly analyzed the so-called deadly minefield. Players must help Gu Meng find her lover, otherwise, they would be corrupted and killed. And this lover doesn't exist at all, it's merely her delusion, so it's impossible to find. The deadlock is right here. When previous Zodiac players realized this point, some tried to find other corpses as substitutes, while others desperately searched for excuses to dismiss it. Without exception, they all ended in failure, meeting a tragic death. And this had made Gu Meng's delusional disorder even worse. She fantasized that all the doctors in the undead hospital were colluding to cover up some secret, setting her up, and even believed her lover had not died yet. Patients with delusions center their perception around themselves. Even if you tell her lover does not exist, she would still turn corrupt and it would become even worse. This made Ji Yan's head throb in an instant. To find a non-existent NPC, and if you can't find them, you die. How the hell are players supposed to play? Dr. Yang, why are you still standing there? We should get moving. Gu Meng's tone grew increasingly impatient. The dark opening slowly emanated a chilling light. Let's go. Ji Yan turned towards the door, realizing that he could only try to buy time and think of a way to break the deadlock. However, as soon as he opened the door, he received a warm prompt from the game panel. Attention! Your medical mentor is constantly monitoring your treatment progress and does not like its students entering the morgue, especially the cold storage. If you do not heed this advice, it may affect your progress. Ji Yan grasped the doorknob, feeling overwhelmed. Even the morgue doesn't allow him to enter? Is this bizarre doctor hoping he'll get offline sooner? He looked at the doorknob, suddenly thinking of the lie sheep scroll. If Gu Meng's lover had a recognizable appearance, he could use turning lies into reality to fabricate a substitute that matched her delusional lover to gain a slim chance of survival. But despairingly, her lover in the palette happened to have no face. This seemed to completely cut off any glimmer of hope Ji Yan had. Wait. My task is just to calm Gu Meng's uncontrollable emotions. It was never said that she had to be treated, it was only one way to perfectly complete the mission. If her delusional lover were to appear by her side in another way. And if it could allow them to be together all the time. Would that be enough to soothe her condition? After all, Lu Yan had not cured her Stockholm Syndrome, Ji Yan had only treated the symptoms, soothing the illness. With this thought, Ji Yan let go of the doorknob, turned around, and looked at the person behind him, Gu Meng. Miss Gu, actually, you don't need to go to the morgue to see your lover right away. Or rather, your lover isn't in the morgue, he's not dead at all. Gu Meng seemed to have expected this response. Her face couldn't hide the joy that emerged. I was right, he's not dead, he's still alive. Dr. Yang, you're different from those evil doctors, you're willing to tell me the truth. Quickly, tell me, where is he? Gu Meng eagerly leaned in. Give me a minute. I will make him come out. Ji Yan suggested, already taking out the lying parchment. Gu Meng nodded quietly. She had waited in this hospital room for who knows how many days and months, so why would she care about this 1 minute? Turning his back, his fingers pressed on the rough surface of the parchment, and the prompt panel immediately popped up. Ding! The player is using wishing oddity, lying parchment, written with blood as ink, gambling with life, using lies to create truths. Please write your lie on the parchment. If the target believes the lie, it will trigger wishing, and the lie will become reality with special privileges. With the game sound fading, Ji Yan felt a sharp pain in his fingertips. The parchment was like a leech, sucking his blood. As his fingers moved, blood wrote the words on the parchment. Having written his lie, the game's prompt popped up again. Prompt. This lie requires a significant use of privilege. For patient A44 strange condition, if the lie becomes true, an appropriate cost will have to be paid. A bigger lie means a bigger cost? Indeed, this parchment wouldn't let you lie recklessly, using privileges. What the cost was, Ji Yan, with only a minute to spare, didn't have the mind to look into. No cost was more important than saving a life right now. Storing the parchment away, Ji Yan looked up and found Gu Meng's face already right in front of his, her jet black eyes shooting an overwhelming, piercing light. Dr. Yang, the minute is up. Hurry, tell me, where exactly is my lover? Ji Yan took a deep breath, stepping back half a step. Miss Gu, before seeing your lover, I must first tell you about your illness. You are not suffering from a heart condition, it's a mental illness. Schizophrenia. You have two personalities, one is your main personality, and the other secondary personality. I think you already know the answer. That's why all the doctors have been trying to delay and stop you from seeing your lover. They are just afraid that your condition will worsen. You share one body, so it's impossible for the two of you to meet. Upon hearing Ji Yan's words, Gu Meng was calm. Unusually calm, and she even laughed. Her slender hand gently covered her beautiful face, and her laughter carried self-mockery and numbness. But the next second, Ji Yan felt himself enveloped by a terrifying strange force, like an invisible hand grasping him, ready to crush him at any moment. Ji Yan immediately used all his strength to resist that terrifying crushing force. Looking up, he saw Gu Meng's smile vanish, replaced by a vicious murderous intent, the darkening traces quickly covering her slender body. You're just like those incompetent doctors. After talking for so long, you're still repeating the same old excuses. Schizophrenia? Do you really think I'm a fool? Ji Yan knew this situation would happen, gritting his teeth as he spoke. I know you don't believe me, but I have a way to prove it. And I also have a way to make the two of you, both suffering from schizophrenia, see each other. If I can't do that, then you can turn me into die as you wish. Chapter 72, Schizophrenia, Sleeping Personality. Instinctual survival instincts made Ji Yan speed up his speech. When he finished speaking, he clearly felt the eerie force that was about to swallow him gradually relax. If it wasn't for the 100 points of added eerie power, he might have already been crushed into dried meat by now. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The fact that he hadn't killed himself right away meant that Gu Meng had already started to believe his words. She believed his lies. Gu Meng's thin and delicate face, the terrifying traces of darkening, gradually faded away. Now, start your proof. You only have one chance. I've grown tired of the oily talk from you quack doctors. Although Gu Meng found the split personality claim even more absurd, Ji Yan's sincerity and his firm tone inexplicably made her hold on to a shred of hope. What if it's true? Ji Yan stretched his limbs, easing the soreness in his body. Continuing with the version he made up, only after you fall asleep in the middle of the night, will your second personality, your lover, appear. However, your lover also believes that you've gone missing in the hospital, and his emotions are even more volatile. Therefore, many times, we inject you with drugs to reduce your sleep, to prevent him from coming out. Gu Meng's delicate face was cold, as if she wanted to do everything in her power to expose Ji Yan's weak and pale excuses. If that's the case, why don't you just say it? Why don't the doctors dare to speak, but you do? If my lover really is inside me, why has my child never seen him? Dr. Yang, your reasoning is full of holes. Ji Yan shrugged, they have professional ethics, I don't. They're afraid you won't be able to accept the fact of split personality and might cause uncontrollable situations. The anesthetic in my hand will make you fall asleep. As for how to prove it, you just need to hand me the piece of paper you're holding. Gu Meng coldly smiled, anesthetic. What if after I fall asleep, you run away? Ji Yan looked at the empty ceiling. Your child is here. Once I run, you can have it eat me immediately. Also, your child is the best witness for me, isn't it? Gu Meng fell silent. She made a gesture toward her child. Ji Yan felt the cold death aura hanging above his head like a guillotine. Start now, Dr. Yang. As long as you're honest with your treatment methods, my child won't hurt you. Ji Yan nodded, secretly thinking, your child is all something you've imagined, why should I be afraid? Then, he took out the so-called anesthetic from the medical kit. Miss Gu, my anesthetic works slowly. Relax your body, and you'll fall asleep in no more than 5 minutes. As he spoke, he inserted the anesthetic needle into her pale skin and slowly pushed the liquid inside into her body. Miss Gu, how do you feel? Ji Yan's eyes flashed with a hint of nervousness. Miss Gu paused for a moment and slowly said, I think I'm a bit sleepy. Hearing that it was working, Ji Yan's face noticeably changed, and his heart filled with joy. In reality, there was no anesthetic. What he injected was just glucose. The reason Ji Yan lied and said it was an anesthetic was because he wanted to test whether Gu Meng had fallen into the trap of his lie. If she believed him and thought it was an anesthetic, then under the suggestion, she would soon fall asleep. If she didn't fall asleep, it meant Ji Yan's lie had failed to deceive her. Then it would be over. Fortunately, under Ji Yan's repeated psychological suggestion, Gu Meng raised her head, and her narrow eyes slowly closed. Soon, steady breathing sounds were heard. "Miss Gu, it's time to wake up," Ji Yan asked, but received no response. Phew, the trap has succeeded. Ji Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, if he ran now, he could survive, but the shackles of the task could not be shaken off. Today was the last day of the internship. He had to complete it. Moreover, that eccentric Dr. Yang was still watching him closely. It was at this moment that Ji Yan heard a squirming, gurgling sound coming from the ceiling. The next second, he saw a large amount of transparent slime dripping from above, and with a loud slap, a black object hit the floor. Upon closer inspection, it was a person. It was the same pig player who had taken over the A44 patient. Still alive? Ji Yan froze for a moment, then immediately thought that it might be because Gu Meng had fallen asleep, and the Eerie ability had disappeared, so the pig player crawled back from the gates of hell. It was like he had accidentally saved this pig. Huff! Where am I? Is this the next dungeon? The pig player's face, covered in horizontal flesh, was smeared with slime, and his brain was still in a shutdown state. Unfortunately, you didn't die. How would you like to thank me? Ji Yan said while walking over to the nearby drawing board, taking down the paper that Gu Meng had drawn earlier, flipping through it. The paper was filled with family portraits. And Gu Meng's lover appeared differently in each drawing. Some were normal, while others were grotesque and terrifying. In other words, once the secondary personality emerged, what her lover looked like, whether monster or not, depended on how the sleeping Gu Meng imagined it in her dreams. The pig player stared at Ji Yan, then looked at the deeply sleeping Gu Meng. The strange scene filled his mind with question marks. So, I'm still in the A44 ward, that perverted, Eerie patient. What did you do to her? Ji Yan, she just fell asleep. She'll wake up soon. Then why are we still standing here? Let's run. Why run? My treatment is just beginning. Ji Yan put down the drawing paper and put on a pair of disinfected gloves. Treatment? This woman's condition is mental delusion. We need to find the lover she imagines. If we can't, we die. How do you plan to treat that? Clearly, the pig player had figured out Gu Meng's condition and knew this was a deadlock. In his eyes, abandoning this task and facing a little punishment was better than losing his life. Ji Yan shook his head, but according to my report, she doesn't have a mental delusion. She has schizophrenia. Her husband is real. He's just hidden in the secondary personality. The pig player's face was blank. Looking at Ji Yan's serious tone, for a moment, he couldn't tell who was wrong. The highest level of a lie is when you deceive even yourself. As long as Ji Yan believes it, then Gu Meng is now schizophrenic. Idiot, I don't know where you heard about schizophrenia, but if you want to stay here, stay. Once that woman wakes up, you won't even have the chance to run. Mental delusion, this condition was told to the pig player by the game panel. Could it be that the game system was lying to it? He left that sentence and was about to run away. Ji Yan let him go and carefully examined the lie on the parchment. A 44 patient has a mental delusion, which is replaced by schizophrenia through a lie. If the target believes the lie, the privilege activates, and the A44 patient's mental delusion setting is cancelled. Simply put, once the lie becomes true, Ji Yan will create a new NPC, and it could very likely be an unimaginable monster. Gurgle, gurgle. At this moment, Ji Yan heard a strange sound. He sniffed the air, smelling a strong, eerie odor, but when he looked up, he saw Gu Meng's graceful body, covered in dense black slime, her slender figure slowly swelling. A terrifying, eerie aura filled the ward. Ji Yan took a deep breath, it's here. The pig player was also shocked by the scene in front of him. What happened to her? Ji Yan looked at him, his tone heavy, didn't I tell you? The patient has schizophrenia. Now her other personality has awakened. This sentence completely stunned the pig player. It really was schizophrenia. In this day and age, even the game's prompt information was lying to the players? He turned to run, but the door to the room seemed locked shut. Over there, the black slime had engulfed Gu Meng's body, and it fell from the chair onto the floor, spreading around. Ji Yan watched the scene, rubbing his hair hard. He wanted to summon the blood-colored paper man. Once the secondary personality lost control, perhaps it could physically calm it down. Although that paper figure only had half of it left. But the blood-colored paper figure was very rebellious. The more Ji Yan wanted it to come out, the more it hid inside. It even tugged at Ji Yan's hair to show its resistance. Helpless, Ji Yan could only give up. Over there, as the black goo faded away, Gu Meng reopened her eyes. To Ji Yan's surprise, Gu Meng hadn't turned into a monster. She hardly changed at all, only her hair was much longer and her face bore delicate makeup, exuding an unpredictable charm. I am the doctor in charge of your care, how do you feel now? Knowing that the personality had switched, Ji Yan attempted to interact. Where did you hide her? The other person spoke, and Ji Yan was taken aback. The woman. Gu Meng's lover was a woman, she was a lesbian? This was something Ji Yan hadn't anticipated, and in an instant, the words on her lips felt scorching hot. About you and your partner, as a doctor, I have to tell you something, which you may find hard to accept, but it is the truth. Ji Yan restated her version of the lie. She handed the drawing paper to the other person, continuing to feed her the concocted lie, you share a body, you are both right there, but destined to never meet. This is harsh, but at least, during the time of switching, you can clearly see what each other did every day, in a certain way, it's like, being together for a long time? The secondary personality ignored Ji Yan's extravagant words, she flipped through the drawing paper, viewing every family portrait of the main personality. The beautiful face transformed unpredictably. After a moment, she raised her eyes to fixate on Ji Yan, half smiling. Are you saying she's in my body? Ji Yan nodded, yes, sleeping is the time you take control of the body, when she sleeps, you wake up. Ji Yan thought those drawing papers were extremely precious to the secondary personality, but to her surprise, in the next second, the drawing paper quickly turned to ashes in her delicate hands. Dr. Yang, do you know? I don't need to sleep. So when I occupy the body, do you know what that means? The secondary personality asked playfully. Ji Yan's expression stiffened slightly, what does it mean? It means she's dead, now I am the owner of this body. This was not how he imagined it would turn out. The character setting of this secondary personality seemed to have diverged somewhat from the lie he created. Ji Yan tugged at the corner of his mouth, aren't you two? Not partners, right? Dr. Yang, do you think we two should be inseparable? Ha, that was just that woman's wishful thinking, I have long been tired of it. She was like a piece of sticky mud I couldn't shake off, now that I finally can, I can wholeheartedly indulge in my new love. Gu Meng slowly raised one foot, resting a hand on her charming cheek, her smile ambiguous, Doctor, guess what I like? Ji Yan felt something was off. That gaze. That tone. It was too similar to the charm in the red apartment back then. What do you like? The pig player, who had been hiding behind Ji Yan, instinctively asked. I like to eat little lambs, their skin and flesh are so delicious and tender. The pig player glanced at Ji Yan, his eyes mixed with sympathy and a hint of gloating. Feeling that scorching, aggressive gaze, Ji Yan felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't help but think, is she another masochist? No, wait. Looking at her eyes that seem ready to eat me, clearly she's a sadist. The lie becoming truth privilege had been triggered, but he didn't know if the sheepskin scroll had misunderstood, or if there was some bug, causing the secondary personality's setting to be entirely distorted. She no longer adored the main personality. Instead, she had her eyes set on him? Well, since your condition is stable, you should rest well. I have other patients to attend to, so I'll leave now and come back another day to check on your condition. Regardless of whether it was the main personality or the secondary personality, as long as the condition was stable, his task would be complete. Now Ji Yan just wanted to quickly conclude this task and cut all ties. But just as the two wanted to leave, the door stuck like it was glued down. Couldn't open it no matter what. Gu Meng stood up, her pale skin appearing glaringly bright under the dim light. She walked over, and both of them tensed up. Ji Yan clenched the eerie embroidered needle from the ghostly grandmother. Don't be nervous. My condition is very stable now. I don't intend to stop you from leaving. I just want to give Dr. Yang a painting as a meeting gift to show my gratitude. After all, if not for Dr. Yang, I wouldn't even exist. Hearing this, the pig player pushed Ji Yan forward and said, don't refuse a kind gesture. Take it, and let's leave quickly. She took the drawing paper, but the die was accidentally knocked over. Staring at the blank paper, Gu Meng's secondary personality looked at the pig player and said, lend me some die. What? Before the pig player could react, slender fingers touched her shoulder. The next moment, a terrifying ghostly force enveloped her. The pig player's entire body trembled as thick blood splattered, dripping into the dye basin. It was as if her body was being emptied. The once plump and bulky figure rapidly shriveled like a dried-up husk. She staggered back, panting, and pointed at Ji Yan, gasping, if you need dye, why take mine? Take his instead. Gu Meng continued painting on the paper while calmly replying, he's weak in the kidneys. Ji Yan. Soon, the painting was finished, and she handed it to Ji Yan. This is my gift to you. Dr. Yang, you must keep it safe. Trust me, you'll need it in the future. Gu Meng's secondary personality rested her chin on her hand, her eyes seductive yet hiding a venomous danger, like a coiled snake ready to strike. Ji Yan held the paper and looked at its contents. His eye twitched slightly. On the paper, Ji Yan sat on a chair while Gu Meng's secondary personality hugged his neck from behind. Her long hair swirled wildly in the air, each strand a horrifying white snake, gleaming with blood-red light as they wrapped around Ji Yan's body like shackles. The sight made Ji Yan extremely uncomfortable. In the painting, Gu Mang looked like Medusa. And he looked like a slave imprisoned and enslaved by her. What was this woman trying to say? Without staying any longer in this unsettling hospital room, Ji Yan quickly left the moment the door cracked open. After the pig player followed him out, Gu Mang lifted her finger, parted her red lips, and sucked the blood from her fingertip. Her lips curled into a smirk, and her delicate, beautiful face gradually revealed an obsessive and possessive hunger. Such an intoxicating taste. Chapter 74 halfway done, why are you blushing? Stepping out of the hospital room. The pig player's body and face had thinned dramatically, as if he had been dragged into a demon's lair, drained a dozen times, and then thrown back out. Food. I need food. He croaked hoarsely, staggering to the hallway's trash bin and rummaging through it. Then, he grabbed a dead lab rabbit and sucked on it. The rabbit instantly withered, turning into a dried-up specimen. Again and again, the lab rabbits in the trash, even the small white mice, weren't spared. They were drained like jelly, leaving only shriveled remains. Visibly, the pig player's near-depleted body rapidly regained its plump, round form. Ji Yan's gaze met his, and his talent activated automatically. Zodiac pig wishing steadiness, the player can keep emotions within a stable range of no more than 10% fluctuation at any time, activating the wishing privilege. Wishing privilege gluttony, when the player's physical condition deteriorates, they can restore their state by devouring any dead matter nearby. Eating living creatures can temporarily convert them into ghostly power. Ji Yan raised an eyebrow slightly. He hadn't expected his talent to analyze even a player's zodiac wish so accurately. No wonder this pig was so hard to kill. Turns out, he had a wishing to fall back on. This pig player had entered the dungeon at the same time as him, yet he had already discovered his wishing and even activated its privilege. As expected, everyone who entered this dungeon had some tricks up their sleeves. Well, except for that Zodiac dog player last night. His tricks weren't much, just 2 moves, really. Full. I'm full. The pig player, now back to his plump and meaty form, leaned against the wall, rubbing his round belly with a long, satisfied sigh. That was close, I almost starved to death. I have to say, the smell of a dead rabbit is really stinky. Ugh, ugh. Just as those words were spoken, the rabbit player, who was far away on a mission, suddenly sneezed for no reason. The pig player got up, brushed off the dust from his body, and said to Ji Yan, "Brother Sheep, it's been 2 days, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Although you completed the task in the A44 ward, I'm not jealous at all. That personality has clearly set its sights on you, so good luck, haha." Ignoring the pig player, Ji Yan turned and went to submit his task. Watching Ji Yan's departing figure, the pig player spat out a mouthful of blood, scratched his bald head, and muttered, "Did that black dog really get taken down by this kid? With that guy's sense of smell privilege and cautious personality, how could he have been defeated by this kid? What exactly is the sheep's talent? No, I need to find the dragon player quickly, after all, dragon and sheep." The pig player shook his excess flesh and turned to run down the corridor. On the other side, Ji Yan sat in front of the operating room door, still on the same long bench. When he smelled a strange scent of sheep, he turned his head and found that the sheep doctor had quietly stood beside him. "Teacher, the condition of the A44 patient has been controlled, it's stabilized." Ji Yan stood up and said, "It is indeed stable. But your treatment method, not only did it not satisfy me, it also violates the rules. You treated a patient with delusional disorders and turned him into a schizophrenic. In a way, the condition is stable, but the illness has worsened." The sheep doctor closed the report form, his eyes cold and indifferent. Ji Yan had already anticipated this, rubbed his nose, and said, "But my treatment goal was just to stabilize the patient's emotions, wasn't it?" The sheep doctor said, "That smooth talk won't work on me." Ji Yan pondered for a moment, then asked, "So I didn't pass the final day's internship?" "You passed half." "Half? What does that mean?" The sheep doctor reached out to Ji Yan, took off his internship badge from his chest, then turned and left, saying, "The other half will be tonight. After midnight, come to this place. I'll personally give you a surgical test." Watching the figure leave, Ji Yan felt a wave of exhaustion. Another night of overtime. Didn't the sheep doctor say he wouldn't let me out at night? For some reason, even though the sheep doctor was his medical mentor, Ji Yan always sensed a chilling coldness in the other's eyes. It seemed like he didn't see him as a student, but rather, a fattened pig waiting to be slaughtered. As for tonight's final internship test, Ji Yan could only hope that it wouldn't be so bizarre. After all, the last time he performed a C-section on an animal, it had already shattered his worldview. Night gradually fell. Ji Yan returned to his room in 444, opened the door, and found a female ghost in caregiver's clothing standing inside. She had a dark, bruised face, and her eyes had no whites, only pure black. Ji Yan was startled. How could there be a caregiver ghost in his room? He instinctively reached for his waist, but the nurse ghost's expression remained indifferent. Don't be nervous, I'm just here to deliver dinner. Besides, there's nothing in your room that interests me. By the way, I also cleared the clogged toilet and the hair in the drain for you. Ji Yan blinked, just about to say thank you, but she squeezed out of the room and left without looking back. She really looks like someone eager to clock out. Watching her back, Ji Yan muttered to himself and entered the room. He took off his clothes and entered the bathroom, but instead of immediately showering, he knocked on the cracked wall in the corner of the bathroom. A soap ghost popped out from inside. After being hit by Ji Yan with a hammer yesterday, it looked at Ji Yan with a somewhat fearful expression. Dr. Sheep, do you need me today? Stay inside the wall, don't come out. No one likes having a second man in the bathroom while taking a shower. The fat ghost sighed reluctantly, but I'm a ghost. Same. Ji Yan turned around and opened the shower, beginning to wash away the filth on his body. After washing and eating, today the infection came faster. Looking at the black hairs growing on the back of his hand, Ji Yan always somehow thought of one question. If he didn't receive treatment and let it infect his whole body, what would happen when he fainted and woke up? Of course, this suicidal thought was just a passing fancy. After lying down on the bed, Ji Yan quickly fell into a deep sleep. In his dream, Ji Yan felt like he was lying in a world of cotton, his whole body being delicately wrapped, the smooth touch covering every corner. An indescribable comfort. He indulged in it, a smile spreading across his face. Gradually, a voice pulled Ji Yan from his dreams, and in a half-awake, half-asleep state, he suddenly opened his eyes. In front of him was the pale, bloodless face of a nurse, a faint blush appearing on her face. Dr. Yang, your mental treatment has ended. Ji Yan suddenly sat up, seeing the nurses at the end of the bed, who also had a blush on their faces, smiling and saying, Dr. Yang, how do you feel? Are you still comfortable? Thinking about the scene in the dream and then looking at his own body, Ji Yan really felt like he had been tainted by these female nurses, and not just by one, but several. But mental treatment, however, was an unavoidable part of the process. That was the most annoying part. Forget about how I feel. You're doing the treatment, but why is each of you blushing? We are happy for you, Dr. Yang, the nurses said, their blush growing more apparent. This made the corners of Ji Yan's mouth twitch. Were these nurses really treating the infection properly? The nurse at the head of the bed wiped off her smile, and seriously said to Ji Yan, however, Dr. Yang. There was a problem with your mental treatment tonight. Chapter 75, Fatal Infection, Lamb on the Chopping Block. What do you mean there was a problem with the treatment? Upon hearing this, Ji Yan immediately became alert. A patch of infection appeared on the back of your hand, and our treatment didn't work. We're also puzzled. Normally, our treatments shouldn't have such a problem. Several nurses exchanged looks, apologetically gazing at Ji Yan. Ji Yan turned his hand over and saw a glaring patch of black wool growing on the back of his hand. He immediately remembered the warning left for him earlier by the lying sheepskin scroll. If a lie becomes truth, a price must be paid. Is this the price? Even the mental perspective can't eliminate this infection? Ji Yan suddenly felt a chill on his scalp. The final practical exam tonight required him to interact with the sheep nurse, and if it discovered that he still had an untreated infection. Damn! This price for the lying sheepskin scroll is too steep. Ji Yan jumped out of bed. His fingers dug into his hair, his face looking very ugly. Dr. Yang, should we try again? The nurses, frightened by Ji Yan's expression, quickly spoke up. Ji Yan curiously asked, how do you treat it? One of the nurses leaned in, holding Ji Yan's hand, sticking out her dark, bluish tongue, and licking the infected spot. Ji Yan's eyes twitched. This is how you treat it? That entire body infection wasn't. As she licked, the infection not only wasn't cured, but actually spread. The nurse's face showed terror as she seemed at a loss. This, Dr. Yang, I don't know why this happened. I really didn't mean to. Ji Yan withdrew his hand and shook his head. Forget it, you all go back to your positions. I'll figure it out myself. The nurses could only retreat, filled with guilt. Sometimes Ji Yan really felt like these nurses were more like his personal maids. In this undead hospital instance, the nurses were truly too humble. Ji Yan looked at the infected spot on his body, his brain rapidly working, thinking of ways to solve this problem. This sight unexpectedly triggered his talent. Player consumes 20% mental state, triggering talent, omniscient and omniscient. To holiness, this is an indelible shameful mark. But to filth, this is a ticket to see it. The lie sheepskin scroll gives you privileges and hope. Why do you despise and spit on it when using its things? It? Who is it referring to? Is it the sheep trick doctor, or? Ji Yan furrowed his brows. The hidden information of his talent, though still somewhat vague, seems to contain a vast amount of information. And looking at the content of the hidden message, it seems to unintentionally tell him that this infection isn't necessarily a bad thing. But if the sheep trick doctor finds out tonight, it's death. Because of using his talent, Ji Yan's spirit was a bit weak. He leaned against the bedhead and took a brief rest. If it weren't for having had dinner to recover his state, after using the talent so frequently today, he wasn't sure if he could crawl out of room 444. Watching the passing time, it was getting closer to midnight. Having tried the embroidered needle and the other sure scalpel without success, Ji Yan finally had no choice but to take a desperate chance. He put on disinfectant gloves, covered the infected area, and walked out of room 444. In the dead of night, the hospital was cold and silent. Filled with unease like never before, Ji Yan returned to the surgery room door. He looked at his disinfected gloves, repeatedly asking himself in his mind, could such a careless concealment really fool the eyes of that sheep trick doctor? It can smell even the slightest trace of infection. Sweat dripped from his forehead onto the disinfectant gloves. Ji Yan snapped back to his senses and was about to wipe it off when he heard a familiar voice. A pair of feet covered in white sheep wool appeared in his view. You're quite punctual tonight. The sheep trick doctor stared at Ji Yan, then his gaze landed on his disinfectant gloves. Then, the atmosphere eerily fell silent. In that instant, it felt as though time itself had stopped. Ji Yan felt like his heart was about to burst from his chest. Then, he heard the sheep trick doctor's voice slowly say, your sense of smell is quite good, knowing tonight's test is a surgery, and you put on disinfectant gloves in advance. Ji Yan froze for a moment. Had he really just passed it off so easily? His expression quickly returned to normal as he calmly said, I take the teacher's test very seriously and would never be careless or lazy. The sheep trick doctor's dark eyes stared at Ji Yan. His face, full of stitching lines, looked even more terrifying in the flickering light. All right, the patient for tonight's surgery has arrived. You need to perform this surgery with me. Your performance will determine whether you pass the internship period. The sheep trick doctor put on disinfectant gloves, turned around, and pushed open the heavy surgery door. Inside, the surgery room was filled with equipment, but all of it had been out of use for a long time, covered in spiderwebs. The only thing new was the operating table, with a patient lying on it. The sheep trick doctor stepped aside and expressionlessly looked at Ji Yan. Go in. Ji Yan paused for a moment, then walked into the surgery room. But as soon as his foot stepped over the doorframe, a strong dizziness hit his head. Then, he completely lost consciousness, and everything before his eyes went dark. How long had passed, he didn't know. He heard the sound of surgical tools slowly opening his eyes. The spotlight above his head stabbed into his eyes. When Ji Yan regained his senses, he found himself lying on the operating table. Turning his head, he saw the sheep trick doctor opening the surgical tool bag and inspecting each item. You're awake. It seems your spirit is quite good. The drug's effect wore off faster than I thought. The sheep trick doctor didn't look up but picked up a large surgical knife. Teacher, what does this mean? Ji Yan found his limbs tightly bound by straps, and his white coat and disinfectant gloves had been removed. He was like a lamb that had been stripped of its wool, placed on the chopping block. The sheep trick doctor lifted his cold head, grinning, revealing sharp, crimson teeth. Didn't I say? Tonight's surgery, you have to complete it with me. But, you're the one playing the patient. I am the attending physician. Yang Yi stepped forward, holding a large surgical knife in one hand and a dental tool in the other. From Ji Yan's perspective, the terror was amplified to its extreme. But my body is healthy, there's nothing. How can there be nothing? That infected black hair is the biggest illness. Do you really think I can't notice? The smell of infection is the most disgusting thing. How you got infected, I don't care. I already warned you in advance. Disobedient interns always end up on this operating table. I will perform a simple surgery and remove the infection for you. But after the surgery, what you'll become depends on your luck. Yang Yi watched closer, putting on a medical mask, his dark pupils filled with unhealthy excitement. Now, the surgery begins. Chapter 76, The Devious Doctor Sets a Trap Through Internships. On the operating table, the restraints dug deeply into the flesh, making the veins and skin swollen and purple. The spotlight pierced into Ji Yan's face. With his white coat stripped off, Ji Yan now looked like a lamb about to be slaughtered. A sheep that has sinned, a sheep that has been defiled, is not worthy of being my student. Since that's the case, then contribute something to the medical achievements of this hospital. Yang Yi raised the sharp surgical knife and stabbed it into Ji Yan's chest, a wave of blood flooding his vision. Looking at the knife blade embedded in his chest, Ji Yan's pupils shrank, and intense fear appeared in his mind. He saw himself being slaughtered like a pig, his belly opened, his organs taken out, drenched in blood. In the end, his face, just like in that oil painting, was sewn into a frame and hung on the wall, forever trapped in the hospital's nightmare. Look at what your internal organs have become, they're all black, like asphalt, sticky and dirty. Yang Gi pulled out the heart. The heart looked like it had been soaked in gasoline, still violently beating. At this moment, Ji Yan couldn't even speak as he was suffocating. He stared at the surgical knife, overwhelming fear took over, fearing where the knife would land on his body. This strange fear made Ji Yan never feel this terrified of death. Even if this was just a game. Do you want to live? Or do you want to become a monster, neither human nor ghost? Yang Gi's bloodstained face leaned closer, asking Ji Yan the question. Ji Yan's pupils contracted, without even thinking for a moment. I want to live. I don't want to become a monster, I don't want to become a walking corpse. Yang Gi held the pitch-black heart in one hand, and the dripping surgical knife in the other. Then from now on, you will answer whatever I ask. This is your last chance. Otherwise, no one will be able to save you. Ji Yan hurriedly nodded, his eyes fixed on the blood-dripping surgical knife in panic. Teacher, tell me. I want to live, I'll say anything. Yang Gi smiled with satisfaction. How did the infection on the back of your hand come about? Where did it come from? Ji Yan glanced at the back of his hand, which was covered in black wool. He opened his mouth, about to speak, when suddenly a sharp pain hit the top of his head. It was a piercing pain. His scalp seemed like it was being torn apart. This made Ji Yan clear-headed for a moment, realizing that the blood-colored paperman was pulling at his scalp. The blood-colored paperman kept pulling, one piece after another. No mercy at all, with blood even seeping from his hairline. The pain made Ji Yan close his mouth, clearing his head and easing some of the strange fear. He looked at Yang Gi's terrifying face, and the next moment, his talent triggered. Ding! The player has regained consciousness, triggering omniscience through staring, obtaining hidden information from Yang Gi. You think this surgery is a cruel elimination punishment for you, but in fact, it is just a well-planned test. That black surgical knife can infinitely magnify the patient's inner fear. It works through the true word sheepskin scroll. Set a trap for you, don't answer, don't speak the truth, otherwise, your privilege will be triggered, and you will fall into a deadlock. Ji Yan's eyes flickered, quickly processing the hidden information he had just received. He immediately understood. So, this surgery was not a punishment to judge him. It was the deceptive sheep doctor who twisted this test into a self-judgment trap using lies. This dead sheep sure is deeply scheming. Your time is running out. This is your last straw for survival. The sheep doctor was still relentlessly pressing with words, constantly winking. Its pitch-black eyes were fixed on Ji Yan, the pupils revealing intense desire. This made Ji Yan guess that once he mentioned the lie sheep scroll, he would definitely face a fate of eternal damnation. Teacher. I don't know. I woke up and found my hand was infected. Do you think it could be that those 444 caretaker monsters didn't treat me properly? Maybe they didn't clean me properly? Ji Yan did not hesitate to shift the blame onto those monster caretakers. The panic and fear on his face were still perfectly done, even his body trembled from the overwhelming fear. There was no emotion, only acting. The sheep doctor heard Ji Yan's words. Its face stiffened slightly. The excitement in its pupils was replaced by a sinister coldness. Do you know the consequence of lying to me? Teacher, look, I'm about to pee myself, how could I dare to lie? Ji Yan twisted his body, his face showing complete collapse. I said it. Don't lie to me, or no one will be able to save you. The sheep doctor's face twisted into a grotesque expression, dark veins creeping across its face. It used to symbolize purity, but now, it looked even uglier and more terrifying than the monsters. Seeing this, Ji Yan realized he couldn't fool the sheep doctor any longer. He simply tilted his head and pretended to faint. The sheep doctor's whole body trembled, its darkness deepening. In the end, under the gaze of intense unwillingness, it slowly put down the surgical knife, one hand gripping its face, forcing itself to calm down. Ji Yan kept his eyes closed, not opening them for a long time. He felt strange sensations inside his body, accompanied by sounds of metal and flesh being cut. Not sure how much time passed. Slowly, the sheep doctor's calm voice sounded. You don't need to pretend to be asleep anymore, open your eyes. The surgery is over. Ji Yan opened his eyes. He saw that the restraints on his hands and feet had been removed, and his previously bloodied chest, which had been cut open, was restored to its original state, as if nothing had happened. The sheep doctor was sitting to one side, holding a cigarette, with its strangely long goat hooves propped up. A humanoid goat was smoking. The scene was eerie, yet somewhat absurd. It exhaled smoke, calm and composed. It was completely different from just a few minutes ago. Ji Yan pretended to hold his head, confused, and spoke, Teacher, what happened? Why am I on the operating table? Also, I seem to have had a very terrible dream, but I just can't remember it. I just remember a pervert with a knife, yelling and screaming, wanting to kill me like a mad dog. The sheep doctor stared at Ji Yan. Its gaze made Ji Yan's hair stand on end. Ji Yan remained calm, but inside, he felt a bit nervous. Could he have broken the defense? What dream you had is none of my business. You have passed the final test of your internship. The sheep doctor stood up, wiping the blood off its body. The last test was simple. A strong heart. As a formally appointed attending doctor, no matter the on-the-spot surgery or unexpected incidents, you must rely on a strong heart to calmly handle them. During the test just now, you remained composed the entire time. So, congratulations. Your internship is over, and you are now officially an attending doctor. Ji Yan. What the hell is this strong heart, calm under pressure? He was practically about to pee himself from fear. The sheep doctor dared to say this. Ji Yan was too embarrassed to keep listening. The monkey-headed mysterious doctor. After flicking away the cigarette butt in his hand, the mysterious sheep doctor exhaled the last puff of smoke. It was clear that he didn't want to say these words with a guilty conscience. But Ji Yan didn't fall into the trap, he said, unable to find any flaws to hold against him, so he had to let Ji Yan pass the internship period. This is the rule of the necromancy hospital, and he could not defy it. Starting tomorrow, you will officially become a resident doctor. Your job position will shift from the inpatient building to the consultation building, and the patients you will be responsible for will be more troublesome. I won't talk much more. Report to the consultation building before 7 tomorrow. Someone will assign you tasks. Even though Ji Yan passed, the sheep doctor inexplicably became more disgusted with Ji Yan's presence. It was like a low-quality, hopeless student still being in charge of teaching others. He handed over a brand new work ID. Then, picking up his medical box, he turned around and left with his strange smell. Go back and rest early, don't wander around at night. As for the infection on your hand, since you've passed the internship and become a full-time doctor, I'll let it go. The darkness outside the operating room swallowed the sheep doctor's figure, and Ji Yan finally let out a sigh of relief. He stepped off the operating table and crushed the cigarette butt on the ground. I didn't expect there would be a true word sheepskin scroll. According to the hidden information's hint, what would have happened if I had honestly revealed the existence of the lying sheepskin scroll just now? Would the lying sheepskin scroll be destroyed, or would I be physically destroyed? No matter which, Ji Yan knew he would be doomed. What confused Ji Yan the most was, why were there 2 sheepskin scrolls? And the privileges they triggered were completely opposite. The sheep doctor was his medical mentor, but he was scheming and setting traps, trying to eliminate him. Was it because his hand was infected, and as a medical student, he was contaminated, so he wanted to kill him and start over? Or was there another reason? Ji Yan rubbed his brow. He vaguely guessed that the death-level trap that killed all the previous sheep players was most likely linked to this place. And now, as Ji Yan officially became a resident doctor, the death-level trap was also not far from him. He picked up the white coat on the table and put it on, but Ji Yan felt a slight discomfort in his chest. He lifted the coat, and it was clear to see black veins crawling on his chest. This made Ji Yan realize that the scene of him being opened up and his heart taken out was real. Only when he failed to fall into the trap did the sheep doctor restitch him back up. One had to admit, the mysterious doctors of the necromancy hospital were indeed highly skilled. The scalpel in his hand should also be like the other sure scalpel, unable to kill, but with an added fear mental infection. It was at this moment that the game's broadcast announcement slowly rang out. Congratulations, player. You have passed the internship period and successfully transitioned from intern to resident doctor. You will now enter the second phase of the mission storyline. Successfully unlocked the map area, consultation building. It is more like a prison that traps patients, with all kinds of bizarre patients, entangling with the doctors every day. They are tortured by illness to the point of agony. Welcome to the doctors who have officially passed. You are about to enter a new work environment, which is also a more bloody and terrifying abyss. Ding! Your excellent medical box has been successfully upgraded to superior medical box, and you have received the rare, quality mysterious item, mysterious sheep mask. As the broadcast finished, a mask appeared in Ji Yan's hand. This sheep face mask was very eerie. It didn't grow white or black fur. Instead, it was a sheep skull face. The only similarity it had with the scissors hand face mask was that both gave Ji Yan a very uneasy feeling. It was as if, once he put it on, he would no longer be himself. Ji Yan checked the information on this mysterious item. It only had a simple line, "Do you want to become it? Put on the mask, but first, you must undergo the baptism. It? This was not the first time Ji Yan had heard that word. Who exactly is it referring to? What does baptism even mean? Clearly, I have successfully become a full-time employee, yet it makes Ji Yan even more confused about the upcoming plot. Shaking his head, the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became. Ji Yan buttoned up his shirt, turned to look at the operating table covered in black blood plasma, his face slightly thoughtful, and left the operating room. After the surgery door closed, Ji Yan looked at the quiet corridor, dimly lit with white light. He didn't want to wander around anymore tonight, he just wanted to return to room 444 to rest. After all, anyone who had just gone through a live dissection would just want to rest and forget about the spine-chilling memory. Ji Yan patted his head and said, "Little blood, thanks." Although the blood-colored paper man almost tore off his entire scalp, without that sharp pain, tonight would definitely end on a cold note. The blood-colored paper man didn't respond, obviously diving into silence again. Ji Yan had gotten used to it, walking down the corridor and reaching the first floor. But as soon as he turned the corner, Ji Yan instinctively sensed a dangerous smell. The next second, a cold glint flashed out of the shadows, heading straight for Ji Yan's eyeball. Prepared in advance, Ji Yan held the embroidery needle and blocked the cold light. Oh! This needle has some power. The figure took a few steps back, revealing a face with yellow short hair. He looked at the broken scalpel in his hand, surprised, and then at the embroidery needle in Ji Yan's hand. Ji Yan saw the monkey head badge on the man's chest and the work badge that said attending physician. "What are you doing?" Ji Yan asked coldly. "I thought it was some mischievous patient who ran out, but it turns out it's just a sheep." The yellow-haired player smiled, showing his tiger teeth, grinning mockingly, making anyone who looked at him feel inexplicably angry. Ji Yan was about to speak when his expression changed suddenly, his eyes shifting slightly. Behind the yellow-haired player, a taller figure appeared, wearing a white coat, with skin tissue hanging all over and bloody intestines. The collar had a yellow-haired monkey head, stained with blood, still chewing something in its mouth. One of the Chinese zodiac signs, the monkey head strange doctor. The monkey-haired hand covered the yellow-haired player's head, staring at Ji Yan with neither cold nor warm eyes. When he saw Ji Yan's sheep head badge and the black sheep wool on the back of his hand, the monkey-head strange doctor narrowed his eyes. With a hint of mockery, he spoke, "A little lamb with infection? How did you survive from that sheep's hands?" According to that guy's nature, he would have eaten every infected student clean. "Heh, it's truly a miracle, even promoted you." The monkey-head strange doctor's laugh was sharp and grating, unpleasant to the ears. Ji Yan remained silent. But it suddenly dawned on him. Back on the operating table, if he had fallen into the trap, he could have very well been eaten alive by the sheep strange doctor. The scalpel was a dining knife, and the operating table was a dining table. Chapter 78, Stomach Trouble? Hospital World. "Let's go, the patient has been waiting for too long." The monkey strange doctor seemed to have a hint of sarcastic contempt towards the sheep strange doctor, including Ji Yan. Thinking about it, it seemed that no zodiac was particularly friendly towards sheep. The monkey strange doctor turned and left, and the monkey player quickly followed after casting a glance at Ji Yan. "Tisk, why is it that the relationship between strange doctors and players is so good? As for my medical mentor, not only is the relationship terrible, but he even tries to eat his own students." Ji Yan sighed slightly, thinking that surviving was really exhausting. He felt an inexplicable sense of his family falling apart, envying those whose families were intact. Returning to room 444. The care workers' strange doctors all popped their heads out. Upon seeing Ji Yan, they all showed delighted expressions. "Ah, Dr. Sheep, you've been promoted to attending physician. That's great. We can continue staying in room 444. For them, as long as Ji Yan was alive, they still had value and wouldn't be fired by the hospital. Fired NPCs were naturally garbage to be disposed of. Ji Yan said nothing and went to bed to sleep. They were laughing happily. But the promoted Ji Yan felt no joy at all. The night passed in silence. The next morning, Ji Yan arrived early at the newly unlocked map area, the outpatient building. The empty number 2 hall was silent, with only Ji Yan and a man and woman, 2 other players, already there. The female player was young, with a slender, tall figure, but her face had a pure, slightly silly look, and hanging on her chest was a zodiac badge with the rabbit head and her position work ID as attending doctor. Strangely, the woman had rabbit ears growing from the top of her head. At first glance, one might think she was wearing a bunny girl headband, it looked strangely cute. The other player wasn't unfamiliar, the monkey player seen last night. He had yellow short hair, and his face still wore that mischievous, annoying grin. Sheep, monkey, and rabbit, the 3 were assigned to the number 2 outpatient hall. It seemed they were going to take on the same task. Again, 3 players competing to treat a single patient. In this situation, Ji Yan not only had to deal with the pressure from the patient but also had to watch out for 2 other players potentially stabbing her in the back. It was exhausting. A little lamb, a little white rabbit. Both are new here. Seems like today's task won't be competitive. The monkey player stretched his hands behind his head and yawned. The rabbit player frowned slightly, clearly disgusted by the monkey player beside her, then turned to Ji Yan and asked, "The Zodiac Pig told me you killed the Zodiac Dog player?" Ji Yan raised an eyebrow. How does he know? Not just the pig, all the other zodiacs know. The rabbit player paused, then smiled and added, the mouse player spread the news. That mouse again. Ji Yan really felt a little irritated with that mouse woman. Not only had she stolen 2 strange objects, but now she was spreading news. What's in it for her to do that? What's up with your rabbit ears? Ji Yan suddenly spoke because the rabbit player's ears had suddenly stood up straight. The rabbit player nodded toward the back, speaking softly, when my ears stand up, it means something strange is approaching. Ji Yan froze for a moment, then turned around, only to see a nurse nearly 2 meters tall, her limbs as thin as willow branches, suddenly appear behind them. She wore a nurse's cap with a bar on top, a badge showing she was the strange head nurse. 3 doctors, your patient has arrived. Please follow me. The strange head nurse moved slowly, her full figure tightly wrapped by the nurse uniform. The cap was large, and at first glance, she looked like an 8-foot-tall adult. She led the 3 into a patient room, with the doorplate showing B11. The strange head nurse held a report sheet and briefly summarized, this patient recently ate something bad and is in severe pain. You 3 need to help check them out. Just a stomach ache, and you need 3 attending doctors to check? Is this a bit of an overkill? The rabbit player asked, somewhat surprised. Could it be a test for no reason? The monkey player didn't speak, but stopped acting nonchalant and seemed to be deep in thought. The time to treat the patient is not limited. Because according to the tradition of room B11, if you can't cure them, you won't be able to leave. The strange head nurse opened the door, revealing pitch darkness inside, silently inviting them in. At the same time, all 3 players received the task prompt. Ding! Player accepts a great task, complete the treatment in room B11, find the source of the patient's stomach issue, and use medication to treat them. Task failure, trapped in infinity. Task complete, obtain a clue for the Zodiac main storyline, received as an Easter egg with the task. Trapped in infinity? What does that mean? While Ji Yan was still digesting the task information, the monkey player had already entered the pitch black room. Ji Yan and the rabbit player followed closely behind, stepping through the doorframe. After the 3 entered, the strange head nurse closed the door. The next second, the door to room B11 disappeared, leaving only a wall. The wall, where it met the floor, slowly tore open, revealing a mouth, emitting a painful wail. It hurts so much, my body is rotting away. After entering the room, Ji Yan briefly lost her sense of direction. Until a flash of light covered her eyes. When her vision cleared, she realized she was in a small room. That's right, it's a standard European-style single-story house with a tiled roof. At this moment, Ji Yan sat in the living room, his body wrapped by the soft sofa, with firewood piled up beside the stove, occasionally spitting out sparks. The atmosphere was warm and peaceful. Ji Yan was stunned. According to the rules, he should have entered a hospital room. But where was this? Did the hospital room's door connect to another spatial dimension? He stood up, trying to find the other 2 players, but the small house was empty, with only him inside. He quickly scanned the room and suddenly felt a coldness above his head. Looking up, he saw water dripping from the ceiling cracks. Was it raining outside? Ji Yan went over and opened the door, stepping out of the house, but it wasn't raining outside. However, the world outside shocked Ji Yan. The entire world was an empty, pitch-black void, with only 5 small houses of varying sizes, each with different decorations, scattered throughout this world. A main asphalt road, and 5 small cobblestone paths led to the 5 houses. At this moment, Ji Yan had just opened a red house. Not far away, the doors of 2 cyan houses opened, and the rabbit player and monkey player stepped out, their faces showing the same expression as Ji Yan. A large question mark was written on their faces. My ears have been up, which means something strange is nearby, but there are only the 3 of us here. The rabbit player said, walking down the cobblestone path toward Ji Yan and the monkey player. Her pink, fluffy rabbit ears stood up like 2 antennas, sticking up very high. Isn't there an old player who's not saying anything? Ji Yan glanced at the monkey player. The monkey player stood with his hands in his pockets, looking up at the 5 small houses in the pitch-black world, and faintly said, this world is the hospital room. Every hospital room in the outpatient building is connected to a world created by strange patients. So, it's not surprising to see bizarre worlds that refresh your worldview. But this, a world as simple as this, is my first time seeing. It's a bit too mundane. The patient who created this world is probably watching us from some corner. The monkey player appeared very calm, having survived in the outpatient building for nearly 10 days. Facing various patient-created worlds every day, he had long since become unfazed. But Ji Yan squatted down and picked up a cobblestone. His eyes sparkled, and then he interrupted the monkey player's words, I think you're wrong. Wrong? You just came to the outpatient building, where do you get the confidence to question me? The monkey player snorted with a smile. Ji Yan put down the cobblestone, clapped his hands, and said, we're not in a hospital room right now. We're inside the patient's body. Inside the patient's body? The rabbit player and the monkey player both looked at Ji Yan with strange eyes. It's ridiculous, right? That hospital room door is actually an open mouth. This strange patient can only let us treat it in this way, so what we should be looking for now is not the patient, but the source of the stomach problem. Ji Yan turned his head. His gaze swept over the 5 different small houses. With a determined tone, he said, the source of the problem must be hiding in one of these 5 small houses. I thought I was abstract enough, but it turns out you're even more abstract than I am. The monkey player still supported his own view. He had survived in the outpatient building for 9 days, and every task was a world created by the patient. As long as they found the patient, they could interact to find the source of the problem. Since they weren't on the same page, the monkey player didn't continue to talk. He turned around and began searching the other 4 small houses. The rabbit player was about to speak when she suddenly noticed that the cobblestone path under her feet was oozing blood. Thick, viscous blood quickly stained a large area of the cobblestones red. Why is the road bleeding? The rabbit player was startled. Ji Yan saw the scene and seemed to understand the reason. His face darkened slightly. He suddenly asked, did the small house you came out of leak water? The rabbit player thought for a moment. Yes, it even got my clothes wet. Ji Yan said, let me give you some advice. Don't look for patients or the cause right now, first fix the leaking problem in your little house. With that, Ji Yan returned to his red little house. I'm a doctor, not a construction worker. Although the rabbit player muttered this, he still returned to his blue little house. Ji Yan returned to the red house and quickly found the source of the leak, a crack in the roof, and the crack was spreading in all directions. At this rate, in less than 2 hours, the beam would collapse, and the entire roof would fall down. Ji Yan thought for a moment, took out his medical kit, and retrieved the suture needle, suture thread, and needle holder. If this world were the body of a patient, then these cracks would be wounds, so... Ji Yan tried to stitch it up, and miraculously, under the needle and thread, the crack closed, and the water that was splashing out was stopped. It's done! Ji Yan stepped back. But although the wound was stitched up, the crack still spread across the ceiling, showing that this was only a temporary fix. To save these soon-to-collapse houses, the root of the problem still had to be found. Ji Yan stepped out of the red house and saw that not only the 5 pebble paths, but even the asphalt surface of the main road, was leaking blood plasma. At this moment, the monkey player walked over. He was holding a creature the size of a hunting dog, which he threw in front of Ji Yan like a trophy. This is a source of the disease I solved. The monkey player wiped the surgical knife, his face showing a hint of smugness. Ji Yan glanced at it and said lightly, do you really think this little monster, which could be killed with a single strike, is the source of the disease? This is at most a small cold bacteria. A patient could sneeze and it would be gone. Ji Yan's words made the monkey player's mouth twitch slightly. No matter what, at least I dealt with some dirty stuff for the patient. What have you done? Ji Yan, I fixed the roof and solved the leaking issue for the person. What, you're a doctor, part-time construction worker, and still have time to fix roofs? I've said before, this place is the mysterious patient's own created ward, and we are now in the ward. The monkey player felt like he was explaining logic to a piece of elm wood. Ji Yan glanced at the blue little house the monkey player came out of and said, is it really in the ward, or inside the patient's body? We'll have the answer soon. Monkey player, what do you mean? Ji Yan pointed to the blue little house, which was covered with cracks. Your house is about to collapse. Almost as soon as Ji Yan finished speaking, a corner of the blue little house collapsed with a loud crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. Almost at the same time, the monkey player suddenly felt a numbness and weakness in his waist. He knelt down weakly, his face turning a yellowish hue, cold sweat dripping down, and after gagging a few times, he vomited a large amount of waste. The rabbit player came out just in time to see the scene. What's wrong with him? Ji Yan squatted down and poked at the monkey player's skin, which seemed to have lost half its life, leaving a finger indentation. Kidney failure, coagulation dysfunction. The monkey player lay weakly on the ground, his face visibly yellow, covered in red pimples. I'm not a patient, why is my kidney failing? Ji Yan rolled his eyes. I'm really curious, how did you become the chief doctor and last so many days? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why are there exactly 5 houses and 6 roads here? If this is inside the patient's body, what does that represent? At this moment, the rabbit player and the monkey player finally realized. The 5 internal organs? Ji Yan clapped his hands. The 5 little houses represent the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, and the 6 roads represent the stomach, gallbladder, small intestine, large intestine, bladder, and triple burner. The mysterious patient swallowed us. Enter the body. In order to force us to treat it, it has tied our small huts, which we each walked out of, to our lives. Ji Yan moved his gaze and scanned the red, blue, and green huts. If I'm not mistaken, if the red hut completely collapses, I will die from heart failure. If the green hut completely collapses, rabbit girl, you will die from lung failure. As for you, yellow-skinned monkey, you've already experienced this before us. Rabbit player spoke irritably, can you consult the person before giving them a nickname? Ji Yan turned around and looked at the 6 roads, all losing blood, shaking his head. The situation is quite objective right now. The source of the disease must have noticed we came and is accelerating the destruction of the patient's organs. Rabbit player, but where exactly is it hidden? My rabbit ears have never softened, which likely means the disease source is everywhere. Just as Ji Yan was about to speak, the monkey player, lying on the ground with kidney failure, spoke first, struggling to say, Rabbit, help me. Rabbit player glanced at his pitiful and ugly face. What, do you want me to save you? Sorry, my medical kit only saves the strange, not people. The monkey player's face was now severely yellow, his whole body covered in damaged skin, struggling to speak. It's not about saving me. It's about having you kill me. Do you have a scalpel? Stab my heart, damn it, it hurts too much, give me a quick end. Rabbit player was stunned. This guy had survived so many days, but with such a minor task accident, he couldn't bear it and saw death so soon? His psychological endurance was too weak. Ji Yan squatted down, yet smiled as he said, why not ask me for help? For requests like yours, I am very eager to help. After all, last night, you secretly gave me a knife, and I've been thinking of returning it. The monkey player darkened his face, about to speak, when he saw Ji Yan's scalpel already raised. The next second, it was ruthlessly stabbed into his heart, blood spraying. Chapter 80, Strange Cells, Eerie Reactions. The blade pierced the chest, blood staining the vision. In Ji Yan's sight, the knife steadily pierced the heart. The monkey player's pupils contracted, staring hard at Ji Yan, from contracting to dispersing. No need to thank me. Helping others is a joy, I've done this many times. Ji Yan smiled back, pulling out the scalpel. Wiping the blood from the scalpel, Ji Yan turned to look at Rabbit Player, now. Before he could finish, Rabbit Player's lively eyes widened, looking at something behind Ji Yan, as if she had seen something terrifying. Ji Yan tilted his head and saw, lying on the ground, the monkey player suddenly emit large amounts of red gas. The next second, his body quickly shriveled, followed by the top of his head being torn open like a balloon, and a hand stretched out from inside. Just like a snake shedding its skin, a brand new monkey player crawled out from inside, covered in mucus and completely naked. Ah! Rabbit Player's face quickly flushed with 2 shades of red, turning around. The naked monkey player, under Ji Yan's gaze, as if nothing had happened, took out a set of doctor clothes and put them on again. He looked at Ji Yan and snorted, what's wrong? Are you stunned by my great transformation? Ji Yan shook his head, great transformation is nothing special, actually, I was scared by that little toothpick between your legs. The monkey player's face turned black. Ji Yan shrugged, who doesn't have a life-saving trump card? Besides, your talent golden cicada shedding its shell can only trigger once per task, if I stab you again now, won't you still die? Now it was the monkey player's turn to widen his eyes. He spoke in astonishment, how do you know my talent? Ji Yan smiled slightly, don't be nervous, I was just guessing. Seeing your reaction, I guess I was right? The monkey player's face changed unpredictably, looking at Ji Yan with a gaze as if saying, I don't believe you at all. Rabbit Player suddenly turned pale, and hurriedly turned to Ji Yan, saying, forget about those unrelated things, the pathogen is the priority now. Her small blue house, at this moment, had also collapsed at one corner. It was as if it once again confirmed Ji Yan's words, and the rabbit player immediately felt a sharp pain in their chest, breathing became incredibly difficult. Her lungs were starting to fail. At the same time, the main road representing the 6 internal organs shook violently, cracks spread, and blood plasma surged. The entire 5 internal organs were slowly withering and in danger. Ji Yan furrowed his brow and turned to look at his own red house. Cracks were also spreading on the roof, tiles and bricks were falling, and Ji Yan could clearly feel his heart twisting in pain. Ignoring the rabbit player on the ground, Ji Yan turned back towards his small house. Upon entering, he saw a large number of bizarre creatures that resembled leeches, squirming inside the house. They were gnawing on the beams, steel bars, and cement like termites. Are these the source of the disease? Ji Yan furrowed his brow, enduring the twisting pain in his heart, and took out a hammer to start clearing the gnawing creatures. Leaving the last one, Ji Yan tried to activate his omniscience talent to see if he could obtain any useful hidden information. Luckily, he successfully triggered it. Blood-red text slowly appeared in his sight. According to the patient's immune system, this simple pathogen should have been cleared long ago. But a puppet master has controlled the pathogen, symbolizing life and reproduction, turning the pathogen into a mother insect, which, through extensive breeding, overwhelmed the immune system. As a result, the patient's internal organs are gradually failing. The patient ate you all, you played the role of pills. You must find and eliminate the puppet master controlling the pathogen. Otherwise, you will be sent to the morgue with the patient for inhumane elimination. Ji Yan's eyes flickered. Puppet master? So, there were invisible hands controlling the patient's condition? What was the purpose of those hands? Was it to deal with the 3 zodiac players? After clearing the leech-like creatures, within less than 2 minutes, Ji Yen saw that the bizarre creatures grew again from the cracks in the house. Obviously, they could never be fully cleared. As long as the house didn't collapse, they would keep gnawing endlessly. If the pathogen wasn't killed, it would keep breeding. While Ji Yen was feeling troubled, he heard some noise behind the sofa. He lifted the hammer and pulled the curtain aside. In the corner, there was still one bizarre creature curled up. But this creature was different from the leech-like ones. It was pure white, with a pair of small horns, looking like a calf, only the size of a small puppy. Behind it, on the balcony, were the corpses of its companions. It was the only one left, curled up in the corner, trembling with fear. Immune system. Ji Yen immediately guessed its identity. The pathogen's growth had successfully killed almost all the immune system cells, leaving only a few hiding, trembling in fear. Judging by its appearance, it was most likely a white blood cell. Were there also red blood cells and phagocytes? Ji Yen couldn't help but smile. Why did it feel like he had fallen into the world of the cells at work anime? Ji Yen crouched down, and the white blood cell immediately behaved like a frightened kitten, both scared and aggressive, shrinking back while baring its teeth. Don't be afraid, I'm not a good person. But I'm not a completely bad person either. Ji Yen grabbed it, trying to see if he could trigger his talent again and obtain useful information. The good news, there was indeed a piece of information. The bad news, it was really just one piece. It smells terrible when it breeds. Was this it referring to the mother insect, or the hands behind it? Breeding smells terrible? Was that really hidden information? Ji Yen was puzzled. But then, his face slightly froze as he suddenly realized something. At this moment, there was a noise outside the door, and Ji Yen let go of the white blood cell and walked towards the door. Outside, the monkey player had a look of excitement on his face and said to Ji Yen, I found the source of the disease. Ji Yen raised an eyebrow. Where? Underground. I saw with my own eyes, those bizarre creatures coming out from underground. Try to dig it up, we can definitely find the source of the disease. The monkey player said, and his face started turning yellow again. Red, blood-filled lumps began to appear all over his body. Ji Yen frowned and asked, even if what you said is correct, how do you plan to dig through the ground? With a shovel? The monkey player looked at Ji Yen like he was an idiot. This is the internal organs. If we're going to treat the disease, of course, we need a scalpel. To demonstrate, he squatted down and took out a scalpel to slash at the floor. The surface of the ground was torn open, and a large amount of fresh blood oozed out like flesh. Look. We'll dig like this, and we will definitely catch the pathogen. Just as Ji Yen was about to speak, the rabbit player suddenly started coughing violently. She leaned against the wall and signaled to Ji Yen with her eyes. Ji Yen understood and walked over, saying, you look in terrible condition. The rabbit player grabbed Ji Yen with one hand, her ear pressed against his ear. The monkey player has a problem. The host body is inside him. Ji Yen's expression remained calm as he helped her to one side and whispered, how did you figure it out? My rabbit ears stiffen when I'm near a strange creature. The scarier the creature, the stronger my reaction. Just now, when I got close to that yellow-skinned monkey. The rabbit player blushed, her cute face turning pink. Ji Yen couldn't help but ask, is this reaction for real? As he spoke, Ji Yen grabbed the rabbit player's ear to verify the truth of her words. At that moment, the rabbit player reacted even more strongly, her whole body trembling, her face turning as red as a ripe peach. What is this reaction? Ji Yen looked at the rabbit player's strong reaction and released his hand. Then he saw the murderous look in the rabbit player's eyes. Don't touch my ears, or I'll kill you. Ji Yen innocently raised both hands and answered simply, all right. The rabbit player sat on the floor, resting for a while, and her complexion gradually returned to normal. Ji Yen sat down next to her and whispered, are you sure the pathogen is in that yellow-skinned monkey? Anyway, something's wrong with him. This guy is hiding something from us. He has a guilty conscience. I don't know what he's up to, but one thing's for sure, it's not good. Ji Yen glanced sideways at the monkey player, who was still planning to dig through the floor like an idiot, and whispered to the rabbit player, then it's simple, kill him, find the pathogen. The rabbit player was about to speak when she suddenly coughed violently, blood pouring out of her mouth. Don't mind her. She can barely even stand. Lamb, come over here so we can speed things up, or we're both finished. The monkey player called out to Ji Yen from the other side. The rabbit player lay on the ground, exhausted, and said to Ji Yen, the wish of the zodiac monkey is very special. I've seen it once before, it changes unpredictably. You can't even tell if he's alive or dead. Cut off his head. Only during a mission, if a player uses a medical accident, can they kill another player. This monkey, I guess he's trying to eliminate us using the B11 patient. The zodiac monkey has no allies among the 12 zodiac signs, anyone can kill him. After saying this, the rabbit player breathed heavily, and her lung failure became even more severe. Ji Yan nodded and turned to walk toward the monkey player. That rabbit is about to die, huh? Why are you so concerned about her? Rabbits and sheep aren't even compatible. As the digging continued, the monkey player was now covered in blood, and he turned his head to Ji Yan and said, "You don't have a thing for that girl, do you?" Ji Yan replied calmly, "Why do I feel like you really hate the zodiac rabbit?" The monkey player paused for a moment, then smiled strangely. "The zodiac rabbit and I don't get along, hate her? Wrong. I want her dead. You know why her lung failure is happening faster than ours? I secretly sent strange creatures to gnaw on her house, and that idiot didn't even notice. I guess she must have said something bad about me just now, huh? Don't believe anything she says, rabbits are the most cunning." The more the monkey player spoke, the closer his ear got, and his voice grew softer. "We'll just wait for that rabbit to die, then pull out the pathogen and eliminate it. The death of the rabbit in the zodiac is good for all of us." Ji Yan's eyes flickered. "What benefit? The progress of the instance and the rewards. You don't know that the rabbit conflicts with the monkey and the sheep?" The monkey player looked at Ji Yan in shock. Ji Yan pondered. Clearly, both the rabbit player and the monkey player were trying to win him over. As for the words in their mouths, perhaps, as a sheep in the zodiac, Ji Yan was especially sensitive to lies. He was very sure that both the rabbit player and the monkey player were lying, each with their own goal. They placed Ji Yan, the sheep, in the middle because they thought sheep were docile. Since that was the case, then let's play along with them. Ji Yan also leaned towards the monkey player's ear and whispered, "The rabbit player didn't speak badly of you, she just wants." Before he could finish speaking, the monkey player's pupils suddenly constricted, and he suddenly tried to grab his scalpel. But before he could make his next move, Ji Yan's scalpel was faster, piercing the monkey player's throat. Then, with a forceful swing of his hand, he horizontally severed the entire head. The monkey player's body fell to the ground, his head rolling to the corner like a ball. Ji Yan wiped the blood from his face, crouched down, and began to search the monkey player's body. The rabbit player saw the scene from behind and exclaimed in surprise, "Why did you choose to believe me?" "I didn't believe anyone. It's just that the monkey had murderous intent towards me just now, so I decided to strike first," Ji Yan said, but his brow gradually furrowed. "He has nothing on him, the pathogen is not in him." The rabbit player coughed violently, blood continuously spitting out. She weakly spoke, "Of course it's not in him. I said from the beginning, I was just suspicious." As she spoke, her neck suddenly sprouted black veins. Then, she opened her mouth and stopped coughing. It was clear that deep inside the rabbit player's mouth, a pair of eyes were watching Ji Yan. Ji Yan suddenly turned around. He stared at the rabbit player, whose neck was covered in black veins. "So, the pathogen is actually in you." The rabbit player closed her mouth, wiping the blood at the corner of her mouth. "Actually, you didn't fully believe my words, right?" Ji Yan raised the scalpel. "You're almost dead, yet you're still urging me to kill the monkey. Even a fool wouldn't believe it, right? Since the pathogen is in you, then it's easy." Ji Yan swung the scalpel, splattering blood. "I'll carve open your body and take out the pathogen to destroy it." But the rabbit player laughed. The weak appearance from just now, when she had lung failure, was gone, and a little color returned to her face. "Looks like you really haven't understood the instance setting. In the Undead Hospital instance, during the day working hours, players cannot directly kill other players, only in two ways. Either by using the hands of the strange patients, or after midnight. You directly killed that yellow-skinned monkey, which has already violated Rule 13 of the instance. According to the punishment, your current task will be cancelled and you will be sent to the mortuary to be punished. If the punishment doesn't kill you, you can continue with the instance task, but if you die, you'll be reincarnated into the next instance. It's like having to play a resurrection match. And if you kill me now, by directly killing two players, the punishment will intensify, and you'll be physically eliminated right here." The rabbit player propped up her chin, smiling sweetly. "So, now, do you want to kill me?" she said, her rabbit ears drooping. "Also, my ears don't just get sensitive and stiff when they're near a strange entity. As long as my rabbit ears stand up, I can enter the play dead state, and there's no lung failure. That's all just an act for you to see." The rabbit player's face was full of pride. Her smile was filled with a sense of accomplishment. "They all say that the zodiac sheep is best at lying, most sensitive to lies, but it seems like that's just how it is. When it comes to acting in lies, women are really better at it." Ji Yan's face darkened in thought. Unpredictable, neither happy nor sad. The rabbit player continued with her harsh words, "You must feel very angry now. I feel like I've been toyed with. So, do you want to kill me? Didn't you say you would cut open my body and take out the pathogen? Come on, I'm just sitting here, waiting for you to come." The rabbit player's language was full of provocation. She was trying to constantly provoke Ji Yan. Once successful, she would eliminate Ji Yan. In the dungeon, aside from matching zodiac signs, eliminating other zodiac signs could greatly advance one's personal progress and reward them with a lot of benefits. Ji Yan finally spoke helplessly. Fine, if you want me to cut you open, then I'll reluctantly fulfill your request. As soon as the voice fell, Ji Yan rushed forward fiercely. I bet you don't dare. The rabbit player's lips curled into a cold smile. But the next second, the scalpel plunged fiercely into her chest, slashing deeply, directly opening her chest. Chapter 82, Life and Reproduction, all understood. The cold scalpel sliced open her chest. The rabbit player was in disbelief. Ji Yan really dared to pierce her body. Didn't he know the rules of the hospital dungeon during the day? Directly killing players, especially during a mission, was a serious crime. She grabbed Ji Yan's hand tightly. There was no sign of her life draining away, and her face beamed with excitement. You triggered the death rule. As a chief doctor, you don't treat patients but swing a scalpel at a colleague. You've lost your medical ethics. Ji Yan suddenly retorted, then why am I fine now? Where's the death rule's punishment? Ji Yan looked up, as if waiting for the punishment. But a smile, not quite a smile, hung on his lips. The rabbit player was stunned. Right, where's the punishment of the hospital? She had seen with her own eyes a player who, due to losing control and showing severe killing intent toward other players, was physically eliminated by the hospital's rule order. What kind of physical elimination? A pair of invisible hands tore through his muscles and bones, leaving nothing but a pool of blood and flesh. But why was the sheep player unharmed? The next second, her pupils suddenly contracted. She saw the monkey player, whose head Ji Yan had previously severed, crawling on the floor with his headless body, slowly trying to find his head. Finally, he picked up his head and placed it back onto the next incision. The rabbit player stared at the scene in shock. She also noticed that there was no blood spilling out of her own chest wound. Finally, she realized what was happening. What kind of scalpel is this? Ji Yan smiled warmly, a scalpel that saves lives and treats illnesses. The rabbit player's breath quickened. This scalpel couldn't kill anyone, even if it chopped off their head. Moreover, the rule order didn't detect any killing intent from Ji Yan, so there was no movement at all. The rabbit player stared at her chest wound. It was as if a rag doll had been slashed open, with no blood at all. Her eyes darkened. You clearly don't trust anyone, so why choose to believe that Yellowskin Monkey and team up with him to set a trap for me? The monkey player was piecing together his head, the flesh and blood bizarrely healing. He laughed and said, of course, Grandpa Monkey has charm. You think just by putting on that green tea appearance, you can fool me? Ji Yan ignored the monkey player. I don't trust anyone. Including everything you guys say. I just know the pathogen is in you. Ji Yan pulled out the scalpel. It's in your body, growing together with your internal organs. The rabbit player's pupils contracted again, her gaze dodging. How did you confirm it's in me? Life, reproduction, is the rabbit zodiac's special prayer privilege. Life continuously replenishes the status bar for rabbit players, giving you the capital to let the pathogen parasitize in your body. Reproduction allows the target that devours your status to accelerate reproduction, and the offspring that are born will treat you as their mother and follow you obediently. B11, this patient isn't the first time you've interacted with them. At least 2 treatments, and during the last treatment, you left this disease root in this bizarre patient's body. Waiting for the next time to take over this patient, the infection in the patient's 5 internal organs is the trap you will use to kill the zodiac players. And with you being a trapped person, paired with an innocent and pure persona, this hidden assassination method not only cleverly avoids hospital order, but it might even make it so that even if we die, no one will ever know who the killer is. Ji Yan's tone was neither fast nor slow. But it was like a sharp knife, cutting away the layers of disguise that the rabbit player had put on. The rabbit player widened her eyes. She muttered, almost as if talking to herself, but you still know, how do you know? Ji Yan smiled, well, just think of it as me cheating. In an instant, the rabbit player's mind was in chaos. She couldn't imagine how this secret hidden deep in her heart, this exquisitely arranged hunting trap, was uncovered so clearly? Wish or talent? Ji Yan continued to strike the final blow. Your rabbit ears standing up aren't a reaction, nor a disguise. It's because when you use your wish privilege to reproduce pathogens, a strong foul odor is released. The ears stand up to cover the smell. As for the second reason, Ji Yan looked at the rabbit player's lower body. It's because when you reproduce, a large amount of dopamine is released, which means... Shut up. Shut up. The rabbit player could no longer hold it in. Her voice was sharp, and her eyes were murderous. Her face turned red and hot, her whole body trembling, not knowing if it was because of anger or something else. The rabbit player felt like she had been stripped bare, all her secrets and shame exposed, clearly seen by Ji Yan. Damn, brother sheep, you even know this? You must be cheating. The monkey player behind her was watching the whole thing unfold. While dumbfounded, he was also in awe of Ji Yan's words. At the same time, he was confused. Before, the sheep players were all idiots. Why is this one so ruthless? Thinking about how Ji Yan survived last night despite being infected, escaping from the hands of the evil doctor of Sheephead, the monkey player realized that this sheep player was definitely a tough character. A few small schemes started to form in his mind. Over there, the rabbit player's chest was slowly stitched together, and the innocent, pure look on her face was replaced by a cold, sinister expression. It seems I underestimated the zodiac sheep. But now, the pathogen is completely integrated with my organs. Your knife that doesn't kill cannot kill the pathogen, it can only kill me, and once you kill me, you'll still trigger the mine rule. I might die, but you won't be fine either. The rabbit player stood up, clinging to her last ounce of courage. How about this? I make a deal with you, a win-win deal. Before she could finish her sentence, Ji Yan interrupted. A deal? No need. I have my ways, and right now, you should get some sleep. As soon as Ji Yan finished speaking, the rabbit player felt physically exhausted. Numbness and sleepiness overwhelmed her. She half knelt, her pupils shrinking slightly. The scalpel has anesthetic. Of course, for surgery, anesthetic is needed. I'm going to perform a small operation on you, and when you wake up, that pathogen in your body will be completely eliminated. As Ji Yan spoke, he professionally put on disinfected gloves and a mask. Under the rabbit player's increasingly heavy eyelids, Ji Yan smiled gently. No need to thank me, just sleep well. After all, I'm a professional doctor. The rabbit player opened her mouth, about to scream her curses, but with a snap of Ji Yan's fingers, she instantly fell unconscious. As the rabbit player collapsed, Ji Yan lifted her soft, boneless body onto his shoulder and walked towards the small red house that represented the heart. Aren't you supposed to be performing surgery? Why are you carrying her into the house? The monkey player asked in shock. Ji Yan responded with a meaningful smile. Surgery, of course, starts with stripping it clean. Chapter 83, Immunotherapy, task complete. The door to the red house that represented the heart opened. Ji Yan placed the rabbit player on the table, his gaze sweeping over her graceful and delicate body, her porcelain-like skin, so fragile it could be blown apart by a breath. Then, he began to loosen his clothes and untie his belt. The snow-white, glaring skin came into view, but Ji Yan's eyes were as calm as still water. At this moment, the rabbit player in his eyes was just a patient. He knew well that the sheep-like medical mentor required his medical students to be pure and flawless, which likely included lust. If one's mind strayed, it could also be an infection. The sheep-like mentor was now trying everything to catch him out. He could not fall into the trap. In the face of life, all female allure was fake. It was just a body a little shorter than his own. The monkey player stood at the door, seeing the scene on the table, and could not help but say, "You really stripped her? Now how do you kill the pathogen? If you use a knife, the rabbit will die too. The hospital's rules and order are no joke." Ji Yan ignored the monkey player, who only knew how to talk but never do anything. He pulled the rabbit player's top off and turned to walk to the other side of the room. We are inside the patient. If we want to kill the pathogen, we naturally rely on the immune system. He lifted a corner of the curtain. A white blood cell with calf-like horns huddled in the corner, munching on the corpses of the dead, strange bacteria. It looked weak, helpless, and pitiful. As soon as it saw Ji Yan, it became alert. Don't be nervous, I've found you something even more delicious. Want to try it? Saying this, he grabbed the white blood cell with his gloved hand and walked toward the dining table, throwing the white blood cell directly onto the rabbit player's body. The white blood cell had originally thought of fleeing in panic. But then it discovered something, and it became extraordinarily excited. It forced open the rabbit player's mouth and, like jelly, swiftly slipped inside her body. Job's done. Now, we just wait for the task to be completed. Ji Yan clapped his hands and sat back down on the sofa. What if the immune system doesn't defeat the pathogen? The monkey player asked. Without the two privileges of the zodiac rabbit, life and reproduction, the pathogen will be as crisp as instant noodles in front of the white blood cell. Ji Yan said calmly. The monkey player's eyes flickered, and he casually asked, how do you know about the zodiac rabbit's wishes? Being promoted to attending doctor meant Ji Yan had reached 50% of his strategy against the zodiac-like doctor. Generally, players would enjoy two wishes, privileges. The two wishes of the rabbit player were life and reproduction. But after Ji Yan was promoted to attending doctor, he only had one wish, sincerity. Why hadn't the other wish privilege been activated yet? Ji Yan glanced at the monkey player with a half-smile, his expression shifting unpredictably. I not only know the zodiac rabbit's wishes, but I also know yours, the zodiac monkey's. Want me to guess? The monkey player paused, then laughed. Is it really that impressive? Then guess and see. Ji Yan stared into his eyes, and he could see the murderous intent hiding deep within the monkey player's gaze. This seemed to confirm what the sheep-like doctor had said. The zodiac sheep has no allies. The 11 other zodiacs are all enemies. No one can be trusted. Why is that? Could it be that the zodiac sheep is too easy to bully, so everyone wants to take a bite? Before Ji Yen could speak, the rabbit player on the table suddenly reacted violently. The black veins that crawled across her body gradually faded away. The next second, the rabbit player opened her mouth. The white blood cell emerged again, looking round her and sitting on the rabbit player's body, burping contentedly. Immediately, the entire internal organs trembled violently. The monkey player was shocked. He opened the door, only to see the 5 rooms outside spinning. What's happening? The monkey player breathed heavily. Ji Yen, looking through the window, remained calm and composed. Don't panic. The pathogen has been cleared. The task is complete. We just need to leave. How do we leave? The monkey player asked instinctively. Ji Yen smiled and replied, of course, we'll be vomited out. The monkey player's expression froze. The two didn't have a chance to react. It was as if a huge suction cup appeared outside the house and they were forcefully pulled out. Their brains shut down forcibly, and when Ji Yen regained consciousness and opened his eyes, he found himself lying on a chair. On a bench in the hospital corridor. Damn, whose foot is this? It smells like a dead rat in the gutter. Ji Yen sat up and realized that the monkey player was lying underneath, and his toe was pressed right into the other person's nostrils. Your treatment is over. The Eerie head nurse stood beside them, holding a report sheet, with a blank expression. Is it completed, or failed? Ji Yen withdrew his foot, ignoring the monkey player's fly-eating, murderous expression, and looked up to ask. It's not completed, you won't be spit out. The Eerie head nurse moved aside, revealing the B11 ward behind her, where there was no door, only a large, crimson mouth. If you don't root out the problem, the patient won't spit you out. I expected this. Ji Yen said this, but in his heart, he couldn't help but complain. Could the patients in this diagnostic building be more abstract? The Eerie head nurse folded up the report sheet, her pale face gradually turning sinister. Now, there's something more important to handle. Her eyes slanted towards the corner of the wall, where the rabbit player was sitting on the ground. At this moment, the rabbit player was trembling, as if she knew what she was about to face. As the attending doctor, you deliberately did not root out the patient's problem, instead nurturing the pathogen, torturing the patient, and intentionally harming your colleagues. These 3 serious offenses together already violate the rules. You will be stripped of your work permit and position. As for how to deal with you, that will be handled by the morgue below. The Eerie head nurse spoke with a cold, expressionless tone. The rabbit player still wanted to argue, but when she saw the Eerie head nurse's cold, sinister face, she knew that no matter how she defended herself, it would be in vain. The Eerie head nurse took off her medical gloves, and that hand, covered with poison sores, reached toward the rabbit player. Knowing her progress in the morgue hospital had ended here, the rabbit player was eliminated in the last moment, suddenly turning her vicious face toward Ji Yen. Dead sheep. I, Chang'en, will remember this grudge. Tell me your name. Ji Yen. The rabbit player's bloodshot eyes crawled with veins. Tell me. Ji Yen spoke. Why do you want my name? Are you trying to hit on me? Sorry, I'm quite shy. I like to take things slow. Don't let me run into you in another instance. With the Eerie head nurse's hand descending, the rabbit player's angry voice was abruptly silenced. The rabbit player's whole body rapidly contracted, her flesh closed up, and as the Eerie head nurse squeezed her hand, the former shrank to the size of a palm-sized doll, hanging at her waist. The Eerie head nurse put on her sterilized gloves and turned to look at Ji Yen. Your surgery for today is over. Next, you have your free time. After saying this, the Eerie head nurse slowly walked away, the rabbit player, now a doll at her waist, swaying left and right. Her little black bean-like eyes seemed to still be resentfully staring at Ji Yen. Chapter 84, How to Solve the Deadlock, A Single Monkey Hair. Watching the Eerie head nurse's figure disappear, Ji Yen shook his head, his tone filled with helplessness. Sometimes I really can't understand. Clearly it was someone else's plan to harm me. I just wanted to survive, broke her trap, yet it seems like I ended up becoming the villain? The monkey player behind him chuckled. You want to reason with a woman? Don't joke, whatever a woman does is always right. Ji Yen didn't speak, because the B11 task settlement panel popped up. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have successfully cured the B11 patient. You've gained 120 points of Eerie power, and received the collectible, quality Eerie object, the Candle of Midnight Undead. You received the Zodiac mainline clue from the B11 ward patient. The reward is a bit shabby. Ji Yen wasn't too satisfied with the reward settlement. This was the patient from the diagnostic building, and after curing them, there were only 2 meager reward reports. Some expectations were too high. Ji Yen turned his head, looking at the monkey player beside him, whose face looked like he had just eaten a defense. What's your reward? A consolation prize? Ji Yan asked, knowing that the monkey player had just been an observer throughout the task, and any reward would be a miracle. The monkey player said with a dark face, "It's not even a consolation prize." He took out 2 bottles of yellow liquid from his hand. "Buy one, get one free, child urine." Ji Yan smiled. "Don't complain, in Ghost and God Legends, this stuff is a tool to drive away evil spirits. It's been overused in horror movies. Maybe someday, it will save your life." The monkey player's mouth twitched, and he couldn't hold back, speaking out. "Am I supposed to rely on this to save my life? If I just take my pants off, I can produce as many bottles as I want right then." After speaking, the monkey player quickly realized and immediately closed his mouth. Ji Yan smiled even more. "Oh, so that's how it is." At that moment, the mouth in the B11 patient room suddenly opened, and the entire wall shifted. 2 eyeballs squeezed out from the wall, with blood plasma flowing down the surface. The monkey player stepped back warily. But Ji Yan remained calm. He knew this was a signal for interacting with the main storyline. The horrifying bloodshot eyes of the B11 patient fixed on Ji Yan and the monkey player, finally locking onto Ji Yan. "Did you eliminate the worms inside me?" Ji Yan nodded. "Damn it." The B11 patient sighed, clearly unwilling. "Why do you say that?" Ji Yan asked back. 12 doctors, and the one who cured me is the last person I wanted involved with the goat. The zodiac goat brings nothing but trouble in the hospital. Just looking at it gives me a headache." Ji Yan realized the B11 patient knew a lot about the zodiac goat, so he directly asked, "So, is there something you want to remind me about?" "Wear something nice when you sleep at night." Ji Yan raised an eyebrow. "What's the significance of that?" "This way, when you die someday, you'll look more respectable." The B11 patient teased, then seriously warned, "The goat has a short life in this hospital, always facing misfortune. You will soon encounter a deadlock. This deadlock will choke your neck. The more you struggle, the faster you'll die. Before you, the goat doctors were all strangled this way." Ji Yan understood the B11 patient was talking about the deadly challenge related to the zodiac goat. He quickly asked, "So, how do I break this deadlock?" The B11 patient grinned, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "It's called a deadlock, so why bother to untie it? Find the one who tied the knot, solve the root cause." After saying that, the wall cracks closed, and the eyeballs retracted back into the wall. Once the main storyline information was provided, the B11 patient logged off at lightning speed. Ji Yan began to contemplate. The monkey player, standing aside, asked in surprise, "Was your conversation in Chinese?" "I didn't understand a single word." "If you don't understand, that's right. I didn't understand either. Farewell." Ji Yan didn't want to interact further, waving his hand and turning to leave the corridor. Watching Ji Yan's retreating figure, the monkey player put away the ridiculous expression on his face and narrowed his eyes. Finally, a smile slowly curved on his lips. "The rabbit didn't get the lamb. I wonder if this monkey can get it. The hook is already set, it's just whether it bites the hook." 10 minutes later. In front of the operating room door, there was still the same long bench. Ji Yan, holding the report sheet, was still analyzing the hints B11 had given him. He sniffed a strange smell and looked down to see a pair of deformed goat hooves on the floor. Looking up, he saw the goat Eerie doctor standing before him. Ji Yan quickly stood up and handed over the report sheet in his hand. "Professor, here is B11's medical report. The head nurse already told me, you did well. I'm quite pleased. Compared to the students who died early, your performance is far better than theirs." The goat Eerie doctor's horrific face squeezed out human emotions, which only made it more disgusting and terrifying. "You flatter me, Professor." Ji Yan smiled humbly. But he could see the cold murderous intent hiding behind the pleasure in the goat Eerie doctor's expression. The trap set for him last night didn't kill him, so the goat Eerie doctor must be furious, grinding his back teeth in frustration. The goat Eerie doctor placed a hand on Ji Yan's shoulder, his lips curling up. "Sleep early tonight. Tomorrow, there may be a special patient. This will truly test your abilities. Rest well tonight." As soon as it sounded special, Ji Yan's heart thudded, instantly becoming alert. After finishing speaking, Yang Yi was about to leave. But as it lifted its hand, Yang Yi seemed to have noticed something. Its eyes narrowed. "There is a smell on you." "What smell?" Ji Yan sniffed his sleeve, confused. "The smell of a stinky monkey. When you sleep tonight, make sure the door is locked properly." Leaving this sentence, Yang Yi turned and left. After 6 o'clock, the night gradually fell. Ji Yan returned to room 444. After taking a shower early, rejecting the soap-picking service from the wall ghost, he lay on the bed, enjoying the full body massage from the caregivers. "Dr. Yang, the black hair on you is growing more and more." The caregiver reminded, and Ji Yan also saw that his other hand was also infected. The caregivers had no way to handle these infections. Ji Yan's fingers stroked the infected area, just about to speak, when suddenly a strange caregiver screamed, "Ah! This hair! Why does Dr. Yang have this hair?" Ji Yan calmly said, "What's the big deal about a hair? Dr. Yang, this is not your hair. This is a monkey hair." The strange caregiver spoke in fear. Monkey hair? Ji Yan pinched the golden hair, thinking it must have accidentally been picked up from the monkey player. "Dr. Yang, don't sleep too deeply tonight." The strange caregiver looked at the hair, appearing especially frightened, tremblingly reminding Ji Yan. Ji Yan immediately became alert. "What do you know?" We don't know anything, Dr. Yang. Your treatment is over, we are leaving." As soon as it was said, the strange caregivers hurriedly scattered. This made Ji Yan's brows furrow deeply. He remembered Yang Yi also said he had the smell of a monkey and reminded him to lock the door tightly tonight. Clearly, something was going to happen tonight. Sure enough, that monkey zodiac player has no good intentions. But leaving a monkey hair on my body, what exactly is that person up to? Ji Yan pinched the monkey hair, murmuring to himself. Chapter 85, Plague Infection, Pig's Gluttony. Whoosh, whoosh. The toilet flushed, sending that monkey hair away. Ji Yan walked out of the bathroom, confirming that the door lock for tonight was fine, stretched lazily, and prepared to sleep and restore his energy to its peak. But after lying down for just a few seconds, Ji Yan suddenly felt a discomfort in his lower body. He lifted a corner of the blanket and saw at the foot of the bed, a strange caregiver was lying there, their hands reaching down along their ankles. Their hands were very inappropriate. Even their gaze had become very strange. "What are you doing?" Ji Yan asked. According to the strange caregiver's duty settings, the thing they feared most was disturbing his rest, so why was the person acting up now? "Dr. Yang, I can't sleep, I'm hungry in the middle of the night, I want to find something delicious." The strange nurse fiddled with their head, muttering, and the extent of their hand movements grew larger. "You're looking for food, why are you touching my leg?" While asking, Ji Yan quietly opened the toolbar. "I don't know. I just feel so hungry, Dr. Yang, what delicious food do you have hidden on you? Why does it smell so good? Where is it hidden? Is it hidden inside your body?" The strange caregiver's eyes were bloodshot, their hands roaming, suddenly stabbing into Ji Yan's chest skin. Before the next step of disembowelment could happen, Ji Yan's nail hammer had already swung out first. The strange caregiver's head was smashed open halfway, thick liquid splattering onto the floor. She flipped to the floor, screaming sharply, "I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry." Ji Yan frowned, and then, from the blanket, a pair of pale hands reached out, grabbing his limbs. The blanket began to seep blood in large amounts, and those strange caregivers hiding in various corners all appeared, staring at Ji Yan whose limbs were being pulled straight. These strange caregivers are all rebelling? Ji Yan's mouth twitched, he gathered all his strange power in his right hand, forcefully breaking free from the strange hands grabbing him, and punched the strange caregiver in the face, completely distorting their features. At the same time, this punch triggered the talent Omniscience. The Zodiac, Monkey, player used a wish privilege on you, Plague. Privilege analysis. After the privilege is triggered, Plague will infect all the Eerie creatures in a certain area, and any infected Eerie creatures will produce strong malice, attacking players in that area without conditions. The plague triggered by that monkey hair? Ji Yan was surprised. The infection spread too fast. But to rely on a few Eerie workers to kill me, isn't that person a little too naive? Ji Yan gripped the nail hammer. Although he felt sympathy for these Eerie workers, who were originally lowly workers but were turned into pawns by someone else, he didn't hesitate to act swiftly. Sympathy aside, his actions were swift and decisive. When the Eerie worker got close, its head was smashed into pieces by the nail hammer. Warning, you have been infected with the plague monkeypox. Your mental state will be affected. The system prompt sounded, and Ji Yan immediately noticed that large pimple-like sores, the size of bottle caps, had appeared on his hands and feet. One of the sores burst open, and from the ruptured skin, a tiny creature the size of a ladybug crawled out. It was a mini version of the monkey player. "Mr. Sheep, I'm sorry. I'm starving late at night. I also want to eat some lamb." Looking at the monkey player crawling out of his arm like a black-headed creature, Ji Yan's expression was cold. The rabbit wanted to eat during the day, and now the monkey is taking its turn at night. "I really want to ask, do the other 11 Zodiac players see me as some kind of Tang Sang?" The monkey player grinned. Actually, the only opposite zodiac for sheep is the dog. According to the dungeon's rules, we won't get much reward for eliminating the sheep player. But one zodiac player used a certain wish privilege to turn you into a delicious prize everyone wants to take a bite of. The monkey player grinned. "I can't help it. The temptation is too great. I also want to try." Ji Yan furrowed his brows. "Which other zodiac has a grudge against me?" "I told you, the only grudge with sheep is from the dog." The dog has already been eliminated by you, so the only Zodiac player who maliciously targets you must be a private grudge between players. The monkey player obviously didn't want to reveal which Zodiac it was, but from the current progress, it was clear that it was one of the few remaining ones Ji Yan hadn't yet encountered. Ji Yan was stunned. Damn, I've just completed one dungeon, who would hold a grudge against me? Could it be that Long Yuan from the Crimson Apartment came to Undead Hospital for revenge? Seeing the monkey player's smug grin, Ji Yan couldn't help but speak. You send a few Eerie workers to make some curious pus-filled sores on me, and that's your plan? Your method is even worse than the rabbit's. Ji Yan shook his head, raised his hand, and squeezed the monkey player's head, popping it like a pimple. But right after, another pimple burst open, and the second mini monkey player popped out, continuing with, "Don't be in a hurry. I'm just the appetizer. There's more than just me tonight trying to take you down." Ji Yan directly yanked the player out by the root and squeezed it into a pulp. The Eerie sheep doctor wants to kill me. All other Zodiac players want to kill me. This round is more messed up than Crimson Apartment. What kind of heavenly punishment did I bring upon myself? In room 444, because of the plague's rampage, more and more Eerie workers crawled out from all corners, looking at Ji Yan like a roasted lamb, deliciously tempting. Ji Yan knew he couldn't stay in this room any longer. Reluctantly, he unlocked the door and stepped out of the room. However, the moment he stepped out of the doorframe, Ji Yan immediately sensed something was wrong. The hallway wasn't outside. Instead, it seamlessly connected to another pitch-black room. In this room, his vision was completely lost, and the unease in his heart grew to an infinite size. A voice came from behind. "Dr. Sheep, we meet again." The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Ji Yan turned around just as his shoulder suddenly ached, feeling someone biting into it, their teeth piercing through his skin. In the blink of an eye, Ji Yan felt his whole body drained, his breath weakening, as though all his energy was being sucked away by that mouth. System warning: you have been subjected to the wish privilege of the Zodiac, pig, player, gluttony. Privilege analysis: by consuming the target's blood and flesh essence, the attacker transform into your own Eerie power. Talent hint: you're about to be sucked dry by this pig. He wants to eat you. Why can't you eat him? This is a ready-made tonic. Ji Yan's eyes darkened. The pig player who treated Guman? How should I put it? During that mission, I saved his life, and not only did he not thank me, but now he's acting like an ungrateful wolf trying to drain me dry? Feeling the weakness in his internal organs, Ji Yan raised his hand and rubbed his scalp. "Paperman brother, come out and bubble for a bit. The ability from the last C-section, let me use it again, or I'll be sucked dry into a mummy." To his surprise, the blood-red paper man obediently bubbled up. It seemed like the paper man would only lend a hand when Ji Yan was about to die, only caring about Ji Yan staying alive. Half of it left, the words greed, obsession, wrath quickly switched, stopping at greed, then sticking to the back of Ji Yan's head. In an instant, an intense hunger surged in his heart, quickly pushing all of Ji Yan's rationality and thoughts away. In his mind, there was only one thought: eat. In the darkness, the pig player who had bitten into Ji Yan was ecstatic, immediately using the wish privilege, trying to suck Ji Yan dry and eat him. Blame the strange game for this. If I don't eat you, next time I'll be the one dead. Feeling like he had sucked enough, confirming that Ji Yan wouldn't have the strength to fight back, the pig player loosened his mouth, preparing to start tearing into Ji Yan's body. But the next moment, in the pitch black, he saw that Ji Yan not only wasn't on the brink of death, but was glaring at him with blood-red eyes. Twisting his neck, locking onto him. The pig player suddenly felt a chill run down his back. In that instant, he felt his role as the hunter had been replaced by that of the prey. What's going on? The pig player was confused one moment, but the next moment, Ji Yan opened his mouth, dripping with saliva, and bit down on his neck. Chapter 86, Shedding the Shell Again, and the Hidden Move. Poochie. Teeth pierced the skin, and blood splattered out. The pig player was stunned. What? Who is the prey here? The other party had been nearly drained dry by him, yet could still bite him back. Feeling the blood flowing from his neck, the pig player suddenly felt a surge of unexplained anger. Can't tell who's the big boss anymore? You, in your state of almost lying in a coffin, still want to eat me? However, he soon realized his stats were rapidly declining. And faster than his own gluttony. What's going on? Does the Zodiac sheep also have the gluttony privilege? Realizing something was wrong, the pig player quickly opened his mouth, also biting into the other person. In the pitch-dark room, the only sounds were chewing and growling, those two seemingly intimate bodies crashing together, but if you looked closely, they were tearing into each other. It looked like two predatory birds, both hungry to the extreme, fighting to the death, both wanting to devour the other. Outside the room, the monkey player sat in a chair, listening to the pig player's growls inside. His expression was strange, quite awkward. Has this pig not had meat in 30 years? Why is he screaming so madly? This was his joint scheme with the pig player. The monkey player was responsible for forcing Ji Yan to leave room 444, breaking the lodging protection rule, and then the pig player would handle the eating and harvesting. As for the reward, they'd wait until Ji Yan logged off, then divide it slowly. As time passed, the monkey player glanced at his pocket watch and heard the sounds from the room die down. He stood up. Looks like it's over. He walked up and opened the door. The strong smell of blood immediately rushed to his face like a hot wave. The monkey player waved his hand in front of his nose and saw the figure slowly walking out. Did you really enjoy eating that much? The other person didn't speak, dropping a human husk onto the ground. The monkey player looked at the other person, pinching his nose. TSK, what a waste, this guy had some good abilities and brains. Just unlucky, matched to the zodiac sheep in the dungeon. He said that, but suddenly noticed something was wrong. He stared closely at the human husk, that face full of wrinkles. The monkey player suddenly widened his eyes. No, this is a pig. Before he could finish speaking, a hand suddenly grabbed the monkey player's throat. The figure in the room slowly emerged under the light from the corridor. Ji Yan, covered in blood, grinned at the monkey player whose face was turning red from the choking, and said, "Surprise? What the hell, how are you still alive?" The monkey player widened his eyes. But Ji Yan didn't waste any more words, raising the spike hammer in his hand and smashing it forcefully into the other person's head. The head deformed, the skull cracked, and blood and brain matter sprayed out from the cracks. Releasing his hand, the monkey player collapsed in a pool of blood, with the blood and brain matter spreading on the floor. Ji Yan wiped the blood off his face and let out a burp. So full. Perhaps because of his previous experience with a C-section, eating the mother's womb, Ji Yan didn't feel as much disgust this time with eating the pig. He just felt full, with endless strength in his body. Half a blood-colored paperman fell from the back of his head, landing on his arm. Although it was just a paperman, it was obvious that the blood-colored paperman was somewhat weak. It moved half its body and gestured at Ji Yan. Ji Yan raised an eyebrow. You're saying the other half of the paperman is nearby? The blood-colored paperman nodded, then drilled back into his hair. Clocking out at the speed of light. Ji Yan put away the spike hammer and looked down at the monkey player on the ground, his expression strange. On the ground, where he had smashed the monkey player's head and killed him, the skin on the top of his head cracked open, and with a gush of blood, the original body shriveled, and a brand new monkey player crawled out. Again, the talent, golden cicada, shed its shell. Clearly, the cooldown was over, and it had refreshed. But for Ji Yan, it was just a matter of swinging the hammer again. The monkey player, reborn after his revival, was like a newborn baby, covered in mucus. He turned his head and saw Ji Yan approaching, holding a blood-dripping spike hammer, with his signature warm smile. This scene was terrifying beyond words. The monkey player's face turned pale, and he tore off the Buddhist bead chain on his wrist, shouting into the air, "Guangshan! Save me!" Ji Yan furrowed his brow, and the spike hammer in his hand slammed down fiercely. In the blink of an eye, the floor extended a pair of pitch-black hands, grabbing the monkey player like quicksand, penetrating the reinforced concrete, and pulling him to the next floor. Then, the floor seemed to melt, and a patient-like monster covered in tar and mucus crawled out. It stared at Ji Yan ominously, saying, "I don't care who you are, Monkey Doctor is my lifesaver. If you keep bothering me, your head will be hanging on the wall." Saying that, it grabbed Ji Yan's foot, sticking to him like a plaster. Seeing the monkey player running, Ji Yan's mood plummeted to the extreme. He looked at the tar monster that was entangling him and coldly spoke, calling for backup, looking for a support? Who doesn't know how to do that? Ji Yan took out the last half bottle of grease perfume and smashed it on the floor. The thick brown-yellow liquid flowed out, and a strange, slightly nauseating smell spread. It doesn't matter who you call. Even if they come, it'll just mean one more head on the wall. The tar monster slowly engulfed Ji Yan's body, its mouth full of disdain and mockery. Ji Yan said nothing, quietly staring at the ceiling. 1 minute later, the wall began to melt, and a large amount of grease leaked out. Lu Yen had arrived. 3 minutes later, the tar monster was torn to pieces by Lu Yen, leaving only half its body. "Dr. Yang, do you want me to take it back to my ward? I have a special way of torturing people. I fill its body with the grease from mine, and the grease inside will ferment and expand rapidly. I'm sure you'd be interested in that scene, hee hee." Lu Yan's mountain-like body slowly moved, doing the most brutal things with her hands, while speaking disgusting and terrifying words, yet her eyes were full of a girl's shyness and admiration. It was like a girl secretly in love, carefully trying to please her crush. Looking at the tar monster, which had turned from roaring a minute ago to begging for mercy and whimpering now. Ji Yan looked at the half-body that remained. "How is your relationship with Dr. Monkey?" "Not familiar, no. I don't know him. Dr. Sheep, please let me go. I was just momentarily out of my mind and offended you. I beg you, spare me." Asphaltine wailed, trembling. It saw Lu Yan's fierce gaze locked on it. "Don't know him? Ji Yan frowned, clearly unhappy with this answer. Seeing this, Lu Yan tore off half of Asphaltine's ear. Asphaltine quickly corrected, Dr. Sheep, I know. I'll take you to find him, I know where he is. Only then did Ji Yan nod in satisfaction, signaling to Lu Yan with his eyes. Lu Yan grabbed Asphaltine, speaking slowly and clearly, if you take us to the wrong place, you will suffer. And if you dare to run, you will suffer even more. Asphaltine lay on the ground, afraid to cause any trouble, pushing with its hands against the floor, dragging its lower body, and starting to lead Ji Yan. On the other side, the monkey player didn't run back to his accommodation, seeking refuge in the accommodation safety rules. Instead, he went to an organ storage room. Inside the room, various organs soaked in disgusting liquids, emitting nauseating smells, pulsing with life. The monkey player entered, taking off his white coat, his eyes filled with eerie shadows. This sheep actually ate the pig, what kind of monster is this? Fortunately, we still have a backup plan. If you dare to chase me, don't even think about leaving this room. As the monkey player spoke, he turned to look behind a piece of equipment, where another figure in a white coat slowly appeared. Chapter 87, Mysterious Patient, Terrifying Disarmament. In the dim corridor, Asphaltine dragged its torn lower half and finally stopped in front of a door. This is the place, he's hiding in there. If I lead you to him, you will let me go, right? Asphaltine looked at Lu Yan in terror and then pleaded with Ji Yan. Don't worry, I am a man of my word. Ji Yan casually replied, glancing at the doorplate of the organ storage room, his eyes narrowing slightly. The monkey player had the chance to escape but chose to come here instead of going back to his dormitory for safety? It seems there's more to this. Lu Yan, you. Ji Yan turned back to remind Lu Yan. But as he turned, he fell silent. Lu Yan had already started to devour the upper half of Asphaltine, piece by piece. Asphaltine cried out in panic, didn't you say you would keep your word? Ji Yan paused, then calmly said, I said I would keep my word, but the one eating you didn't. Besides, the zodiac sheep is the biggest liar in this hospital, how could you trust my words? After Lu Yan devoured Asphaltine, she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and smiled at Ji Yan, asking, Dr. Sheep, what were you going to say? Nothing, just stay close to me once we go in. Ji Yan opened the door and stepped into the dark storage room. Inside, containers filled with formaldehyde held various organs, the dim light swirling around, making it visually unsettling. There were too many dark corners, making it impossible to see where the monkey player might be hiding. Ji Yan thought of the candle as a reward. That candle of the midnight spirits was similar to the flashlight given by the apartment mother, used to explore the eerie surroundings. The more terrifying the eeriness, the faster the candle burned. The flame ignited the candle. A ghostly green flame sparked to life, illuminating the surrounding darkness, making it feel even more eerie and dreadful. Creak. In the depths, a sound came from a stretcher bed. Ji Yan looked towards the source of the sound. In his view, a patient on the bed was moving its limbs, the bones making crisp noises. As the patient stiffly sat up a little, fidgeting with its neck. Ji Yan was taken aback. This is the storage room, how could there be a patient here? As he wondered, the candle in his hand, which had only a small flame, suddenly flared up like it was doused in gasoline, the fire swelling, the beautiful green flame illuminating the entire storage room. In just half a minute, it burned everything to the ground. Ji Yan's face changed. Damn! How could this happen? It was a collector's item, and before he even had time to warm it up, it burned out just like that? But more importantly, if the candle had such a big reaction, just how terrifying was the patient lying on that hospital bed? The mysterious patient had already gotten off the stretcher. Their bare feet touched the floor, their upper body shrouded in darkness, leaving only a pair of eerie, glowing green eyes exposed. They stared at Ji Yan, lips curling into a sinister, knowing smile. Ji Yan took half a step back, his spine turning ice cold. This was the first time, in all his runs through the haunted hospital dungeon, that he had encountered an NPC patient that made him feel so uneasy. Lu Yan, do you know this patient? Ji Yan turned to look at Lu Yan. But Lu Yan seemed sluggish, as if she were drowning in exhaustion. She propped her chin up, her large face leaning forward. Patient? What patient? Dr. Yang, I don't see anyone. Dr. Yang, I don't know why, but I'm so sleepy right now. I'll take a nap first. If anyone tries to eat me, wake me up. Mumbling, Lu Yan collapsed onto the floor and fell into a deep sleep. This is the worst possible time to sleep. I need you right now. Lu Yan? Lu Yan. No matter how much Ji Yan shouted, Lu Yan remained unresponsive, her soft snores echoing through the room. Suddenly, every hair on Ji Yan's body stood on end. He whipped his head around. The mysterious patient was now only 2 meters away from him. Their eyeballs flickered like ghostly flames, cold and menacing. Their lips curled upward, and a chilling, rasping laugh seeped through clenched teeth. Ha ha ha. Ji Yan instinctively reached for his hammer. But in the next second, horror dawned on him. He couldn't open his inventory. All his cursed objects and tools were completely unusable. Every time he tried, a system message appeared. Warning, player. You have been afflicted by the special patient's ability, Disarm. Your inventory will be locked for the next 5 minutes. You cannot use any items. Ji Yan's pupils shrank. Disarm. What kind of broken, overpowered ability was this? Before he could even process it, the mysterious patient's hands clamped tightly around his throat. As he stared at the twisted, deranged smile on the patient's face, a suffocating sense of death crept over him. Just one disarm, and all his trump cards were sealed away. Blood-red paper doll. Feeling his throat constrict, the air in his lungs vanishing, Ji Yan desperately called for the blood-red paper doll hidden in his hair. His inventory was locked. Lu Yan was out cold. His only hope was that unreliable blood-red paper doll. The paper doll leaped from the strands of his hair, landing on his shoulder. It tilted its head, looking at Ji Yan. Then, it turned and looked at the terrifying special patient. Then, without hesitation, it scurried back into his hair. It popped up for a second, then vanished again. Ji Yan's expression froze. Was the paper doll scared? Or did it just not want to help him at all? What shocked him even more was, if this was Monkey Player's doing, then how the hell did that guy manage to control such a powerful patient? This mysterious patient was nearly at the level of a boss. Ji Yan hadn't even made a move, and every single one of his skills had already been stripped away. From behind, seeing Ji Yan completely suppressed, Monkey Player finally poked his head out from behind the equipment. Dr. Yang, what do you think of my little surprise? Monkey Player took slow steps forward, his lips curling into a smug grin. What do I think? I think you got lucky. A blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. I don't know how you managed to control this patient, but there's no way you did it with skill. With your pathetic ability, even handling a cursed nurse is a struggle. Seeing Ji Yan on the verge of death yet still mouthing off, Monkey Player's face instantly darkened. He turned to the mysterious patient and ordered. Crush his throat. Let's see if he can still run his mouth after that. But the mysterious patient didn't move immediately. Instead, their heads slowly tilted forward, allowing the light to illuminate their face. Ji Yan's gaze locked onto them, a strange sense of familiarity washing over him. Why did this face look familiar? Then, without warning, the mysterious patient released Ji Yan and stepped back 2 paces. Their eerie smile faded, and they turned to look at Monkey Player. Monkey Player frowned, confused. He smiled again. You want me to do it myself? Alright, I've been holding in a lot of anger too. The Monkey Player took 2 steps forward and pulled out a slender surgical knife from the toolbar. Dr. Yang, sorry, actually, it's not me targeting you, but the other zodiac signs. The Monkey Player grinned, his face pressing close to Ji Yan's. Ji Yan's face darkened, wanting to say something, but his eyes quickly shifted. His expression changed a few times, and he spoke ambiguously. I think I've always had good luck. Every time I find a way out of dire situations, and I feel like this time will be no different. Put. As the words fell, the Monkey Player's pupils suddenly contracted. Blood splattered in the air, and his head hung stiffly as he looked at the bloody hand piercing through his chest. He stared at the heart tightly clenched in the bloodied hand's 5 fingers. This. The Monkey Player turned his head convulsively, staring fiercely at the mysterious patient behind him, his brain crashing. Chapter 88, Meeting Familiar Faces, the Dragon's Targeting. Because of the strange game, that heart was still beating. The Monkey Player's face turned red, veins bulging on his skin. He stared fiercely behind him, at the mysterious patient who had dug into his chest. Damn. What's going on? He clearly had a strategy for this NPC patient. Why did it harm the player issuing the order? According to the bizarre game's rules, if a player has a strategy progress with an NPC in the dungeon, they should follow a corresponding command unconditionally. Not to mention, there shouldn't be any harm to the original host. The mysterious patient pulled out their bloody hand and tilted their head to look at the heart. The Monkey Player spat blood, his voice hoarse and torn. Damn, this doesn't make sense. As the heart was crushed into a bloodied pulp, the Monkey Player collapsed to the ground, instantly eliminated and logged out. Ji Yan stood up, wiping the blood still warm on his face, and looked at the mysterious patient. I remember your face now. That night in the morgue, the blood-colored paper man left half of its mark on the corpse that was on you. What surprised Ji Yan was, how could that corpse have turned into such a terrifying NPC in the dungeon? Could it be that he found a hidden Easter egg in this dungeon? At this moment, the blood-colored paper man jumped out from the hair. The other half of the blood-colored paper man was spat out from the special patient's mouth. The blood-colored paper man reassembled, gesturing with its limbs as if saying, I told you, the seeds sown earlier are now bearing fruit. Don't ask Ji Yan how he understood the blood-colored paper man's meaning. This thing couldn't be explained, only understood. But he couldn't understand. At that time, he had never had any progress with this patient's strategy, so why did they kill the monkey player? At this moment, the mysterious patient approached again. Their stature wasn't tall, but they emitted a terrifying aura that made people shudder. Ji Yan felt alert in his heart, but his feet seemed glued to the ground, unable to move. The bloodstained hand, still warm from the monkey player's remains, lifted and landed on Ji Yan's head. When Ji Yan felt death descending on him, the mysterious patient's pale white face leaned in. Although their hair was disheveled and covered in blood, their features were delicate, but their face was too pale. This was a female patient. Then she smiled at Ji Yan, the corners of her lips curving upward. This smile made Ji Yan freeze for a moment, and then his face changed drastically as he pointed at her. You're Miss Su? The female patient flicked her hair, which was stuck together with blood, and smiled faintly. Oh. I become like this, and you can still recognize me. How come you can tell it's me as soon as I smile? Could it be that my smile is too charming? Ji Yan fell into strange silence. He wanted to say her smile wasn't charming at all. The only reason he recognized her was because only her smile could make Ji Yan feel so uneasy, so deeply reaching his soul. Now he finally understood why the blood-colored paper man hadn't saved him. It seemed the person was the original owner. But, why are you here in this dungeon? Ji Yan was astonished. Su Xian is not a player, she is a bizarre NPC. Yet she can break free from the rules and order of the Crimson Apartment and jump into the undead hospital, a level of absurdity akin to. Your game character suddenly jumps out of the screen and slaps you across the face. Miss Su didn't offer much explanation, just a simple answer, why can't I? I am special. Special free NPC. Ji Yan recalled Miss Su's initial setting. Free seems to mean being able to jump into any dungeon at will. As long as Ji Yan brings the blood-colored paper figure and matches it to a new dungeon, tearing half of the paper figure leaves any NPC in that dungeon as Miss Su. This setting is way too free. Looking at Miss Su, Ji Yan felt dazed. Sometimes, he truly couldn't tell if Su Xian was an NPC or a player. So, you came to this dungeon because... Ji Yan spoke, his eyes fixed on the blood-colored paper figure, worried that she might take it back. Although the paper figure was a bit rebellious, it was still very powerful. Just wandering around. It was too stuffy staying in the apartment, so I came outside for a walk. Miss Su casually flipped through the decorations on the table, answering crisply. But Ji Yan knew very well that as an NPC, anything bizarre in that dungeon must have its own role. He just didn't know what kind of chemical reaction Su Xian would cause in the upcoming dungeon plot. What was certain was that it had to be connected to him. Don't worry, the blood-colored paper figure just helped me enter this dungeon. What it gave you is yours. Miss Su saw through what Ji Yan was thinking at a glance, smiling as she spoke. Ji Yan, although it's given to me, this paper figure. The word rebellious almost escaped his lips, but he held back. The blood-colored paper figure was pulling at the roots of his hair. As the patient in this dungeon, I can provide you with some information you want. Miss Su casually sat on the table, her rough, dirty hospital gown couldn't hide her alluring figure. As soon as Ji Yan heard about interactive information, he immediately perked up. I want to know, which zodiac sign is targeting me? Dragon. Miss Su answered without hesitation. Why? I probably don't know him, right? Ji Yan frowned. He had heard about a player with the dragon zodiac, who had made the most progress in the dungeon and had already become the chief doctor a long time ago. Miss Su pinched her delicate jaw, thinking for a moment before speaking. He wants the same equipment from you. He's stuck in a dungeon level and can only pass by using your special strange item. Special strange item. The lying sheepskin scroll? The only strange item Ji Yan could think of was this one. But why would he need it? To lie about something? What strange item did he use to make the other 10 zodiac signs come after me? Miss Su, it's not a strange item, it's a wishing privilege. What kind of wishing privilege can forcefully alter the rules and order? Ji Yan's face showed surprise. Miss Su got off the table, casually saying, that's all I know. For any more information, you'll have to find it yourself. This dungeon has existed longer than the Crimson Apartment. The dragon player from the Zodiac has survived from the first batch of 12 Zodiac players up to now. Survived until now? Has the dragon player never been replaced? Ji Yan's eyes changed. Miss Su, no. Ji Yan was shocked. If the dragon player hadn't been replaced, how long had he survived in this dungeon? Moreover, if he hadn't been eliminated, the plot must have advanced. How could he still be stuck on a level, needing to use a strange item that robs from others to clear it? There were too many unreasonable points, but there was no doubt that this guy was a big troublemaker. The dragon player changed the elimination reward rules. As long as the Zodiac Sheep is eliminated, the dungeon plot advances by 40%, and the position of Chief Doctor is obtained. Miss Su added another piece of information. Ji Yan's mouth twitched when he heard this. Advancing by 40%? Alright, so it seems that he really is the hotcake. Alright, it's dark now, I should head back. Miss Su yawned, her delicate face showing a hint of laziness. Head back? Where to? Ji Yan froze for a moment, unable to understand at first. I'm a patient, of course, I'm going back to my own hospital room. Miss Su waved her hand and walked towards the door. Ji Yan suddenly remembered something important. Wait, I still have some questions about that strange doctor with the sheep's head. After all, the death trial might come as soon as tomorrow morning. He wanted to see if he could get any useful information from Su Xin. These are your own tribulations. No one can help you. Miss Su left these words behind and disappeared without a trace. Ji Yan shook his head, feeling like wave after wave of tribulations were coming his way. He turned to look at the blood-red paper man, letting out a small sigh. Looks like it's only up to the two of us. The blood-red paper man started moving its hands and feet. Wrong, there's no two. After saying that, the blood-red paper man darted back into his hair, sinking deep down. Ji Yan didn't stay any longer, quickly returning to room 444. He didn't want to risk staying and encountering another Zodiac player sneaking up on him. When Ji Yan returned to room 444, due to the elimination of the monkey player, the plague in the room was gone, and the Eerie attendance had returned to normal. Exhaustion spread throughout Ji Yan's body and mind. He didn't care about anything else, closed the door, and went straight to sleep. He slept deeply, and the sleep felt long. It felt like a century had passed. When Ji Yan woke up, the sky outside was still dark and gloomy, with no trace of daylight coming in. What's going on? It should be light by now. Ji Yan knew his body clock well and naturally woke up. It should have been morning by now. He got up, looked out the window, squinting his eyes. Could it be that another Zodiac player was causing trouble? He wanted to ask an Eerie attendant about the situation, but when he searched, he found that all the attendants in room 444 had disappeared. Knock knock knock. At that moment, a knock sounded on the door. The crisp knock on the door stimulated Ji Yan's nerves, making him tense up immediately. He took out a nail hammer, not intending to open the door. The knocking stopped, and then the door handle was twisted and the door was opened. Seeing the figure outside the door, Ji Yan put away the nail hammer, but his nerves were still on edge. Teacher, why are you here? Isn't it still dark? Ji Yan asked briefly. The sky is already bright, and it's time for today's surgery. I've come to take you there. The sheep-headed strange doctor spoke expressionlessly. The sky's bright? Ji Yan stared at the still dark sky outside. This is the result of your infection, where you can no longer distinguish day from night, your nerves are confused, and you become a walking corpse. If it weren't for your good work skills, you would have been. The sheep-headed doctor's gaze turned cold, not finishing the sentence. His eyes were full of disgust and contempt for Ji Yan. Ji Yan raised his hand, noticing the black fur growing halfway up his arm. The black fur made him feel weak, his whole body uncomfortable, as if symbolizing misfortune and disaster. Ji Yan quickly rolled up his sleeve to cover the area with the black fur. The patient is already here. You'll complete the surgery and treatment on your own. This is a test of your abilities. Once the time is up, I'll come to inspect the results and give you a rating. This is the operating room where the patient is. The sheep-headed doctor handed over a key. Ji Yan took the card, but the next second, the doctor grabbed his hand, squeezing his fingers painfully. Ji Yan looked up and saw the sheep-headed doctor's eyes, filled with coldness and warning. His voice carried a sharp tone. Remember. Do not get infected again. This is the last chance I'm giving you, the last bit of my tolerance. Otherwise, no matter how good your work skills and performance are, I will consume you completely and nurture the next student. With those words, the sheep-headed doctor turned and left. Ji Yan looked at his dark red hand, and the task panel popped up the next second. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have received a new task. Level, please go to room B44 and treat the patient. Standard completion, save the patient from a critical condition. Perfect completion, save the patient from a critical condition and complete healing, rebirth. B44? Again, this unlucky number. Ji Yan has become especially sensitive to the number 4 now. His unease is justified, as the task panel immediately gave a warning. Warning to the player, this task has a high elimination rate, or contains significant danger. Proceed with caution. No way out. This must be the deadly level that wiped out all the previous sheep players. Although he was prepared, Ji Yan's heart raced when it was right in front of him. After all this time, the information he had gathered about this deadly level was still blank. Blank as it was, there was no time for Ji Yen to think any longer. He immediately put on his white coat and went to the surgery room. 4th floor, operating room number 4. The corridor was empty, not a single nurse around for handover, no clues given. The key turned, the surgery door slowly opened. Inside was very neat, the atmosphere was very quiet, not a trace of a terrifying vibe. The patient lying on the operating table was motionless. No grotesque monsters. No bloody horror. Everything normal, to the point that Ji Yen was stunned. While stunned, he felt even more uneasy. Stepping into the operating room, the patient on the table was charred all over, as if just rescued from a fire. But there was no trace of smoke, no burning smell. Ji Yen inspected the patient, his eyelids twitching. He was sure the patient had no signs of life left. He was already dead. What was sent was a corpse, how could he save it? How could he complete the task? Ji Yen was a bit confused. His medical skills weren't even close to the ridiculous level of bringing the dead back to life. But this task was rated A, so it must contain a lot of hidden secrets. He raised his hand and placed it on the charred patient, quickly triggering his talent all-knowing, all-solving, acquiring hidden information. In a doctor's eyes, the definition of life and death depends on the different patients. Are you sure it is truly dead? Are you sure you are saving it? This surgery, seemingly to save a person, is actually to save yourself. Pick up your scalpel, trust your judgment, only then will you truly become a qualified doctor. There were 3 pieces of hidden information. And all 3 seemed to be hinting at something for Ji Yen. Seemingly to save a person, but actually to save yourself? Ji Yen furrowed his brow. What did this patient have to do with him? Ji Yen took a deep breath, opened the surgical kit, and took out the necessary surgical tools. Since the hidden information told him to trust his own judgment, then he would make the incision. The surgical blade gleamed coldly as it sliced open the charred skin, and bright red blood flowed out. Ji Yen used both hands, both large and small knives, quickly opening the chest cavity. His gaze swept over the blood-red internal organs. Not only had the heart stopped, all the organs had stopped functioning. It was like a car was brought in, but all the internal machinery had been crushed, with no chance of repair. How do I save it? This is completely a dead person. While Ji Yen was frowning, his gaze dropped, and then he saw something that made his scalp tingle even more. The hand holding the scalpel had grown black hair, and his 5 fingers had grotesquely degenerated, now looking like rough, ugly sheep hooves. Infection? Ji Yen's pupils shrank slightly. He stepped back, the scalpel clattering to the ground. His finger touched the infected area, and indeed, it was the black sheep infection. The grotesque sheep doctor hated, despised, and loathed this the most. Just 10 minutes ago, the sheep grotesque doctor had warned, word by word, that this was its final line in the sand, but now, it had crossed his line. Turning his head to look at the patient on the bed, what in the world was this, the infection so terrifying? Was this the point where the task would be fatal? Contacting the patient for treatment would lead to infection, and eventually, the grotesque sheep doctor would seize the opportunity to corrupt and eliminate. Ji Yen felt his head start to throb. He reached up to touch his head and clearly felt 2 stiff bone lumps growing on his forehead. Horn-like protuberances? Warning, player. You are infected, your body is affected by the infection, please quickly leave the infected area. A red warning panel popped up, making Ji Yen, who was already suffering from a headache, even more frustrated. Leave? Where to go? Back to room 444 for a nap. Leaving would mean giving up the mission, and once the time's up, the strange doctor would come to eat him. Staying in the operating room, the infection would worsen, and once the time's up, the strange doctor would still come to eat him. What's even more frustrating is that this is a dead patient, and there's no chance of completing this mission. Save others, save yourself. Trust your own judgment. Where is the slim hope of survival in this mission? Ji Yen muttered, feeling his eyeballs swelling. His fingers touched, all covered in blood. Picking up the scalpel again, Ji Yen stepped forward to continue cutting the patient's skin. The bloody contact triggered his talent once more. There was a new hidden hint. In the morgue's B12 room, there is a hidden profession NPC forensic doctor who once took over this patient. There is a way to treat this patient. But, would you dare to take the patient out of the operating room? Although it's not against the rules, it will intensify the strange doctor's corruption. The morgue map area morgue is not open during the daytime, and players are prohibited from entering, as are people with positions other than doctors. How would you break in? The second hidden information triggered had considerable value. Yet it threw 2 soul-searching questions at Ji Yen. Would he dare? Half his body is already stuck in the mud, not completing it means death. Does he still care about that little bit of corruption? When dealing with the strange creatures in Scarlet Apartment, Ji Yen dared to dig through the apartment's walls with the odd creatures. He had no fear left. If you don't have the guts, chances will never fall into your hands. As for how to enter the morgue during the day, if Ji Yen wasn't wrong, it had to be done in the identity of a doctor NPC. Ji Yen thought of the strange sheep mask he had received earlier. This mask had one more tag than the Scissorhand mask, which was to become an NPC and obtain the identity of Strange Doctor. But the description of the strange item says that to use the mask, it must first undergo a baptism. What is this baptism? He took out the mask. The terrifying sheepskull mask, even embedded with blood and mud. Ji Yen tried to wear it, and in the next second, the mask stitched the edges of his face's flesh, fitting snugly on him. Congratulations, player, you have successfully completed the baptism, unlocked the right to use the strange item, Strange Sheep Mask, your identity has changed to Strange Doctor, and you have gained the privileged eulogy for the undead. The strange item effect duration, 30 minutes. The baptism was completed already? Ji Yen froze for a moment, then suddenly realized. So the baptism refers to infection. Damn, the condition for using this strange item is too childish. With the mask activated, Ji Yen didn't stop, rushing to get things done. He took out an embroidery needle, then took out the thread from the medical kit and performed a simple stitch on the patient. He opened the operating room door, pushed the stretcher, and began to move the patient out of the basement, heading toward the morgue. As Ji Yan's figure disappeared at the end of the corridor, at the other end, the strange doctor witnessed it all at the corner. The eerie black eyes grew colder and colder. Soon, Ji Yan reached the entrance of the morgue. At the elevator entrance, it was still the eerie elevator guard from that night. It was dozing off when it suddenly saw a doctor wearing a white coat and a terrifying sheepskull mask, pushing a stretcher bed coming toward it. Its face changed dramatically, and it quickly spoke with respect. Dr. Sheep, what's your business today? Sending a patient down, the forensic doctor will check. Ji Yan spoke indifferently, his eyes cold and flickering beneath the sheepskull mask. Is there a problem? No. The elevator guard quickly stepped aside and kindly pressed the button for the basement. The elevator went straight to the basement, and the smell of the morgue still made people's noses uncomfortable. Ji Yan pushed the stretcher bed and quickly found the B12 room. He knocked on the door, and after a moment, the door opened. A face with a white mask appeared behind the door, staring at Ji Yan, eyes squinting. Ji Yan continued to act in the role of the strange doctor.